At merely 18 years of age, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Only one step remains to attain the status of an immortal sage. Yet, your excessive acts of aggression have offended the natural order. It has caused you to remain untransformed into an immortal even after 2,000 years have elapsed. Reluctantly, you have no choice but to opt for idleness. At that very moment, the system awakened. Yet, the first task it issued was to marry the daughter of an old friend. However, what you could never have anticipated was the presence within the body of an old friend's daughter. There still remains the former girlfriend of the immortal master, who could have been your companion for 2.5 days. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Holy Land of the 90s, the ceremony of bestowing the title of Saintess is taking place. The Saintess of 9 fragrances, Lu Ruyan, stand at the center of the hall. Yet, at the very moment she was about to don the splendid crown, you, who have undergone a transformation, have unexpectedly arrived here. Wait a moment. I shall take on the role of this holy child. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering, as a multitude of deacons and elders gazed on in sheer incredulity. The Lord of the Ninth Zero sat upon his lofty throne, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The demeanor and tone of the individual before him felt strikingly familiar. The Lord of the 90 asked in confusion, "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "Susi, you have not concealed your name. After all, the population of the Tianxian continent is vast, and there are countless individuals named Susi. It is quite normal to encounter a name collision from time to time. However, 2 or 3 elderly gentlemen in the high seats nearly toppled from their chairs. The emperor has emerged from seclusion. He still aspires to be the Holy Sun. What is he intending to stir up? The 9 fragrant saint hesitated slightly. He was aware that his ancestral master had always been exceedingly stern and would not act without purpose. The concealment of one's identity must surely have a reason behind it. Without exposing the truth, I spoke with a gentle demeanor. "Susi, are you certain you wish to assume the role of this esteemed figure of the 90s? You should respond with 7 tones." The grand ceremony of conferring titles has been reinstated, bestowing upon Susi the esteemed title of the new holy son of my esteemed 90 sacred land, adorned in resplendent ceremonial robes. Upon uttering these words, the entire venue was engulfed in astonishment. Lu Ruan plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "Why, grandfather? Was it not agreed that I would become a saintess?" Upon hearing this, one of the elders cast her a sharp glance. Yet Lu Ruyan remains indifferent, turning her gaze towards you. "If you wish to seize my sacred throne, defeat me first." Having spoken, she drew forth her white silk and, taking a step forward, charged toward you. Lu Ruyan had already attained the 3rd level of the transformation realm, brimming with confidence and facing few rivals among her peers. Naturally, teaching a nameless youth a lesson would be an effortless task. As the moment approached when you were to collide with his form, you merely gestured with a casual wave of your hand, effortlessly sending him sprawling away. In no time, amidst the admiring gazes of the many disciples, you adorned yourself with the illustrious crown, ascending to the status of the new holy son. Sacred sword of the handle, 10 celestial crystals, a ring of cultivation materials, the radiant smile of the saint of 9 fragrances. Are there any further requests? Upon witnessing this, you offered a faint smile. Kindly assist me in delivering a written communique to the Xiantian sect, stating that the holy son of 9 fragrances, Susi, shall wed the holy maiden of Xiantian sect, Luo Ziao, in 3 days. Urge them to expedite her arrival, otherwise it shall be regarded as an act of war. Upon hearing this, many elders were taken aback, their faces ashen. Such a thing must not happen. It is utterly inconceivable. The Xiantian sect enjoys a cordial relationship with the Mingchu Holy Land. Yet our Jiuling Holy Land is descending into greater decline, and we can no longer withstand any further turmoil. The previous Holy Son's remains have barely grown cold. Yet the current Holy Son's thoughts are already in turmoil. It seems the heavens conspire against my generation of 90. The master of 9 fragrances hesitated slightly. His gaze turned towards you. With a hint of concern in his eyes, he communicated silently. "Old ancestor, ever since you entered seclusion, the 9 fragrance, no emperor, we have secluded ourselves behind closed doors, keeping our tails tucked and silent. Even the Holy Son ventured forth to express his affections to Luo Ziao. They were beaten like wild dogs, barely escaping back to the sanctuary. Ultimately, they perished within the Grand Hall. Upon hearing this, you let out a cold laugh and transmitted your thoughts. Very well. I shall see just how much weight the people of the Eastern Wilderness truly possess. At this moment, Lu Ru Yin rose from the ground. Give up your hopes. Our sacred land of the 90s will never offend the Xiantian sect, and the Ming choose sacred land for your sake. She wished to speak further, yet the authoritative voice of the Nine Fragrance, Saint Lord, resounded. Good news. I shall dispatch someone to draft the documents. I shall not hesitate to pursue it even to the desolation of the Eastern domain. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru Yin widened her eyes, glancing at you and then at the Holy Master, feeling as though the heavens were about to collapse. You cast a glance at her. You're called Lu Ru Yin, are you not? Then it shall be you who leads the team to finalize this document. Should there be a delay, as the Holy Son, I possess the authority to expel you from this place. Meanwhile, the news of the wedding invitation from the sacred land of 9 fragrances swiftly spread. Upon receiving the news, Luo Xiao wore a perplexed expression. Master, what exactly is the situation regarding this 90 sacred land? The mysterious female voice chuckled. Relentlessly persistent. It rather resembles his style. However, you need not pay it any heed. It is merely a cacophony of sounds. The secret realm of the Eastern Wilderness is about to open, and our foremost priority now is to seize the opportunities within, transcending this place, and ascend to the central continent in a single leap. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao clenched her small fist. Her maternal clan resided in the Central Plains. However, the treasures that were about to be unearthed in the Eastern Wasteland were simply too alluring, said to be coveted even by immortals. For now, she had chosen to remain, for otherwise, those sons of saints from the Eastern Wasteland would not even possess the qualification to behold her presence. At that moment, a maid knelt respectfully outside the courtyard, announcing, the Holy Son of Lin Dong from the sacred land of the Ming dynasty seeks an audience with Lady Luo. Why do all kinds of people come here? No one is seen. Luo Xiao decisively declined. The maid continued, the Holy Son Lin Dong has expressed his sentiments, stating that the 9 heavens holy land is excessively bothersome. He could beseech his granduncle to accompany you on a visit to the 90 holy land to annul this engagement, while also taking the opportunity to reprimand the 9 heavens holy land. Luo Xiao chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain gracing her features. Is he truly capable of such feats? Then let him rely on his third uncle to handle it. If he can indeed annul the engagement, I shall regard him with a measure of respect. On the other side of the sacred land of the 9 heavens, you stand atop the peak, gazing at the procession of suitors, sent forth, now retreating in disarray. What arrived was the battle formation of the sacred land from the early Ming dynasty, led by an elderly man with graying hair who displayed his authority with great pomp. Upon witnessing this, you stroked your chin contemplatively. It directly transformed into the appearance of Luo Feng, because you believe that adhering to your parents' wishes for such a significant event as a wedding is undoubtedly the most convenient approach. After all, Luo Feng owes you 100,000 celestial gold and has fled to the outer battlefield to evade his debts. Assuming his identity seems the easiest solution. Soon, the honor guard passed through the gates of Juchi Mountain. It has been a long time since I last visited this sacred place. This time, not only must we confront your sovereign, but we also demand some form of restitution, otherwise, my journey would have been in vain. His name is Wei Qinghe, a being of perfect sagehood, a formidable figure rarely seen in the illustrious history of the early Ming sacred land. Lu Ruyan trailed behind him, her expression one of deep dejection. Wei Qinghe was undeniably formidable. In an unknown confrontation, it seemed unlikely that anyone in the 9 heavens holy land stood a chance against him. However, the defender Qinghe of the fragrant stove suddenly halted his steps, caught in a moment of hesitation. In the distance, a man sat gracefully, his fingers caressing the strings of a lute, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Qinghe's legs trembled. Qingdi, Luo Feng, how'd he end up here? The crowd was astonished. Rumors circulated that he had fled to the foreign battlefield, too fearful to return. How could he now be calmly seated outside the gates of the revered 90 sanctuary? Many saints who secretly followed Wei Qinghe were also taken aback, for an emperor had descended upon the world, and with this, many matters took on a different flavor. In the serene woods, Wei Qinghe contemplated for a moment. Then his expression shifted with a jolt. "Your Majesty, have you also come to annul the engagement?" Yet the emperor before us continued to play the guqin in silence. Wei Qinghe, bent over, was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, a startling cry pierced the air, akin to thunder erupting from a clear sky. In the tense atmosphere where everyone had been standing in punishment for half an hour, you snapped the string of your guqin, causing the faces of those present to turn pale with dread. Wei Qinghe, his knees gave way, and he fell to the ground. Then you softly inquired, "Has there been any progress regarding the marriage proposal for Lu Ruyin?" Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ruyin was immediately overcome with tears. "Lord Luo," she lamented, "this matter does not concern me. It is the arrival of a divine child. He is named Su Xiai, and he is truly despicable." With a mere lift of your hand, Lu Ruyin was sent soaring several feet away. "I inquire," you respond, "should there be any concealment, may you be shattered into 1,000 pieces." Do you comprehend? Lu Ruyin exclaimed in alarm. Before I could even reach the Xintian sect, I was intercepted by the esteemed sage Wei Qinghe of the Mingchuk Shidi and forced to return home. You gazed towards Wei Qinghe. What does it signify? Wei Qinghe could not fathom your thoughts, so he could only respond with a forced bravado. "Your Majesty, the heavenly sacred land has indeed sought to claim your daughter. Our intention in assisting with the annulment of the engagement is in essence to aid you." Upon witnessing this, you let out a cold laugh. "What concern of my family matters to you? Listen closely. This marriage is entirely my arrangement. Return and inform Xiao to make her preparations, for in 3 days she shall swiftly wed at the Holy Land of 90. Otherwise, I shall sever our father-daughter ties. How dare you obstruct the noble endeavors of the Xintian sect? You shall perish." As these words escaped his lips, an aura of murderous intent descended from the heavens, palpable and oppressive. Wei Qinghe's visage turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of vital blood, invoking forbidden arts to ascend into the air and flee. Yet in the next instant, with a mere flick of your finger, the very fabric of space seems to be compressed, creating a profound indentation. The figure of Wei Qinghe was propelled forth, and with a single strike, the peak sage who once dominated the eastern domain met his untimely demise. At this moment, the heavens and the earth transformed in hue, and the great Tao lamented. Subsequently, amidst the vast expanse of the 9 skies, a luminous hand descended, striking forth. It was none other than the imperial realm of the sacred land of the Ming dynasty making its move. Upon witnessing the scene, you followed with a resounding strike, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of tearing apart, creating a tremendous rift. The various forces and saints observing in the shadows have all undergone a transformation. The Imperial War, an unprecedented conflict in the eastern region that has not occurred for decades. After the duel, you ascended into the air. I pay no heed to the identity of the one who struck, nor do I concern myself with your affiliations, or with anyone who harbors disdain for me. All consequences shall be borne by me, Luo Feng of the Xintian sect. If you possess the courage, step forth and engage in battle. Observing the distant realm of the emperor, he remained silent, seemingly contemplating whether it was worth engaging in a relentless struggle with an immortal being for the sake of a singular sage. After a prolonged silence, the resounding echoes of the grand path finally reached us. Lo Feng, this grudge has been duly recorded by the sacred land of Ming Chao, in the embrace of mountains and rivers. We shall see how this unfolds. Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but smile. Your own strength far surpasses that of Luo Feng. However, due to the previous influence of inner demons, you refrained from taking lethal action. Now, with the system's protection surrounding you, you find yourself unencumbered by unnecessary restraint. With the emergence of the Emperor, you shall eradicate them without hesitation. Subsequently, you turned your gaze towards Lu Ruyin. Follow my instructions and proceed accordingly. Lu Ruyin bowed her head fervently twice. The wolves and foxes are racing towards the Xintian sect. Upon receiving the news, Luo Xiao wore a peculiar expression. "Master, my father has returned. Why does he not seek me out, but instead head to the Jiuling sacred land?" The mysterious female voice is filled with perplexity. There is something amiss. It is exceedingly peculiar. How can one exert such strength? The day after tomorrow, she is to be wed. Is she truly to marry? At this moment, Luo Xiao is engulfed in turmoil. There appears to be no other recourse. Your father would not act without purpose. He must have a scheme in mind. First, ease your thoughts. What harm is there in marrying after all? With your master by your side, although you may not surpass the emperor's realm, subduing that holy son will be a mere, trifling task. Your master shall ensure that you are not wronged. Indeed, the eyes of Luo Xiao sparkled with excitement. Even if she were to marry into that family, it would merely be a change of environment for her cultivation. Furthermore, she had numerous powerful allies supporting her. It seemed unnecessary to continue to navigate this situation any longer. On the other side of the sacred land of the Ming dynasty, Saint Lindong learned of his uncle's disgrace. Enraged, he spat blood thrice. This accursed Luo Feng truly embodies the audacity of an imperial realm. And what of this newly emerged saint from the 9-0 sacred land? It seems he has truly grown weary of life. Come forth, deliver to me a letter of challenge. In 2 days, I shall engage in a life-or-death battle with the newly appointed son of the 9-fragrance sacred land. The old man trembled in fear. This is indeed a marriage contract ordained by the emperor of the Qin. It seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Lindong laughed heartily. What is there to be discontented about? If I can slay one holy son, I can certainly vanquish 2. I shall make it known to all that only I am worthy of Luo Xiao. Meanwhile, in the abode of the holy son of the 9-0 sacred land, the sacred Lord Gao Ran descended to this place accompanied by several attendants. The holy Sun Su Ci, having met the holy sovereign, you rise and gently clasp your hands in salutation. Gao Ran waved his hand imperiously, dismissing the attendants on either side. Upon entering the room, he suddenly changed his demeanor. Xiao Ran is here to offer you a massage. What manner of order is this? You speak lightly. At present, I bear the title of the Holy Sun. If one is to act, one must embody the entire essence of the role. Do you not comprehend this? Indeed, indeed. The teachings of my esteemed master are profound. As for the impending battle of life and death in the days to come, what are your thoughts on it? Upon hearing this, you smiled nonchalantly. You then proceeded to step on an ant, celebrating with exuberance. Indeed, Lindong is of little consequence. However, I have heard that he has already been admitted to the esteemed Linlang Academy in Zhongzhou, accompanied by a mentor of peak sanctity. You were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a colossal entity from the celestial mystic continent, a remnant of your former lineage. In the clan, there exists an abundance of imperial realms, and within, there are channels to communicate with the celestial realm. However, it has consumed the central continent, and in the past, it maintained a harmonious coexistence with the eastern wilderness, each respecting the other's territory. To my astonishment, there is indeed a mentor here to take on disciples this time. You pondered, is Lindong truly that extraordinary? The foremost establishment of the eastern domain. Gao Ran nodded. He shook his head subsequently. The Phoenix Maiden of the Luo family ought to be the foremost. He considers himself second, albeit due to his advanced age. On the surface, he possesses the greatest combat prowess. No worries. Can he still manage to control us in the eastern region? It remains the same. Half an hour later, a sacred aura enveloped your residence. Following this, a woman clad in white entered the estate, wielding a long sword and adorned in the robes of an academy. You are Suchi. Upon hearing this, you responded with a serene smile. I am indeed Su Ci. My name is Bai Yi. Could the life and death battle between you and Lindong, as well as my engagement with Luo Xiao, be annulled? I intend to bring both of them back to Zhongzhou. The quota has already been submitted. You shake your head in amusement. That is your concern? What relevance does it hold for me? You dare to defy the enchanting Linlang. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, the murderous intent barely surfacing. Yet suddenly, the world around her dimmed. The Emperor's arrival. She is rendered as insignificant as a lizard beneath his weight. Your guardian is, astonishingly, an emperor. What emperor? I'm unaware. You blinked innocently. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yi took a deep breath. If you desire to battle or to marry, so be it. Once all these tasks are completed, if you still draw breath, then you may take Lindong's place at the academy. You wish to take me as your apprentice, yet you find it somewhat absurd. If you choose not to be my disciple, I shall gladly serve as your advocate. When you achieve success in the future, the credit shall be attributed to me. All I ask is for your agreement, and Linlang Academy shall stand as your steadfast support, causing no further troubles, but rather offering you unwavering assistance. Transaction. You nodded slightly. There are indeed numerous opportunities within the Linlang Academy's imperial realm. Furthermore, you share a history with the Academy's principal, making it unwise to sever ties. Whether you choose to visit Linlang Academy in the future and in what capacity remains irrelevant to Bai Yi. In 2 days, the 9 fragrance sacred land will be adorned in resplendent red, an expanse of magnificent grandeur. A number of powerful saints have arrived, their expressions filled with astonishment. Is this a wedding of the Holy Son or that of the Holy Lord? Should the esteemed Holy Son soon meet his demise, the esteemed realm of the 9-0 would find itself in a most precarious position. Do not speak of it. Indeed, do not utter a word. I have heard that the revered son of Su possesses merely the strength of the transformation realm, while the esteemed son of Lin has already attained the realm of divine powers. Soon, the esteemed members of various factions have taken their seats. You stride with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, donning a resplendent crimson robe as you enter the arena first. Luo Xiao, adorned in her bridal attire, approached with measured grace. A profound sense of unreality enveloped her merely 3 days prior. She was preparing for the ancient immortal ruins, and now, inexplicably, she found herself on the verge of marriage to a man she had never met, nor even heard of before. As she stepped into the center of the gathering, her consciousness extended outward, momentarily captivated by your visage. She could not help but concede that your beauty was unparalleled, truly the most striking in all the world. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated within Luo Xiao's heart. Strange, such a familiar sensation. In the distance, your heart quivered, diverting your gaze from the scrutinizing eyes upon Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao silently mused. Master, it seems he recognizes me. Not quite. He should be acquainted with me. The mysterious woman's voice brimmed with perplexity. Come closer to take a look. As Luo Xiao took a step forward, suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the hall. Su Ci, have you forgotten the discourse? Lin Dong, wielding a long sword, strode with imposing presence into the grand hall. You have been wrong to allow me to rescue you. With my presence, no one can inflict harm upon you. At this moment, Lin Dong feels an overwhelming sense of well-being. However, in Luo Xiao's eyes, the situation was far from this. She felt as though the word death was inscribed upon Lin Dong's forehead. Master, I am doomed. Just now, I subconsciously wished for Su Ci to win. Could it be that I have fallen for him at first sight? A mysterious voice remarked. Normal. In comparison to Su Ci, Lin Dong appeared even more pitiable. Even when faced with 2 wild boars, we would still opt for the more exceptional one. At this moment, Gao Ran, seated in the position of honor, spoke. Both of you may engage in your duel within the main hall. Su Ci, are you prepared to meet your demise? Lin Dong chuckled. The long sword in his hand hummed. I shall not resort to bullying the weak. You have attained the divine transformation realm. Upon hearing this, you nodded. This Lin Dong still possesses some martial virtue. Therefore, I shall suppress my imperial cultivation to the transformation stage and engage you in battle. In the next moment, a fierce battle erupted in the arena. Lin Dong's long sword sliced through the air, resembling a crescent moon blooming in the sky. This was none other than the renowned technique of the Ming Dynasty's sacred land, the 7 forms of the sun and moon sacred sword. At this moment, a mysterious female voice resonated within Luo Xiao's mind. Lin Dong possesses considerable talent. We have underestimated him. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was profoundly astonished. The power of the moonlight. He has actually comprehended the path of the Great Way. The onlookers were all taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. As the sun rises and the moon glows, this is the power of the cosmos. To comprehend even a fraction of this sacred realm is a coveted aspiration. It appears that this individual, if not destined to fall, is indeed a prodigy of the sacred domain. Gao, seated upon the sacred grounds of the Ming Dynasty, spoke with a smile by the Weizi River. High Sovereign, it appears that the outcome of this battle is undeniably clear. Yet in the next moment, An unexpected change occurred within the arena. The radiant sword light, as luminous as the moon's glow, surged towards you, only to vanish without a trace, akin to a clay bull sinking into the river. You remained rooted in place, mouth agape, your voice resonating like thunder. The forest was sent spiraling away, as blood painted the vast sky. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiao silently pondered. Master, have you discerned the truth? No. The mysterious voice expressed astonishment. Lin Dong surprisingly did not compel him to exert his full strength. This Su Si is truly remarkable. Luo Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. What should I do? I must marry him. Surely, I won't be unable to defeat him, will I? A mysterious voice comforted. It's merely a junior. With the master present, all is well. On the other side, Lin Dong stood up in sheer astonishment. You have actually suppressed your cultivation. Although he could not discern the truth, he felt that only by exclaiming this could he logically release his own cultivation. With a resounding roar, Lin Dong erupted in fury, his cultivation unleashed in its entirety. The long sword among the sheep gleamed with the brilliance of the moonlight as he pushed his spiritual essence to its utmost limit. Divine powers converged, shattering mountains and rivers. Perish, he commanded, yet you remain unmoved. Only when Lin Dong draws near does your right hand extend, instantly seizing Lin Dong by the neck. The formidable sword stance comes to an abrupt halt. With a gentle exertion of your right hand, Lin Dong's neck shattered into a multitude of fragments. In an instant, you flick your fingers, sending Lin Dong's head flying. Casting a glance across the assembly, you inquired, "Is there anyone else who dares to oppose?" At this moment, the entire venue is enveloped in silence. Even the sages exhibit a hint of trepidation in the face of your formidable presence. After a prolonged silence, a cry of anguish resounded. Dong Heir, Wei Zai wept bitterly, his face contorted with rage as he rose to confront you. The aura of murderous intent surrounding him. At such a tender age, how could you possibly wield spatial powers? Your final move was indeed a misalignment of space. This is a manifestation of the manipulation of spatial laws. Upon reaching the divine transformation realm, one possesses the laws of space, which signifies that you are endowed with a divine gift from birth. Such a talent is rarely seen, with only one emerging in the entire celestial Xian continent over the span of millennia. It must be eradicated in its infancy. Yet, you exhibit no fear whatsoever. You wish to end my life. At the same time, Gao Ran appeared by your side, Elder Wei. Please be mindful of your status. This is the sacred land of the 90s. As the Wei Zi River awakens from its dreamlike slumber, it withdraws its murderous intent and returns to its seat. Let the wedding commence. You smiled gently as the rigid figure of Luo Xiao beside you was ushered forward. The two of you exchanged formal greetings and shared a cup of wine in a ceremonial toast. Subsequently, the banquet commenced. Guests reveled in delight before gradually departing. Luo Xiao was ushered into the bridal chamber. Yet you have donned a different attire and arrived at the original abode of the Holy Sun. Upon witnessing this, Gao Ran was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Master Ancestor, are you not entering the bridal chamber? Where are you intending to go?" You smiled faintly and remarked, "At the wedding banquet just now, did that Wei Zai intend to take my life?" Indeed, Gao Ran nodded. This sacred place of the early Ming dynasty is truly audacious. In the next moment, you transformed into Luo foam. Gao Ran was taken aback. "Master Ancestor, your inner demons. It's of no concern. I shall spare a few." On the eastern side of the sacred land of the 1990s, a celestial mansion gracefully glides through the air. Wei Zai stands atop the mansion, gazing out over the myriad rivers. His confidant stood beside him and inquired, "Elder, the holy son Lin Dong has perished. How shall we account for this upon our return?" Wei Zai's expression was one of malevolence. Cursed be the Jiuxiao sacred land, after years of decline, they still dare to offend the Mingchu sacred land. Very well, they shall not prance about for much longer. In the eastern region, there can only be one sovereign, and that is us, the Mingchu. The heart trembles with unease. Yet is there not a so-called invincible emperor in the sacred land of the nine heavens? Wei Zai smiled. The emperor of the 1990s recklessly slaughtered the wise and virtuous, incurring the wrath of the Heavenly Dao. Unbeknownst to him, he now hides in a corner, clinging to life. For over a century, there has been no news of his existence. He may have even passed into the afterlife. I observe that the hasty emergence of the sacred land of the 1990s indicates significant upheaval within. It seems highly probable that he has met an untimely demise. But with the sudden resonant sound of the zither, the celestial abode seemed to freeze in midair, losing its momentum, becoming abruptly immobilized. The countenance of Wei Zai underwent a dramatic transformation as he gazed into the clouds. There, seated with poise, was a man adorned with a single white strand in his hair, gracefully playing the zither. The zither emperor. Memories of his cousin, Wei Qinghe, who had met a sudden and untimely demise, flooded his mind. A chill coursed through Wei Zai's entire being, and with a silent resolve, he discreetly crumbled the talisman in his hand. With reverence, I stepped forward to bow. In the sacred land of the Ming dynasty, by the Weizi River, to pay my respects to the Emperor of the Qins. Upon witnessing this, you turned your head and smiled, saying, "At the wedding banquet, just now, were you contemplating the demise of my esteemed son-in-law, Su Ci?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Zai was drenched in sweat. Our holy son, Lin Dong, and the holy son of Jiuxiang, Su Ci, engaged in a formed debate, which was merely a conventional contest among the younger generation. If defeated, one naturally laments Lin Dong's lack of strength. Our Ming Chua Holy Land bears no grievances. However, witnessing the demise of an imperial seed in that moment inevitably stirred one's state of mind. Yet, Zai refrained from intervening with force. I implore the esteemed, kind emperor for your discernment. You nodded in agreement. Your words hold a certain validity. It is only natural to feel a surge of anger when a promising descendant encounters unforeseen misfortune. Yet, regrettably, my purpose in seeking you out is not to engage in a discourse on reason. The Emperor of the Qin, the way of heaven is orderly. Sages and wise ones must not be recklessly slain. Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the great Emperor of the 90s? Wei Zai's heart raced. His pupils narrowed to a sharp point. To wield forbidden techniques necessitates a hasty retreat. A sacred realm attempted to flee before me. You let out a laugh, followed by a powerful punch that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing a tumult of spiritual essence. The space within several miles solidified, only to be violently shattered, unleashing a chaotic maelstrom of energy. Death ensued as you swiftly struck down with an open palm. The holy celestial abode was instantly obliterated, and the hundreds of disciples from a Mingchu sacred land within were reduced to mere crimson mist, vanishing from existence. Yet at this moment, a crimson lightning bolt streaks towards you from the heavens. This is indeed the divine retribution, having claimed the lives of two revered saints. The celestial will of the eastern domain has been incensed. You wish to suppress me still. You let out a cold chuckle. A crimson lightning bolt surges into his forehead. In the next instant, the thunderbolt vanishes. You remain unscathed, for it was on the day of binding with the system that you realized you were impervious to all evils and immune to every demon. Thereafter, you stand with your hands clasped behind your back, quietly gazing at the horizon. There stood a middle-aged man, though the time of his arrival remained unknown. His face bore a square shape, exuding an unmistakable air of righteousness. Yet, at this moment, his gaze towards you is filled with profound sorrow. Brother Luo, the path to ascension is about to open. I had long urged you to refrain from getting too close to that Su Jiuling. Now, alas, you have inevitably followed in his footsteps. Upon hearing this, you smiled softly. The newcomer was none other than your arch-nemesis, Yin Bei, the esteemed ancestor of the Mingch sacred land, who is regarded as the second most prominent figure within the realm. You gestured towards Yin Bei. Yin Bei, come closer, let us converse. Yin Bei approached Luo Feng without any defenses, his face etched with profound sorrow. You inquired about the path to immortality that you just mentioned. Yin Bei spoke softly. The will of heaven and earth has descended. Recently, in the eastern region and central plains, inconceivable opportunities abound within various secret realms. Upon hearing this, you chuckled softly. Is the heavenly path merely toying with you? For 100,000 years, the celestial road in the Tianxian continent has been severed. Yet here comes a fleeting glimpse of the ethereal jade. What remains of the celestial path? Yin Bei spoke in a low voice, Brother Luo, I shall not conceal the truth from you. This time, the celestial realm has actively connected with the Tianxian continent. There are rumors suggesting that their intention is to capture individuals. A stirring in your heart reveals that the only connection between the celestial realm and the Tianxian continent lies with your former lover, Fu Yuang, who returned as a shattered soul after her encounter with the Nine Xian immortal sovereign. Thus, it can be inferred that the path to immortality is indeed plausible. Yin Bei whispered, "Close enough to the mark. Brother Luo, you have witnessed the recent decline of the eastern region. It is entirely due to Su Jioling's blatant disregard for the rules. Allow me to share with you a piece of information. The central continent has already acknowledged my standing in the realm, recognizing the singularity of the Holy Land in the eastern region. Whenever an opportunity arises, we shall initiate a lethargic assault to obliterate the 9-0 sacred grounds. You need not sacrifice yourself for the 9 heavens. It is still possible to rescue your daughter from the 9-0 sacred grounds. If you align with me, Ming Chu, we shall disregard the matter of slaying the 2 sacred entities and can still stand before the heavenly path." Upon witnessing this, you abruptly interject. "What? You intend to annihilate Jiuxiang? How dare you?" Suddenly, you extend your hand, and a sword light, stretching for 10,000 zhong, traverses the heavens and the earth. Yin Beishuang's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the 9 heavens sword technique. You are not Luo Bei. You are Su Jiushan. It is too late to comprehend. With a single stroke of your sword, the revered emperor falls in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the sacred abode of the 1990s, Luo Ziao, adorned in a resplendent red robe, sat in the courtyard. At this moment, her mind was brimming with confusion. "Master, where has Su Ci gone? If it has not come to the bridal chamber, why must he marry me?" The mysterious voice fell silent for a considerable time before speaking. "Do not pay him any mind. Luo Feng has orchestrated your marriage to the 9 fragrance sacred land. There must be a scheme behind his actions. Wait for him to reveal his hand." Luo Chaiyao was momentarily taken aback. Luo Ziao paused for a moment. "But what if that Su Ci were to force me? Everything is within my control." A mysterious voice reassured her. "I will first attempt to negotiate with him. If we cannot reach an agreement, then we shall fight. If I cannot prevail, I will summon my master for assistance." Half an hour later, your figure appeared outside the wedding chamber. You cast a glance at Luo Ziao, who remained in the courtyard, her face etched with anxiety. With a flick of your fingers, you swung open the door to the wedding room and retrieved several bottles and jars, beginning to sprinkle their contents. "What are you doing?" Luo Ziao's expression changed dramatically. The substance that spilled from the bottle was nothing but a mist of powdery purple. Clearly not something benign. "Infuse some charm." You smiled and gazed at Luo Ziao. "Madam, please." Luo Ziao's delicate form trembled, utterly unprepared for the audacity of the holy son of the 9 heavens, who denied her even the slightest opportunity for negotiation. Subsequently, you spoke with utmost seriousness, asserting that marriage and the consummation thereof are entirely natural. "I'm a person who values reason. I espouse logic when it serves my interests and resort to force when it does not. This has always been your way." Luo Ziao inhaled deeply, taking a profound breath. With a stoic expression, she coldly declared, "Su Ci, listen well. I, Luo Ziao, shall never submit to a feeble individual. I challenge you to a duel." Foregone Luo Ziao, the only rival among the younger generation, is herself. With the phoenix immortal body and the innate divine soul of an immortal sovereign, her father is a revered emperor, and her maternal lineage is even more illustrious. This has long been her source of pride and aloofness. Su Ci unsheathed his sword, only to behold Luo Ziao brandishing a long spear, its shaft enveloped in flickering flames. The spear was named Ganhuang. "You are the first among your peers to witness this formidable weapon." Luo Ziao exclaimed sharply. Then a spear thrust forth. Flames soared skyward, transforming into a whirlwind, blockading all your avenues of retreat. Seeing this, you shook your head and chuckled. Facing the piercing spear, you merely extended your right hand slowly, and with a swift motion, struck the tip of the spear. You exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, you are incredibly strong. Yet I'm not to be underestimated. Do you possess such confidence in your victory?" Luo Ziao brandished her long spear, pressing the advantage to pursue relentlessly. You cannot even withstand this strike of mine. Perhaps it is better to remain silent. If you triumph over me, I shall depart. You are gently coaxing yet. Should you face defeat, what then shall you do? Then dispose of it as you wish. On the tip of Luo Xiao's spear, the celestial phoenix faintly manifested. The cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the realm. Its grandeur was unparalleled. Her confidence soared to its zenith. You nodded slightly, drawing the sword from the storage ring and cleaving it with a single stroke. 100-foot-long blade of light traversed the vast expanse of the sky. Luo Xiao was sent flying, her face a portrait of bewilderment and despair. The dry phoenix spear in her grasp lay shattered into two equal halves. This pinnacle's sacred weapon was utterly destroyed. Trembling, Luo Xiao collapsed to the ground, gazing at you with a mixture of fear and awe as you wielded the imperial artifact. Because you nodded. Then you approached her. All right, you have lost. Enter the house. I shall begin to take action. Luo Xiao sprang up instinctively, retreating repeatedly, her face etched with fear. How could I have lost? I have not. Meanwhile, she urgently implored in her heart, Master, please, swiftly, change the contender. A somewhat amusing voice of a mysterious woman echoed. Relax, I shall take over. In the next moment, Luo Xiao closed her eyes, as the power of the soul intertwined within her being. At the same time, you keenly sense that this is the lingering soul of Fu Yueying. Why does she possess only the power of a sacred realm? What has she truly endured? Although it lingered in your thoughts, your hands moved with remarkable swiftness. With a subtle lift of your hand, you deftly plunged the fractured soul of Fu Yueying into a deep slumber. Awaken, you gently urged, tapping the seemingly slumbering Luo Xiao. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xiao appeared as if struck by lightning, taking a large step back and collapsing onto the ground. It was the first time in my life that I saw her lose contact with her master. In that moment, she resembled a helpless child, especially with a demon like you standing before her. You chuckled. You just said that should you lose, I could do as I please. Surely, a majestic phoenix and heavenly maiden would not be untrue to her word, would she? From now on, this household shall adhere to my wishes. You are not permitted to sleep in the bedroom, nor shall you restrict my freedom. Do you understand? Now do enter swiftly. She clenched her teeth. I certainly keep my word. However, you must consider this carefully. My mother is the sovereign of the sacred Yao Qi. Are you truly certain you still wish for me to enter? The sacred land of the Yao Qi in Zhongzhou. You cast a glance at her. Enter, if you will. Luo Yao gazed at Su Ci in disbelief. Are you not familiar with the sacred land of Yao Qi? It is among the top 5 powers of Zhongzhou. The emperors are as numerous as the clouds, and the Tao of heaven bestows its favor. Upon witnessing this, you gave a gentle tap. Hurry, for a moment in spring nights is worth 1,000 gold pieces. After the night trembled and the earth shook, you awakened to the sound of the system's notification. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. The 7 scriptures of the Chaos Divine Codex. The reward system has been activated. On the first day of marriage. Reward. The body of the living. Boom. On this day, the emperors of the celestial realm were all astounded, directing their gaze towards the wild eastern frontier. There, a spectral figure aspires to soar alongside the heavens, while amidst the ebb and flow, all beings tremble in fear. You awaken from your slumber, sensing the boundless power coursing within you. Your strength has undergone a profound transformation. If previously you were merely invincible in the eastern domain, now, even if you were to venture into ancient dragon realms, or the resting places of the immortals, you would remain unperturbed as you eagerly prepare to summon the will of the heavens and unleash a torrent of might upon it. In the bridal chamber, faint sounds of weeping could be heard. There sat Luo Xiao, her eyes devoid of spirit, clutching her knees and weeping incessantly. Master, what transpired last night? Why can I not reach you? Upon hearing this, the enigmatic female voice spoke through gritted teeth. I possess certain suspicions, yet my current strength is insufficient to substantiate them. In the latter half of last night, an unrelenting force incessantly tugged at her, seeking to usurp the body of Luo Xiao. You should depart for now. The ancient celestial ruins are about to unveil. By then, when I have regained my strength, I shall return to this sacred land of dueling and conduct a thorough inquiry. And likewise, I will revisit the holy realm of Juxiao to seek further answers. Just then, you entered the room, seated yourself beside the table, and calmly poured yourself a cup of tea, remarking, "Why are you crying? Last night, you were the one who said I could handle it as I wished. You cannot go back on your word." Luo Xiao wept softly. "I have not wavered in my resolve. It is but a grievance. Though I do not know you at all, why have you acted in such a manner? You are a mountain path. Emotions can be nurtured gradually. Feel free to express any of your demands." Luo Qiyao bowed her head. "I yearn to venture into the world. I refuse to be merely a wife. I aspire to attain immortality." Upon hearing this, you inwardly scoff, yet outwardly, you are consumed by a tumult of conflicting emotions. The reason is simple. The system interface has assigned you yet another task to subdue Fu Yueing. Having already secured the capture of Luo Xiao, which yielded the Chaos Divine Codex as a reward, you cannot help but speculate on the potential rewards that might accompany the conquest of Fu Yueing. However, the most pressing concern lies in the fact that subduing Fu Yueing is no trivial endeavor. She currently lacks even a corporeal form. Must I first reconstruct her physical body? Furthermore, given Fu Yueing's disposition, unless my abilities and talents far surpass hers, persuading her to submit will undoubtedly be no simple task. For now, it is imperative that Fu Yueing remains unaware of my identity, as Su Si, otherwise, as a Tuthisan-year-old man. The image of forcibly marrying a 17-year-old girl would be utterly tarnished. No, it cannot be. At that moment, Luo Xiao wept even more sorrowfully. You can only helplessly say, yet the marriage cannot be dissolved. In the dead of night, in the eastern wilderness, there lies a secret place known as the Dragon's Burial Canyon. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy erupts. Whirling like a tornado, it sweeps across the desolate land. Gao Ran conducted an investigation and arrived at your residence, Master Ancestor. The anomaly has been identified, the ancient immortal relic of the eastern wilderness, which manifests once every century, has been prematurely unveiled. You were taken aback. It was the relic that permitted entry solely to prodigies under the age of 30. Indeed, such secret treasures are closely guarded by the esteemed master. The opportunity for advancement is significantly heightened. Moreover, this time, we are not the only ones from the eastern region participating. Even from the Central Plains, the sacred Yao Pool and the ancient sacred clans Ling Lang Academy are sending their prodigies to join. Most importantly, it appears that our revered matriarch has also made the journey. Should we consider dispatching some individuals for her protection? Upon hearing this, a sudden clarity dawned upon you. I shall make a journey. Your primary purpose for this expedition is twofold. Firstly, to thwart Fu Yueing from seizing an opportunity of excessive magnitude, lest she ascends to the celestial realm and neglects her own responsibilities. Secondly, it is also to ascertain the true extent of this so-called opportunity that Guan Ping, the immortal, possesses, which has prompted Fu Yueing, an esteemed immortal sovereign, to depart in such haste at dawn. You are bewildered by Gao Ran's performance. How old are you both? You chuckled and said, "It's nothing. If it won't let me in, I shall break down the door and summon the heavens to clear my path." The Dragon Burial Canyon is situated in the heart of the Eastern Domain, with the Holy Land of the 90s and the Holy Land of the Ming Dynasty flanking it on either side. As one of the most feared secret realms in the Eastern Domain, this place is often desolate and seldom visited by mortals, inhabited instead by various demons and monsters. Yet when you arrived, the scene was utterly extraordinary. Everywhere, ethereal waves of energy surged forth, and the great Dao resounded with a thunderous roar. Whether solitary cultivators or scions of noble families, each faction engaged in a fierce battle to capture the elusive demons. Your consciousness expanded, and the myriad conversations among the cultivators flowed into your ears. Have you heard? A miraculous elixir has emerged into the world. Some have partaken of it, transforming into divine beings. What an extraordinary opportunity it presents. My friend Kai Kuan discovered basketball and instantly attained sanctity on the spot. This is a remarkable chance to defy fate. At that moment, a surge of sacred energy erupted. A dragon boat pierced through the heavens, arriving with great force. At the bow stood an elderly man, his voice resonating with authority as he declared, "The Imperial Lin family conducts affairs here. Those unrelated must withdraw 50 miles within 10 minutes or face immediate annihilation." As soon as these words were uttered, panic swiftly spread. Whether it be solitary cultivators or the prominent families of the Eastern Domain, all fled in a desperate rush. Before long, everyone had retreated beyond a distance of 50 miles. Only you remain indifferent amidst the scene, calmly gazing at the dragon boat. The elder's gaze fell upon you, devoid of any emotion, as if he were surveying a corpse. He awaited the moment, poised to extinguish your existence the instant 10 minutes had elapsed, embodying the formidable reputation of the Yang clan. A myriad of gazes followed the elder's line of sight, fixating upon you. Many cultivators chuckled, remarking that this young fool was courting death, daring to disregard the words of the Imperial clan. Observing his life force, barely 17, it was likely he had no inkling of what the Imperial family entailed. Such behavior was to be expected. Those at the lower echelons often held the least regard for their peers. To them, the Imperial Lin family was an unattainable pinnacle, and any indignities suffered could only be endured in silence. But suddenly, a resonant clang of a sword echoed sharply. The sword at your waist, the 9-0 Imperial sword, stirred of its own accord. Having accompanied you for so long, it is well aware that the dignity of the Emperor must not be offended, and has thus developed a fierce temperament. The gleam of the sword leapt across 100 miles. In the blink of an eye, thousands of blades were unleashed. The blood of nearly 1,000 men stained the earth in its entirety. Subsequently, the sword returned to its sheath, while you remained expressionless. At this moment, a young man stepped forward from the dragon boat, clapping his hands resoundingly. "What audacity! From which esteemed sect do you hail, and from what distant land do you come? What enmity do you bear against my imperial clan, the Lin family?" His gaze turned icy. After the Lin family declared the area cleared, who still dares to take a life? Is this not a slap in the face of the Lin family? You cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissing him with indifference. Your eyes signaled to your guardian, the venerable sage who had intervened at the onset. The elderly man nodded slightly. The dark glow flickered in his right hand, poised to strike. At that moment, a celestial lotus emerged from the mist, descending upon this realm. Imperial artifact. You were momentarily taken aback, turning your gaze towards the celestial lotus, a travel artifact of the sacred Yao pool, typically reserved for the unparalleled saints and prodigies of the highest order. Its worth is immeasurable, capable of withstanding imperial assaults and facilitating a swift escape. At this moment, the celestial lotus slowly unfurled, revealing a magnificent fairy abode within. Before the entrance of this ethereal residence, a striking beauty sat gracefully, her tall figure adorned in an exquisite golden gown that exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. Behind her stood a girl of breathtaking beauty. It was none other than Luo Chai Yao. You never anticipated that the bond between the two would be so profound, encountering each other upon arrival. At this moment, Luo Ziao cast a gentle glance at the young man on the dragon boat, and then turned to you, saying, "Did the Nine Heavens sacred land not provide you with a guardian or equip you with a travel artifact?" The sacred land of the 90. Witnesses were suddenly enlightened. Some cultivators, who had once harbored flames of wrath, desiring to avenge their kin, felt as though doused in icy water. Living in the Eastern Domain, they were well aware of the tyranny of the Nine Fragrance sacred land. Before its decline, this sanctuary had done well to spare their entire clan from annihilation. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of the 90 Emperor, this sacred place would likely have ceased to exist long ago. The murderous intent in Lin Kuan's eyes was skillfully concealed as he smiled and said, "So it turns out you are a fellow cultivator from the sacred land. In that case, why not join forces to venture into the dragon's gray valley?" You paid him no heed and directly approached the immortal lotus, taking a seat beside Luo Ziao. A woman behind Luo Ziao gave her a knowing glance, leaving her momentarily taken aback. How could you truly be without a protector? The Jiru sacred land has treated you most unfairly. You shake your head, chuckling softly. I have no need for such things. I am a sovereign in my own right. What need have I for a guardian of the sacred realm? At that moment, the woman clad in golden attire gently prodded Luo Ziao. Luo Ziao, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, "I almost forgot to introduce her. This is Qin Yuma, the sacred maiden of the Yao Qi Holy Land." You spoke softly. Su Xiai, the husband of Zi Yao. Qin Yuma stood in a daze, realizing, "You are the saint's son of the 9 heavens. No wonder Zi Yao has been urging me to come and meet you. She was concerned for your well-being." Beside her, Luo Ziyao's face flushed with embarrassment. She had no desire to be here. It was her master who had incessantly urged her to come. However, the existence of her master was a closely guarded secret, leaving her unable to provide any explanation. At this moment, Lin Kuan entered the room, seating himself quietly beside them. The event of the holy son of Jiuxiao marrying the holy maiden of Xiantian sect has stirred quite a commotion, drawing the attention of many in the Central Plains. Seeing that you remained silent, Lin Kuan spoke to himself. The Saintess Yao is the biological daughter of the Lord of the Yaoqi sacred land. The sudden arrival of the daughter of the twin emperors in the eastern region has certainly ruffled many feathers, including those of the esteemed young Master Qianlan of the Linlang Academy, as well as myself, Lin Qing, the heir of the Lin family. Hearing this, you cast him a sidelong glance, a smile dancing on your lips. What thoughts linger in your mind? Lin Kuan smirked slightly. As for me, I merely wish to advise Su Xingzi to conduct himself with humility. Otherwise, once a person departs from this world, their spouse and family will inevitably belong to others. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of the sword resonated, chilling the 9 provinces. With a resounding clang, Lin Kuan's right hand was severed at the shoulder, and he himself was on the verge of madness. It seemed unfathomable that one could be so brazenly unruly. Do you dare to commit such violence? Are you aware of my identity? I am of the imperial lineage. Yet before he could finish his words, the glimmer of the sword had already swept across his neck. Qin Yumuo's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder this eastern domain is referred to as the eastern wilderness. It is perilously treacherous here. The people here exhibit a complete disregard for decorum, cutting down others after merely a few exchanges. How can one forge friendships in such an environment? Luo Ziao propped her forehead and gazed at you, only to hear you innocently say, "In truth, I would quite like to hear him speak a few more words. It's merely that my sword possesses a rather irritable temperament and cannot abide barking." Luo Chaiyao took a deep breath. It is of no concern. Lin Kuan is merely a branch offspring of the Lin family, not a legitimate son. I will assist you in resolving the subsequent matters. However, could you refrain from such indiscriminate killings? The way of heaven adheres to a certain order. Consider the case of the 9 heavens emperor, who has been prohibited from entering the realm of Zhongzhou by the Heavenly Dao. You truly must amend your ways. At that moment, a heart-wrenching roar emanated from the dragon boat. The elder of the Lin family, who had previously appeared, lamented with profound sorrow. As a guardian, he felt he had failed in safeguarding the pride of his clan. Lin Kuan was still his grandson, which deepened his anguish and fury. He radiated an aura of sanctity, casting a furious gaze from afar. Luo Ziao observed your inclination to draw your sword and pressed her lips together. Put away the imperial sword. Your cultivation is still shallow, and you are not yet capable of contending with Saint. She then turned her gaze towards a beautiful matron behind her. Aunt Meng, Miss. The elegant woman bent forward and stepped out, arriving before the dragon boat. The two engaged in a conversation of unknown content, after which the woman delivered a swift strike, sending the elder flying backward. Reluctantly, the elder retreated. Seeing this, you unexpectedly cast a glance at Luo Ziao. I never anticipated that you would have your subordinates assist me. I assumed you harbored great animosity towards me. Events have transpired. No amount of resentment can amend the situation. Luo Ziao, however, maintains a perspective of acceptance, her face illuminated by a gentle smile. Suddenly, she leans in closer, her voice adopting a more refined tone. Do you not agree, my 9 emperors, Su Jiao? At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The scene abruptly shifted, transforming the surroundings into a vast ocean of mist. At the heart of this ethereal fog stood a celestial palace, the Moon Palace. Before it, a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an air of tranquility, descended gracefully in a flowing purple gown. She was the esteemed 9 Xian immortal, Fu Yutang. I am astounded. Your scalp tingles, rendering you unable to gaze directly. In the morning, you were merely a plaything in his hands, a delicate gem. By noon, you had succumbed to some intoxicating substance. Such an overwhelming transformation. At this moment, her spiritual prowess subtly transcends even that of an emperor, causing the very essence of the Tao to struggle under the weight of her arrival. Fortunately, you are a sovereign, maintaining a commendable composure amidst it all. Fu Yuing gazes at you, her brows furrowing deeper with intensity, feigning ignorance. With the 9-0 Emperor sword in your grasp, you must undoubtedly be Su Jieling. Upon hearing this, you instantly felt at ease. You wish to deceive me? The ancestral master has been in seclusion for 100 years, and the sacred land of 9 heavens lacks any surplus saints. The holy master bestowed upon me this sword as a protective talisman. So it is called the 9-0 Emperor's Sword, is it? What a revealing name. Fu Yuing was taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. The holy land of the 1990s no longer possesses any saints. Indeed, that heartless, cunning, hypocritical man who spins lies incessantly could hardly nurture any worthy disciples or successors. You blush and say, "Are you acquainted with my esteemed ancestor? Shall I convey a message to him? There's no need for that. Once my strength is restored and my form remade, I shall naturally seek out the 9-9 sacred land." Fu Yuing smirked coldly, wanted to say more, when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over her, and in an instant, the celestial realm collapsed. You have returned to the realm of the immortal lotus. Before you stand still Luo Ziao and Qin Yuma. Upon witnessing this, you exclaim in astonishment, swiftly sheathing the 9-0 Emperor's sword with care. It seems prudent to adopt a more discreet demeanor henceforth. The emotional debt incurred long ago has left an indelible mark on Fu Yuing's heart. Given the swiftness of her recovery, it is wise to proceed with caution and conceal your identity more effectively. On the other side, Luo Ziao was fervently communicating within her heart. "How is it, master? Have there been any results? Is this the person you were searching for?" Fu Yuing said weakly, "We have not extracted any deceit, only to lose both the lady and the soldiers, wasting a precious ginseng of 100 years. Luo Qiyao appeared dazed, yet inexplicably relieved. Could he truly be one of the 9 esteemed ancestors? Perhaps not. Surely, he would not be so shameless as to marry a 17-year-old girl. After her words, Fu Yuing fell silent, leaving Luo Ziao to rest her chin in her hands, gazing intently at you. And thus, she maintained her gaze throughout the journey. Upon arrival, "Do not gaze at your husband any longer." Qin Yuma gently patted Luo Ziao, jolting her from her state of bewilderment. Luo Ziao's face flushed a deep crimson, and she hastily darted out ahead. You also ventured outside, surveying the surroundings. The dragon boats and celestial vessels adorned with jade ascended towards the ethereal towers of the Purple Palace. Countless formidable forces were aboard, exploring the vicinity with their divine artifacts. Suddenly, your gaze drifted to the distance, and you were taken aback. In the heart of the region, a faint white mist wafts through the air, while mystical herbs and ethereal trees grow with wild abandon, acquiring the qualities of sacred plants. In the realm of Xian Yuan, only the central state region of the Tianxian continent possesses a trace of this ethereal essence. Yet, it remains elusive and difficult to capture. To our astonishment, a vast domain of Xian has recently emerged in the eastern wilderness, suggesting that the opportunities hidden within its depths may surpass all conceivable expectations. At that moment, a man clad in dark robes descended from the heavens, wearing a smile that seemed to disdain everything around him. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ouyang Saint's son, you have arrived quite early." The man smiled faintly. The arrival of the Saintess Qin was not overly tardy. He then circled around Qin Yuma and beheld Luo Ziao, his eyes filled with astonishment. "I am Ouyang Xian. Might I inquire about this young lady?" Luo Ziao playfully winked and said, "Cousin, do you not recognize me anymore?" Ouyang Xian shook his head and suddenly realized, "You must be Ziao, right? It has been several years since we last met, and you have blossomed into such beauty. It seems my cousin is rather unobservant." He chuckled softly, then glanced at you with a hint of curiosity. Qin Yumuo then introduced, "This is Chai Yao's husband, Su Ci, the holy son of the nine heaven sanctuary. Ouyang Xian was taken aback. You are the Su Ci. At that moment, the ground began to tremble unexpectedly. In the very center, a stone monument gradually rose. Celestial essence surged forth like a tide. The ancient immortal relics had emerged into the world. In an instant, a myriad of resplendent celestial abodes emerged in the arena. The distinguished celestial beings from various factions made their appearance before these ethereal palaces, igniting an immediate upheaval within the gathering. These celestial beings, once merely the stuff of legend, have suddenly made their grand appearance. For certain sects in the desolate expanse of Qiandong, it is akin to a sacred pilgrimage. Meanwhile, in the distance, the crimson winds surged. A young girl clad in a black robe stood before the stone monument, a blood-red rose painted upon her neck. Upon discerning the contours of a rose, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. It was not only the holy ones who reacted, even your brow furrowed slightly. The evil palace, the most enigmatic entity of the Tianxian continent. Each emergence stirs a tempest of blood and chaos. Luo Xiao stood on tiptoe, her expression marked by a hint of confusion. What could she possibly be gazing at? At this moment, a mysterious voice resounded. This is the entrance stele of the ancient immortal ruins. Inquire of it to ascertain one's eligibility to enter the ruins. Inscribed upon it are the achievements of those who have previously passed the trials. The shorter the time taken, the higher the ranking. Then, the woman in the black robe shuddered, and a stone plaque soared from the monument, accompanied by some white celestial essence to aid her in cleansing her marrow and bones. After swirling around her for a moment, the celestial essence returned. Inscribed upon the stone tablet are a few golden characters. 17th. Evil Hall, Goose Shooping. 50 seconds. Remarkable, exclaimed Qin Yuma. How remarkable. Extremely impressive indeed. King Qin Mo pondered momentarily and remarked. In the eastern wilderness, the so-called invincible emperor of the 90s once took nearly a minute and a half to rank among over 100 names. His name could only be found with meticulous searching. Indeed, that is quite impressive. But who holds the top rank? Luo Xiao cast a glance at the girl in black, then approached with a few companions. I just discerned the fine print on the stone tablet, which boldly proclaimed. First place, Linlang Academy, Fuang Hall. 15 seconds. Luo Xiao was filled with joy in her heart. It is indeed you. It is I, not to boast of my own accomplishments. This record remains unbroken by anyone. As for Su Jiuxiang, had I not bestowed upon him certain rare treasures, he would not even have qualified to rank over 100. Subsequently, she was filled with a sense of indignation. Betrayed after the initial romance, life became chaotic. A scoundrel. Luo Chaiyao stuck out her tongue, hesitating to respond to her master's words, and pressed her hand against the stone tablet. With a resounding boom, the celestial essence surged uncontrollably. Luo Xiao sat gracefully in midair, resembling an ethereal being descending to the mortal realm. Every pore of her being radiated an ocean of celestial energy. Steel update. 30 seconds. 9th in history. Soon, one by one, the celestial prodigies of the sacred lands stepped forward to test themselves, eliciting admiration from the crowd. The results on the stone tablet were continuously updated, and apart from Ouyang Xian, when Xuelin, Qing Qin, and Umo, the other cultivators lacked even the qualification to leave their names. At that moment, Qin Yuma cast a puzzled glance at you and inquired, Su Shengzi, why do you not engage in the test? As soon as the words fell, many gazes converged upon you. In the eastern wasteland, a multitude are aware that you are the son of the 9 heavens of this generation, and they have long anticipated your arrival, especially after your triumph over Lindong of the Mingchua sacred land. Upon witnessing this, a slight furrow appeared on your brow. Those within the family are aware of their own affairs. At this juncture, you are over 2,000 years old. Whether the stone tablet acknowledges you or not is of little consequence. In other words, can the system deceive this ancient celestial relic? Ouyang Xian chuckled teasingly from his side, asking what's the matter. Is the holy son of Su Tu afraid to face the trials? Or has he come merely to admire the ancient immortal ruins? Upon witnessing Ouyang Xian's pretense, you stepped forward, your fingers pressing against the stone tablet. Subsequently, your spirit was transported to a realm of utter void. In the vast expanse of space, there resides a white wolf king. Upon encountering you, the wolf king's eyes reflect a flicker of uncertainty. At the age of 17, how could one possibly possess such prowess in the imperial realm of the celestial mystic continent? This must surely be a fabrication. I shall obliterate your existence. As the words leave his lips, the Wolf King's power ascends rapidly, and before long, he reaches the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Seeing your helplessness, it seems that the transformation technique can merely alter your appearance, yet it cannot conceal the burgeoning prowess of your imperial realm. In the next moment, the Wolf King lunges toward you, its roar reverberating across the land, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. This is the monument of the entrance examination, traditionally employed to assess the profound abilities of practitioners within the realm of divine manifestations. Yet, this marks the inaugural occasion. It bears witness to a confrontation of imperial caliber. The Wolf King moves with remarkable swiftness, yet in this moment, it appears as though in slow motion before your eyes. You make a subtle evasion, refraining from employing any combat techniques, and deliver a powerful punch upon the crown of the Wolf King's head. With a resounding explosion, the Wolf King's head shatters, its headless body staggering backward. You gazed in disbelief at your own fist, having exerted merely 30% of your strength. At that moment, the form of the Wolf King coalesced once more, its eyes reflecting a profound terror. Though it was immortal within this realm, the sensation of having its skull shattered by a single blow instilled an overwhelming fear within it. You gaze upon the Wolf King. Have I passed the test? Yet the wolf demon shook its head, declaring, "You have transgressed the rules, you shall not pass." Upon hearing these words, the 990 Emperor sword manifested in your grasp. An amber-hued spiritual essence emerged within the blade. If I cannot pass this trial, then I shall rend this game asunder. With a sound of tearing, the sword's brilliance cleaved through the heavens, shattering the very fabric of space. The Wolf King glared with fury, deprived of any chance to react, and was cleaved into particles by a single sword strike. Although your realm remains within the imperial domain, the enhancement from the 7 books of martial classics has subtly elevated your physical form beyond this level. The stone tablet space can no longer contain your formidable power, leading to its collapse, and your consciousness returns to reality. Luo Xiao gazed at you with a peculiar expression. What's the matter? Have you perhaps encountered failure? A smile graced Ouyang Xian's face, just as he was about to shake his head and feign some comforting words. The golden small characters on the stone tablet suddenly flickered. Numerous names transformed into a chaotic jumble. After a brief moment, the stone tablet became clear, and the first line boldly displayed. First place, Su Si of the 9 Fragrance Sacred Land. 5 seconds. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was taken aback in astonishment. Has the monument been damaged? How could he possibly be the first? As soon as the words fell, a significant crack appeared in the stone tablet with a crisp sound. Some guardians concealed in the shadows widened their eyes in astonishment. They had lived their entire lives without ever witnessing the ancient, immortal ruins fracture. Luo Xiao murmured to herself, "Master, has he surpassed you?" Uncertainty enveloped her. Fu Ying was profoundly shaken. The pride and aloofness that resided within her were firmly anchored in an invincible belief, a belief that was forged by a series of triumphant victories. Yet now, you have shattered her sense of supremacy, casting her into a realm of self-doubt. At this moment, Ouyang Xian exclaimed, "How could this be ruined? The ancient immortal relics were perfectly intact. Su Si, you have desecrated this sacred site, jeopardizing the very foundation of the eastern wilderness. You are a sinner." Silence. You turn your head indifferently, as if to respond to another bark. Ouyang Xian was filled with trepidation. He sensed a chilling breeze coursing through him, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. Luo Xiao stepped forward and spoke softly. "It is what it is. There is no connection to Su Si. Su Si, do not be angry. He belongs to the ancient holy clan, and the relationships behind him are as intricate as a spider's web. If you were to kill him here, it would likely require the intervention of a 9-0 holy master to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, a smile almost escaped your lips. "I regard him as nothing more than an ant. This time, I shall grant you a favor. Should there be a next time, no one will be able to protect him. Upon speaking, the stone tablet shattered entirely, and a colossal door manifested within the space. The ancient celestial ruins were unveiled ahead of time, and you stepped in first, followed closely by a multitude of others who entered in a steady stream. The interior of the ancient immortal ruins is a vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Upon entering, one immediately perceives a stark contrast to the initial visit. The aura of celestial essence is profoundly potent. Qin Yumuo followed closely behind Luo Ziyao as she entered, her gaze fixed on the ground as she plucked a few sprigs of herbs, her face alight with astonishment. These are all sacred plants. Could it be that this place is a realm of the immortals? Sacred plants are perfectly suited for their current stage of cultivation. Such rare medicinal treasures are typically used sparingly in the outside world. As a few individuals ventured deeper, the presence of spiritual flora became increasingly abundant, causing envy among the holy sons of certain powerful factions from Zhongzhou. Suddenly, you pause at the forefront, sensing a familiar aura. Typically, near the heavenly woods and earthly treasures, one would encounter mystical beasts. To evoke such familiarity, it must at least be a sovereign of the demon realm. At that moment, the voice of Ouyang Xian echoed from behind. "Cousin, brother Su Xiai, it was I, your cousin, who mistakenly believed that the ruins had been destroyed and spoke thoughtlessly." Ouyang Xian displayed a humble demeanor as he retrieved a vial of elixir from within his robes. He poured forth 2 resplendent pills, the renowned Peng Lai sacred pills. Within the treacherous confines of the ruins, these pills possess the power to sustain one's spiritual essence unceasingly, enhancing combat prowess by 30%. Consider this a gesture of reconciliation from your cousin. After all, we are family. I fervently hope we can transform enmity into harmony. Luo Ziyao took the elixir with a smile and said, "You need not be so formal. Su Xiai is not one to be so stingy." As she spoke, she tugged at your sleeve. You shrugged and accepted the elixir, possessing the body of the common people and the 7 scriptures of martial arts. Ordinary poisons hold no effect on you whatsoever. At that moment, a series of exclamations echoed from afar. Ouyang Xian, with his gentle and refined demeanor, walked gracefully towards the distance. As he traversed a grove of bamboo, he suddenly stood still, lost in thought. Before me lies a vast canyon. Within the gorge, myriad sacred plants bloom vibrantly. Celestial essence crystallizes into a liquid form, drifting gracefully through the air. At the very center, there exists a celestial lotus, pure and resplendent in its snow-white hue, reaching towards the heavens. It is surrounded by a myriad of blossoms, hailed as the king of all medicinal herbs. Qin Yuma spoke with a trembling voice. "The elixir of immortality. This is the lotus of eternal life." The saints, upon hearing those words, trembled in their entirety. The elixir of immortality is a rarity that occurs once in 10,000 years. Its mere presence in the outside world is sufficient to incite a cataclysmic conflict among the sacred realms, capable of leading even an emperor to his demise. The only one in the scene who remained composed was Luo Ziyao. With Fu Yiwei beside her belittling the elixir of immortality, she was not yet overwhelmed. At this moment, she tugged at your sleeve and said, "Su Xiai, do not act impulsively. There is but a single longevity lotus, yet there are numerous suns of power. A single pair of fists cannot contend with many hands. We must assess the situation and act accordingly." As soon as Luo Ziyao finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. A figure clad in blue leaped into the sky, charging directly towards the eternal lotus with fervent intensity in his eyes. He is the new holy son of the sacred land in the early Ming dynasty, Gu Xiang. Upon hearing that he had previously been suppressed by Lin Dong, he is eager to showcase his abilities after just attaining the title of Holy Son. Quickly, someone must stop him, as a crowd gasps in astonishment. Then, a figure leaped high into the arena, heading towards the eternal lotus. It was none other than Wen Shui from the Linlang Academy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination, and as she charged towards the eternal lotus, she also swung her sword at Gu Xiang, attempting to obstruct his advance. Gu Xiang unleashed a secret technique, igniting his essence and transforming into a being of pure blood. As the two approached the eternal lotus, on the verge of touching its root stem. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the secret realm. Subsequently, a beam of violet-black light pierced through the distant heavens. In an instant, the unguarded Gu Xiang was utterly consumed. At the moment when Shuiqian cast her line, she unleashed a sacrificial spell, barely managing to escape. She had cast a sacrificial spell, successfully evading everything. In an instant, an overwhelming aura descended from the heavens, a pressure emanating from the Demon Emperor. The cultivators all fell to their knees upon the ground. "This realm belongs to me, Awakens of the Thunder Dragon." Awakens roared, fixating his gaze upon you and Gu Shuping. "You, the younger generation of the human race, regardless of who stands behind you or the origins you possess, shall not seize my treasures." Upon witnessing this, the crowd exchanged glances, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping them. Perhaps it is time to seek other opportunities. Ouyang Xian let out a sigh. The Burial Dragon Canyon restricts the lifespan of both the human and demon races, yet it imposes no such limitations on the dragon lineage. This place serves as the ancestral home of the dragons, and a thunder dragon looms before him, forming an insurmountable chasm. Just as they were about to turn and depart, a chilling voice resonated through the air. "Senior AO, we of the Evil Hall have set our sights on the Eternal Lotus. Name your price, Dragon Clan." The speaker was none other than Gu Shuping, a young woman for the Evil Hall. "Little doll, do you find Old Dragon easy to bully?" Just as the words were halfway spoken, Awakens suddenly widened his eyes. The waist token in Gu Shuping's hand flashed briefly across its face. "Can we discuss this now?" Awakens is filled with hesitation. The Eternal Lotus is utterly reluctant to relinquish. However, Gu Shuping possesses an immense influence. Enduring the pressure yields unfavorable consequences. Gu Shuping furrowed her brows slightly and turned her gaze towards you. You uttered a couple of words, expressing your unwavering spirit in the face of the Demon Emperor's oppressive might, which she had noticed just moments ago. Seeing this, Luo Xiao desperately shook her head at you. Su Ci warned, "The Thunder Dragon may show respect to the Evil Hall, but that does not guarantee our safety. Be cautious, lest you meet the same fate as Gu Xiang, annihilated by the Thunder Dragon." Upon hearing this, you offered a faint smile. The rewards within the ancient celestial ruins are designated for the younger generation of humanity. The dragon race merely serves as guardians. Do you truly believe you can claim them for yourself? Have you lost your senses? The dragon's tail suddenly lashed out. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. "I shall rend you asunder." It surged with frenzied fury. Electricity coalesced in its maw. Upon witnessing the scene, she released the 9-0 Imperial Sword from her grasp, allowing it to drift elegantly toward Awakens, where it vanished from my sight within the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, the Thunder Dragon Clan will be erased from the annals of the Eastern Wasteland. A tremor coursed through Awakens' heart. In an instant, the thunderous words on his lips dissipated like mist. The colossal dragon head, which once overshadowed the heavens and the earth, stiffly turned to scrutinize the Jirue Emperor Sword. Subsequently, it directed a telepathic message towards you, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, it is I." At this moment, Awakens was drenched in sweat. How did Su Jioling manage to enter the ancient immortal ruins? This was the living king of the eastern wilderness, notorious for his fondness for dragon liver and phoenix marrow. He had nearly obliterated the dragon clan. Could even hiding within the dragon burial gorge offer him sanctuary? Awakens' mind was a muddle, yet his actions were swift as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished. The thunder dragon has fled, and Luo Xiao's face has grown larger, her beautiful eyes filled with an expression of sheer incredulity as she gazes upon you. Feeling the gaze of Luo Xiao, you lightly cleared your throat and explained, "I invoked the name of the ancestor to give it a slight nudge. I never anticipated it would be so effective." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. The Emperor of 9 Fragrances is also known by another title, the Dragon Hunter of the Eastern Wilderness. It is entirely reasonable for the Dragon Clan to flee upon hearing this name. Yet only Luo Xiao's gaze transformed into a hue of amber, drawing near as she scrutinized you. "What exactly is the nature of your relationship with Su Jioxiao?" You continue to feign ignorance. Fu Yuing then inquired with suspicion, "Surely, you cannot be his son?" You halted momentarily, nearly losing your balance and falling to the ground. Turning your head, you offered an awkward smile, yet chose to remain silent. Fu Yuing let out a soft hum, her gaze returning to normal. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. At this moment, Ouyang Xian and a few others approached from a distance, wielding a long staff, and calmly addressed Su Si. Cousin, given the circumstances, let us discuss the distribution of the benefits. We have deliberated amongst ourselves and concluded that there is no need for conflict. The allocation of the Changsheng Lotus should be handled by the elders of each family. As for your share, it shall be considered as part of the offerings from the Yaoqi sacred land. Seeing this, you cast them a cold glance, fully aware that they intended to exert their dominance. The proud scions of several top powers from the Central Plains were preparing to unite in their endeavor to seize the everlasting lotus. Beside me, a robust man spoke, inquiring what benefits we might receive. You, Ouyang Xian, let out a chuckle. Which sect do you belong to? Eastern Domain. Beast Master Sect. The disciple respectfully said. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xian tilted his head. A dilapidated sect dares to sit at the table? Death. The burly man was swiftly reduced to a mere pulp by a single strike. Senior brother. A heart-wrenching shriek pierced the air. A woman emerged, her anguish palpable. Glaring at Ouyang Xian with seething hatred, she proclaimed, My senior brother merely sought to gather some sacred flora from the periphery. He had no intentions of claiming the eternal lotus. Why must you be so tyrannical? Ouyang Xian curled the corner of his lips, and with a swift strike of his staff, the woman in blue uttered not a single cry. Before her soul was utterly extinguished, vanishing from the realm. Subsequently, Ouyang Xian surveyed his surroundings and remarked, Without lineage or influence, lacking an emperor within your clan, or perhaps your sovereign is constrained in movement, I advise you to depart. Once I sever all pretense, the consequences shall be dire. Qin Yuma furrowed her brows, expressing her discontent. You have gone too far. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xian let out a cold laugh. In this world, life is as fleeting as a passing boat, and what does it matter to take a few lives? At this moment, Gu Shuping chuckled and remarked, this is the true visage of the righteous sanctum. It pales in comparison to our own hall, and even falls short of the Jiuxiang sanctum in the eastern wilderness. Upon witnessing the scene, you turned to Ouyang Xian with a faint smile and said, What if I choose not to depart? Ouyang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. The Thunder Dragon fears your Jiuxiao Holy Land, but our Penglai sacred clan does not reside in the eastern wilderness. We are unafraid. If we do not depart, there shall only be battle. The central continent shall not yield. You nodded in agreement, acknowledging the timeless truth of warfare's advantages. Luo Ziao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Cousin, must you escalate matters to this extent? Do you truly believe I am inferior to you? Ouyang Xian laughed heartily. The Phoenix Goddess is renowned throughout the celestial realm. Who among the masses is unaware? Yet you have consumed my sacred Penglai elixir. To be perfectly candid, I have infused it with a special ingredient, capable of temporarily softening your resolve for a day. What? Luo Ziao could hardly believe it. Are we not family? Ouyang Xian's expression was frigid. A single immortal herb was sufficient for him to be cultivated with utmost priority. His status within the Penglai sacred clan could even be inscribed in the annals of history, surpassing that of his naturally gifted brother with heterochromatic eyes. When it comes to altering one's destiny, even blood brothers may be slain. What, then, is a mere cousin? Step aside, lest I am unreservedly inclined to sever familial ties with a swift strike. Qin Yuma stepped forward, supporting Luo Ziao, and hesitated before saying, Why not let this credit for the sacred land of the Yaoqi be yours? Do not overexert yourself. I do not wish to. Luo Chaiyao took a deep breath. The longevity lotus behind her possessed significant restorative effects on her master's soul. Just as she sought manifestation, her master's soul had succumbed to slumber. She felt an irresistible urge to give it her all. At that moment, you abruptly grasped Luo Ziao's hand, forcefully pulling her behind you. You observed from the side, then turned your gaze towards Ouyang Xian. Ouyang Xian narrowed his eyes into a slit, resembling a venomous serpent fixating upon its prey, ready to strike. A figure stepped forward, delivering a message to me. The visitor was none other than Lin Qing, the prince of the Imperial Lin clan, accompanied by Su Ci, the holy son of 9 fragrances. You have slain my brother, Lin Kuan. Now, you may prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, Lin Qing brandished a long blade, unleashing a powerful strike. A fiery prison materialized out of thin air, enveloping you completely. Luo Xiao suddenly recalled something and hastily exclaimed, Su Ci, take it easy. Do not create any fatalities. The Guardians are all outside. Lin Qing is not like Lin. He possesses the potential to become an emperor. If you were to kill him, resolving this matter would not be so straightforward. Before he could finish his words, you had already unleashed a powerful punch, causing Lin Qing's head to explode, leaving the decapitated body behind. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang Xian's expression changed dramatically. This individual harbors malevolence, possessing an astonishing level of combat prowess. When Shui often remains deeply entrenched in the situation. Quickly extend your assistance to me. At this moment, Gu Shuping was watching with great interest. If she was not mistaken, he had just utilized the power of space. It was unexpected that such celestial prowess could be found within the humble eastern wasteland. Su Ci, for heavens, including top-tier forces such as the Linlang Academy and the ancient sage clan of Penglai. Killing them is absolutely unacceptable. Luo Chaiyao is anxious. You are correct. Ouyang Xian declared with great fervor. I acknowledge your prowess in battle. You may request anything you desire. All is open for negotiation. When Shui smiled gently and said, Su Ci, I can recommend you for admission to the Linglang Academy, and even grant you half the credit for the Chongsheng Lotus, ensuring that upon your entry into Linglang, you will have access to the finest resources, with the head of the academy personally taking you as a disciple. However, you dismissed it with a wave of your hand and softly said, Are you finished? Then you may set forth on your journey. I see you raise your right hand, as if a scholar engaged in a game of chess, pointing through the air with a few fingers. The techniques of the 9 heavens. The 3 talents celestial finger. Upon witnessing the scene, Ouyang Xian and Wen Shui, among others, were visibly taken aback, exerting all their efforts, yet to no avail. In the gaze of Luo Xiao, filled with a paralyzing terror, several once-equal paragons of great power burst forth in the sky like crimson fireworks. Then, with your hands clasped behind your back, you calmly inquired, Is there anyone still unconvinced? I have resigned myself to the situation. The remaining factions have submitted and fled, retreating 100 miles away, casting distant glances in trepidation. Only 4 individuals remained in the arena. The enigmatic maiden from the evil palace appeared utterly unperturbed. I have come for the everlasting lotus and shall not retreat. I am aware that the foolish dragon, Ao In, withdrew because of you, yet I remain curious about the secrets you hold. Upon hearing these words, a sense of unease settled in your heart. How dare she publicly denounce a demon emperor? Is it possible that Gu Shuping is of the same ilk, perhaps a hidden sovereign herself? Considering this, you unusually found yourself speaking more than usual. Your name is Gu Shuping, is it not? You stand no chance against me. Withdraw now to spare yourself the humiliation. Gu Shuping shook her head. You do not pose a threat to me. As she spoke, she cast 2 dried corpses from her storage ring. The desiccated bodies swelled in the wind, and she stood poised with a sword in hand, her countenance resolute. Seeing this, you were momentarily taken aback. Holy Realm puppet. Gu Shuping chuckled. What a discerning eye. Indeed, young Master Su possesses a wealth of knowledge and experience. I sense a certain affinity between us. If you choose to withdraw, I shall refrain from causing you any harm. What say you? You shook your head. Why not take a look at my sword first? Upon finishing the words, the 9-fragrance emperor sword trembled violently. In an instant, the sword's tip quivered fiercely, piercing through 2 puppets. The 2 puppets fell silently, shattering into countless particles. Subsequently, the imperial sword transformed into a slender ribbon of light, darting towards Gu Shuping's neck. How dare you? Gu Shuping exclaimed softly. Her right hand held a jade pendant that radiated a luminous glow, forming a protective shield that enveloped her entirely. You possess a subtle distinction. Remarkably, you wield an imperial artifact. In the end, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should I grasp the imperial sword, my strike will undoubtedly be lethal. Seeing Gu Shuping hesitate for a moment, you rose swiftly, seizing the 9-0 Emperor sword. With a single leap, you closed the 100 distance and thrust the sword forward. The blade struck against the protective shield of the Imperial artifact, and the tremendous force surged through the barrier, impacting Gu Shuping's delicate form. Her body was instantly reduced to a mere pulp. Luo Xiao looked on with wide eyes. Su Ci, did you just slay 2 Saint Realm puppets? Have you attained sainthood? Qin Yuma swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. It seemed that the prowess displayed was attributed to that sword. What sort of sword could possess such strength? It appeared remarkably formidable. The 2 women were engaged in hushed whispers, engrossed in conversation. You then turned and walked towards the everlasting lotus, enveloped by countless sacred plants. You finally realized that the celestial aura in this place had become remarkably dense to an absurd degree. A sudden pang struck your heart, for where there is an anomaly, there surely lurks a malevolent presence. Great fortune is inevitably accompanied by great peril, and the celestial Sun continent is on the brink of monumental change. Outside the ancient immortal secret realm of the Burial Dragon Canyon, numerous saints gathered, either in pairs or in small groups of 3 to 5, forming a series of intimate circles. The guardian of the Penglai sacred clan is named Ouyang Shou, standing at the pinnacle of sanctity. At this moment, he is collaborating with the Imperial Lin family and the illustrious Shu Yuan of the Sacred Ones to suppress Gu Shuping's guardian. You, from the Evil Hall, also dare to covet the relics of the Eastern Wilderness. Even if your saintess possesses unparalleled courage, she may find it difficult to contend against the multitude. After all, numbers are on our side. The guardian of the evil temple is named Xinmo. At this moment, she smiles without uttering a word, for only she comprehends the significance of the name Gu Shuping within the confines of the evil temple. The guardian of the Lin family noticed the expression on her face, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is she not quite convinced? Does she intend to challenge the authority of our central state? Xinmo covered her mouth and smiled. How could that be? If the evil palace possessed such power, then it would be only fitting for the evil palace to rule over the Central Plains. Yet she had not finished her words when the bracelet on the right hand of the Lin family's guardian suddenly shattered. His expression shifted dramatically. The life bracelet was destroyed. Our clan's prince, Lin Qing, has unexpectedly fallen. Upon hearing this, Xinmo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Witnessing this group of ostensibly virtuous individuals suffer is the most delightful experience of her life. But in the next moment, her countenance suddenly froze. Upon her bosom rested a bouquet of ornamental roses, which at that instant withered and scattered in the wind. The saint has also fallen. Within the ancient ruins of the immortal, you have plucked the eternal lotus. In a single breath, facing the blossom's leaves, a myriad of sacred plants soared into the air, transforming into ethereal liquid that enveloped you completely. In less than half an hour, you descended from the sky. At this moment, your cultivation has reached the peak of the Emperor realm, subtly brushing against the limits of this world. The 2 young women, Mo and Chai Yao, stood by in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld him. The ethereal essence of the celestial realm, which once filled the sky, was entirely absorbed by a youth at the early stage of the transformation realm. You are still in the nascent phase of transformation, after all. Upon witnessing the situation, you quickly reacted. With a resonant hum, your cultivation ascended to the later stage of divine ability. It is time to depart. The greatest treasures have been claimed, and the ancient immortal ruins hold no further secrets. Wait. Luo Xiao suddenly became anxious, her steps faltering. Venturing out like this is far too perilous. You have slain so many sons of saints and emperors, they will undoubtedly interrogate you. King Qin Mo nodded in agreement. As for the demeanor of those people from Zhongzhou, if one possesses power and influence, it can be dealt with perhaps with some form of compensation. However, given your origins from the Eastern Wilderness, the situation becomes considerably more complicated. Luo Zhuangyao nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Chaiyao nodded. Wait for me. I shall step out first to contact my mother. As she spoke, she tugged at your hand, striding toward the grand door of the space. Qin Yuma grasped your arm tightly, believing in Zili. Her mother is none other than the saintess of the Yao pool, capable of preserving her life. Upon exiting the secret realm, Luo Xiao promptly contacted the sovereign of the Yao Pool. The voice of the holy master of the Yao Pool was frigid, as if rejecting all approach from 1,000 miles away. To my surprise, you reached out to me. Is there any matter that your despicable father cannot resolve? Since he is unable to address it, you should return to the Yao Pool and sever all ties with him. Luo Chai Yao murmured softly, Mother, it is true, I have wed. What are you babbling about? The voice from the opposite side has amplified 50-fold. Ignoring the astonishment of the Lord of the Jade Pool, Luo Xiao swiftly recounted the events. Very well, very well. That rascal Luo Feng has truly made a name for himself. Such a significant matter, and he doesn't even bother to give a heads up. Acting on his own accord, the holy master of Yao Qi suppresses her fury. Just wait. I shall contact your father and summon him back to Tianxian. As the words fell, their sound was abruptly severed. Luo Xiao had just let out a sigh of relief, but immediately thereafter, your voice resonated from behind her. She turned around mechanically. Su Xiai, weren't you instructed to wait inside for a moment? You emerged, grasping Qin Yuma by the neck, akin to bearing a rabbit in your hands. The interior was stifling, and you stepped outside to inhale the fresh air. As the two women were about to continue their conversation, an overwhelming pressure of the sacred realm erupted around them. Simultaneously, at least a dozen figures of the sacred realm emerged, encircling the three of you. Their eyes are bloodshot, gasping for breath like an exhausted beast. They have come to realize that within the ruins lies an immortal elixir, the longevity lotus, which you have seized. One of the beautiful women stepped forward, blocking the three of you behind her, and faced the assembly of saints directly. Esteemed ones, do you intend to lay hands on the younger generation? Lin Luan spoke coldly, stop pretending. Guan Meng, do you intend for your Yaoqi sacred land to monopolize the longevity lotus? Guan Meng spoke in a low voice. In the realm of secret places, those skilled in their craft prevail. The Lin family seeks to break the time-honored rules of Zhongzhou, oppressing the younger generation. Lin Lun interjected sharply, asserting that only an equal standing allows for the discussion of rules. This elixir of immortality was not seized by your sacred Yaoqi. Inquire about Su Ci, he belongs to your Yaoqi. Seeing you decisively shake your head, Lin Luan felt a surge of joy. Then, did you not slay our esteemed prince, Lin Qing? You nodded slightly. It was I who committed the act. Upon hearing this, Lin Luan was filled with ecstatic joy. Guan Meng proclaimed, he has slain the prince of my clan. I shall take him back to the Lin family for interrogation. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall naturally release him. Ouyang Shou nodded. Our clan's holy son, Ouyang Xian, has also perished within the relics. The Ouyang family requires inquiries from you, Su Xiaoyu. The sinister hall of Xin Ma also bears a hint of a smile at the corners of its lips. Thus, our sinister hall also requires. Immediately afterward, several powerful factions made their statements. Their postures were not merely aimed at avenging the saintly offspring of their clan, rather, they were evidently delineating the division of the benefits from the eternal lotus. In comparison to a single plant of the immortal elixir, the life of the imperial sun appeared exceedingly trivial. Guangmeng, stand aside. I can still be counted as a part of your Yaoqi sacred land. Lin Luan wore a gloomy expression, the weapon in his hand already humming ominously. Ouyang Shou, XINMO, and the others also unleashed their murderous intent without reservation. Guomeng's lips turned pale. Ouyang, Shoulin, Luan, and Xinma, among others, possessed strength that was already comparable to hers. With so many individuals joining forces, if a real confrontation ensued, she would undoubtedly struggle to endure for long. And she turned around and shook her head at you. Little board, bestow the eternal lotus upon them. The Yaoqi sacred land takes note. Preserve your life. We are outnumbered by the enemy. This breath must be swallowed, whether by will or necessity. Such is the rule of this world, the survival of the fittest. Su Xiaoyu, bow your head. You blinked innocently and said, the eternal lotus has already been refined by me. Upon hearing this, the saints burst into laughter, initially believing him to be an innocent youth. Little did they expect him to be a reckless braggart. Step aside, Guanmeng, or else I shall first offer you as a sacrifice to the heavens. Upon witnessing the scene, Guanmeng let out a long sigh. She merely believed it was the youth's reluctance to part with their treasures. Yet, if life were to be lost, what value would those treasures hold, regardless of their abundance? You, the esteemed ones, chuckle lightly. What are you mere insects scurrying about? Is there anything left? Perhaps the imperial realm? A solitary, eternal lotus. Are you truly so desperate as to seize it from the sacred realm? Upon hearing these words, the countenance of the saints shifted dramatically. This was precisely their greatest concern. Each feared the power of the others, especially considering which faction possessed an imperial realm in close proximity to their location. Should an emperor arrive, the other forces would be left with nothing but the dregs. Ouyang Shou could no longer contain himself. He extended his right hand towards you, demanding, "Hand it over." As he made his move, spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting as a tidal wave, and the very essence of the Tao erupted in terrifying chaos. The sword at your waist trembles, poised to be unsheathed, yet suddenly, a frown mars your brow. The sound of a ching resonated before me, as a chilling aura spread through the air. Ouyang Shou's expression changed dramatically. The sound of the ching seemed to pluck at the very pulse of his heart, causing a blockage in his vital energy, rendering it stagnant and unresponsive. Immediately following a resounding clang, Ouyang fell, his meridians completely shattered. Upon witnessing this, the countenances of the saints changed drastically, and they all retreated 100 miles in haste. In the midst of the gathering, a man with a streak of white hair upon his forehead caressed the strings of his instrument, manifesting his presence. His form appeared somewhat ethereal, yet the assembled saints were engulfed in profound terror. The Emperor of the Zither, a sovereign entity. How could the Emperor of the Zither be present in the Tianxian continent? Did he not depart to the outer realms a decade prior? This is merely the imprint of the great Tao, not a living being. He seeks to support Su Ci, establishing connections with his clan. Hurry! Beside her, Luo Xiao exclaimed in delight. Luo Feng cast a faint smile as he regarded you. Then with a hint of seriousness, he spoke. Do not utter too much. We must hasten to the 9-0 sacred land. If my conjecture holds true, there must be an emperor from the central continent en route. They would never lightly relinquish a single immortal elixir. Yet, with the formidable Su Jiuxiang in command, even if these emperors possessed tenfold courage, they would not dare to assault the 9 heavens sacred land. Upon observing Luo Feng's expression, Luo Xiao discerned the urgency of the situation. She grasped Su Ci's hand and hurried towards the north. At this moment, Linlin let out a long howl from afar. Qin Di, our clan's elders have already arrived. Do you truly intend to monopolize the longevity lotus? All the major forces of Zhongzhou are now aware of this news. Are you truly bold enough to accept the consequences? Luo Feng let out a long howl, stepping forth with a resounding presence in the sky above Linlin. A fiery red spear materialized, piercing through the vast expanse, its tip glimmering like a silver serpent in a chaotic dance. In the span of merely 1 second, Luo Feng unleashed tens of thousands of thrusts, each spearhead honed to an exquisite sharpness. In an instant, Lin Luan was transformed into a veritable hive, blood gushing forth from countless puncture wounds. You, a mere being of the sacred realm, dare to discuss causality with me? Wait until your clan elder arrives to speak. With an air of confidence, Luo Feng delivered a decisive kick, instantly shattering Lin Luan's form. You cast a glance at Luo Xiao and smiled, saying, "Your marksmanship is clearly inherited from your father." Luo Xiao wore a troubled expression. Indeed, my father was once quite refined, renowned as the master of both the gun and the zither. I wonder what has caused him to be so fierce this time. I cannot fathom the reason for such a drastic change. You shrug your shoulders. This fellow owes himself a debt. Hiding away in a foreign battlefield, pretending to be submissive must be quite stifling. Perhaps he hasn't taken a life in years. Now, upon returning to encounter the younger generation, wouldn't he relish the opportunity to unleash his prowess? All right, Su Ci, let us hasten our departure. Upon witnessing the fright of those in the sacred realm, Luo Xiao hurriedly grasped your right hand, only to find you standing utterly still. You calmly remarked, "There is no time left." In an instant, the distant sound of hooves drew near, resonating as if treading upon the very souls of those present. It echoed softly through the gathering, stirring the veins of the great path. The heavens and earth bend to my will thus. The realm of the emperor has arrived. Ouyang Shou's countenance was filled with unrestrained joy. Though he had merely sustained an injury, he was still alive. At this moment, he reverently knelt and called out towards the west. I, Ouyang Shou, humbly welcome the Emperor of Ling Mountain. Upon witnessing the situation, many powerful factions in the Central Plains displayed gazes filled with admiration. An emperor had arrived ahead of schedule, and the Ouyang family of the Penglai sacred clan was poised to seize the majority of the shares of the Eternal Lotus. Luo Feng's expression darkened as he gazed towards the west. In the distance, an elderly gentleman, riding a white horse with a mane as white as snow and an appearance that exudes benevolence, approached slowly. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the vast distance of 1,000 miles and stood before us. The Emperor of Ling Mountain gazed at Luo Feng and remarked, "Your true form is absent to part." Luo Feng sighed helplessly and said, "Please do me a favor." Upon hearing these words, the white horse suddenly galloped forth. In Ling Shan's hand materialized a celestial blade, radiating a brilliant azure light. With a single stroke, it descended. Luo Feng raised his zither in defense, but it was shattered to 1,000,000 pieces. The imprint of the great Dao vanished into thin air. You nearly laughed out loud. The imprint of the great path is not an ordinary doppelganger. It typically possesses at least 60% of the original strength. Not even a single blow was parried. What a disgrace. It's over. Father has passed away. Luo Chaiyao was horrified, repeating incessantly, "Save me." Then Ling Shan turned to gaze upon the three of you, as if a celestial deity descended in wrath, shaking your very souls. Is there any hope for reinforcements? This emperor shall grant you time to summon aid. Domineering. Several powerful factions in Zhongzhou gazed in excitement at the sacred realm. Call upon anyone you wish. I shall cleave them with a single stroke. This is the might of the emperor. This is the true grandeur of an emperor. A stark contrast to these mere saints. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, ripples akin to water began to undulate. A mirror adorned with intricate carvings and paintings emerged. The ethereal voice of the holy master of the Yao pool resonated from within, bridging a distance of countless miles as she utilized an imperial artifact to project herself here. The sacred Lingshan retains its benevolent visage. You must have received the news as well. This land, rich with the longevity lotus, is accompanied by myriad sacred herbs, far from being mere ordinary elixirs of immortality. Numerous factions in the Central Plains are keeping a vigilant eye on this matter. Do you truly believe that your Yao Qi can monopolize it? Is that even feasible? Naturally, our Penglai cannot consume it all either. Ultimately, it shall be divided among all parties, and your Yao Qi shall not be overlooked. The words lingered in the air behind him, twisted and contorted. Shadows emerged, capable of suppressing the vastness of the road ahead. Supreme beings from the Central Plains gazed upon him, their presence an assertion of dominance. The Lord of the Yao pool fell silent for a moment. A voice gradually emerged from the mirror. "Very well, I am aware of the circumstances. Do not harm my daughter or my clan saintess. Otherwise, this matter shall remain unresolved." As the words faded, the mirror lost its luster. Yet it did not dissipate. The Lingshan smiles like Maitreya, turning to gaze upon you, as if in a world where only you exist unprotected. Thus, you surrender the lotus of eternal life, and I shall allow your spirit to reincarnate for another lifetime. Do not provoke me to act with violence. Everyone gazes upon you with a sympathetic light. Your family background lacks any noble lineage. Even if you were to seize treasure, it would be snatched away. Had you been born in the sacred land of the early Ming dynasty, there might have been a glimmer of hope for shared fortune. Yet, regrettably, you find yourself in the sacred land of the sleeping emperor, in the tumultuous era of the 90s, due to your defiance against the heavenly mandate. Susiai, everything is over now. Luo Xiao's expression bore a hint of sorrow. Her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. She understood that you had already refined the everlasting lotus, and could not possibly present the elixir of immortality. On the very first day of marriage, she was to become a widow. You gently patted Luo Xiao's back and whispered, "Your master must be asleep, isn't she?" "How do you know that?" Luo Xiao was utterly astonished. Yet you remained silent, turning your gaze towards Ling Mountain, beholding the imperial shadows behind him. "Who informed you that I stand unprotected?" Then, A resounding sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. The nine heavens' imperial sword at your waist was drawn, and in an instant, you vanished from your original location. Where did the person go? The ethereal mountain was bewildered as they vanished right before his very eyes. Yet there was no room for contemplation. A sage had already begun to wail. In the east, the heavens had fallen. Ling Shan turned to look back, unable to maintain even a semblance of benevolence. Instead, she transformed into a figure of sheer terror, her eyes narrowing to mere pinpricks. In the distant east, a figure clad in dark robes slowly descends from the heavens, with an imperial crown adorning your head in striking features. Surrounding you are chilling winds, bloodthirsty demons, and infernal flames. Countless otherworldly phenomena swirl about, transforming the entire East into a realm of unimaginable terror. Even some sacred realms cannot bear to gaze upon this scene. This is the wrath of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao imposes restrictions. It proves futile in effecting change. With a single, forceful strike, you cleave through the air. Silence envelopes the entire expanse. Then, in an instant, it shatters into fragments. Beneath the heavens, a rain of crimson descends. The wails of spirits and deities echo. Yet, not a trace of it disturbs your essence. Your silhouette has already graced the stage. It is you who beckons our sacred son to willingly descend into the cycle of reincarnation. Su Ling Shan was utterly astonished, while the lips and teeth of the other saints quivered in trepidation. The Emperor of Nine Fragrances, Su Jiao, a formidable figure who thrived in the era preceding the ancient times, engaged in a relentless struggle against the heavens. Within his gaze, there existed no semblance of order. He acted at will, inciting the wrath of the celestial laws, and was subsequently banished to the eastern wilderness by the heavenly decree of Zhongzhou. Day by day, he endured the torment of his inner demons to refine his heart. To everyone's astonishment, he not only survived, but also retained the ability to move freely. You spoke in a hushed tone. I inquired, and you responded. Understood. Ling Shan's expression darkened. Your Majesty, the Nine Heavens Emperor, as you are a senior, since the eternal lotus lies in your possession, let us sit down and discuss. What share do you desire? We, from the Penglai Linglong Yao Pool, as well as all the imperial clans, are willing to make concessions. Ling Shan's words were astutely crafted, consolidating the weight of all the imperial clans to augment his own influence. It still sought to exert pressure through power. Yet he played the wrong card. In comparison to you, he is considered junior. He has not competed in the same era as you in the art of Zhang. He does not comprehend your card spirit. Your preference lies not in negotiating at the table, but rather in overturning it. With a cold chuckle, you extended your right hand, employing the celestial technique known as star plucking. In the fleeting moment when all souls present were caught off guard, your hand had already grasped the head of the spirit mountain. As your fingers clenched together, it was akin to crushing an apple, and the imperial blood erupted, soaring to a height of 100 jom. Upon perceiving the situation, the startled white horse charged directly towards you. You wore an expressionless visage, as your right foot abruptly surged forth, resting upon the head of the steed. The space before you collapsed into nothingness. The white horse is indeed a peculiar creature. Having cultivated to the realm of emperors, it could originally dominate a territory. At this moment, with a single strike from you, the entire body of the horse erupted in a resounding explosion, its fragments swiftly dissipating into the chaotic currents of space. Nurtured by the essence of the everlasting lotus, your corporeal form now possesses the strength of a semi-mortal. In the realm of Tianxian, this is akin to a dimensional suppression. The distant silhouette of the spirit mountain emerged hazily from the Grand Avenue. He was reborn through the imprint of the Dada, yet he was immensely weakened. With his last breath, filled with resentment, he declared, Su Jiao, you have been forsaken by the Heavenly Dao. Do you still dare to slay an emperor? Are you not afraid of provoking the wrath of the Heavenly Dao, which could unleash its full might to obliterate you? Upon hearing this, you sneer repeatedly. I shall not enter the Central Plains. What can the Heavenly Dao of the Eastern Wilderness do to me? Do not speak of you, a mere minor emperor. Even if the great emperor behind you were to seek vengeance in my eastern domain, I would confront them all. One who comes, I shall slay, until the world is devoid of emperors, and I alone stand supreme. Upon hearing these words, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Your statement has utterly shattered their worldview, transforming their perceptions and rendering even the heavens inconsequential in their eyes. Such is the magnitude of your audacity. Luo Xiao swallowed hard. She finally understood why a person of such extraordinary caliber as her master would have lingering feelings for you. At this moment, a faint wry smile emanated beside Ling Shan. A gray figure, seemingly capable of suppressing the Dao, emerged Su Jiuxiao. You remain as domineering as ever. Seeing your unchanging expression, Ouyang the old scoundrel, how can a decrepit old man, half buried in the earth, still emerge to feast and revel? It seems the heavens have truly transformed. The shadowy figure let out a sigh. The past is a burden that Zhongzhou bears for you. Yet you have slaughtered throughout Zhongzhou, massacring the 10 emperors and the 100 saints. Is your wrath still not quelled? We are both sovereigns of the celestial abyss. There is no need for such enmity between us. Heaven itself acknowledges its debt to you and has not sought to annihilate you completely, merely confining your movements. What further discontent do you harbor? Upon the utterance of these words, the countenance of all present turned profoundly pale. The great emperor Jiuxiang astonishingly wielded the teachings of slaughter over the 10 emperors and the 100 saints. This is an ancient secret of utmost significance. You scoffed, declaring, I harbor no discontent. Yet you, a group of individuals, wish to come to my eastern wilderness and bully me. First, consider your own worth. The gray figure remained silent for a moment before speaking. Matters among the younger generation need not concern you, given your esteemed status. The eternal lotus and the celestial dryad have deemed you unworthy of ascension. Your qualifications for immortality have been irrevocably forfeited. Holding on to such aspirations serves no purpose. I come as a representative of Zhongzhou. Feel free to express your desires for exchange. The everlasting lotus blooms in the desolate land of Qiandong, unrelated to your affairs. Let us discuss trivial matters. If you possess the prowess, come forth and seize it from me, Su. Do you truly believe that no one can restrain you? The gray figure trembles with fury as the heavens shake and the earth quakes. In the distance, a palm imprint rends the tranquil sky, tearing apart the fabric of space to arrive here. Yet you do not even glance. With a swift motion, the sword is drawn. With a thunderous sound, the palm imprint is shattered. Immediately, the imperial sword of the 9 heavens roars, piercing the void directly, crossing boundless distances to appear before the figure of Yen Sei. With a resounding whoosh, the imperial sword grazes the neck of the gray figure, sending the head soaring like a watermelon. It is uncertain how many enigmatic figures are currently displaying expressions of horror. Spanning 2 vast territories separated by billions of miles, you have beheaded the Lord of Penglai with a single stroke of your sword. Although this may not be fatal to those of their caliber, it has severely tarnished their prestige. This act not only challenges Penglai, but also dares the entirety of the central continent. At the same time, several instances of the collapsed avenue emerged in the dragon's grave canyon, signaling that the climactic battle was imminent. At the moment when 1,000 lines were cast, a melodious voice resonated, commanding all to cease. In the vast expanse of the sky, a woman of unparalleled grace strolled forth. Clad in resplendent garments and adorned with a phoenix crown, a mere glance at her rendered all other women in the world to pale in comparison. Luo Xiao momentarily found herself entranced, her thoughts momentarily adrift. In her heart, the voice of Fu Yuing resonated, rare in its intensity, tinged with a hint of frustration. Chu Wanli, Luo Xiao exclaimed with delight. Master, when did you awaken? Fu Yuing softly remarked. I awoke the moment Su Jirue appeared. This woman, Chu Wanli, is truly insufferable. Her lingering presence seems to haunt me everywhere. Luo Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Why did she sense a hint of jealousy in her master's words? However, these matters belonged to the previous generation, and she felt it inappropriate to pry. Thus she inquired, Master, do you know her? Fu Yuing responded, the second in command of Ling Lang Academy, Dean of the Literature Institute. In the past, she vied with me for the Tao of heaven, but ultimately succumbed to my prowess. In the end, I merged with the Tao of heaven and ascended to immortality. As soon as the ethereal Chu Wanli made her appearance, none dared to speak of the Emperor. She approached you with a gentle smile and said, "Brother Ci, it has been a long time. Come back to the Linlang Academy with me. In the past, I was unable to protect you, but this time, I shall ensure that you stand proud above the heavens." At her words, your lips twitched. You held no fondness for Chu Wanli. When you first became a couple with Fu Yueying, this girl had relentlessly spread the truth, portraying you, a once pure-hearted gentleman, as a wolf among flowers. With a smile, you inquired, "I cannot even enter the central continent. How can I return to Linlang? I shall coordinate matters on the celestial path." Chu Wanli asserted with unwavering confidence. "At present, my voice carries the utmost weight within the Linlang Academy. I alone possess the ability to communicate with the celestial realm. Permit me to share a secret. The path to immortality in Zhongzhou is about to unfold. Have you not dedicated your life to the pursuit of transcendence?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed your mind, and instinctively, you felt compelled to acquiesce. Yet in an instant, clarity returned to you. Now endowed with a system, the prospect of immortality is not an immediate reality. It is merely the path to transcendence, the greatest secret of the Tianxian continent, laid before you, enticing your curiosity. A sense of restlessness stirred within your heart. However, let us postpone this discussion. The Linlang Academy is burdened with an excess of foolish regulations, and I find it intolerable. You then gestured towards the Lord of Penglai, Ouyang, the old rogue. "Come forth for a duel, I shall claim your head." The Lord of Penglai nearly spat blood, glancing at Chu Wanli, who shook her head, prompting him to bitterly retort, "If you possess the capability, then come to Zhongzhou. Do you think me foolish? Your words lack sincerity." In the grand halls of the Central Plains, the peak emperors abound. Some reclusive forces even harbor semi-divine beings. In an unknown confrontation, you may feel unafraid. But should an entire state's emperor join forces, it would be wise to bide your time. Reap the rewards of the system before proceeding. At this moment, a transcendent figure spoke. "Master of Wanli Courtyard, this eternal lotus must not be contested." Chu Wanli's eyes fluttered slightly. "How could you possibly take the zither by force from Su Jiuxiao? 300 years ago, you were incapable of such a feat. Let alone now. Let this matter rest. Return home." Upon hearing these words, everyone regained their senses. Indeed, just a moment ago, you wielded your sword from the eastern wilderness to strike at the central continent. At the moment of your strike, there was a faint aura of the celestial. No one dared to claim they could seize the lotus of eternal life from your grasp. The Lord of Penglai resigned himself, expressing his sentiments with a sense of languor. Ouyang Shou, return. Many masters of powerful factions have also sent out similar signals. A group of individuals has released their celestial abodes, preparing to return to their respective domains. Yet you respond with a chilling smile. Have I not already stated that you may depart? Chapter 20. The Emperor's Fulfillment. The Mandate of Heaven. Su Ci approached Luo Xiao, who trembled with trepidation, unable to raise her head. It was no jest. This formidable emperor outshone even her parents in power. Even the Lord of Penglai was reprimanded by him, losing his head from across the realms. Who could encounter him and not bow their head in deference? "Are you Luo Xiao?" Su Qi inquired. "Yes, it's me," Luo Xiao replied, nodding. "Is your master still in slumber?" "Yes, isn't it?" Her face flushed crimson. Lying before such an emperor was daunting. "This is for you." Su Ci tossed a small root of the longevity lotus to her. He remained uncertain whether the system intended for him to marry Luo Xiao or Fu Yueying. If Fu Yueying were to perish, he would receive no rewards, leading to his utter ruin. The wisest course was to offer a fragment of the longevity lotus to preserve her life. Yet, he had to be cautious not to give too much. Otherwise, Fu Yueying's cultivation might skyrocket uncontrollably, leading to his own demise. Such matters required a delicate approach, akin to flying a kite. Luo Xiao tucked the longevity lotus into her sleeve, still too frightened to look up. Only after Su Ci departed did she exhale in relief. "Master, the Nine Heavens Emperor gifted me the longevity lotus." Her eyes sparkled with joy. He, Fu Weiing merely responded softly, as though countless words remained unspoken. That night, Su Si returned to the Nine Heavens sacred land. Following the capture of Gao Ran, the atmosphere was one of despair, with several clan elders expressing their grave concerns. Su Si retreated to the ancestral grounds of the back mountain, sitting cross-legged to recuperate. He resolved that at dawn, after claiming the rewards bestowed by the system, he would embark on a journey to the Mingchu sacred land to confront the remnants of the immortal. In the dead of night, a figure approached, none other than Luo Feng, who was hiding from debts in the outer realms. Su Si opened his eyes. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. 9 represents the utmost in numbers, and the heavens reach their zenith at 9. The 9 Heavens Emperor is the ultimate destination of the Dao. Suchire torted. When will you repay the money you owe me? Luo Feng chuckled, sitting beside Su Si. You know about Fu Jie's situation, right? Suchi remained non comital. The money I borrowed from you was solely to assist in reconstructing Fu Jie's corporeal form. For that, the yellow-faced lady of the Yaoqi and I had a falling out. I cannot be held accountable for not repaying. Help me? Suchi se lips twitched. Of course. Fu Jie is your Dao companion. Otherwise, why would you bring my daughter to the 9 Heavens sacred land? Luo Feng replied matter-of-factly. Su Si felt a stir in his heart, but refrained from contradicting him. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Luo Feng's expression shifted. What are your thoughts on the path to transcendence in Zhongzhou? Is someone attempting to capture individuals from the lower realms? Su Si recalled Yin Bei's earlier words. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded in approval. Based on my conversations with Fu Jie, I suspect they are after her. She asked me to convey a message. The turbulent waters of the path to transcendence are not to be approached lightly, for great horrors lie ahead, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Su Si was taken aback. Is she concerned for me? Luo Feng continued. Su Ge, you share a history with her. It is only natural for her to wish for your well-being. Some matters, to be frank, are beyond our qualifications. If even she has been reduced to a remnant soul in the lower realms, what chance do we have? Suchi nodded deeply. I'm aware of these matters. Who among those descending the path to transcendence could transcend the limitations of this world? Luo Feng fell silent. Though we are both in the Emperor realm, the distinction between cultivating immortal techniques and Emperor techniques is significant. One might easily defeat 10 of us. Su Si chuckled. Let's not dwell on this. They have yet to descend, so we need not borrow trouble. Luo Feng spoke gravely. Su Ge, do you truly intend to create chaos in the Mingchu sacred land? That place has been favored by the Eastern Wilderness Heavenly Dao, established since antiquity as an ancient lineage. Even if the Eastern Wilderness Heavenly Dao is somewhat weaker than Zhongzhou's, it is not a force that one can single-handedly confront. This is also Fu Jie's sentiment. She wishes for you to exercise patience. Once she reconstructs her body, she can help you seek justice from the Mingchu sacred land, ensuring you do not suffer grievance. Hide behind a woman? Live off her? She left. I'm not that sort of person. I have made my decision. No need for further discussion. Luo Feng sighed softly. At that moment, Su Si suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharpening. In the distant sky, dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and the great Dao bell resonated thrice. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Feng stared, astonished. The great Dao bell, the manifestation of will, this signifies the bestowal of destiny. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He had received the command from the Heavenly Dao. Whoever could obliterate the 9 Heavens sacred land and eliminate the 9 Heavens Emperor would be favored by the Eastern Wilderness Heavenly Dao. Destiny. Luo Feng's eyes reddened. For millennia, only one individual had ascended from the Tianxian continent, none other than the 9 Xian immortal sovereign, Fu Weiing. In her time, she had refined the Heavenly Dao of Zhongzhou and carved a path to ascend to the immortal realm from a dead end. Now, the Eastern Wilderness Heavenly Dao was actively favoring her. For many emperors trapped in the Emperor realm for years, unable to advance, this was an irresistible allure. Su Ge this. Luo Feng looked at Su Si with concern. Su Si scoffed. 300 years ago, when I settled in the Eastern Wilderness, the Heavenly Dao here regarded me as a malignant tumor eager to eliminate me. Now that I intend to storm the Mingchu, the eastern wilderness Heavenly Dao suddenly stirs to obstruct me. There must be hidden truths behind this. Tomorrow, I shall personally set foot in Mingchu to uncover the truth. Whoever stands in my way shall perish. Luo Feng turned pale. The midnight hour had passed. Su Si sat cross-legged, the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. It is the second day of marriage. You are rewarded with 1,000 years of cultivation. 1,000 years of cultivation. As the system's voice faded, an abundance of pure spiritual essence filled the sky. Subsequently, the spiritual energy flowed like a funnel, pouring into Su Si's body. Time flowed relentlessly. The spiritual essence within a 1,000-mile radius was drained, causing countless spiritual herbs and objects to wither. At last, an aura erupted from Su Si's body. An imposing figure of an emperor loomed above the 9 heavens sacred land, standing proudly in the Tianxian. Simultaneously, innumerable ancient beings awakened, gazing towards the east. The emperor realm was complete. It was accomplished. Before Luo Feng could retreat far, he hurried back, staring at Su Si, who was now radiant. Sugo, have you taken the final step? Su Si opened his eyes and nodded. He then took a step forward, barefoot, heading east. Yet, scarcely had he walked 3 steps, covering a few hundred miles when the space before him suddenly rippled, and a crack appeared, from which emerged an elderly man with white hair, yet a stout figure riding an ox. Suchi squinted slightly. He had underestimated the allure of the Heavenly Dao's favor. Who wouldn't he wish to be the child of destiny? Whoever covets wealth perishes, and birds perish for food, he mused. To ascend further is worth any effort. The old man approached Su Si, his expression drowsy, yet his aura threatened to crush the great Dao. An ancient emperor, at least Su Si had never encountered him during his time of dominance. The old man held a bamboo staff, gazing at Su Si. You are the 9 heavens emperor? Su Si frowned. And you are? The old man smiled. Kunlun, Xuandu emperor. Chapter 21. Slaying the ancient emperor and treading the gate of the Mingchu mountain. Kunlun. Nestled in the central continent, it stands as one of the ancient sacred clans, alongside the lineage of Penglai, collectively known as the 3 great ancient sacred clans. The Xiandu emperor, a sovereign from at least 10,000 years ago, is regarded as a venerable ancestor of Kunlun. Su Si smiled faintly and remarked, the ancient emperor, too, must beseech the favor of the Heavenly Dao. How tragic it is. Xiandu, with a stoic expression, replied, those who align with the heavens thrive, while those who oppose perish. The Heavenly Dao has granted you 300 years. Instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to defy it. I act on behalf of the heavens. Upon hearing this, Su Si nearly applauded. This ancient man had an impressive talent for boasting, transforming his selfish desires into a righteous act of celestial duty. His expression of compassion for the populace was wasted on someone who should be establishing a sect. Raising an eyebrow, Su Si scoffed, are you done? Oof. Seeing that you are beyond redemption, let us see if you can withstand my might. The azure bull beneath Xiandu let out a long roar as he suddenly whipped a long rod, sending forth a thread that spanned thousands of miles. I mean to bind Suchitaitli. This strike contained the essence of the Dao and was incredibly resilient, nearly impossible to counter directly. Xiandu's lips curled into a smile, saying, in the post-immortal era, the imperial battles have dwindled. None recognize the strength of Kunlun, nor do they fear the name of Xiandu. Just as his smile began to widen, it abruptly froze. Su Si stepped forward, drawing his imperial sword, which buzzed as it cleaved through the fabric of reality, tearing apart this realm and transforming it into a chaotic maelstrom of space. The thread was instantly lost within the turbulence. In the next moment, Su Si appeared beside Xiandu and struck down with a palm toward the elder's head. There was a thunderous explosion. The elder's head, as sturdy as an imperial artifact, was forcefully smashed down by Su Si's strike. With his current semi-mortal body, no emperor could survive his close quarters. Xiandu's face turned pale with terror as he opened his mouth to utter something, but Su Si's palm descended once more. Boom! The massive hand crushed the elder's head, shattering his soul into fragments, and his body dissolved into a mist of blood, vanishing into the void. Casually taking Xian Du's storage jade pendant, Su Si clasped his hands behind his back and punched into the distance. Boom! The space shattered, and countless soldiers clad in black armor were obliterated, scattering into the chaotic currents of space. The law enforcement of Kunlun. Xian Du had brought forth Kunlun's hidden cards, preparing a sneak attack against Su Si. But alas, he had miscalculated Su Si's strength at this moment. Even law enforcement was swept away by Su Si's might. As the space restored itself, Su Si continued his barefoot journey eastward, indifferent to the chaos behind him. The entire Tianxian continent seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Vuxuan Duvik. No, he was formidable. He could be considered a top-tier emperor. Yet in Su Si's hands, even with the full might of Kunlun, he could not withstand a single blow. It was only at this moment that some who were slow to comprehend understood why the Eastern Wilderness was so eager to eliminate Su Si. He genuinely possessed the ability to defy the heavens. Fu Yiwing followed closely beside Luo Feng, watching Su Si venture eastward, her amber eyes shimmering with astonishment. She murmured, "How has he become so strong?" Luo Feng was equally taken aback, recalling how, without her assistance, he had struggled to ascend to emperor status. And now he dared to challenge the heavens. Fu Yiwing shot him a glance. Nonsense, Su Jiuxiao is not that weak. With his capabilities, reaching the emperor level is still within his grasp. Luo Feng sighed, but that is the Mingchu sacred land, a veritable dragon's den, the remnants of ancient immortals. The pinnacle of combat strength. I still hold reservations about him. A glimmer of determination flickered in Fu Yiwing's gaze. Contesting against the heavens is indeed the right path. If he can overcome this trial, he will earn his ticket to the contest in the central continent. Luo Feng paused, clicking his tongue, and chose not to elaborate further. The Mingchu sacred land, located at the extreme east of the Tianxian continent. By the time Su Si arrived, the entrance was already enveloped in battle formations, with various spiritual energies, sword lights, and runes shimmering vibrantly. Yi Gui sat cross-legged at the mountain gate, eyes suddenly snapping open. "Su Fuxiao, you did not bring Brother Yin Bei, but instead defied the Heavenly Dao and slaughtered emperors. Suchimerides Maid, for millennia. Those who have provoked me have ultimately become naught but dust. I, Su, am not subject to anyone's threats." Yi Gui, enraged, stood and drew a long knife, which instantly resonated with dragon roars and phoenix cries. Su Jiuxiao, to live in this world, one must adhere to rules and harmonize with the world. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant the fireworks, they will ultimately fade. Today, I shall show you the vast chasm that separates us as emperors. Guardian Mountain formation, activate. Boom! A surge of celestial energy shot skyward, transforming the entrance of the Mingchu sacred land into a misty fairyland. In the skies above, the sun and moon appeared simultaneously, their radiance flooding into Yi Gui's being. Meanwhile, the formation continued to draw upon the spiritual energies of the sacred land, replenishing Yi Gui with immense power. Rather than saying Yi Gui was an emperor, it would be more accurate to describe him as a semi-immortal, a vessel of the combined energy of the entire Mingchu sacred land. In the distance, countless watching emperors observed their ethereal figures flickering in and out of existence. Witnessing this spectacle, several ancient sacred clan emperors spoke up, a semi-immortal realm. Indeed, an ancient sacred land cannot be breached by the strength of a single individual. The Mingchu sacred land has stood unyielding from ancient times, its foundation profoundly deep. If Jiuxiao, the emperor, truly can shatter this Mingchu sacred land, he shall etch his name in the annals of history and be revered as a human immortal. Human immortal, a mortal body rivaling that of an immortal. This was the highest accolade for combat strength in the mortal realm. Yet, upon hearing this, many emperors shook their heads. Given Yi Gui's current momentum, even if the central continent sought to obliterate him, they would need to unite the strength of multiple clans, incurring unimaginable costs. To rely solely on Su Si was impossible. From the direction of the Linlang Academy, Chu Wanli stood observing, surrounded by several elders of the academy engaged in conversation. Su Jiuxiao is far too impulsive. Does he still believe he is in the central continent, with the support of the Chu Academy, to recklessly attack an ancient sacred land? He aims to uproot the eastern wilderness and declare himself king. Such ambition is overly grand. I wonder how his strength has evolved over these 300 years. I doubt it. The gap between a semi-immortal and an emperor is a chasm. Chu Wanli shook her head. Let us not speak of it. I choose to believe in him. If there comes a time when he cannot withstand it, I shall still rescue him. The elders remained silent. The cost of rescuing someone from the formation was not to be underestimated. In the arena, Su Ci regarded Yi Gui with an expressionless face. For him, although Yi Gui had gained semi-immortal power through the formation, it remained fundamentally insubstantial. Conversely, Su Ci possessed a genuine semi-immortal body, enhanced by the body of the People's War. He had yet to fully unleash the true strength of this physique. At this moment, Yi Gui had reached his zenith, his entire being brimming with power, feeling utterly complete. Su Jiuxiao, receive my blade. As the words fell, the blade was raised, its light transforming into a crescent moon, slicing towards Su Ci's form. The great battle was about to commence. Chapter 22. Standing tall, unstoppable. In the arena, a blade of light sliced through the air, shattering the fabric of space like a torn cloth. This blade represented the resentment that Yi Gui had harbored for centuries under the oppression of Su Ci. The very path was marked by its strike, leaving scars upon the firmament, and the air itself was rendered almost irreparable. The might of this blade had reached the zenith of the Tianxian continent. In the blink of an eye, the blade of light was upon Su Ci. He bore no expression, merely flicking his crystalline right hand to meet the onslaught. With his corporeal form, he faced the blade head-on. A crisp clang resonated through the space, akin to a tempest sweeping across the land, as the tides of spiritual energy surged relentlessly. Su Ci's hair glimmered with an ethereal light, radiating a pearlescent glow, and he stepped forward, untouched by harm. How could this be? Yi Gui was taken aback. That strike, he had been confident it could reduce any emperor-level opponent to mere fragments. Yet, striking Su Ci felt as though he were attempting to wound an ancient divine beast, having no effect whatsoever. Have you truly transcended to the realm of immortals? Yi Gui's expression shifted to one of terror as he stumbled backward, realizing the truth too late. Su Ci sneered coldly, taking a step forward and deftly tapping 3 fingers with his right hand. The 3 talents immortal finger. Now, Su Ci summoned celestial essence to unleash a force far more formidable than what he had demonstrated in the secret realm against the younger generation. The powers of heaven, earth, and humanity converged, wielding the authority of the heavens. In an instant, the finger imprint reached Yi Gui, striking him upon the forehead. This is bad. Yi Gui's heart raced with dread, but with Su Ci tapping into the celestial mandates of the universe, there was no avenue for escape. Boom! Like a meteorite colliding with Earth, the clash of celestial artifacts erupted with thunderous resonance. The entire Mingqiu sacred land trembled for miles around, leaving many emperors aghast, their pathways disrupted. Before the sacred mountain gate, a massive crater formed, extending deep beneath the ground. With a single finger, the celestial formation shattered. Is Su Jiuxiao truly half-immortal now? At this moment, countless emperors watched in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging. Half-immortals were a rarity in the world, each a hidden treasure of the foremost powers of the central continent. Yi Gui was within the celestial formation. Even if he were a mere illusion of a half-immortal, he was still a half-immortal. However, as Su Ci's finger descended, it seemed as if chaos itself was being divided, reconstructing the path of heaven, an endeavor beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. As the mist dissipated, Yi Gui's weakened form became visible. He was drenched in blood, his garments stained white, and his heart boiled with turmoil. Su Ci's power far exceeded his imagination. He was not merely a mid-stage emperor, but a being with a corporeal form of an immortal. Across the Tianxian continent, few would dare to claim they could face Su Ci in single combat. Flee. He resolved to escape into the ancestral land, to unleash the remnants of the immortal S shadow, and to fight Su Si to the bitter end. But at that moment, Su Si lightly pointed, and the Zhou Emperor soared forth, akin to an ancient celestial weapon, expanding with the wind. In but a moment, it loomed overhead like a pillar supporting the heavens. Descend, Suchi commanded softly. With a thunderous crash, the Emperor's sword plummeted. Yi Gui's eyes widened in fury as he turned to cleave with his own blade. This strike was fueled by his burning soul, essence, and roots, a resplendent blow. Colors erupted into the sky, brilliant beyond measure. Yet, regrettably, he was leagued beneath Su Si, empowered by the 7 classics of martial arts. Su Si had achieved unparalleled mastery among half-immortals. As the sword fell, the Emperor's sword overshadowed the vibrant display and crushed Yi Gui's imperial form, smashing into the heart of the Mingchu sacred land. The cries of anguish erupted within the sacred ground, only to be abruptly silenced as the entire front of the sacred land was reduced to ruins, claiming the lives of countless souls. In the distance, several emperors of ancient sacred clans nearly collapsed, their bodies weakening. They had been scheming to eliminate Su Si for revenge against their ancestral emperor, yet now, witnessing Su Si's astonishing battle, they were utterly subdued. At the direction of the Ling Lang Academy, several elders stood in bewilderment. A peak emperor was slain with a single strike. This was the Mingchu sacred land, a bastion of the East, with a history even older than that of our central continent. Chu Wanli shook her head, cautioning that it would not be so simple. With the Jiuxiao, sword-shattering Mingchu, the heavenly path of the eastern wasteland would surely be enraged, perhaps even manifesting to obliterate him. The manifestation of the heavenly path? The elders' faces paled in shock as they beheld a wisp of white essence rising from the ruins. A white qilin materialized, treading upon clouds, as countless chains of order emerged, transforming the imprints of the path into reality. Yet, the tangible world became increasingly ethereal. An overwhelming pressure erupted, cascading through the eastern wasteland, bearing down upon Su Si with the force of the heavens. Su Si extended his right hand, pressing upward, standing tall against the heavens. Is this all? Su Si laughed coldly, supporting the heavens as he strode forward toward the qilin. Luo Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback. What is happening? The heavenly path can be resisted? Fu Ying explained beside him. The heavenly path is merely a manifestation of order. The mortal realm's heavenly path is often established by immortals. Over time, it becomes the spirit of heaven and earth, not exceedingly powerful, to break the heavenly path and re-establish order. Compelling the heavens to serve oneself is not uncommon in the upper realms. However, one must tread carefully. If the immortal who established that order has not perished, it is tantamount to making an enemy of him. Luo Feng swallowed hard. He had always thought Su Si was only slightly stronger than himself. Yet now, he realized he was unworthy even to carry Su Si's shoes. Perhaps it would be best to find an opportunity to repay the debt. As Su Si approached, the white qilin began to emit agitated roars, opening its mouth to utter the words of order. These words, suffused with the chains of the path, symbolized the highest power of the heavenly path. With a thunderous rush, it surged towards Su Si. Su Si's expression darkened as he gripped the Emperor's sword in his left hand, thrusting it into the essence of order. Crack, crack, crack. Both forces clashed, and the heavens trembled, mountains quaked. Su Si gradually increased his strength, causing the order to begin to collapse. Boom! The words of order shattered instantaneously. Su Si leaped 100 miles, thrusting his sword into the qilin's right eye. Roar! The qilin howled in agony as Su Si twisted his left hand. The qilin was torn to particles, dissipating into white mist throughout the cosmos. In an instant, the spiritual essence of the eastern wasteland collapsed. The heavens wailed, order obliterated. And floods surged backward. Order was lost. Buzz before him, an ethereal figure of an immortal materialized, frowning as it gazed at Su Si. Who dares to destroy the Dao lineage of my Tianxian continent? Su Fuxiao. Suchi smiled fiendly. Su Jiuxiao. Good. I shall remember that. The immortal's figure spoke coldly before vanishing. Su Ci was taken aback. Logically, the remnant shadow of an immortal should possess boundless combat power. He had braced himself for a fierce battle. Yet, unexpectedly, the figure simply uttered a fierce remark and hastily disappeared. Could it be that the power left behind had dissipated over time? Many shared Su Ci's thoughts, all gazing at him in bewilderment. Having slain the heavenly path of the eastern wasteland, he faced no retribution. This Su Jiuxiao had truly become a sovereign of his domain. They understood that in the future, east of the Tianqian continent, Jiuxiao would reign supreme. Su Ci turned and headed directly toward the ancestral ground of the Mingchu sacred land. Gaoran was sealed within the ancestral land, and the treasures of the Mingchu sacred land lay therein. Chapter 23. The Celestial Master of Huaqing, wanted in Central Continent. As Su Ci entered the treasury, he found several elderly men kneeling beside Gao Ran, fervently bowing their heads. "Spare us, great emperor, spare us." With a snap of his fingers, the elderly men crumbled to the ground like sand, lifeless. The restrictions surrounding Gao Ran simultaneously shattered. "Master Ancestor," he exclaimed in delight. "Indeed," Su Ci replied, patting his shoulder. "You have endured much. I apologize for my oversight." Gao Ran's face flushed with embarrassment. Su Ci smiled, turning his gaze toward the distance. The treasury of the sacred land of Ming Chu. Within the treasury, spiritual energy brimmed, and an array of storage artifacts adorned the shelves. Each a sacred treasure at the very least. After millennia of accumulation, I shall arm the sacred land of Jiuxiao. With satisfaction, Su Ci waved his sleeve, collecting all the treasures into his possession. He then stepped deeper into the ancestral grounds. Before him lay a lake, its waters a pristine white. At the center of the lake stood a small island, upon which a milky white sword was embedded. A celestial weapon. Su Ci gasped in astonishment. The entire lake was infused with celestial essence, centered around this sword. What were the forces behind this plot? As Su Ci approached the island, the once vanished celestial shadow reappeared with a hum. "Do not attempt to draw it," the celestial shadow admonished. Ignoring the warning, Su Ci continued towards the celestial sword. "Should you pull it from its resting place, the fruit of the domain will only manifest in Central Continent, leaving you with nothing," the celestial shadow urged anxiously. "The fruit of the domain?" Su Ci paused, intrigued. "What is that?" The celestial shadow exhaled. "The fruit of the domain, also known as the heart of the domain, grants its possessor absolute control over a realm. With a domain as your backing, not only will your celestial essence be inexhaustible in battle, but you may also transcend to the supreme realm. Even without ascending to the celestial realm, with the fruit of the domain, this world becomes your private garden, allowing you to command everything. Simply put, it makes you the master of heaven." Su Ci understood. "So, the entirety of your remaining power is devoted to sustaining this lake?" The celestial shadow nodded. "I am Huaqing, the celestial master. Guard this place for me, and when the fruit of the domain is drawn forth, I shall elevate you to the rank of celestial general. From henceforth, you shall roam freely across the heavens." Is this fellow merely spinning grand illusions for me? Su Ci smirked and inquired, "What if I were to draw the celestial sword?" The celestial shadow pondered. Should the East wilderness lose its chance at the fruit of the domain, it would have no choice but to turn to Central Continent, a territory dominated by a few ancient beings. Neither you nor I would stand a chance there. I have my eye on your combat prowess. It would be mutually beneficial. What do you say? Very well. Su Ci nodded, stepping forward to strike the celestial shadow with a mighty punch. Huaqing's celestial visage widened in shock. Yet he could not utter a word before being obliterated by Su Ci's blow. His remaining strength was far too feeble. Su Ci dusted off his hands and approached the celestial sword. Even if he were to consider cooperation, it would be with Fu Yuing. This Huaqing was clearly not to be trusted. The setup was his, and partnering with him would be akin to courting danger, leaving oneself vulnerable to dire consequences. With a decisive clap, Su Ci leaned down and drew the celestial sword. Boom! The celestial essence from the lake surged towards Su Ci. grasping the celestial sword. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. No wonder they forbade me from drawing it. This is at least Hua Qing's accumulation over millennia. Ecstatic, Su Si sensed the dragon-like strength within him, his power enhanced by a third. Outside, as Su Si extracted the celestial sword, the world trembled violently. In Central Continent, the specters of the Dao illuminated the skies, and numerous celestial shadows descended as spiritual energy erupted like a geyser. The energy from the eastern region flowed into Central Continent. Many emperors who had been observing Su Si suddenly changed countenance, as if they had received some urgent message, and swiftly vanished from the East Wilderness. Upon leaving the East Wilderness, Su Si returned to the sacred land of Jiushao with Gao Ran. The entire sacred ground was alive with joyous celebration. Countless factions from the East Wilderness lined up to pay tribute. From this day forth, anyone wishing to establish a presence in the East Wilderness must reckon with the sacred land of Jiushao, seeking Su Si's favor. That night, Luo Feng once again visited Su Si's rear mountain. As soon as he sat down, he exclaimed, "Brother Jiushao, have you heard the news from Central Continent?" Su Si turned, casting a sidelong glance at him. "The path to immortality has opened? It is about to." Luo Feng inhaled sharply. "But you may not make it in time. Why is that?" Su Si inquired with a smile. "You have disrupted the Heavenly Dao in the East Wilderness, and now Central Continent is eerily silent. The Heavenly Dao there is panicking, issuing a continent-wide manhunt for you. I hear even beings from the celestial realm have descended. You certainly cannot go this time." Luo Feng's words trailed off, realizing the absurdity of the situation. It was indeed unbelievable. Su Si remained silent, having anticipated this. The Heavenly Dao of the East Wilderness was backed by Hua Qing. The forces behind Central Continent were certainly not weaker than Hua Qing. It was clear now that their primary target was not Su Si, but rather the fruit of the domain. Once refined, the fruit of the domain could seize control over the entire Tian-Shan continent. It was likely that only then would they turn their attention toward him. "Fear not. I will handle this matter," Su Si said, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Do you have a way to circumvent the Heavenly Dao and enter Central Continent?" Luo Feng asked, astonished. "You need not concern yourself with that," Su Si replied with a smile. Luo Feng regarded Su Si, deciding it was best not to pry further. "By the way, where's my son-in-law? I missed the wedding and have yet to see his face." Su Si replied nonchalantly, "I have instructed him to enter seclusion." Luo Feng nodded in understanding. "Indeed, the world is so chaotic now. If he does not improve his strength, even with your protection, he may not be able to leave the sacred land of Jiushao." As he spoke, his expression brightened. "To be honest, is that lad your illegitimate son?" Su Si's lips twitched, and he turned his head, diverting the topic. "And what of your daughter?" Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Fu Jie plans to journey to Central Continent to compete for celestial treasures. My daughter will undoubtedly accompany her. They shall depart tomorrow morning. That mentor Bai from the Linlang Academy is currently at my Shantian sect." Bai? Su Si's mind conjured an image of a charming face. She had seemed eager to recommend him for admission to the Linlang Academy. Perhaps this was an opportunity. With this thought, Su Si nodded and smiled. "Then I shall also enter seclusion for a period." Luo Feng wailed in despair. "You are already so powerful, and yet you still choose to seclude yourself. Meanwhile, I am weak and merely play the lute and tend to birds each day. The disparity is too great." Chapter 24. Celestial Arts and Mystical Techniques. Intruding into the Central Continent. As night gave way to dawn, an announcement resonated. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on the third day of marriage. You are rewarded with the Celestial Technique, Star River Sword Art, Celestial Technique. This system truly delivers, bestowing upon him such invaluable treasures." For years in the Tian-Shan continent, Su Si had only heard fragmented tales of celestial arts. This was the first time he encountered a complete celestial technique, likely a unique treasure in this realm. With the acquisition of the Star River Sword Art, Su Si felt an increasing confidence in his journey to the Central Continent. Transforming into a youthful version of himself, he set forth towards the Xuantiangong. The path to immortality and the fruits of the realms intrigued him immensely. Upon his arrival at Xuantiangong, he found that Luo Xiao and Bai Yi had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Ci, Luo Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Ah? Another student wishing to join the Linlang Academy, is you? Indeed, Su Ci replied with a smile, turning to Bai Yi. Shall we set off? Very well, Bai Yi nodded. Her gaze towards Su Ci filled with complexity. She was already aware that he had single-handedly vanquished many of the Central Continent's prominent heirs. A formidable figure indeed. When Su Ci had contacted her the previous night, she had nearly fled to hide in the Central Continent. Yet ultimately, she could not abandon such a promising talent as Luo Xiao, and thus felt compelled to bring Su Ci along, boarding the extraordinary beast of burden to the Linlang Academy. The trio soared towards the Central Continent. The beast's speed was remarkable, and within half an hour, Su Ci arrived at the borders of the Central Continent. As anticipated, the heavenly path of the Central Continent did not react at all. The system's transformation technique had effectively concealed his identity. At that moment, Bai Yi approached Su Ci with a hint of pleading in her tone. Once we reach the Linlang Academy, can we keep a low profile? Su Ci chuckled. If others do not provoke me, I shall not instigate conflict. Why would you think I would be ostentatious, Bai Minter? Bai Yi sighed in exasperation. You have slain heirs from the Lin family, the Penglai holy race, and several other major factions. Your identity is already precarious. Moreover, you have wed the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. Jealousy is a natural human emotion, and given your origins from the East Wilderness, it is inevitable that some may harbor resentment. Su Ci was taken aback. Are you suggesting that some will seek to undermine me? He had not considered this. He had come to pursue the path of immortality, with his sights set on the pinnacle of imperial realms, leaving little room for petty squabbles. It may not be outright sabotage, Bai Yi replied cautiously. The Nine Heavens Emperor's reputation commands respect in the East Wilderness. They would likely not dare to act against you. However, I fear your temper may lead to indiscriminate retaliation. Suchinod in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I have no desire to engage with such individuals. They are unworthy of my time. Do not underestimate them. Bai Yi cautioned, rubbing her temples. To be candid, before the path to immortality opens, the celestial gate must first be activated. This gate requires the younger generation to unlock it and seize the once-in-a-millennium opportunity. However, this matter bears significant weight and exceeds what the younger generation can contend with. As far as I know, within the Linlang Academy, there are elders who have lived for millennia, some reborn, others having severed their cultivation, or even possessing the bodies of the youth. Upon hearing this, Su Ci exclaimed, Goodness! A horde of ancient individuals vying for the opportunities of the younger generation. How shameless! At that moment, Luo Xiao, who had been listening from a distance, shot him a glare, her eyes shimmering amber. Suchi felt embarrassed, realizing that he and Fu Yuwing were also part of this competition. Moreover, they had resorted to schemes such as rebirth, possession, and soul transfers, while he brazenly charged forth in his prime imperial form. In any case, the prodigies of this generation at the Linlang Academy could have dominated any era. Be cautious. I do not wish to witness the wrath of the Nine Heavens Emperor descending upon us. Bai Yi swallowed hard, recalling Su Ci's previous battle against Tian Mingchu, which had left her deeply unsettled and would likely haunt her for decades. Su Ci nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Given his temperament, should he unleash his fury, the Linlang Academy might face utter destruction, and he would surely be expelled from the Central Continent. If it is possible to remain low-key, he would endeavor to do so. With this thought, he smiled. Do not worry. As long as no one provokes me, I shall not concern myself with them. Luo Xiao observed him closely. If anyone bullies you, come find me. Oh, Su Ci glanced at her, realizing that Fu Yuwing's long-life lotus root had significantly restored her strength. Otherwise, Luo Xiao would not be so confident. Su Ci chuckled. Are you suggesting I should live off you? Luo Xiao nodded earnestly. My mentor said that those from the Nine Heavens sacred land enjoy living off others. You should be no exception. Su Qi. At that moment, He suddenly noticed a petite dog perched on Luo Xiao's shoulder. He quickly changed the subject. That dog is adorable. Xiao, do you enjoy having dogs? Luo Xiao regarded him with a complex expression. My mentor said this dog is extraordinary. Only those at the imperial realm can perceive it. Su Ci broke into a cold sweat. My mentor, can you see it? Bai Yi replied, I cannot see it. Su Qi was alarmed. Yet he maintained an outward calm as he locked eyes with Luo Xiao. Suddenly, Luo Xiao burst into laughter. Just kidding. Bai Yi smiled gently in amusement. Su Qi. Soon, the scene shifted dramatically. Before him lay an ancient celestial estate nestled among undulating mountains, shrouded in mist. Its architectural style exuded rustic elegance, with soaring eaves and resplendent gilding. Surrounding the palace, rare flowers and exotic plants bloomed in abundance. Celestial cranes soared in the clouds, and agile monkeys frolicked among the treetops. They had arrived at Linlang Academy. Upon entering the academy, Bai Yi maintained a remarkably low profile, discreetly leading Su Ci and Luo Xiao to the summit of a mountain. Atop the peak stood several ancient celestial estates, meticulously maintained. You shall reside here. This is my dojo. Within the Linlang Academy, you have access to various cultivation sanctuaries, such as celestial springs, spatial abodes, and training grounds. Halfway through her explanation, Su Ci slipped into one of the estates. Having ventured from the Linlang Academy centuries ago, he was more familiar with it than Bai Yi, rendering her guidance unnecessary. Luo Xiao, however, listened attentively, disregarding Su Ci as she followed Bai Yi into another celestial estate, clearly indicating that the mentor and disciple were due for an important discussion. Once inside the estate, Su Ci found a booklet placed within the room. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained Bai Yi's notes on essential precautions and individuals to avoid offending. He skimmed through the contents. Top-tier factions included the three ancient holy clans, Penglai, Kunlun, and Yuzhong, alongside three imperial clans, the Lin family, the Chun family, and the Zhu family. They held significant sway over the literary and martial divisions of the Linlang Academy. The dynamics remain unchanged. I have thoroughly offended Penglai, Kunlun, and the Lin family. As for the remaining Yuzhong, Chun, and Zhu families, I share no connections. After reviewing the booklet, Su Ci closed it with a yawn and settled down to meditate. For him, it was now a matter of patiently awaiting the opening of the path to immortality and infiltrating the realm to seize the opportunity. Of course, he also needed to ensure Luo Xiao's safety. This girl could not fall. His future ascendance relied entirely upon her. A night passed in silence. On the following morning, the system sent another notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. On the fourth day of marriage, you have acquired the celestial technique. Holy Sun breathing technique. Breathing techniques, a method of cultivation. As Su Ci initiated his practice, the celestial energy of the universe was drawn into his being as if drawn by a great whale, enhancing his cultivation speed manifold. Splendid. Just as he contemplated resuming his training, a cacophony of weeping and wailing echoed from outside the celestial abode. Chapter 25. Accusation? Ambush. Count it as my kill. What is happening? Su Ci felt a sense of absurdity. For the first time in thousands of years, someone dared to weep outside his sacred grounds. Although this sanctuary was merely a somewhat rudimentary celestial abode at present. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside and was met with the sight of a pitiful, scantily clad woman sprawled at the entrance. Blood stained the corner of her mouth, and panic flickered in her eyes, intertwined with an aura that bore a hint of malevolence. Had you been harmed by a demon? Su Ci hesitated for a brief moment before advancing to assist her. Despite his ruthless nature, prone to exterminating entire clans, he understood that kindness toward an adversary was but cruelty towards oneself. Deep within his heart, Su Ci retained a flicker of conscience. He was not the villain consumed by dark desires. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch the woman, the door of the adjacent celestial abode swung open. Luo Xiao emerged, her graceful figure momentarily taken aback by the sight of Su Ci. His hand froze midair. The woman before him suddenly burst into loud wails. Woo-woo. Su Xi, your heart is so cruel. You captured me and coerced me throughout the night. I have already agreed to submit to you, to accompany you back to the nine heavens' sacred land. Yet this morning, you intend to cast me aside. If I refuse, you strike me. What are the imperial resources you promised me? Woo. Luo Xiao stood there stunned. Recalling the day of their nuptials, it seemed Su Xi had indeed been equally domineering. Could it be that he truly... Su Xi, expressionless, retracted his hand. He wished to remain inconspicuous, yet some reactions far exceeded his expectations. Who sent you here? He inquired sharply. The woman cried out, Su Xi, if you wish for me to leave, you may do so by providing me with the resources to cultivate to the imperial realm. Otherwise, I shall report to the law enforcement elder that you have forcibly taken a female classmate. Su Xi raised an eyebrow. He contemplated striking the woman dead, yet feared that Luo Xiao might misunderstand further. I will grant you 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I shall ensure your soul is torn asunder, never to be reincarnated. Su Xi's voice was low and menacing. The woman showed no fear. Instead, she harnessed her spiritual power, amplifying her cries. Help! Where are the law enforcement hall members? A student has fallen into demonic possession and seeks to harm me. With her words, the surrounding mist suddenly dispersed, revealing dozens of people who had been lurking within, now emerging with smiles and clasped hands. Su Xi was momentarily taken aback. This was not even a pretense. A straightforward approach. The leading man, clad in splendid attire and wielding a folding fan, bore the appearance of a refined gentleman. Upon seeing Su Xi, he smiled and introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Lin Zhong, the student representative of the law enforcement hall. And the one you have violated is Chun Lu, the younger sister of the academy's grand chancellor, Chun Lan. The imperial clan, the Lin family, the Chun family. Su Xi chuckled. Have I offended you in any way? Lin Zhong's smile faded. I do not concern myself with grievances outside the academy. Let us address the matter at hand. You have deceived and violated Miss Chun Lu, which is a transgression of the heavenly codes within the academy. The heavenly codes. Such audacity. Suchi replied, Witasmile. And how do you propose to deal with me? Lin Zhong's smile returned. Naturally, we shall bind you and present you to the Elder Council for judgment. Whether you are expelled from the academy or face a death sentence, you shall receive clarity. As he spoke, several figures of saints appeared in the sky, each exuding a fierce and menacing aura, adorned with chains around their necks. You all presume to accuse me of violating this Miss Chun Lu without even a proper investigation? Su Xi looked up towards the sky. The evidence is irrefutable. You were caught in the act, the leading saint coldly replied. Su Qi nodded, seemingly resigned. Then turned to Luo Xiao. Do you think the same? Luo Xiao hesitated for a moment. Then a smile graced her lips as she stepped forward. I believe in you. Su Xi was taken aback. Luo Xiao approached Chun Lu, who was in despair. Miss Luo, slap. Luo Xiao struck Chun Lu's face, sending her soaring 3 meters into the air. With your lack of charm, Su Xi stayed beside me last night. He didn't even enter my room, let alone cross half the academy to find you. Are you belittling my allure? Chun Lu spat blood, gazing at the stunningly beautiful Luo Xiao, her anger boiling over. Luo Xiao, how dare you slap me? Do you know who my brother is? Is he not just the academy's chief? So what? Luo Xiao retorted, if there are issues, let him come to me. I shall handle everything. Meanwhile, Lin Zhong was struck with disbelief. This was the Phoenix goddess, and yet she was so furious over a man. Miss Luo, the academy's chief, is said to possess otherworldly eyes, rumored to be a reincarnated celestial being. This is a matter you cannot afford to engage in. Luo Xiao remained silent, casting a cold glance at Lin Zhong. In that moment, Lin Zhong felt no immediate consequence, but Chun Lu was enraged. She had always been accustomed to her arrogance and confidence, believing that even if she harmed Luo Xiao without cause, the academy would not dare touch her. Chun Lu's anger surged, and a soft sword appeared in her hand, thrusting towards Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao frowned slightly, and a crimson spear materialized in her grasp. With a swift thrust, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's call, the space rippled. Swoosh! Her cultivation was evidently far beyond Chen Lu's. In an instant, the spear pierced through Chen Lu's forehead and emerged from the back of her head. Chen Lu's eyes widened in terror, staring at the spear's handle, her soul already shattered. Lin Zhong staggered back, incredulous as he gazed at Luo Xiao. Had he not made himself clear? Chen Lu was Chun Lan's sister. To kill her with such a strike would bring down the wrath of the Yaoqi sacred land upon Luo Xiao, unless she escaped the Linlang Academy, hiding forever within the Yaoqi sacred land. Su Xi watched in a daze, but soon realized Luo Xiao's intent. She wished to shield him from this chaos, to bear the burden of consequences herself. There must also be the influence of Fu Yueing behind this. If Su Xi stirred up turmoil, it would inevitably lead to upheaval, possibly even alarming that figure in the eastern wasteland. At that point, it would be beyond control. At this moment, Lin Zhong stammered, "Miss Luo, you have now committed a grave offense. It would be wise to contact the Yaoqi sacred land immediately." The saints in the sky also wore grave expressions. This was Linlang Academy, where Chief Chenlong held the most power among the youth. If they did not make a statement, it would be a dereliction of duty, and they could face reckoning in the future. Stepping forward, Su Xi grasped the handle of Luo Xiao's spear, applying a slight force. Bang! Chen Lu's head exploded like a watermelon. "Count it as my kill." Su Xi raised his head, addressing the saints. "Chen Lu conspired against me, and I have slain her with this spear." Moreover, he turned to Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong's heart raced with dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss. And he turned to flee. He sensed the impending doom. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Qi called lightly, and the spear in his hand was hurled forth like a javelin. It traced a perfect arc through the air. Thud! It pierced Lin Zhong's back, the immense force pinning him against a mountainside. The saints' expressions shifted drastically. At their speed, they had been unable to intercept that spear just moments ago. Chapter 26. On the very first day. Must one reveal their identity? Su Xi stepped forward and placed his foot firmly on Lin Zhong's head. "I ask you, why have you sought to frame me?" Lin Zhong was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of Su Xi's strength, which even the Holy Realm could not impede. "Speak." The murderous intent emanating from Su Xi was palpable. Lin Zhong trembled, his trousers dampening as he confessed. "You are of the Jiuxiao, sacred land, naturally despised by the Central Plains. There are rumors that expelling you from the Linlang Academy would garner favor from the Heavenly Dao, bringing forth rewards and instant elevation." Su Xi furrowed his brow, pressing down slightly with his right foot. "Who said that?" Lin Zhong winced in pain, pleading for mercy. "It's a rumor within the academy. The source is lost to time, but everyone knows. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire." Su Xi, as a representative of the law enforcement hall, "Should you take my life, you would offend the entire hall. However, if you spare me, I shall heed your every command henceforth, and the Lin family will follow your lead. I am at my wit's end, truly at my wit's end." Su Xi sneered too late. As Su Xi's murderous aura intensified, a holy one in the sky reprimanded him. "Su Xi, as a member of the Linlang Academy, do you truly wish to rebel, emulating your reckless ancestor Jiuxiao? I tell you, this is the Central Plains. Distant waters cannot quench nearby fires. If you commit a crime here, your ancestor can only rush from the eastern wilderness to collect your remains." With that, a deafening roar erupted. The Jiuxiao imperial sword at Su Xi's waist resonated, launching itself into the air without a breath of wind. In the sky, a translucent figure emerged, adorned with an imperial crown, tall and poised. Unmistakably the remnant of the Jiuxiao emperor. The remnant wielded the imperial sword, slicing through the air with a swish. In an instant, the Holy One who spoke found his eyes widened in shock, only to be met with a fatal blow to the throat. His head was severed and flew away, the headless corpse crashing to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. From a distance, Bai Yi had just arrived and collapsed onto the ground in shock. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be low-key? This morning, she had merely gone to record Su Xi and Luo Xiao as academic statuses. Returning at noon, She was met with the sight of Su Si slaying a law enforcement elder. This matter was far too grave, surpassing her capacity to manage. In the moment of the Holy One's demise, numerous imperial shadows materialized in the air. A stoic elder garb in dark robes fixed his gaze upon Su Si. Bai Yi positioned herself before Su Si, stammering, "Elder Lin Hong." The elder, known as Lin Hong, displayed no discernible emotion, merely addressing Su Si. "Release Lin Zhong, and I shall be lenient." Bai Yi inhaled deeply, turning urgently to Su Si. "Su Si, do not kill Lin Zhong. There is still room for reconciliation. You must understand, Lin Kuan and the Emperor's son Lin Qing have already perished at your hands. Lin Zhong is the last hope of the Lin family. If you kill him, they will be left without a champion in their pursuit of immortality, and they will go mad." Su Si chuckled. "So, I have already slain so many of the Lin family?" Bai Yi nodded. Su Si continued, "If I spare him, will the Lin family spare me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hong spoke solemnly. "Matters outside the academy are of little concern to the younger generation of the Lin family. Past grievances will not be held against you. This is an unwritten rule among the great powers of the Central Plains." Su Si nodded. If every generation's youth were to hold grudges against one another, the great powers of the Central Plains would have long since descended into endless conflict, rendering harmony impossible. In other words, young prodigies hold little weight in the eyes of those truly in power. Yet, one cannot eradicate them entirely. That would be to uproot them. Su Si smiled. "So, the scheme to frame me will simply be overlooked?" Lin Hong replied. "Not overlooked. You have slain Chen Lu, and naturally, someone will seek retribution. Furthermore, your disregard for the Academy's laws and the murder of a law enforcement elder warrant punishment. As for the framing, I shall investigate thoroughly and restore your innocence." "You speak of punishment?" Su Si scoffed. "Do you truly believe Su can be trifled with?" With that, Su Si's right foot pressed down. With a sickening crunch, Lin Zhong's head exploded. In the horrified gaze of all present, Su Si crushed Lin Zhong's life before the eyes of several emperors. Luo Xiao gasped in surprise. Initially, she thought negotiations would lead Su Si to relent, merely vying for advantage. Little did she realize from the very beginning, Su Si had no intention of sparing Lin Zhong. He was merely toying with Lin Hong while assessing Bai Yi's stance. He was thoroughly satisfied with the results. At that moment, Bai Yi trembled but still stood defiantly before Su Si, stammering, "Su Si is my disciple, brought forth by my recommendation. I share in the guilt. Please, elder, punish me as well." Lin Hong was furious. "Bai Yi, your white family is but a minor clan. Do you dare to invoke the wrath of the Lin family?" Lin Hong brandished a war hammer, his form swelling tenfold as he roared. "The emperor cannot be humiliated. If you younglings provoke my wrath, 100 deaths would not suffice." As he spoke, he swung the hammer down, its head colossal as a star, threatening to obliterate the mountain Su Si stood upon. The imperial sword before Su Si resonated. Yet before he could act, a mirror materialized in the air. From the mirror emerged delicate hands, catching the massive hammer. Simultaneously, the voice of the Yaoqi saintess resounded. "Lin Hong, do you wish to slay my daughter? Do you not fear that I will surround your Lin family headquarters?" "You." Lin Hong seethed. "My clan's emperor has perished. Must your daughter remain untouched?" The Yaoqi saintess retorted. "Your clan's emperor fell in a battle amongst equals. Whose fault is that? Yet your demise would be far too disgraceful." Lin Hong inhaled deeply, regaining composure. "Very well, I shall spare your daughter, but this boy has violated the Academy's rules. I shall apprehend him, and it will be a matter of duty. Is there any objection?" He unfurled the Academy's banner. The Yaoqi saintess hesitated momentarily, then warned, "Lin Hong, I caution you. Su Jiuxiao holds this young man in high regard, having bestowed upon him the Jiuxiao imperial sword. Now that Su Jiuxiao's reputation looms over the eastern wilderness, if you're unafraid, feel free to test that." Lin Hong scoffed. "Fear? What do I have to fear? This is the Central Plains. No matter how long Su Jiuxiao's reach can extend here, suit yourself." The Yaoqi saintess's voice faded. Lin Hong grinned malevolently at Su Si. Su Si felt helpless. To reveal his identity on the very first day, it seemed that to pursue the path to immortality, he would need to seek alternative means. The Lin family continually sought to undermine him. He must find an opportunity to uproot them entirely. Having made his decision, the imperial sword hovered before Su Si as he ascended into the heavens, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Luo Xiao watched him closely, her eyes a blend of amber and black, clearly focused. Lin Hong, astonished, remarked, "Young one, your spirit is indeed formidable. No wonder you dared to traverse from the eastern wilderness to the central plains. Yet alas, in the face of absolute power, neither bone nor dignity will avail you. They will only hasten your demise." As his words fell, he raised the enormous hammer to strike down, but in the next instant, his body suddenly froze. In the distance, a golden scroll drifted slowly towards them. Following the scroll were numerous golden youths and maidens. Among the maidens, a breathtaking girl with unparalleled grace opened the scroll, gazing at Lin Hong, and declared, "The head of the quarters has decreed that during this special period, the law enforcement hall must not intervene in matters between the young. Violators shall be stripped of their positions and expelled from Linlang." Chapter 27. An Appointment for Life and Death. The head of the Chu courtyard. Wen Yuan's head, Chu Wanli. Su Si was taken aback, realizing that he had such a formidable backing. And that enchanting young lady. He recognized her as well. Qin Yuma, a close friend of Luo Xiao, whom he had met in the eastern wilderness. But why was she here at the Linlang Academy, delivering a decree on behalf of Wen Yuan? Meanwhile, Lin Hong wore an expression of disbelief. "You wish to protect such a heretical figure as the head of the Chu courtyard?" With a resounding clap, the golden list seemed to move of its own accord, crossing 100 zhang in an instant to land a sharp slap on Lin Hong's right cheek. An ethereal figure materialized in the arena. Chu Wanli coldly regarded Lin Hong. "Fool! Su Jiuxiao has already arrived in the eastern wilderness. If you capture this young friend Su, it will incite a war between the two domains. Who will bear the responsibility for that?" Lin Hong was taken aback. "Isn't the celestial path of Zhongzhou still hunting Su Jiuxiao? If he arrives, we can capture him and please the celestial path. Wouldn't that be splendid?" "Splendid, you say?" Chu Wanli nearly kicked Lin Hong in frustration. "Su Jiuxiao is a demigod, a demigod. The path to ascension is about to open. Who has the time to deal with Su Jiuxiao? Can your Lin family handle it all together?" "Huh?" Lin Hong's lips turned pale. Relying solely on the Lin family, without the backing of Linlang Academy and the celestial path of Zhongzhou, was tantamount to courting death. Chu Wanli scoffed. "The current course of action is to pacify the situation as much as possible. We must avoid any conflict with Su Jiuxiao. If this young friend Su loses in a contest among peers, Su Jiuxiao will have nothing to say. But if the strong bully the weak, I cannot protect you." With that, she turned to Su Si. "Young friend Su, please convey my regards to Su Jiuxiao. The Linlang Academy welcomes him as a guest at any time." Su Si nodded, showing no particular reaction as Chu Wanli's figure vanished into the air. Lin Hong and the others exchanged glances, leaving with expressions of discontent. Students watching from a distance initially gazed at Su Si and the others in awe, before swiftly dispersing. The surroundings grew eerily quiet. Luo Xiao sighed in relief and looked curiously at Su Si. "Did you really want to confront an emperor just now?" Su Si turned and smiled. "Do you think I possess that kind of strength?" Luo Xiao pouted. "But I felt your fighting spirit was quite strong just now." Su Si chuckled, glancing at Luo Xiao. "With the head of the Chu courtyard backing us, we can now roam freely. Shall we explore Linlang Academy together?" Luo Xiao hesitated for a moment, pouting her lips. "I can accompany you, but remember, I'm still angry with you." Su Si laughed heartily, taking her hand and walking into the distance. Qin Yuma approached, clicking her tongue. "What a pair of life-and-death bound little couple. Facing the imperial clan, you both seemed eager to sacrifice yourselves to protect each other. It makes me green with envy." Luo Xiao's cheeks flushed. Her previous actions were partly her own thoughts, but also partly due to her master's orders. Yet, this was not something she could share with Qin Yuma. "Qin Yuma, what is your relationship with the head of the Chu courtyard?" Su Si asked with a smile. "She is my aunt. Qin Yuma shrugged. Did you not notice that my status is quite high? Back in the eastern wilderness, I traveled in the imperial lotus. No one dared to touch me. No one would dare to vie for the shares of the everlasting lotus. And I could even directly give shares to Xiao. Su Xiai gave a thumbs up. Impressive, second-generation imperial. Turning to Luo Xiao's profile, he added, You are impressive too. Luo Xiao smiled sweetly. As a second-generation imperial, she felt the pressure to not let her clan down. She had to work harder. At that moment, Qin Yuma quickly waved her hands and pleaded, Let's not discuss this anymore. If you two want to explore the academy, allow me to be your tour guide. I'm very familiar with the 5 wonders of the academy, the sea of clouds, the azure waves, the starry radiance. Su Xiai nodded in agreement. After all, it had been centuries since he last visited, and he wished to relive the memories of this place where so much had transpired. The morning passed joyfully in their exploration. It is often said that travel is the best lubricant for relationships. At this moment, the distance between Luo Xiao and Su Xiai had noticeably diminished, allowing them to tentatively consider each other as friends. As noon approached, Su Xiai and the 2 ladies shared a serving of immortal nectar. When a panicked maid hurriedly approached, reporting, Miss, something significant has occurred. Calm down, Qin Yuma snapped, although she treated Su Xiai with kindness. Her demeanor towards these maids retained the aura of a high-ranking second-generation imperial. It was a habit cultivated over time. The maid trembled, kneeling before them. The head of the academy, Chun Lan, has set up a life-and-death arena and challenges the holy son, Su, to a duel. Qin Yuma's expression changed. While Luo Xiao set down her spoon, her long spear manifesting in her hand. What the? Su Xiai grasped her hand, smiling. They came looking for me. Why do you need to go? Luo Xiao replied, I know Chun Lan. His right hand ring seals the remnant soul of a mighty emperor. You have no chance of victory. Su Xiai looked at her with a knowing smile. How much strength has your master regained after consuming the root of the everlasting lotus? About 10%. Luo Xiao instinctively answered, then looked at Su Xiai with uncertainty. How do you know everything? Su Xiai chuckled, avoiding a direct response. In any case, you need to concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it myself. Luo Xiao pondered briefly, then took out a small box from her bosom and handed it to Su Xiai. This is an imperial-grade elixir, the Yaoqi golden pill. Take it. Consume it at a critical moment, and it may save your life. Su Xiai accepted the pill and stored it away. This was undoubtedly the first gift Luo Xiao had given him, and there was no reason to refuse it. Afterward, Su Xiai turned and headed toward Linling Square. The 2 women followed behind, whispering to each other. Soon, Su Xiai arrived at Linling Square, an expansive area with a massive spiritual stone arena at its center, spanning several miles. Numerous celestial abodes hovered in the sky nearby. Chun Lan had set up the life and death arena, challenging Su Xiai, a battle of legendary proportions. Almost all the prominent young figures of Linling Academy had gathered. Chapter 28, Exploiting Rule Loopholes and Seizing Heirlooms. Within a lavish celestial abode, a young man and woman, both exceptionally talented, were engrossed in a game of chess. The man possessed heterochromatic eyes, resembling those of a fox, an enchanting sight indeed. At this moment, he bore a knowing expression, glancing out the window with a spark of excitement. It was time to ensnare his prey. Su Xiai had arrived. The woman, expressionless, remarked, Yang Ming, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over the death of a mere brother? Yang Ming chuckled softly, Sui Dai. A venerable ancestor has perished in Kunlun, and you would have us act as if nothing has transpired? Sui Dai shot him a glance. That ancestor is generations removed from us, and there are no familial ties. In terms of vengeance, it is not our place to act. Moreover, the eastern wilderness has become an absolute forbidden zone. Who would dare seek revenge there? Since it is so ethereal, perhaps it would be best to let it go and live freely. Yang Ming's smile faded. You may choose to live without hatred, but my brother, Yang Xian, was unequivocally killed by Su Xiai. There were countless rogue cultivators who witnessed it. This is a debt soaked in blood. Sui Dai sighed. So you spread rumors claiming that the heavenly path rejects Su Xiai, and whoever slays him will gain its favor. Ouyang Ming's demeanor grew serious. Rumors arise from the hearts of the people. It is merely what they wish to believe. I simply gave it a gentle push. I cannot be deemed the primary instigator. Sui Dai pouted. In terms of debate, I am no match for you, but do take care to conceal your presence from Su Si. Ouyang Ming laughed. Suchi? Can he even overcome the challenges before him? He gazed out the window. To be fair, this battle has indeed attracted quite a crowd. Sui Dai glanced at him. Did you not create a martial arts ranking for the younger generation? I recall Qianlan is ranked first, so it is only natural that many would come to watch. Indeed, Ouyang Ming nodded, presenting a booklet with a smile. Originally, Qianlan was invincible, yet now he can only rank 5th on the martial list. Ahead of him are either the reincarnated emperor or the pinnacle of the sacred realm seizing control. They're all examples of overwhelming disparity. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked towards the distant sky. There, a young cultivator stood suspended in midair, arms crossed, gazing down with an air of profound experience. Yuan Bo, what brings him here? Is he interested in the battles of the younger generation? Yuan Bo, Sui Dai exclaimed, flipping through the martial ranking with narrowed eyes. Yuan Bo was a peak emperor reincarnate from the martial academy, a pioneer on the path to immortality. This was no secret within the academy. Yet, to think he would personally attend this life and death contest. Ouyang Ming suddenly posed a question. If Su Si were to triumph in this duel, do you think Yuan Bo would take to the stage himself? Sui Dai shot him a look. He is an emperor. Why would he stoop to engaging in games with the younger generation? Then, her expression shifted. Wait, are you suggesting that Su Si could defeat Qianlan? Ouyang Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A wise man always keeps an escape route. I shall devise a plan to ensure Su Si has no avenues of retreat. Sui Dai shivered slightly, glancing at Ouyang Ming with trepidation. This fellow harbored far too many scheming thoughts. At that moment, an armored elder appeared on the arena. He emanated an aura of imperial authority, clearly a significant elder within the academy. The elder addressed Su Si and the seated Qianlan. I am Meng Wei, an elder of the martial academy, here to serve as your referee. Are there any objections? Su Si leaped onto the platform, shaking his head. Qianlan opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within as he regarded Su Si. Having harmed my clan sister, do you not intend to offer me an explanation? Su Si's expression remained impassive. And who do you think you are to demand an explanation from me? His words incited an uproar among the spectators, most of whom were supporters of Qianlan. Incensed by Su Chiese audacity, a smirk crept upon Qianlan's face. You are quite brazen. Perhaps we are kindred spirits. If it were not for this incident, we might have become good friends. Spare mejor platitudes, Suchi frowned. Qianlan shook his head. Su Si, I am aware that you possess the sword of the Nine Heavens Emperor, while I am accompanied by the remnant soul of an emperor. Ultimately, these are external forces. In a life and death battle, it is our own strength that will be tested. Will you dare to lay aside your external advantages and rely solely on your own might? Naturally, this is also a rule of the life and death battle of the Linlang Academy. The referee Meng Wei nodded in agreement, producing a crystal box. This is the Emperor's treasure box, capable of severing the connection between your imperial artifacts and your own powers. Surrender your elder's items and let your own strengths contend. Upon hearing this, Qianlan rose and tossed a ring from his right hand into the crystal box. With a flash of light, the ring appeared as an ordinary object, resting quietly within the box. Suchi chuckled. This was precisely what he detested about the Linlang Academy, exploiting loopholes in the rules to their own advantage. Clearly, Qianlan's remnant soul could not compare to his own imperial sword. They intended to disarm themselves before resorting to violence. Ming Wei urged, Suchi, the life and death battle must rely on your own strength. Otherwise, it will be deemed a surrender. Su Si grinned. Very well, I shall comply. With a hum, the imperial sword flew forth, descending into the crystal box. From afar, within the celestial abode, Sui Dai furrowed her brow. Seizing one's trump card is a rule of combat. However, this is a life and death battle, not a mere contest. Are they not afraid of invoking the wrath of the Academy head? Ouyang Ming smiled enigmatically. The evil palace, the demon abyss, and the monster domain all have representatives present at Linlang. The Academy head is currently engaged in negotiations. This is precisely why Chanlan dares to take such bold action. As the ancient saying goes, in war, speed is of the essence, once the die is cast. Even if the Academy head were to be enraged, he could not punish too many. This Suci must not be allowed to thrive further. The Eastern Wilderness cannot harbor 9 heavens emperors. Sui Dai blinked her beautiful eyes, remaining silent, her heart still shaken. On the life and death platform, Suci stood with his hands clasped behind him, signaling Chunlan to make his move. Chunlan's expression darkened as he unleashed the full force of his peak law manifestation, a torrent of power surging forth without restraint. He was slightly older than Suci and had received the full backing of the Imperial Chun family, mere steps away from the Sacred Realm. In contrast, Suci, standing before Chunlan, was merely at the pinnacle of the Divine Passage realm, his aura undoubtedly diminished. There was a significant gap in realms. On a nearby high platform, Qin Yuma's expression revealed concern. Chunlan is 10 years older than your husband and possesses far greater cultivation. This life and death battle is exceedingly unfair. Luo Xiao pondered before replying. Suci has absorbed the Everlasting Lotus, the first celestial artifact unearthed recently. His combat prowess may not be as simple as it appears. Qin Yuma nodded. Your analysis is not without merit. Having consumed the elixir of immortality, his life shall never be ordinary. On the stage, Chunlan, observing Suci's unyielding demeanor, narrowed his eyes as a long spear materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, he roared, and a winged young dragon plummeted from the heavens. Chunlan mounted the young dragon, donning his armor, his presence escalating further. He had 1 foot poised at the threshold of the sacred realm. He was a half-saint. The gathered spectators exchanged solemn glances. Legends were not without substance. Chunlan, the premier of the Academy, stood at the forefront of all. Chapter 29. I have my own backup. Ancestor, save me. Suci, I do not deceive you. Reveal your weapon. Chunlan transformed into a dragon knight, his demeanor shifting to one of unparalleled arrogance, exuding an air of invincibility. Suci shook his head and chuckled, finding a withered branch on the martial arts stage and picking it up. He wielded the branch as a weapon, confronting the fully armed Chunlan, a gesture of disdain that was unmistakable, as if he were merely dealing with a mischievous child. This display was even more ostentatious and domineering than Chunlan's. Good one, Suci. Chunlan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly destabilizing his resolve. My weapons have been restricted, so I must resort to this branch. Suci's expression remained calm. Make your move. Come at me. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chunlan rode his young dragon, soaring into the sky. He was gathering momentum. After ascending approximately 10,000 feet, Chunlan summoned all of his spiritual energy to its peak. He dove down. The celestial dragon charges forth. Is this the Chun family's celestial dragon shatter? Gasps filled the audience. To them, his strike resembled a meteor crashing down, fierce and unyielding, streaking through the air like a comet, heading straight for the life and death arena. The battle was not merely a contest, but a matter of life and death. With both sides unleashing their ultimate techniques from the outset, this strike would be challenging even for an ordinary saint-level practitioner to withstand. Suci, be careful. Qin Yuma cried out from the high platform, unable to restrain her alarm. But before her warning could reach him, Suci effortlessly drew a sword. The movement appeared slow and feeble, yet it was in reality a visual deception of extreme swiftness. In that fleeting moment, Suci seemed to have unleashed 1,000 swords. As Chunlan's dragon ascended into the life and death arena at an altitude of 100 feet, the space before him suddenly erupted. A cosmic river of illusion appeared, countless celestial bodies swirling within, as if some wondrous realm of the universe had been transported to this very place. How can this be? What kind of sword technique is this? Chunlan roared. He believed Suci had only tapped into the peak of the divine realm's power, far from his level. Yet the incoming galaxy seemed to sever his connection with the heavens and the earth. The disparity in their levels was too vast. Chun-Lan howled, gripping his spear and clashing against the sword energies that had transformed into celestial bodies. After countless collisions, the sword energies finally vanished around him. However, just as a sigh of relief escaped him, a slender figure suddenly leapt from the sea of stars before him. The figure, wielding the withered branch, seemed to shrink the distance with each step, striking down with a sword. Swoosh! Roar! The young dragon, in a frenzy, attempted to shield itself by folding its wings. Yet, Su Si's sword sliced through it effortlessly, as if cutting through butter, severing the dragon's wings, solid as divine artifacts, without any resistance. The sword then continued its course, cleaving through Chun-Lan's neck. With a sickening sound, Chun-Lan's head was sent flying, blood gushing forth like a spring. The crowd stood in disbelief, the atmosphere hanging heavy with shock. They were certain that Su Si's spiritual energy fluctuation was only at the peak of the divine realm. Yet, he had left an entire realm to deliver a single strike that obliterated the Academy's champion. This Su Si is astonishingly powerful. Unlike any typical junior, Luo Xiao sprang to her feet, her mind swirling with confusion. "Master, can you discern what sword technique that was?" Fu Yuying exclaimed in astonishment. "This is no mere earthly technique, it's celestial magic. Su Si must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Could he be a reincarnation of a powerful being from the celestial realm? Celestial magic!" Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Su Si, the grievances she had felt from his earlier humiliation fading slightly. "Master, Su Si is formidable. Should we inform him of your matters?" Love struck, Fu Yuying paused before replying. He still had a long way to go. In the distance, Su Si, with a withered branch still dripping with crimson blood, turned to regard Chun-Lan's corpse, his brow furrowed. His recent strike had not severed Chun-Lan's soul. This indicated that within Chun-Lan's soul lay a treasure, at least an imperial artifact, or perhaps a remnant from an imperial spirit. The young dragon soared up, retrieving Chun-Lan's head and placing it back upon the headless body. Chun-Lan slowly rose, and a sigh of relief washed over some of his fans. They had come perilously close to losing their faith, nearly shattered by a rustic newcomer from the eastern wilderness. Su Si, Chun-Lan's voice was like ice from the depths of hell, chilling and terrifying. His face was smeared with blood, teeth bared white in a grimace. "You have forced my hand. This battle's outcome was predestined. The eastern wilderness is unworthy of participating in the path to immortality, unworthy of sharing this fortune. Suchigrind, is this the will of the Chun family, or your own?" Chun-Lan fell silent, suddenly releasing an overwhelming aura, his body radiating white light. His pupils transformed into a brilliant platinum, his voice aging as he spoke. "Little brat, it's been ages since I've savored the feeling of personally crushing a prodigious talent. And by the way, I shall take your techniques as well." Su Si was left speechless, turning to the referee, Meng Wei. "Isn't this a violation of the rules?" Meng Wei chuckled. "This is a secret technique. It is not against the rules." "Favoritism." In the distance, Qin Yuma shouted, "Elder Meng, you are too biased towards Chun-Lan. How can you serve as a judge?" Meng Wei feigned ignorance as the match continued. The arena fell silent, with some students whispering, "Isn't this going too far?" An upperclassman admonished, "If you don't want to die, keep quiet and support Chun-Lan." The once bold students suddenly fell silent, their lowly status leaving them with little power to speak out. Any further complaints could very well lead to their own downfall. Boom! In the arena, Chun-Lan charged forward, delivering a powerful punch at Su Si. Su Si raised his sword to block, the withered branch splintering instantly, and he was sent flying several feet, frowning slightly. The old man opposite him was clearly shameless, directly employing saint-level spiritual energy against him. Even with the peak strength of the divine realm, he could not prevail using the galaxy sword technique. The disparity in their energies was too great. "Come on." Chun-Lan laughed heartily. Su Si, with his hands behind his back, thought, "No wonder they sought to confiscate my Jiuxiao Emperor's sword. This is a case of allowing officials to set fire while forbidding commoners from lighting lamps. They have learned their lesson. You've outsmarted yourself. Now lie down obediently. Tianlan bao lao. Outsmart. Suchichako lightly. I have my own backup. Ancestor, save me. Ancestor, save me. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to freeze in time, the faces of all present frozen in shock. Chunlan's charged body came to an abrupt halt, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who was Su Ci's ancestor? The Jiuxiao Emperor, the sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, a semi-immortal renowned across the Tianxian continent. He had just struck down the heavenly path of the Eastern region, a formidable adversary of the Mingqiao sacred grounds. Could a mere junior summon such an invincible figure? The Jiuxiao Emperor was wanted by the heavenly path of the central region. Would he rush there for a junior from sacred ground? It seemed implausible, merely a show of bravado. If Su Ci could indeed call upon the Jiuxiao Emperor, matters would escalate dramatically. The Academy's blatant oppression of juniors might provoke conflict. Many wore expressions of uncertainty. Even Meng Wei, a venerable elder who had reigned as an emperor for a millennium, displayed signs of tension. Who would not fear a semi-immortal? Chapter 30, Confrontation, a Fateful Strike. Chunlan's platinum pupils narrowed into pinpricks. He staggered back repeatedly, but waited in vain for any sign of divine might. Instead, he was met with the boisterous laughter of Su Ci. A mere name has frightened you so? The scum of Zhongzhou seems only capable of engaging in underhanded deeds. You, Chunlan seethed, feeling deeply humiliated. You little brat, dare to play tricks on me? I shall skin you alive and send your soul to the heavens, torturing you day by day. Meng Wei and the other emperors, however, breathed a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. The fact that the holy son of Jiuxiao could not contact the emperor of Jiuxiao was indeed a tremendous blessing, sparing them from constant anxiety. On a nearby high platform, Luo Xiao stammered, her expression crumbling. What? Why is he still pretending to be brave at a time like this? Qin Yuma sat down heavily, clutching a divine rune, muttering frantically, it's over. I can't reach my aunt. She seems to be entertaining important guests. This is truly the end. In the arena, Chunlan rubbed his fists together, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he advanced slowly. Su Ci looked at Chunlan and sighed. Alas, identity. Alas, background. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he summoned forth a magnificent hall from the ancestral grounds of the Academy, emblazoned with the words Hall of Honor. Inside, numerous wooden plaques were displayed across 4 tiers. The first tier bore a single plaque inscribed with the name Heavenly Lu Xiansheng. On the right side of the second tier, a plaque inscribed with Emperor of Jiuxiao suddenly cracked. In an instant, the might of the Emperor surged throughout the entire Linlang Academy. A phantom leaped from the Hall of Honor, swiftly descending upon the Linlang Square. At the same moment, 7 or 8 imperial figures materialized, all wearing grave expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. Meng Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the phantom. The Emperor of Jiuxiao has left a mark of the great Dao within the Academy. The Emperor of Jiuxiao had truly arrived. Chunlan stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Boom! The heavenly Dao of Zhongzhou roared in fury, transforming the previously clear skies into a tempest of thunder and lightning. Various divine beasts and celestial shadows floated in the void as the great Dao seemed poised to descend, wielding supreme power to expel Su Ci. Meng Wei took a step forward, speaking in a low voice. Su Jiuxiao, do you still dare to come to Zhongzhou? Where is it that I cannot go? Meng Wei inhaled deeply. You are merely a mark of the great Dao. Do you believe you can interfere in the matters of my academy? Su Ci laughed heartily, extending his right hand, transforming it into a colossal hand that pressed down. Meng Wei's expression changed dramatically as he joined forces with the 7 or 8 emperors around him, exerting all their strength to resist. In that moment, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted into the sky. Yet, they were utterly unable to shake the giant hand. The hand descended unimpeded. With a resounding crash, it drove Meng Wei deep into the earth, leaving behind a colossal palm imprint with a diameter of 10,000 feet on Linlang Square, nearly collapsing it. In that moment, the emperors of Linlang Academy realized just how monstrous the combat prowess of Su Jiuxiao, who could dominate the eastern wasteland truly was. An ordinary person could not hope to contend. With a whoosh, Meng Wei emerged, his body riddled with holes, blood pouring like a river. Su Xiao, how dare you act violently within my Linlang Academy? He bellowed. Su Ci grasped his neck, and the roar of the Heavenly Dao intensified. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the Academy, a semi-immortal aura began to awaken. Further away, a Supreme will cast its gaze. Does Linlang Academy truly wish to sever ties with me? Suchi shouted. In the distant east, a massive rift in space opened, emanating a violent aura, as if a peerless celestial being was crossing realms to arrive. The Heavenly Dao of Zhongzhou erupted, sending harmonious celestial sounds echoing, and the spiritual energy of the entire Zhongzhou plunged into turmoil. In the distance, a stunning woman sped towards them, as if riding the wheels of wind and fire. Everyone, cease this at once. Stop. Chu Wanli's face was ashen as she stood before Su Ci's mark of the Great Dao. Su Jiuxiao, release him. I will ensure you receive an explanation. An explanation? Su Ci coldly laughed. It seems you of Linlang Academy are intent on tearing apart our relationship, willing to fight to the death until the Heavenly Dao is extinguished. At the mention of the Heavenly Dao's destruction, the dark clouds over Zhongzhou visibly churned. Chu Wanli's expression darkened. I promise you satisfaction, Su Jiuxiao. Do you still not trust me? Su Ci nodded slightly, releasing his grip on Meng Wei. Fear flooded Meng Wei's eyes. With just a mark of the Great Dao, he found himself utterly powerless. This eastern wasteland overlord was even more formidable than the legend suggested. Chu Wanli turned to survey her surroundings. Can someone tell me what has transpired? I will explain. On the high platform, Qin Yamal flew to Chu Wanli's side and whispered. The more Chu Wanli listened, the darker her expression became as she turned to Meng Wei. Who gave you the authority to act as judge? Who empowered you to do so? Does Linlang Academy grant you the right to distort the truth and engage in favoritism? As she finished speaking, she produced a flying dagger adorned with a red tassel and hurled it through the air. With a thud, the dagger embedded itself in Meng Wei's forehead. Meng Wei was seized by terror as the power within him began to wane. He fell from the mid-tier of the Emperor realm to the early stages, ultimately plummeting below the Emperor realm. Chu Wanli severed his connection to the Great Dao. For a being of such lofty status as an emperor, this was akin to having his limbs severed. It was nearly impossible to accept. Head of the Academy. Meng Wei's face turned ashen, feeling as if all light had vanished from his path. Yet, deep down, he understood that Chu Wanli was saving him. Given the reputed temperament of the Emperor of Jiuxiao, had he not faced a severe punishment today, he would surely have met his demise. No amount of protection from the Heavenly Dao could save him. The number of emperors who had perished at Su Ci's hands was simply staggering. He was the only one in the entire Tianxian continent who dared to slaughter emperors at will. Kuan li lukt ati suchi, Su Yuxiao. What do you think of this outcome? It punishes Meng Wei while preventing the Heavenly Dao from erupting. Su Ci remained expressionless. He could accept this result, but it was still insufficient. Chu Wanli furrowed her brow as Su Ci took a step forward, slowly approaching Chunlan. With more than 10 emperors present and the gaze of supreme beings upon them, Su Ci stood before Chunlan, grinning widely. Chunlan was filled with dread, his imperial soul retreating in fear. Su Ci, what do you intend to do? Su Ci declared, let us finish the unfinished life and death battle. With so many elders present, do you still intend to spill blood? Chunlan retreated repeatedly, having lost all courage to fight. He no longer resembled the chief of the academy. Suchi chuckled lightly. I heard you were displeased with my marriage to Xiao. Chunlan's eyes narrowed. Such a matter had only been expressed in private. He had no idea who had leaked it. Su Ci, consider this carefully. With so many emperors watching, most of whom are elders allied with my Chun family, your arrogance will surely provoke resistance within the academy. You. Before he could say more, Su Ci raised his right hand, enveloped in amber spiritual essence, and struck. With a resounding thud, Chunlan's head exploded like a watermelon, turning into a mist of blood. To threaten me when death is imminent? Plus à pomper existence. Su Si shook his head in amusement, finding the act of killing Chun Lan as trivial as squashing an ant. Afterward, he turned to Chu Wanli, facing the head of the Literary Academy calmly, and said, "As Chun Lan mentioned, my actions are devoid of respect for hierarchy. If I have violated the Academy's laws, will the head of the Academy take action against me?" In an instant, all eyes were riveted upon Chu Wanli. With so many esteemed figures present, it was utterly inconceivable for a mere junior like Su Si to resort to violence. According to the regulations of the Academy, such an act constituted a grave transgression, warranting the possibility of immediate expulsion. Chapter 31. The Academy's compromised the chief disciple. How to handle it? This is indeed a dilemma. To take no action at all would be tantamount to fostering treachery, leading to a collapse of the Academy's laws. However, Su Jiuxiao's mark of the Great Path is present on the scene. If the handling is too severe, the consequences of Su Jiuxiao's cross-regional retaliation would be unbearable. The best outcome would be a few harmless reprimands, imposing a leniency that dissipates with time, allowing the matter to be swept under the rug. Both sides would save face. Many elders of the imperial realm had devised the optimal solution in their minds. Yet amidst the crowd, Chu Wanli pondered for a moment and made an unexpected decision. Su Si had triumphed over the Academy's chief disciple, Chun Lan, in a life-and-death battle, proving his extraordinary talent and combat prowess. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Su Si shall be the new chief disciple of the Academy, leading all students. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Not only were several Imperial Realm elders astonished, but many Sacred Realm elders and even some disciples stood in stunned silence. The Academy governed by law, and the heavenly order maintained by structure. Yet today's events seem to convey a different message. In this world, strength reigns supreme. When one's background reaches a certain level, the law becomes merely a tailor-made garment. Wear it as one pleases. Su Si was also taken aback. He had no desire to assume this chief position. However, since Chu Wanli insisted on doing him a favor, he could only acquiesce. At the very least, from this day forth, he could walk unimpeded within the Academy. The authority of the chief disciple is indeed substantial. At that moment, a will from the ancestral grounds of the Academy enveloped the area. "Jiuxiao, may we converse?" Su Si's ethereal form glanced into the distance, his expression complex. Before he shook his head, "No need." With that, his apparition dissipated like mist. Once Su Si's mark of the Great Path faded, Chu Wanli regained her imposing demeanor and addressed the crowd with a commanding tone. Instantly, the area erupted in chaos. Su Si retrieved the Jiuxiao Imperial Sword and beckoned to Qin Yuma and Luo Xiao as the three made their way toward Bai Yi's training ground. Many students departing in the same direction as Su Si exhibited varied expressions. No one anticipated that this youth from the eastern wilderness was, in fact, a formidable dragon crossing the river. Their admiration for Chun Lan, which stemmed mainly from his strength and background, was now redirected towards Su Si, even more fervently than before. In the distance, within the celestial mansion, Sui Dai observed Su Si's retreating figure, still in shock. She never imagined that Su Si was so powerful and possessed such a formidable background. It would not surprise her if he were indeed the illegitimate son of the Jiuxiao Emperor. Ouyang Ming, gazing out the window, expressed his discontent. How could this be? Sui Dai smiled, saying, "You won't be able to take revenge. He is now the chief disciple, the highest among Academy students, wielding immense power and status. No, there will definitely be an opportunity. There are no dead ends in this world." Ouyang Ming fixed his gaze outside. Suddenly, he spotted a figure soaring in Su Si's direction. It was Yu Wenba, whose dwelling was not in that direction. Ouyang Ming's eyes brightened. Is he going to find Su Si? Sui Dai was taken aback. What would a reincarnated emperor want with Su Si? Could it be a battle to restore the Academy's honor? Ouyang Ming chuckled. That is a possibility. He is an old emperor of the Academy. Witnessing the collapse of the Academy's laws, he surely cannot stand idly by. A spectacle is about to unfold. Sui Dai licked her lips. Should we follow to see? Ouyang Ming shook his head. No, let us wait for news. If no fight breaks out, I shall fan the flames. Sui Dai shivered slightly, once again feeling that the man beside her was formidable. Su Si led Qin Yuma and Luo Ziao, admiring the academy's scenery as they walked back. The two women remained mostly silent, their expressions filled with skepticism. With a snap of his fingers, the Jiuxiao emperor appeared to support him. What kind of identity does he possess? Qin Yuma felt that even if she broke her fingers, Chu Wanli would never come to her aid. Only Luo Ziao, being favored, might have the chance to summon Luo Feng or the Yaoqi Saint Lord. The two women engaged in a fervent mental debate, maintaining their silence throughout the journey. As they approached their residence, Luo Ziao suddenly spoke. Su Si, are you hiding something from me? Su Si felt a chill run down his spine. How could that be? My origins and background are transparent and unblemished. Luo Ziao huffed. With the Jiuxiao emperor as a false witness, what could not be fabricated regarding one's origins? Suchi se lips twitched. It was still necessary to remain low-key. His identity must not be easily revealed. Luo Ziao and Fu Yuing were not individuals to be trifled with. At that moment, Qin Yuma suddenly interjected. Su Si, although you are now our chief, you've also made numerous enemies. This era is unlike any other, filled with many obstinate youngsters. Today, I noticed several young people with unfriendly expressions. It doesn't matter, Su Si shrugged. He would not concern himself with the affairs of the academy, nor engage with anyone. He would simply wait for the day the path to immortality opens. Luo Ziao's expression turned serious. Su Si, you must be vigilant. One must always guard against potential threats. Who knows what schemes the older generation of emperors might devise? If they truly intend to strike against you, it could be quite troublesome. Suchi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared before him. The newcomer, clad in azure robes, hovered in the air, his eyes filled with profound wisdom, as if he had comprehended the ultimate truths of a universe. Qin and Luo's expressions changed dramatically. Yu Wenbo, a reincarnated emperor. Just as he predicted. This is bad. Is there something you need? Suchimin tend a calm expression. Yu Wenbo descended, walking deliberately towards Suchi. He towered over Su Si, appearing exceptionally robust, with a countenance exuding resolute strength. Coupled with his reputation, Luo Ziao instinctively took a step back in fear. Qin Yuma also trembled, both women realizing that an impending confrontation was about to erupt. Yet in the next instant, their faces transformed into expressions of utter disbelief. Yu Wenbo suddenly knelt with a resounding thud, his expression one of profound sorrow, tears cascading down the face of the once mighty man. Disloyal disciple Yu Wenbo pays his respects to his esteemed teacher, Su Jiuxiao. Su Qi. Yu Wenbo continued to bow repeatedly, lamenting. Over the years since my revered teacher departed the academy, I have relentlessly sought the path to immortality, striving to break through with martial prowess, hoping to vindicate my esteemed teacher's name. Alas, I am but a fool, having traversed countless perilous realms, yet I remain stuck at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, unable to progress. As soon as a glimmer of hope appeared on the path to immortality, I fell into reincarnation, living another life, yearning for ascension. Never did I expect to see my teacher again in this life. I beseech my teacher to permit Yu Wenbo to fulfill his filial duty. Suchi se lips twitched incessantly, his right hand hovering in the air, unsure whether to assist or to withdraw. Behind him, Luo Ziao's eyes transformed into a deep amber hue, an aura of icy dignity radiating from her being. Chapter 32. The Su Si you speak of is the person I most respect. You have mistaken the identity. Su Si felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He was acutely aware that Fu Yuing was watching him intently, the demeanor of a revered mentor. Every gesture and movement was etched in his memory. Yu Wenbo would never mistake it. Yu Wenbo prostrated himself forcefully, refusing to rise. Su Si was tempted to kick him down the mountainside for his lack of discernment. Fu Yuing turned her gaze to Yu Wenbo, questioning his certainty. Are you sure this person before you is your teacher, Su Jiuxiao? Yu Wenbo looked up, tears streaming down his face. Master. Fu Yuing's expression darkened. What did you call me? Startled, Yu Wenbo froze, the familiar pressure rendering him speechless. Fu Yiwei then turned to Su Ci. Su Jiuxiao? Su Ci waved his hands vigorously. You've mistaken me. Absolutely mistaken. Fu Yiwei continued to scrutinize Su Ci, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy, his gaze drifting. After a long, penetrating look, she let out a soft huff and departed in a flurry. Su Ci took a deep breath and kicked Yu Wenbo, who was still kneeling. Quickly get lost. You only know how to cause trouble and refuse to believe you've made a mistake. Don't come to see me again. After delivering the kick, Su Ci soared towards his residence, leaving Yu Wenbo bewildered, staring at Qin Yuma. Moer, what just happened? Qin Yuma, equally perplexed, blinked innocently. Uncle Yuan, to be honest, I didn't understand at all. Is Su Ci really your master? Can you explain it to me? Yu Wenbo was at a loss, filled with questions as he turned back. A few steps later, he encountered Ouyang Ming and Sui Dai. Ouyang Ming stepped forward. Where's the emperor going? Yu Wenbo glanced at him. Is there something you need? Ouyang Ming snapped open his folding fan. Emperor, I have a word. Today, at the Linglang Square, the Eastern Wilderness's Su Jiuxiao and that junior Su Ci are using their influence to coerce the academy, beheading the chief and diminishing the path of the Mengwei emperor. How despicable! We are all nobles of the Central Plains, yet the Eastern Wilderness scoundrels so shamelessly disrupt order, defying the heavenly laws. Yu Wenbo interrupted with a frown. I don't read your sage texts. Get to the point. Ouyang Ming, with a respectful gesture, passionately continued. Ouyang Ming petitions on behalf of all students of the academy and its laws. We beseech the emperor to take action, to challenge the Eastern Wilderness scoundrel Su Ci and expel him from the academy. He does not deserve to be our chief. His posture was impeccable, and he felt a deep satisfaction within. Given his understanding of these imperial figures from the academy, he saw no reason for Yu Wenbo to refuse. Sui Dai, standing Gnirb, gazed at him with admiration, thinking how dashing scholarly men could be. Ouyang Ming had qualities worth emulating, making this trip worthwhile. Yu Wenbo smiled coldly. So, according to you, when should I initiate the challenge? A life-and-death battle, perhaps? Ouyang Ming waved his fan. Tomorrow marks the day of the Celestial Gate competition. At that time, external academy cultivators will arrive to compete for 10 spots at the Celestial Gate. The emperor can find an opportunity to confront Su Ci, seize his position as chief, and execute him as an example. How reasonable! Yu Wenbo nodded impassively. Your planning is meticulous. Ouyang Ming beamed. Thank you for the praise, Emperor. But before he could finish, Yu Wenbo suddenly stomped the ground, appearing right in front of him, seizing his hair and slamming his head down. Boom! Dust filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Wenbo repeatedly smashed Ouyang Ming's head into the ground, blood splattering, muttering fool incessantly. Sui Dai stood frozen in shock, utterly astounded. Spare me, Emperor. Spare me. Ouyang Ming's screams echoed throughout the valley. Perhaps annoyed by Ouyang Ming's cries, Yu Wenbo produced a needle-like sacred artifact and meticulously sewed Ouyang Ming's lips shut. Then, he took out a dagger and severed each of Ouyang Ming's fingers one by one. Sui Dai couldn't bear to watch and fled in a panic. It was too gruesome. Half an hour later, gazing at the barely conscious Ouyang Ming, Yu Wenbo placed a foot on his head. The Su Ci you speak of is the person I respect most in this life. Should I hear another offense from you? Even the Penglai Holy Clan cannot save you. With that, he crushed Ouyang Ming's head into the ground and walked away, satisfied. After a long while, Sui Dai returned and unearthed Ouyang Ming, horrified. How are you? Ouyang Ming, bloodied, forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. I have learned my lesson. A night passed in silence. The next day, Su Ci received a reward from the system. Ding! On the 5th day of marriage, reward of 1,000 years of cultivation. Another 1,000 years of cultivation. Su Ci's expression brightened. Combined with the sacred sun breathing technique, he felt confident he could elevate his cultivation today, catching up to his physical progress. By then, he would be a true half-immortal, outside the immortal mansion. By Yi found Luo Xiao. All know about today's Celestial Gate competition, right? Luo Xiao hesitated. Su Ci probably doesn't know. A classmate came to inform me. but he bypassed Su Si's mansion. Should I tell him? Bai Yi sighed. Never mind. Today we represent the Academy in battle, fighting for its honor. The sentiments of the Academy are clear. They do not require Su Si, and he likely does not wish to represent the Academy either. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. As noon approached, the scene at Linglang Square was even more crowded than the previous day. Individuals clad in red and black, or those with monstrous features gathered. The Evil Hall, Demon Cave, and Monster Domain. The four great factions of the Tianxian continent converged at Linglang Academy to vie for spots at the Celestial Gate. Suspended in the air were four grand seats, distinguished by white, red, black, and blue. On the white seat sat Chu Wanli, who wore a forced smile as she observed the woman to her right. The woman, dressed in red, sported a glaring, blood-red rose on her chest, her long legs crossed in a striking manner. Clad scantily, it was highly inappropriate for young audiences. Yet, many emperors dare not lift their heads, let alone look. For the newcomer was a powerful figure from the Evil Hall, Blood Rose Empress, Chu Wanli's arch-rival. At this moment, Chu Wanli taunted, "Gu Shu am I heard you are personally participating in this competition?" With a sultry laugh, the Blood Rose Empress replied, "What does it matter to you? As long as the Celestial Gate is secured, what does it matter how it's done?" Chu Wanli retorted, "When our Academy's emperors participate, they must self-sacrifice and descend into reincarnation. Unlike the Evil Hall, which can easily conjure a puppet to deceive others, the disparity in costs is far too great." Chapter 33. The battle begins. The moment has arrived with the reincarnation of a saint. At this time, representatives from various sects entered the arena one after another. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave, the overwhelming support for Linglang Academy resonating throughout the venue. Leading the charge for Linglang Academy was naturally Yuan Bo, accompanied by several reincarnated saints. Among them were the battered Ouyang Ming and the fearful Sui Dai. Of course, Luo Xiao was also present. "Master, they all seem so formidable. Must we compete for first place?" Luo Xiao timidly pondered. "We must strive for first place. This time, the Immortal Gate differs from previous records. It concerns the heart of the realm, a rare opportunity that few are aware of," replied Fu Yuing. The heart of the realm? Although Luo Xiao was unfamiliar with its significance, it was the first time she'd seen Fu Yuing so filled with determination. This was unprecedented in 17 years. "Then, Master, you must assist me in battle. I cannot contend with them." "Do not worry," Fu Yuing responded with unwavering confidence. "After all, I am the reincarnation of an immortal sovereign and possess the power of the longevity lotus as my safeguard. Who could possibly defeat me?" Simultaneously, individuals from the Evil Hall, the Demonic Abyss, and the Monster Domain entered the arena. The leader of the Evil Hall, a woman clad in red, cast flirtatious glances towards Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao was taken aback. She recognized this woman. It was Gu Shuping, who had perished in the burial Dragon Gorge. At that time, Gu Shuping had been reduced to mere pulp by Su Si's sword, a memory still vivid in her mind. Yet now, Gu Shuping was vibrant and lively in the arena. A chill ran down her spine. In the air, the Blood Rose Emperor glanced at Chu Wanli, seemingly indifferent as he remarked, "I heard your academy has recently appointed a new chief. Where is he?" Chu Wanli smirked. "Perhaps he looks down upon competing with you?" "Umph," scoffed the Blood Rose Emperor, pointing towards the Demonic Abyss. "Do not get too complacent. That young man in the black robe, did you see him?" Chu Wanli nodded. The Blood Rose Emperor hinted, "He is not a local." "Not a local?" Chu Wanli's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed towards the sky. The Blood Rose Emperor nodded. "In recent years, it has been rumored that the path to immortality is orchestrated by the immortal realm. The purpose is to capture individuals. However, Chu Wanli had not anticipated that someone from the immortal realm would venture into the demonic abyss without notifying her. Her heart surged with unrest. Had the immortal realm abandoned Linglang Academy? Did this imply that the academy would miss out on the opportunity for first place? Chu Wanli took a deep breath. The first to enter the immortal gate would naturally possess unmatched advantages. Moreover, this was also a channel to showcase the academy's prowess. In past conflicts, Linglang Academy had always claimed the top spot. The 10 spots did not necessarily require being first. The Blood Rose Emperor, however, remained indifferent. She only wished to enter the path of immortality and witness the immortal gate. At that moment, the battle commenced. A figure emerged from the monster domain, a being with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, wielding a gigantic hammer, surveying the arena with disdain. Upon seeing him, many students from the academy turned pale. It was the Battle Tiger Great Saint, the first to appear from the monster domain, a reincarnation of a saint, leaving no opportunity for the younger generation. My goodness, I've heard his strength among the saints is terrifying. He devours cities as if they were mere morsels. How could he be here? This year, the monster domain was not to be trifled with. In this contest, reincarnated great emperors were relatively few. Instead, it was the reincarnated saints who sought to seize the remaining slots. As the Battle Tiger Great Saint made his entrance, the atmosphere in the arena surged to new heights. The position of the human overlord at Linlang Academy was about to be challenged. The Battle Tiger Great Saint roared, "Come forth, and I shall feast upon you." He charged forward. The faces of the Academy's representatives turned grim. Aside from Yuan Bo and Luo Xiao, who remained somewhat composed, the others were seething with indignation. "I shall fight you." A figure emerged from the Academy, adorned in white battle armor, wielding a long spear. Zhu Sheng. The crowd erupted. He was a saint from the Zhu family, one of the 3 great imperial clans, and was somewhat renowned. With his appearance, cheers filled the air. Zhu Sheng called forth a magnificent white steed, mounting it with an air reminiscent of a prince, eliciting gasps from many female students. "You are unworthy." The Battle Tiger Great Saint's battle spirit ignited as he lunged forward, transforming into a ferocious tiger, clashing with Zhu Sheng. Both possessed the foundation of saints. Yet their time of reincarnation was short, placing them at the initial stage of their respective forms. Their powers were evenly matched, resulting in a fiercely contested battle. Finally, after Zhu Sheng thrust his spear into emptiness, the Battle Tiger seized the opportunity, sinking his teeth into Zhu Sheng's neck. In an instant, Zhu Sheng's head was devoured. Gasps filled the arena as spectators watched in horror as Zhu Sheng's headless corpse was consumed alive. They realized this was a fight to the death, a brutal rule akin to the law of the jungle. Whoever lost would become sustenance. Linlang Academy was not to be underestimated. Who else dares challenge me? The Battle Tiger, with bloodlust in his gaze, fixated on Yuan Bo. The enmity between humans and demons was palpable. Under the scrutiny of the emperors, he reveled in his notoriety. On the Linlang Academy side, Yuan Bo furrowed his brow. Aside from himself, Zhu Sheng had been their strongest combatant. But dispatching an imperial reincarnation to confront a mere saint would undoubtedly tarnish the Academy's reputation. In this dilemma, his eyes suddenly lit up as he noticed an indignant young man behind him. The young man held a folding fan, exuding an air of enmity towards the demons. Cursing vehemently, this arrogant beast, relying on its brute strength, is utterly detestable. If I were a reincarnated saint, I would be the first to subdue this tiger and make it my pet. Sui Dai sighed beside him. "Why not you take the challenge?" The young man fell silent. "I am not a reincarnated saint. Why should I step forward?" "But you possess heterochromatic eyes." Sui Dai countered. "Heterochromatic eyes?" Yuan Bo's mind flickered. "Ouyang Ming, you should confront this battle tiger." Ouyang Ming's face turned ashen in an instant. "Is this personal retribution? Is it not enough that I was beaten yesterday? Now I am to be sent to my doom." The battle tiger is merely at the initial stage of his form. You are at the late stage, and you are 10 years a senior. You have a chance. Yuan Bo stepped behind Ouyang Ming and gave him a shove. Ouyang Ming tumbled onto the Linlang Square, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It's Senior Ouyang. Remarkable, facing a reincarnated saint with such fearlessness. He truly embodies the spirit of an ancient royal family. "Go, Senior Ouyang." The crowd erupted in cheers, but Ouyang Ming's heart was overwhelmed with dread. Yet, he had no time to articulate his thoughts, for the battle tiger had already made its move. In the battle tiger's eyes, Ouyang Ming was merely a junior. In other words, a mere junior dared to confront his saintly might. Within 3 moves, he must seize Ouyang Ming and reduce him to a puddle of blood. Chapter 34, Crisis. visitors from the celestial realm. Su Ci becomes a semi-immortal. A fierce roar erupted as the war tiger lunged forward, brandishing its hammer for a strike. Just as a lion exerts all its strength to catch a rabbit, this formidable demon saint, with centuries of life behind it, did not underestimate its opponent. Ouyang, filled with fury, transformed his folding fan into a 9-foot-long sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the war tiger. Possessing extraordinary eyes and being the last hope of the Penglai sacred clan, his combat prowess proved formidable. Ultimately, he unleashed the power of his unique eyes, turning the plaza into a surreal maze. The war tiger, strong in physical power yet slow to evolve spiritually, momentarily lost its bearings within the illusion created by Ouyang, allowing the latter to strike it 100 times, leading to its eventual demise. Gasping for breath, Ouyang collapsed onto the ground, yet his eyes sparkled with boundless light. He had triumphed over a reincarnated saint. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings with an air of arrogance. Is there anyone else? On the high platform, Emperor Blood Rose glanced towards the direction of the demon cave and solemnly remarked to Chu Wanli, "Something feels amiss." The individuals from the demon cave are sitting comfortably, showing no intent to engage in battle. Are they not here to contend for the celestial gate? Chu Wanli furrowed her brow in response, sensing something was off. They appear to be scheming. Emperor Blood Rose continued, "Perhaps that younger generation is too weak to pique their interest. I shall test the waters. What about you?" Chu Wanli was taken aback. At that moment, from the direction of the evil palace, a girl clad in red emerged. A rose was painted on her neck, and she wielded a long sword, her beauty breathtaking. Upon stepping onto the platform, she placed her foot atop the head of the spirited Ouyang, sending him directly into the ground, then surveyed her surroundings. The scholars were momentarily silenced. Just moments ago, they had extolled Ouyang, their hope for the academy. Yet he was now trampled like a defenseless mortal. Who was this girl in red? Sensing their confusion, the girl smiled slightly. Evil Palace, Goose Shooping. Goose Shooping. Some disciples who had previously visited the eastern wilderness looked astonished. Luo Xiao swallowed hard. "Master, what is happening?" Fu Yuyin explained. The evil palace possesses an ancient secret technique known as the puppet mastery. This Goose Shooping is likely the same as the one from the eastern wilderness. A mere vessel of Emperor Blood Rose. A vessel? Luo Xiao blinked rapidly, her voice trembling, but she feels like a real person. That is the terrifying nature of the evil palace. If I am not mistaken, that Emperor Blood Rose in the air is also a vessel. Her true form is undetectable, leaving no trace behind, allowing her to exist eternally. Luo Xiao's curious gaze flitted between Goose Shooping and Emperor Blood Rose. Meanwhile, Goose Shooping turned around, still standing on Ouyang, and pointed her sword at the demon cave. Who dares to spar with me? Is the demon cave merely here for show? Yet, the figures from the demon cave remained seated, eyes closed in meditation, entirely ignoring Goose Shooping. No one stepped forward to fight. From the academy side, Yu Wenba exchanged glances with Chu Wanli. He scratched his nose, refraining from making a move. Emperor Blood Rose was a figure of the same caliber as Emperor Zhu Xiao, both ancient beings. Although he too was a fully realized emperor, his combat strength paled in comparison to theirs. It was best not to seek humiliation. At this moment, Goose Shooping's confusion reached its peak. If no one stepped forward, she would be the champion of this competition, securing the first right to enter the celestial gate. Conversely, the figures from the demon cave remained at ease, as if waiting like fishermen for a willing catch. What were they waiting for? If no one fights, then I shall claim victory. As Goose Shooping coldly surveyed her surroundings and prepared to exit the arena, a woman clad in white leaped onto the high platform, exclaiming, "I will fight. Who dares to challenge Emperor Blood Rose?" Upon seeing the woman's appearance, many in the imperial realm changed their expressions, including the previously passive Yaoqi saint. The newcomer was none other than her daughter, Luo Xiao. At this moment, Luo Xiao, holding a long spear, exuded a heroic demeanor, her eyes filled with fierce determination. "Xiao, you, how reckless!" The Yaoqi saint moved to rush onto the platform, intending to pull Luo Xiao down. Emperor Blood Rose herself did not dare to confront her directly. How could a girl like Luo Xiao be so audacious? At a critical moment, Luo Feng appeared by her side, holding her back firmly. Do not rush in. Xiao is far more capable than she appears. You scoundrel! How dare you show yourself? The Yaoqi saint seethed with rage, preparing to unleash her fury, while Luo Feng frantically pleaded for calm. The couple momentarily forgot that their daughter was the one fighting on stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, the figures in black robes from the demon cave suddenly opened their eyes, fixating on Luo Xiao with newfound interest, shedding their previous nonchalance. Master, are they targeting us? Luo Xiao felt a tightening in her chest and hurriedly inquired. Indeed, they are beings from the celestial realm, employing celestial techniques rather than mundane arts. This will be a fierce battle, the greatest challenge since my reincarnation. Now, entrust your body to me. Take a moment to rest. Luo Xiao took a deep breath. Then I shall rely on you, master. With that, her eyes transformed into a rich amber hue, the spear held at an angle, and she advanced slowly towards Gu Shuping. Gu Shuping raised her long sword, kicking the obstructing Ouyang Ming out of the arena, her gaze fixed firmly on Luo Xiao. On the high platform, Chu Wanli was enveloped in an inexplicable sense of anxiety and turmoil, a feeling she had never experienced in her hundreds of years of leadership over the academy. She then waved to Qin Yumao, who was watching the spectacle. Qin Yumao flew over, her face a mask of confusion, and Guwandi spoke rapidly. You must go to Bai Yi's dojo and summon Su Si immediately. Now, me? Qin Yumao was taken aback, then added, Su Si has no sense of belonging to our academy. After yesterday's incident, he hasn't stepped out of the celestial mansion all day. It may be too much to ask him to come and fight. Chu Wanli fell silent for a moment before stating, just tell him that beings from the celestial realm are here, and his wife is in danger of being killed. Make sure to describe it in the most horrific manner. Qin Yumao shrank back, about to wave her hand in refusal, but Chu Wanli shot her a glare. The girl could only manage a distressed expression. Oh. Ouyang Ming, battered and bloodied, retreated, while Sui Dai hurried over, exclaiming, There's a situation. What? Ouyang Ming was bewildered. Sui Dai quickly replied, Qin Yumao just left Linlang Plaza. Someone saw her going to find Su Si. Find Suchi? A flash of hatred crossed Ouyang Ming's eyes. This brat has caused me such misery. If he comes, I hope Emperor Blood Rose beheads him with a single strike. Sui Dai pursed her lips, feeling a sudden discontent. If Su Si were to arrive, it would be a boon for the academy, a chance for them to fight. Yet Ouyang Ming was still cursing him indiscriminately. Such a narrow-minded individual. With this thought, Sui Dai discreetly departed, while Ouyang Ming continued to glare at the arena, eagerly anticipating Su Si's defeat. Meanwhile, at Bai Yi's dojo, Su Si sat cross-legged, radiant with white light. In the stillness, his spirit and body became fully integrated, achieving the realm of a semi-immortal. This marked the pinnacle of the Tianxian continent's cultivation. To ascend beyond this would mean becoming an immortal, leading to ascension. Chapter 35. Yu Ying's defeat and the terrifying Huolong. When Qin Yumao arrived at Su Si's celestial abode, Su Si had already concluded his practice and was leisurely preparing a hot pot in the courtyard. The pot contained dragon liver and phoenix marrow, yet his demeanor was so ethereal, akin to a celestial being, that the entire scene felt utterly incongruous. Su Si? Qin Yumao entered bewildered and directly inquired. Today is the Celestial Gate competition. Why aren't you participating? Su Si savored a piece of phoenix marrow, exclaiming in delight, feeling as though he had descended from the celestial realm into the mortal world. He glanced at Qin Yumao and replied, The Celestial Gate competition is your academy's affair. It bears no relevance to me. Come, Xiao Qin, join me in savoring some dragon meat and indulge in a few cups of vermilion bird wine. Let us revel until we are inebriated. Qin Yumao swallowed hard and shook her head repeatedly. These delicacies are too nourishing. Even the saints dare not indulge excessively. You should consume less. With a hearty laugh, Su Si devoured 5 large pieces of dragon meat, leaving Qin Yumao's eyes glistening with envy. However, she refrained from partaking. Recalling Chu Wanli's warning, and hurriedly urged, "You should head to the Linglong Square at once." "What is it?" Su Ci turned. "Celestial beings have descended. Xiao is in grave danger." "What did you say?" Su Ci's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, abandoning the dragon meat. With a fierce curse, he strode toward Linglong Square, emanating an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Qin Yuma shivered. She sensed a palpable menace from Su Ci, an unprecedented feeling. She realized Su Ci was genuinely furious. At the square, Fu Yueing was already embroiled in combat with Gu Shuping. Although Fu Yueing's corporeal cultivation was rather low, she was, after all, a reincarnated celestial being. At this moment, she wielded the power of the saintly realm, forcing Gu Shuping into a retreat. With a thrust of her spear, Fu Yueing unleashed a flurry of strikes, enveloping Gu Shuping in a tempest of spear shadows, leaving her no avenue of escape. Yet Gu Shuping was no trifling opponent. Her reputation as the Blood Rose Empress resonated throughout Tianxian. With a flick of her sword, rose petals appeared in the air, effortlessly deflecting Fu Yuing's spear shadows. "Is this all you have?" Gu Shuping chuckled leniently, seductively blowing a quiche. Instantly, the petals shot forth, piercing through Fu Yueing's spear shadows and striking her directly. Swish, swish, swish. Each petal was laced with sword energy, and in the blink of an eye, Fu Yueing was adorned with crimson wounds. "Your body can channel near imperial strength?" Fu Yueing's right hand trembled as she regarded Gu Shuping with a grave expression. It seemed she would have to summon the power of the Eternal Lotus prematurely. The thought of the Eternal Lotus brought Su Jiuxiao's image to her mind, but she quickly shook her head. She was facing a colossal adversary, an entity that mere mortals could only aspire to behold throughout their lifetimes. It was best he remained unaware. Gu Shuping approached, a faint smile gracing her lips. "This ends here," Fu Yueing declared sharply. Then she leaped into the sky, unleashing an inferno of platinum flames that cascaded from her form. A piercing phoenix cry resonated through Linglong Square as the phoenix avatar manifested behind Fu Yueing, merging with her as she descended from the heavens. The very fabric of space trembled, as if unable to withstand the terrifying heat. In that moment, it seemed a celestial beast, the phoenix, had truly risen from the flames. Gu Shuping's brow furrowed, her entire being quaking as her spirit warned her of impending doom. But time was fleeting. Fu Yueing, harnessing the power of the Eternal Lotus, embodied strength rivaling that of an emperor. As the phoenix descended, Linglong Square was reduced to charred ruins. As the flames dissipated, Fu Yueing stood clad in gleaming platinum armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. In contrast, Gu Shuping had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Having heard of the Phoenix, Celestial Maiden's unparalleled might, no one anticipated she could manifest imperial strength at such a tender age. It was utterly terrifying. In the sky, the Blood Rose Empress's brow twitched. Once again, she has perished. She transformed into Gu Shuping, marking her second demise, the first at the hands of Su Ci, and the second at the hands of her spouse. These two youngsters, her right hand cracked with tension as Chu Wanli beamed with delight. The evil temple is but a triviality. Oomph. The Blood Rose Empress inhaled deeply, crossing her legs. "Do not be too smug. Let us see how your Linglong Academy fares." At her words, Chu Wanli's smile faded as she turned her attention to the arena. At that moment, the forces from the demon abyss stirred. The first to emerge was a man cloaked in black robes. He was shrouded in darkness, with only his features visible, exuding an air of mystery. "Jiuxian?" The man spoke, causing Fu Yueing's expression to shift as she thrust her spear forward. Boom! The space contorted, and the spear's might was undeniable. Yet the man remained motionless, merely extending 2 fingers to lightly touch. Clang! With a resounding impact, Fu Yueing was sent flying. At the same time, her expression changed dramatically, as if she sensed an impending catastrophe. "Is it you?" With a swift motion, the man produced a gourd and aimed it at Fu Yueing, unleashing a torrent of blue mist. In the next moment, the blue mist coalesced, erasing Fu Yueing from sight. Everything transpired with such nonchalance. As the gathered crowd regained their senses, the man tossed the gourd back towards the demon abyss. "I have triumphed," his voice echoed through the arena. As he surveyed the surroundings, none daring to meet his gaze, the arena fell silent for a moment before an enraged voice thundered from the heavens. "You wretched fiend, return my daughter!" Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he brandished a long spear, leaping across vast distances to strike. Was the space shattered in fragments? Yet before the black-robed man, it could not advance a single inch. Merely ants from the lower realms, the man grinned, seizing the spear and snapping it with a forceful twist. With a singular kick, Luo Feng was sent hurtling backward at a speed surpassing his advance, crashing through countless peaks, left barely clinging to life in the distance. The arena fell into silence. The Yaoqi Holy Lord, initially prepared to intervene, was rendered rigid. So powerful. Was this truly a junior? After dispatching Luo Feng, the man turned to survey the crowd, grinning. "This competition concludes here. The celestial quotas are fully allocated to the demon abyss and the beast domain. The so-called Linglong Academy and any ancient sacred clans, imperial families, shall receive nothing." At his words, the arena erupted in chaos, numerous saints vehemently protesting. By what right? This was intended to be a fair competition. "How dare you dictate terms for our academy? Understand this. The academy holds dominion over the Tianxian continent. Who are you, a mere demon, to be so arrogant? The heavens will not permit this." The black-robed man grinned wider. "By what right? Simply because I am Huolong. Simply because I am your superior. Superior." At Huolong's declaration, he unleashed a kick. The space ruptured, and dozens of saints were sent flying, their heads exploding in an instant, meeting a swift and merciless end. No one dared to raise their voice again. All faces turned ashen. In the sky, the blood-rose empress could no longer contain herself. "Senior, we from the evil temple are not aligned with Linglong Academy. Do we not have a quota?" Smack! Huolong retaliated with a swift palm strike, sending the blood-rose empress soaring, a permanent imprint left upon her right cheek. In that moment, an indelible mark was etched into the space itself. Simultaneously, Huolong's cultivation was revealed. He was nearly overwhelming the very laws of the universe. "Half-saint realm, my words to you are the essence of justice. Who dares utter another syllable? I shall not hesitate to turn all present into a mere pool of blood." Upon concluding his statement, a silence enveloped the crowd, while the few lurking behind him erupted into laughter. A humiliation. In the air, Chu Wanli's consciousness flickered, communicating with the runes concealed within her sleeve. "Dean, shall we intervene?" "There is no need. I'm well aware of this matter. Let it unfold naturally." Indeed, suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the heart of the Linlang Academy, as a shimmering white pathway connecting to the celestial realm materialized, with a grand immortal gate standing tall. "The immortal gate has been opened." With a cold chuckle, Huolong prepared to depart from the Linlang Square. Yet a voice from afar commanded, "Halt." Chapter 36. The Celestial Beast Demise. "Where are they?" "Wait." A clear and resonant voice reverberated throughout the Linlang Square. Who would dare to speak at such a moment? The crowd abruptly turned to see a young man approaching from the horizon. The youth, with black hair tied behind him, donned a pristine white robe. His eyes were calm and deep as a well, and a faint mist of white enveloped him, rendering him as stunning as a celestial being. His demeanor was extraordinarily ethereal. Many who were familiar with Su Ci were momentarily taken aback, unable to recognize him. The transformation was too profound. If yesterday's Su Ci could still be considered an ordinary person, today he had transcended that realm entirely. Huolong paused, turning to gaze at Su Ci, who radiated an ethereal glow, slightly furrowing his brow. "Célestial, who are you?" Su Ci replied calmly, "The one who will end your life." Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavens erupted in turmoil, thunder roared, and crimson clouds billowed. The crowd gasped, exchanging incredulous glances, as it dawned on them that they were witnessing madness. A mere junior of the divine realm dared to challenge a celestial being of the human celestial realm? Not even Su Jiuzhao's presence could guarantee victory in such a confrontation. Nearby, Ouyang Ming burst into laughter. At that moment, he envisioned Su Ci's demise, and the thought alone brought him a sense of relief. Sui Dai looked at Su Ci in disbelief. She had just thought him quite charming, yet now he seemed to be courting death. Yu Wenbao, on the other hand, was nearly brought to his knees in excitement. His hypothesis was correct. The imposing Su Ci before him was indeed his master, Su Jiushao. In the air, Chu Wanli gazed at Su Ci with a complex expression. In that instant, she too suddenly comprehended something profound. To stand up at such a moment, exuding fearlessness and superiority, was not something a mere junior could achieve. The blood rose emperor, returning with his face concealed, turned to Chu Wanli and asked, "Is he the great emperor Jiu Shao? You know him? Que Wandi inquired, astonished. He has taken my life once," the blood rose emperor replied, his gaze fixated on Su Ci, inciting Chu Wanli's strong discontent. In the arena, Hua Long sneered coldly. "Kill me? Do you even know who I am? Were it not for your celestial aura, I wouldn't waste my breath on you." At that moment, Su Ci stepped forward, causing the entire space to quake, followed by a powerful shockwave. Su Ci had already reached Hua Long's side, his right hand poised like a sword, slicing through Hua Long's throat. Swoosh! Hua Long's eyes widened as he summoned his celestial essence to resist, but Su Ci retaliated with a punch. Boom! The sound reverberated as Hua Long's head was smashed clean off his body, blood splattering as his voice was abruptly silenced. His very soul was shattered by that blow. The sheer physical force obliterated a half-celestial being, a being descended from the celestial realm. Everyone's minds were paralyzed. Ouyang Ming stared blankly at Su Ci, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Was this a dream? In that same instant, the remaining four from the demon cave opened their eyes wide. All gazes converged upon Su Ci. "Where are my wives?" Su Ci calmly approached the four. Luo Xiao and Fu Yuwing were not just his wives. They were the source of his strength. He could not allow them to fall into Zhao's hands. The four felt a chill run down their spines, with the exception of the last man holding a gourd. The other three were on high alert. "You are not of the human race. You are a celestial beast cub," cried a woman at the forefront, charging at him. As she drew near, she transformed into a nine-tailed cat, her tail sweeping towards Su Ci. Following her was a portly elder who morphed into a gigantic elephant, his trunk raised towards the heavens. The last was an azure-striped white tiger, which, upon revealing itself, let out a roar that shook the entire academy. Three half-celestial beasts banded together to confront him, their formidable presence reverberating throughout the celestial realm. In this moment, countless ancient beings awakened, directing their attention here to witness this monumental event. Even the heavens dared not act rashly, merely boiling and roaring in the skies above. Behind them, the youth with the gourd smiled and said, "You must be Su Ci. My junior sister has spoken of you. I offer you a chance. Battle my 3 combat pets. If you win, I shall grant you some dignity." Combat pets! The crowd gasped in horror. 3 half-celestial beasts were merely regarded as combat pets by the cloaked youth. Who exactly was he? Su Ci frowned and raised a hand, pressing down into the void. Star-plucking hand. With his current half-celestial power, its might was unparalleled. The celestial beasts felt as though a falling star was descending from the sky. As time passed, the hand grew to an alarming size. A single finger nearly covering a radius of 10,000 feet. With no retreat and no way to evade, they could only brace themselves. Meow. The nine-tailed cat opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of black and red flames towards Su Ci's colossal palm. The elephant thrust its trunk skyward, confident in its strength. The azure-striped white tiger dashed through the void, charging directly at Su Ci. The 3 had their roles defined, intending to obliterate Su Ci with one decisive blow. Yet, Su Ci's colossal palm was far too powerful, imbued with hidden profundities, as the star-plucking hand had been refined by him to incorporate the principles of spatiality. The white tiger sprinted with unmatched speed, nearing the limits of the celestial realm's principles, yet it could not escape the grasp of Su Ci's palm, becoming ensnared within his finger. Crack! The finger descended, and the entire Linlang Academy fell silent for a moment before erupting with a thunderous roar. Dust, celestial essence, spiritual energy, and fragments of space swirled upward like a tempest. The scene was chaotic beyond measure. After a long while, as the dust settled, the spectators beheld a sight that left them petrified. The former Linlang Square had vanished, replaced by an unfathomably deep and vast palm-shaped crater. Atop the crater, Su Ci stood, his garments billowing, his expression serene as he gazed ahead. There, a furiously bristling nine-tailed cat remained. To be precise, it was now merely an eight-tailed cat. The other two beasts had been utterly annihilated, reduced to nothingness within that star-plucking palm. Quite resilient, Su Ci chuckled, stepping forward to seize the nine-tailed cat by its neck. The cat, filled with terror, struggled violently, but it felt as though an ancient behemoth was constricting its throat, utterly unable to escape. Su Ci's strength was far beyond its own. The martial scriptures bestowed by the system were indeed the chaos divine manuscript, a level of mastery that far exceeded these beings' comprehension. In terms of equal realms, Su Ci was invincible, unassailable. Boom! With his left hand grasping the cat's neck and his right hand coalescing into a fist, he struck down. Cat life -1, boom, boom, boom. Cat life -1, cat life -1, cat life -1 in an instant. Su Ci unleashed 8 punches, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the very laws of the cosmos to shudder. The shockwaves sent the observing sages reeling back 100 miles. Boom! With the final punch delivered, the nine-tailed cat let out a wail, dissolving into a pool of blood. Among the 5 from the demon cave, only the youth with the gourd remained. Su Ci turned to him, inquiring, "Where are they?" Chapter 37. The Realm of All Things, Immortal Sovereign Jibo. The young man shook the gourd in his hand and smiled lightly. "Here it is. Come and take it if you dare." Upon hearing this, Su Ci let out a cold laugh and walked step by step towards the man. A hint of mockery flickered in the man's eyes. "Not bad, not bad. You possess considerable courage, but I wonder how much strength you truly have." Su Ci did not respond. Suddenly, he stomped his right foot, causing the space to shatter like glass, and he charged directly at the man. His essence and soul merged as one, exuding an imposing aura that seemed to shake the very heavens, terrifying in its vastness. The man, however, merely shook his head and smiled. Courage is commendable, but if it goes too far, it becomes recklessness. Remember this. The one who will kill you is from the upper mystical immortal court, Immortal Sovereign Jibo. As he spoke, Jibo produced a jade bottle from his right hand. He removed the stopper, and the bottle expanded with the wind, instantly filling the entire sky. In the next moment, the jade bottle tilted, and a single droplet of heavy water fell from it. Just that one drop transformed the entire sky into an ocean, with waves crashing and sea beasts frolicking. Su Ci's eyes widened as the heavy water engulfed his body. With a splash, he sank like a drowning man to the ocean's depths. What is this? Is this a transformation of the world? Can a cultivator truly achieve such feats? In the distance, Chu Wanli was utterly stunned. Having lived for 2,000 years on the Tianshan continent, she had only now realized that there were indeed people beyond people, and realms beyond realms. Within the same realm of immortality, Jibo's tactics surpassed everyone's understanding. Combat can be approached in such a manner. Gu Xiumai, standing beside her, wore a grave expression. Is this a domain, or some kind of celestial technique? She had vaguely heard in ancient texts that some immortals could easily create a new realm. Yet, witnessing it firsthand left her profoundly shaken. Did he just claim to be Immortal Sovereign Jibo? Chu Wanli bit her lip, recalling that the headmaster of the Lianlong Academy had an extremely mysterious background, merely claiming to be the Celestial Lu. Yet, Jibo's self-identification as an immortal sovereign clearly indicated a far superior status. No wonder the headmaster had been hiding like a timid turtle. It was because he feared making a move. The others present were equally bewildered, gazing at the ocean and the sky with confusion. Even the two emperors could not comprehend the battle, leaving them in a state of uncertainty, waiting for the outcome. Meanwhile, the gourd emitted a somewhat helpless voice from Fu Yueying. "Senior brother, Spare him this once. I will obey Master S command and return to the immortal court. Jibo chuckled. Oh, is he the one known as Su Jiuxiao? He seems rather different from the portrait hanging in the immortal mansion. Fu Yueying sighed. He must have learned some method to conceal his form. But how could he hide from me when I know him so well? Jibo thought of Su Si's reddened eyes just moments ago, filled with concern for Fu Yueying. If he can escape my realm of all things, I shall spare his life. The realm of all things. Fu Yueying's voice rose in pitch. That is a celestial technique, with the addition of the celestial artifact. The jade bottle. How can a mortal escape? Senior brother, do not force me to turn against you. I will destroy us both. Jibo was taken aback. You would sacrifice your life for him? Is your choice of the Tianxian continent, rather than the more distant realms, merely to see him? Fu Yueying fell silent. After a long moment, Jibo chuckled bitterly. Then I shall confine him for half an hour, just to toy with him. It is only fair, given that he once treated you with indifference as a brother-in-law. Wouldn't you agree? Fu Yueying replied, fine, just half an hour, not a minute more. Jibo nodded, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ocean sky, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. After plummeting to the ocean's depths, Su Si felt a darkness envelop him. When he awoke, he found himself in the main hall of the Lianlong Academy. An elderly man looked at him kindly and asked with a smile, Sir, why did you fall asleep in the midst of your cultivation? The headmaster? Su Si was taken aback. The person before him was none other than the celestial Lu, the headmaster of the Lianlong Academy, who had once been his benefactor. It was he who had brought Su Si into the academy, helping him ascend to the sacred realm, providing him with a home. A soft, concerned voice interrupted his thoughts. Suchi, are you all right? Su Si turned to see Fu Yueying standing there. She appeared different from his memories, exuding a delicate charm as she nestled against him. Wait, why am I here? Wasn't I battling Jibo? Su Si clenched his right hand tightly. It felt real. Was this reality? He was momentarily stunned. Indeed, with the system at his side, illusory techniques could not affect him. Yet this scene seemed to belong to 1,000 years ago. Had his retreat from the eastern wilderness and the battle in the heavens all been a dream? Above, Celestial Lu smiled broadly. Next month, Yu Yuing Wanli and the others will be wed. At such a crucial time, you must not be negligent. Prepare thoroughly. As he finished speaking, several stunning women leaped onto Su Si, sobbing joyfully. Su Si's pupils widened in shock, yet his lips curled into an involuntary smile. Wanli, of course, referred to Chu Wanli. And Yuding was the holy master of the Yaoqi. Yuhua was the celestial maiden of the ancient sacred clan. All those named by Celestial Lu were renowned beauties of their time, possessing both talent and noble lineage. Such a scenario was beyond Su Si's wildest dreams. Before he could contemplate further, the sky suddenly darkened, and Fu Yueying and the others pulled him towards the back mountain. There stood a celestial mansion, lavish and resplendent, far more opulent than any royal palace. The sword had returned to its sheath, and a month passed in a flash. A month later, Su Si married several women, and they enjoyed years of bliss together. In time, descendants flourished, and within a millennium, Celestial Lu passed away, while the Su family emerged as the most powerful clan in Tianxian. Years turned into millennia. On this day, Su Si sat atop a solitary peak. His once youthful beauty had turned to dust. He had lost the fervor to pursue immortality, now aging and weary. No, time had passed too swiftly. Su Si shook his head, watching the masses below, observing his descendants fighting fiercely for an imperial throne. Even if it felt real, it was all a fade. With a quiet exhale, Su Si brandished the Jiuxiao Emperor's sword, unleashing all his strength in a single strike. The space shattered. All laws were indistinguishable from reality. There was no escape. How to break this deadlock? Su Si took a deep breath, and suddenly, a figure clad in green appeared before him. It was Jibo. With a smile, Jibo conjured a tea table, and the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. Just a whiff left Su Si's spirit soaring, almost transcending to immortality. Spiritual awakening tea, not bad, right? Jibo por Suchia chop. Who exactly are you? Su Si furrowed his brow tightly. Who I am does not matter. Apart from this encounter, our paths will never cross again. Bo chuckled, a condescending glint in his eyes. To break my realm of all things, you have but one path, to shatter the laws with sheer force. Shatter the laws with force? Susi fell into contemplation. He had tried and failed to make an impact. Indeed, but your equipment limits your strength. This realm is constructed with celestial artifacts, using mundane weapons. You cannot hope to affect it, Bo continued, rising to gaze at the vast river. What a marvelous world! You will never comprehend the pride of creating a world with your own hands. At that moment, Fu Yueying's voice rang in his ears. Yibo, enough with the boasting. Release him at once. Do not let him learn too much about the celestial realm. Sometimes, ignorance serves as the very source of happiness. The more one knows, the greater the suffering. Alas, junior sister, you have witnessed the scene just now. This person is excessively lecherous and indiscriminate in his pursuits. Surely not a suitable match. Bo shook her head slightly. Illusions are not to be counted. The voice of Fu Yueying echoed. Infatuated with love? Bo let out a deep sigh and turned, intending to admonish Susi. However, she soon realized that Susi had unexpectedly ascended into the air, brandishing a milky white small sword. It was indeed the celestial sword that Susi had drawn from the sacred land of Mingchu. Without Bo's reminder, he had entirely forgotten that he possessed such a thing. Wait a moment. Bo stood there in a daze. Junior sister, you did not mention he possessed a divine artifact, did you? Fu Yueying. Chapter 38. The sword shatters all, chasing the celestial sovereign. Celestial artifact. Susi held the unknown long sword in his hand, gazing over the vast expanse of land. White celestial essence continuously flowed into the sword. In the distance, the sky darkened, and the clouds parted to reveal an endless river of stars behind them. Suddenly, the river of stars began to rotate, with glimmers of starlight cascading down, piercing through the heavens and the earth. Boom! Countless great stars plummeted from the sky, and soon the Milky Way hung upside down, filling the entire space with celestial bodies from beyond. On the mountain peak, Bo stood in daze, his hand gripping the teacup frozen in shock. What is this? Celestial magic? Fu Yueying also wore a perplexed expression. Such sorcery was non-existent in the Tianxian continent. Could it be that she could truly break the restraints with sheer force? Just as Fu Yueying's words fell, Susi in the sky suddenly raised his sword and slashed forward. Celestial technique, stellar sword art. With a resounding whoosh, a brilliant ribbon of light hung in the sky, directly tearing apart the deepest layers of space. In an instant, the sea surged back, and the entire world was submerged in water. Susi sheathed the celestial sword, casting a cold glance at Bo, and stepped toward the ocean surface. Within the academy, everyone felt a sense of trepidation, watching Bo, who had once dominated the realm. No one dared to utter a word. Suddenly, Bo's expression changed, and he turned to flee towards the celestial gate. In the next moment, the space in the arena suddenly split apart, and a fierce ribbon of sword energy shot straight toward Bo. Crack, crack, crack. Large swathes of space shattered, and some holy beings and imperial realms gazed in horror. Retreating hastily, following the sword energy was a figure clad in white, stepping on the myriad sword energies, chasing after Bo's fleeing form. Su Jiuxiao. Chu Wanli's eyes sparkled with boundless joy. Faced with a celestial sovereign, Susi unexpectedly turned the tide, pursuing with his sword. This was utterly astonishing. Swish! Bo fled swiftly, his face disheveled, his heart in turmoil. Such formidable sword intent had surpassed the limits of this realm. If he were to defeat him, it would surely destroy the entire Tianxian continent. At that time, the people from the Stellar Gate would seek vengeance, which would be quite troublesome. In any case, my task is merely to guide my junior sister back to the celestial realm. Now that it has been accomplished, it is best to avoid further complications. With a whoosh, Bo moved like the wind, employing celestial techniques, and soon approached the celestial gate. A beam of transparent light cascaded down from the celestial gate, enveloping him. Clang! A red light. A voice rang out. Tester's age severely exceeds the limit. Bo was speechless. Retrieving a token from his bosom, and waving it before the celestial gate. The celestial gate hesitated for a moment and suddenly changed the beam to green light. Ji Bo stepped forth and vanished from the Tianxian continent. Witnessing this scene, many people's perceptions were once again refreshed. This is possible. The celestial gate is the most crucial step on the path to becoming immortal. Who would have thought this could be cheated? What travesty! Is there truly fairness in this world? The heavenly way governs the world in order, but it has become a grand joke. Perhaps Su Jiuxiao is right. The rules are merely tools to discipline us mortals. In the next moment, Su Si arrived, confronting the beam of light. Many shook their heads and sighed. In their eyes, Su Si was already over 2,000 years old. It was impossible for him to pass the celestial gate's examination. Even Chu Wanli gently sighed, contemplating how to comfort Su Si. But the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. They saw the beam of the celestial gate transform directly into green light. Age 17. Identity qualified. Swish. Su Si stepped into the celestial gate and disappeared from view. Everyone was petrified. 17? A 17-year-old semi-immortal? Is the celestial gate malfunctioning? Could it be that the person was not Su Jiuxiao, but truly the younger Su Si? Impossible. Cultivating immortality requires a natural progression. How could there be a semi-immortal at 17? It must be some secret technique, a deception. Beside them, Ouyang Ming's lips turned pale, and he collapsed on the ground, completely stunned. The Su Si he had plotted against possessed the might of a semi-immortal and even drove away a celestial sovereign. Such a turn of events was akin to a bolt from the blue. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared, looking at Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming turned, kneeling down. His eyes reddened. Patriarch, is he Su Jiuxiao or Su Si? The newly appointed Saint Lord of Penglai sighed heavily. Does it matter who he is? He possesses the peak combat power of a semi-immortal, single-handedly slaying 4 celestial beings, chasing a celestial sovereign. And even the heavenly way dares not roar in anger or impose punishment. Do you still not understand? Ouyang Ming's teeth ground together in frustration. Does that mean the vengeance of the old patriarch will go unavenged? What about my brother's grudge? Our Penglai Saint clan suffered countless losses in the East Wilderness. Will we not seek retribution? Silence. The Penglai Saint Lord bellowed suddenly, causing Ouyang Ming to tremble thrice. Clang! A long sword was thrown before Ouyang Ming by the Penglai Saint Lord. Patriarch? Me? Ouyang Ming looked up in disbelief at the Penglai Saint Lord. The Penglai Saint Lord turned away, hands clasped behind him. The wrath of a mortal cannot go unappeased. You have schemed against him multiple times. Do not invite disaster upon yourself. This is the best choice. At this, he paused slightly, closing his eyes. Your brother will be well nurtured by the Saint clan, but he shall not harbor any hatred, lest he follow your old path. Ouyang Ming forced a grim smile, gripping the sword in his right hand, trembling violently, before plunging it into his own neck. Puffed. Blood splattered. The Penglai Saint Lord grasped Ouyang Ming's head, quietly awaiting Su Si's return. Meanwhile, Yuan Bo and others followed in Su Si's footsteps, entering the celestial gate. Beside Chu Wanli, an elderly man with a youthful demeanor and white hair materialized. Dean! Chu Wanli exclaimed in delight. What a lively scene! Tian Lu gazed into the distance. At the moment, the path to immortality appeared. Most semi-immortals from the Tianxian continent had gathered at Linglang Academy. No one wished to miss the chance to become immortal. At this moment, Chu Wanli whispered, Dean, why didn't you appear when Su Si was trapped? Aren't you the one who cherishes him the most? Tian Lu glanced at her. What purpose would my appearance serve? Do you think I would come just to embarrass myself? Chu Wanli was taken aback. Tian Lu added, that G-Lord's background far exceeds your imagination. Even powerful beings from the immortal realm regard meeting him as an honor. Do you truly believe he fled from Su Si because he could not match him? Chu Wanli grew more puzzled. Then why did G-Lord insist on sending demons and creatures from the monster realm to seek the celestial gate? Tian Lu sighed heavily. G-Lord inquired about Ing'er's whereabouts, and I could not answer. He thought I was deliberately withholding information, so he imposed a minor punishment upon us. Ing'er? Chu Wanli seized on the key point, her eyes widening. That woman has truly returned. She still harbors ill intentions towards Su Si. Tian Lu shot her a glare. Enough of this nonsense. Chu Wanli, unwilling to relent, cast her gaze eagerly toward the path to immortality, wishing to enter the celestial gate and uncover the truth. Chapter 39. The greatest opportunity, the celestial gate opens. On the other side, Su Ci embarked on the path to immortality, arriving in a desolate ancient realm. The domain was not extensive, housing several cities, with celestial essence permeating the space, infusing the air with an ethereal fragrance. This was not the Tianxian continent. Su Ci discerned this immediately, seemingly having been transported through the celestial pathway to an unfamiliar territory. That celestial gate was a portal to another realm. Jibo. Su Ci lifted his gaze. In the distance, a figure clad in black was rapidly receding, moving with remarkable speed. Su Ci hastened his steps, swiftly pursuing. Jibo's pace was leisurely as he meandered toward the snow-capped mountain. However, bolstered by the 7 volumes of martial classics, Su Ci was exceptionally swift. Just as he was about to catch up to Jibo, the space around him began to retreat, rendering everything hazy. With a whoosh, Su Ci found himself returned to his original position, staring blankly at the distant snow mountain. The laws of time. Much like in the Myriad Phenomena Kingdom, Jibo wielded the power to manipulate time, able to rewind the flow of existence. Truly, he was a celestial sovereign. Su Ci forced a smile and resumed his chase. At the mountain's peak stood a colossal teleportation gate, adorned with the inscription Celestial Gate. Jibo's figure had long vanished. Beside it, a snow lotus stood tall. The longevity lotus? Su Ci's keen eyes caught sight of it. As he approached, the snow lotus suddenly unfurled, revealing a woman adorned with a celestial crown and clad in white. She smiled at him, saying, "You have arrived." "Yueying?" Su Ci was taken aback. Fu Yueying smiled and said, "I borrowed the medicinal power of the longevity lotus to manifest my form one last time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Su Ci inquired, "When did you realize I was Su Jiuxiao?" Upon finishing, Su Ci revealed his true form. "I did not know, but now I do." Fu Yueying chuckled lightly. Su Ci was momentarily stunned. "All right, I will not jest with you any longer," Fu Yueying said, stepping forward to adjust Su Ci's collar. "I had my suspicions on the second day of our wedding." Su Ci clenched his fists. "Did Jibo capture you? If so, I will pursue him to the ends of the earth to take his life." "No." Fu Yueying's gaze was complex. "I caused trouble and wish to bear the burden alone. They are my sect. They sought me out to protect me." Su Ci blurted out, "I can protect you." "Fool!" Fu Yueying caressed Su Ci's cheek. "The Tianxian continent is small, yet it is vast enough for you to live. I do not want you to seek me out. I only wish for your survival." Su Ci took a deep breath, memories flooding back. At this moment, it felt as if a millennium had passed when he was under Fu Yueying's protection. Stumbling into the imperial realm, this person before him always considered her own safety. Sistering, Su Ci felt a lump in his throat. For the first time, realizing his power was insufficient, far from enough. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Fu Yueying inquired, noticing the bloodshot in Su Ci's eyes. "Indeed." Su Ci nodded. Fu Yueying hesitated, saying, "To reach the realm of immortals, one must spend thousands of years, without a time's secret realm in the Tianxian continent. It is challenging to achieve rapid advancement. How about this? I shall give you my most precious possession." As she said this, she pulled out a puppy from her bosom. Indeed, a young dog. Previously, Su Ci had seen it on Luo Xiao's shoulder when it was used to test him. He never expected that the most precious thing Fu Yueying mentioned would be this. Seemingly sensing the confusion in Su Ci's eyes, Fu Yueying smiled and said, "I ascended to immortality during the closure of the celestial path on the Tianxian continent. It played a crucial role. Come, little Su, recognize your master." Su Ci. Su Ci's expression fell. "You want me to acknowledge it as my master?" "No," Fu Yueying said earnestly. "Its name is Little Su, and it acknowledges you as its master." At this, she suddenly burst into laughter, radiant as spring. "Don't you think you two resemble each other?" Both Su Ci and Little Su shook their heads in unison. Little Su bared its teeth, barking, "Does it seem to defy me?" Su Ci pinched it and pressed the dog down to the ground. It is but a dog daring to rebel. Initially, the dog resisted, but upon sensing Su Si's immense strength, its eyes lit up and it spoke. The 7 volumes of martial classics are on you? Su Si was taken aback. This was a remarkable tome granted to him upon completing a system task. The Chaos Divine Codex. What grade it was, Su Si still could not ascertain. At this moment, the dog's words revealed its extraordinary nature. Little Su is the greatest treasure of the Tianxian continent, even in the realm of immortals. I have never disclosed this to anyone. Fu Yiwing affectionately patted little Su's head. I entrust it to you. Work hard. As she spoke, Fu Yiwing's figure began to slowly dissipate. The most precious treasure of the Tianxian continent. Fu Yiwing's greatest opportunity for ascendance. Su Si extended his hand, feeling the intimate affection emanating from the figure before him. That love seemed to persist, unyielding to the passage of time. Fu Yiwing smiled gently, stepped forward to embrace him, and planted a kiss on his cheek, softly saying, "Husband, remember to take care of yourself. The realm of immortals. Avoid it if possible." With that, Fu Yiwing completely vanished, leaving only the warmth of her presence. Su Si calmed his emotions and gazed at the puppy. "You with your dull fur. How dare you bear the surname Su? From now on, you shall be called Little Gray. Little Gray. Little Gray. You should first improve your strength. Ah Fu's situation is not as you imagine. She currently lacks a physical form. Returning to the realm of immortals, her chances of resurgence are slim." Su Si rapped Little Gray's head 3 times, scolding, "You, a mere dog, dare to call her Ah Fu? From now on, you shall address her as Lady Fu." Little Gray barked frantically, its tail drooping, and after a round of reprimand from Su Si, it finally settled down. Su Si glanced at it, satisfied, and asked, "What is the best way for me to enhance my strength now?" Little Gray, exhausted, replied, "First, open the celestial gate and release the heart of the Tianxian continent's domain. The heart of the domain is the most vital essence among the 3,000 worlds. It is the lifeblood. Only by refining it can you compete in the realm of immortals." Su Si nodded, understanding that Yue returned to refine the heart of the domain, striving for a return to her peak, but unfortunately met her demise along the way. Little Gray barked, "There are many opportunities in this world. The Tianxian continent is not safe." A significant reason for her return was to see you. After all, one only realizes what they cherish most when facing death. Upon hearing this, Su Si fell silent. Rising, he shattered the celestial gate with a punch. Boom! Endless celestial essence surged from the other side, flowing towards the Tianxian continent. After several millennia, the celestial gate connecting the Tianxian continent and the realm of immortals finally opened. Chapter 40. The Realm of Immortals, the Heavenly Furnace Fist. The emergence of the heart of the domain. As the celestial gate swung open, a mist of ethereal energy surged forth, enveloping Su Si. Here, cultivation transcended that of the Tianxian continent by more than 10-fold. Meanwhile, a subtle wave of profound energy resonated in the distance. Su Si paused, turning his gaze, and murmured, "Has the heart of the domain emerged?" The little gray dog barked in affirmation. Indeed, but the heart of the domain must first gather energy. It will require 3 days to reach a state suitable for refinement. During this time, focus on your cultivation and refine me to enhance your strength. Nodding in agreement, Su Si pressed his hand onto the little gray dog's head, channeling a fragment of his soul to imprint upon its spirit. A resonant hum emanated from the dog's crown as he sat cross-legged, drawing in the celestial essence like a whale consuming water. Simultaneously, in the Tianxian continent, the instant Su Si breached the celestial gate, the ethereal silhouette of the gate within Linlang Academy disintegrated into ash. The path to ascendance gradually became adorned with celestial lotuses and creamy white exotic stones, turning the celestial road into a tangible reality. At the road's end loomed a multitude of celestial carriages, celestial abodes, and celestial beasts, casting their shadows down. The celestial road is bidirectional. Chu Wanli stood bewildered among the crowd. Historically, the celestial road had always been unidirectional, yet now it allowed beings from the celestial realm to traverse into the Tianqian continent. Simultaneously, the grand hall inscribed with the Hall of Honor began to crumble. Moments later, it vanished entirely, replaced by a heart-shaped artifact radiating golden-brown luminescence. The heart of the domain was concealed within the Hall of Honor all along. Chu Wanli stammered, glancing at the elder Tianlu beside her. With a solemn expression, Tianlu replied, "The heart of the domain is likely beyond our reach." Just then, a battalion of celestial soldiers materialized in the air. Leading them was an arrogant young general. Seated upon a white dragon beast, clad in a robe shimmering with starlight, he proclaimed, "I am Tang Heng of the Celestial Stars sect," commanding the natives of Tianqian to vacate the academy within a quarter of an hour or face annihilation. The threat of annihilation sent shivers through the hearts of many semi-mortal elders who had awaited this moment for millennia. The celestial beings were far too domineering. Ji Bo was one, and this young general was no different, treating the people of Tianqian with utter disdain. "What if we refuse?" An elderly man with graying hair retorted. "We are all semi-immortal. Who fears whom? Even if you hail from the celestial realm, we must settle this through combat." Having lived for 10,000 years, he had remained in hiding for most of his life for this very day. How could he easily concede? Yet, as his words fell, a golden lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky, directly hitting the elder's head. In an instant, he was reduced to a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. Good heavens, is the Heavenly Dao intervening? Isn't it supposed to be merciless? Why would it aid the celestial beings? The rumors say that the Heavenly Dao of Zhongzhou is under the control of celestial beings. Could that be true? Do they dictate the order? Panic swept through the crowd. Chu Wanli felt her knees weaken. She hadn't anticipated their arrival. Tianlu nodded. The Tianqian realm falls under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Stars sect. What shall we do? Chu Wanli bit her lip. Should we retreat? Linlang Academy is our stronghold. Where else could we go? We need not, Tianlu smiled gently. The Tianqian natives may retreat, but my master is a celestial being. Chu Wanli was momentarily taken aback, finally recalling that Tianlu was known as the celestial immortal of Tianlu. We are not without our chances, he added softly. At that moment, a cloud carriage appeared in the sky, and Tianlu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. We have reinforcements. Meanwhile, within the ancient realm, Su Ci consumed celestial essence for an entire day. On the second day, a notification from the system roused him from his meditative state. Beep. Congratulations to the host. On the 6th day of marriage, reward. Advanced Celestial Technique. Heavenly Furnace Fist. Advanced Celestial Technique. The Heavenly Furnace Fist. Su Ci's expression brightened. Then he fell into momentary confusion upon realizing he had transcended the semi-immortal realm. Have I become an immortal? His face mirrored astonishment and bewilderment. Su Ci had envisioned many scenarios upon achieving immortality, yet he never anticipated it would be so simple and unremarkable. You have merely attained the status of a human immortal. The little gray dog interjected. Without the cleansing of the celestial road, without comprehending the laws of the celestial realm, and lacking the flavor of immortality, it does not count as true ascension. Su Ci was taken aback. Flavor of immortality? Indeed, the realms of immortals consist of earth immortal, heaven immortal, upper immortal, mysterious immortal, immortal king, and immortal sovereign. A human immortal possesses strength comparable to that of an earth immortal. The little gray dog urged. There is no time to explain further. You will understand in due course. First, return to the Tianqian continent and refine the heart of the domain. This is a tremendous opportunity. We cannot delay. Su Ci nodded, lifting the little gray dog by its neck. I can't help but feel you're not much use. The little gray dog bared its teeth. You will soon realize my strength. Merely by recognizing me as your master, you have ascended to the human immortal realm. Is that not enough proof of my worth? Contemplating this, Su Ci conceded. The little gray dog was the first opportunity recognized by the immortal sovereign. It must hold significant value. The next moment, Su Ci turned and soared towards the Tianqian continent. Before long, he returned to Linlang Academy. The moment he stepped outside, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. It was eerily quiet. The The academy felt like a desolate wasteland, devoid of the students who would usually be flying about. He gazed into the distance, where, at the center, the golden-brown heart of the domain pulsated ominously. Just then, Tianlu appeared beside him. "Follow me, do not act rashly." Su Xiai blinked, sensing something amiss. "Is there a change?" Tianlu did not respond directly, instead asking, "Has Yueying returned to the celestial realm?" Su Xiai replied solemnly, "Yes. But her situation is dire, and I must find her." Tianlu sighed. "So you wish to absorb the heart of the domain?" Su Xiai nodded resolutely. "I will not give up." At that moment, another woman appeared beside Tianlu. Dressed in a long robe, her ample bosom drew Su Xi's gaze, and her expression bore a hint of satisfaction as she regarded him. "You must be Su Jiuxiao," she said. "Who are you?" Su Xiai asked, momentarily taken aback. "My name is Xiehe. Since you are Tianlu's disciple, you should address me as Ant Master." Xiehe smiled. "Ant Master? From the celestial realm?" Su Xiai glanced at the path to ascendance, piecing it together. "We belong to the Tai Sword sect in the celestial realm," Xiehe continued, pausing briefly before adding. "The force that governs this realm and establishes the rules is the Celestial Stars sect. The troops guarding the heart of the domain are also theirs. They are determined to seize the heart of the domain, and we must employ cunning to obtain it." "Cunning?" Su Xiai furrowed his brow. "How do we manage that?" "Once 3 days pass, they will refine the heart of the domain and may even refine us along with it." He hesitated. "As for safety, there is no need for concern. Should you fail, you can return to the celestial realm with us." "Return to the celestial realm?" Suchi scolded. He had a lineage and disciples on the Tianxian continent. How could he abandon them? Tianlu interjected, "Do not rush. We still have 2 days to strategize. If you go now, it is akin to courting death. You are not young anymore. You must act with caution." Before Tianlu could finish his advice, the heavens trembled. The golden-brown heart of the domain in the center of the academy flickered with erratic light, hinting at a transformation into a platinum hue. How is this possible? The heart of the domain has matured in just 1 day? As the reverberations of the celestial decree lingered, Su Xiai had already taken steps towards the heart of the academy. Alas, wait a moment, dear elder. Chapter 41, seated cross-legged at the forefront of the battlefield. Who dares to cross the line? In the center of the academy, the young general sat atop a dragon's body. Beside him knelt several elderly men with graying hair, all prominent figures from the Central Plains, leaders of great powers such as the half-immortals Peng Lai, Kunlun, the Lin family, and the Chun family. At this moment, each of them bore a bitter expression, their lips tinged with blue, gazing downward at the heart of the realm. There, a grand alchemical cauldron stood. Behind the cauldron, a pale-skinned, breathtakingly beautiful woman directed a group of saints and imperial beings into the cauldron. This woman was none other than Chu Wanli. The imperial beings, naturally, were the natives of Tianxian. At that moment, the Lord of Penglai bowed deeply. "General Tang, the heart of the realm has absorbed sufficient energy. Can it release our kin now?" The young general, referred to as General Tang, cast a cool glance at him. Suddenly, wielding a long spear, he thrust it downwards. With a sharp sound, the spearhead pierced the skull of the Lord of Penglai, followed by a forceful jab. The soul was instantly extinguished, and the head was sent flying, plummeting directly into the cauldron. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, and the Lord of Penglai's head was refined into pure energy, reinvigorating the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm had now drawn closer to a platinum hue. "You are not qualified to negotiate with me." The young general smiled. "Those who obey me shall live. Those who defy me shall die. Here, am your god." In an instant, wails erupted as the majority of the Penglai descendants' mind shattered. Losing 2 elders in just a few days was simply unbearable for an ancient holy clan. The young general remained unfazed, gazing steadily at the heart of the realm. Beside him, an elderly man frantically praised. "General Tang's might is unparalleled. How dare the Penglai lineage make demands? They are truly deserving of death." The surrounding individuals furrowed their brows tightly, yet none dared to speak, only sighing inwardly. The young general slightly turned his gaze. "What is your name?" Reporting to the esteemed one, "I am Lin Fu, the head of the Lin family." Lin Fu bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground. "You are commendable." The young general replied with a smile. "This general is fair in rewards and punishments. Having punished that old man, I shall now reward you." Saying this, he placed a foot on Lin Fu's head. "You shall serve as my footstool. What say you?" Lin Fu knelt upright, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, General. It is a great honor for me, regretting only my old age that prevents me from following you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, some elders who had once stood alongside Lin Fu in the ancient Holy Clan, the Three Emperor clan, mourned deeply in their hearts. The young general, however, burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing across the land with a tone of supreme authority. In the distance, Su Si had just arrived and squinted at the scene before him. Among the crowd, he also spotted Luo Feng and the Yaoqi Saintess, both of whom wore grim expressions as they queued as resources. Nearby, Tian Lu rushed over, grasping his sleeve. "Do not act impulsively. The one riding the dragon is Tang Hung of the Seven Stars sect, a celestial being. Do not provoke him." Su Si pondered. Celestial beings from the immortal realm? Tian Lu nodded. "Yes, the Heavenly Dao of the Central Plains is backed by the Seven Stars immortal sect." Su Si chuckled. "Over the years, they have been hunting me down? Who gave them the right to impose rules upon me in the Central Plains?" Tian Lu nodded again. Su Si's eyes glinted with disdain. "Do not worry, Dean. I know my limits." Tian Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet before he could regain his composure, Su Si had already stepped forward under the gaze of the multitude, seated cross-legged before the heart of the realm. On his shoulder, Xiao Hui gazed upward, baring its teeth, its tail erect, looking down at the people of the Seven Stars sect. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an eruption of astonished murmurs. "Is that Su Jiushao? What is he here for? No, what does he intend to do? Is he challenging the immortal realm? Surely, he does not wish for death." Luo Feng and the Yaoqi Saintess, Yun Ting, stared wide-eyed. Yun Ting trembled. "Su Jiushao has just returned. He does not know they are from the immortal realm. This is a death wish." Luo Feng, dazed, suddenly shouted, "Su, brother, run, escape." His voice was desperate, almost breaking. Su Si remained undeterred, seated with closed eyes. At that moment, Xie finally arrived, glancing at Tian Lu, her brow furrowed tightly. "I fear for your disciple's safety. There are 3 celestial beings from the Seven Stars sect, each not inferior to you or me, and perhaps there are Xian immortals watching from behind. The odds are grim." Tian Lu pondered briefly, then looked at Xie. "I suddenly feel that Sire can contend with the Seven Stars sect." Xie regarded him with incredulity. "Have you lost your mind?" Tian Lu chuckled, shaking his head. "You do not understand, sir. He's exceedingly clever, always cautious, never engaging in battles without certainty. Such a stance can only be taken when he is in control of the situation." Xie remained silent for a while, then said, "I still think you are mad." Tian Lu lightly laughed. "How about we gamble?" Xie shot him a glance. "Gamble on what?" Tian Lu spoke solemnly. "Gamble your celestial artifact, the dragon boat." Xie widened her eyes. "You have truly lost your mind. The dragon boat can traverse realms. It belongs to the Tai Sword sect. How could I possibly wager it?" Tian Lu raised his hand, revealing a Dan medicine. "Very well, I will wager." Xie took a deep breath, turning to fix her gaze on Su Si. In the distance, Tang Hung rode his dragon steed, treading upon Lin Fu's head, softly asking, "Who can tell this general what the Tianxian native intends to do?" Several clan leaders exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment. Tang Hung kicked out, sending Lin Fu crashing to the ground. Startled, Lin Fu turned to hear Tang Hung say, "The Tianxian native is unworthy to stand and speak with me. You, go and bring me his head." Lin Fu was taken aback. While Tang Hung did not recognize Su Si, he certainly did. This was the invincible half-immortal in the eastern wilderness, who had shattered the will of the Heavenly Dao there. Though he too was a half-immortal, he did not dare to claim he could withstand Su Si. Seeing Lin Fu's expression, Tang Hung furrowed his brow and casually tossed a long knife. "Can you cut with this celestial artifact?" Lin Fu's eyes widened in surprise, his spirits lifting. A celestial artifact, long knife. Such items were nearly extinct in the Tianxian continent. Even the imperial clans lacked them. Receiving one unexpectedly, Lin Fu felt he had struck gold. He would not only allow Tang Hung to tread upon him, but would gladly lick his toes daily. Lin Fu was willing to fight, to pave the way for the general, ready to sacrifice his life. He bowed deeply, gripping the long knife in his right hand, soaring towards Su Ci. Su Jiuxiao, our Lin family has a deep-seated grudge against you. From the old to the young, from the imperial realm to the transformation of the spirit. How many of my Lin family's elites have perished because of you? Today, I shall fulfill the will of heaven, using this weapon to sever your head and rid the world of a great menace. Lin Fu strode resolutely towards Su Ci, sunlight pouring down, as if he embodied the concept of justice. Yet what responded to him was a brilliant light, slicing through the space like a razor-sharp blade, spanning 100 zhang. Lin Fu was taken aback, leaping back several miles, only to awkwardly realize that Su Ci had not aimed at him at all. Instead, he had inscribed a circle in the air. At the center of the circle stood the heart of the realm, alongside Su Ci, drawing a boundary, a domain, or perhaps some sort of formation. Lin Fu stared intently, only to find that the center bore no energy fluctuations, merely a line of celestial essence defining the area. Su Jiuxiao, what do you intend to do? Chapter 42. The Great War. Is the realm about to collapse? Su Jiuxiao, what are your intentions? Lin Fu's face burned with embarrassment, a mix of fear and indignation at Su Ci's disregard for him. No one is to pass this boundary. Death awaits. Woof. Su Ci closed his eyes, disregarding the crowd, while Xiao Hui on his shoulder displayed an air of dominance. The expressions of those present shifted. This was utterly audacious. They then turned their gazes towards Tang Hung, anticipating the immortal's decision. Tang Hung was taken aback. He had thought he was the one demonstrating superiority, only to encounter someone even more pretentious. Yet, those who were more arrogant than he often meet a swift demise. This ignorant fool resembled a frog at the bottom of a well, foolishly peering at the moon above. Lin Fu, what are you waiting for? Charge at me. Upon hearing this, Lin Fu's body trembled as he reignited his fighting spirit, drawing forth a blazing white flame from his celestial weapon's long blade. The mere presence of that flame threatened to collapse the void. Su Jiuxiao, you have fought your entire life without bowing your head. Yet today, you have provoked someone you should not have. With that, Lin Fu leaped forward, charging directly at Su Ci. Swish! The blade's radiance sliced through the sky, tearing open a gaping chasm, akin to an abyss hovering in the air. This was the Lin family's celestial slayer's sword technique. It was a forbidden art, rumored to be employed only in times of life and death for the family. Gasps echoed as Lin Fu's devastating strike shocked the onlookers. The might was overwhelming. How would Su Jiuxiao respond? Most watched with bated breath, as Lin Fu wielded his celestial weapon, ready to dominate the central continent. No one felt confident they could withstand such a direct blow unscathed. However, just as the blade's light entered the circle drawn by Su Ci, he suddenly opened his eyes. His right hand shot forth. The void crumbled as two enormous hands obscured the sky, swiftly pressing down upon Lin Fu's head. Spatial divine ability, star-snatching hand, capable of plucking stars. Yet Su Ci often employed it to seize heads. In an instant, the blade's light and celestial might came to a halt. Lin Fu hung in midair like a captive, his feet flailing. In the face of Su Ci, he appeared as a mere child. All his grand ambitions, celestial weapons, and forbidden techniques rendered utterly futile. Lin Fu let out a roar, but suddenly, with a crunch, Su Ci crushed his head, blood spraying into the air. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, standing upright, the celestial weapon embedded in his neck, resembling a grave offering. The arena fell silent, many gazing at Su Ci with incredulity. With a single palm strike, he had slain the patriarch of an imperial clan wielding a celestial weapon. Su Jiuxiao's prowess seemed boundless. What had he been researching in the eastern wilderness for these past centuries? Even the discerning Xie, he was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Tian Lu. Is this your disciple? All who cultivate at the Luminous Academy are my disciples. Tian Lu chuckled heartily. No wonder you are confident in your wager. Xie frowned. But the starry immortal sect is not to be trifled with. The 7 sons of the stars are all prodigious, each immensely powerful. Let us observe. Though Tian Lu spoke with conviction, he too felt uncertain. He understood the strength of the starry immortal sect better than anyone. A direct confrontation was beyond even his sect, the Tai Sword sect in the celestial realm. Meanwhile, an elder beside Tang Hung leaned down to whisper something in his ear. What did you say? Human immortal realm? Tang Hung was slightly taken aback. In the lower realms, it might take 1,000,000 years for a single individual to reach the human immortal stage. This requires immense fortune, great ambition, and unparalleled talent. I never expected to encounter such a person. Tang Hung took a deep breath, his regard for Su Si rising for the first time. If this individual were to become an enemy, he must not be allowed to ascend to the celestial realm. Within a century, the starry immortal sect would surely face a formidable foe. With that thought, he mounted his dragon beast, soaring through the heavens towards Su Si. You are Su Jiuxiao, are you not? Su Si did not respond, remaining in tranquil meditation. Tang Heng's anger surged, but he maintained a composed tone. Mystari immortel sect treasures talent. If you withdraw now and join my ranks, I can promise you the Tianxian continent as your dominion, allowing you to reign supreme in this realm. Upon hearing this, many clan leaders who had past grievances with Su Si trembled and shook their heads vigorously. Su Si was domineering, bloodthirsty, and merciless. Should he gain power, would they have any path left to tread? Speak, Tang Hung commanded, urging his dragon beast into the circle drawn by Su Si. Buzz. Suddenly, Su Si opened his eyes and pointed. Boom! The sky shattered, a single finger descending like a colossal pillar. Tang Heng's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Su Si would respond to him with such ferocity and brevity, launching an immediate lethal strike. Moreover, it came with such overwhelming force. Caught unprepared, Tang Hung drew a dagger from his sleeve, slicing through the nearby void and clumsily diving inside. The remaining dragon beast let out a roar, arching its back and employing secret techniques to withstand the immense finger. The dragon race was renowned for its formidable physique, known across the world. Not to mention, this dragon beast hailed from the celestial realm, a steed of the 7 sons of the stars. Yet, to the astonishment of countless witnesses, the colossal finger pressed down on the dragon beast, slowly sinking it into the ground. Crack, crack, roar. With a fierce roar, the dragon beast's body began to crumble. When the finger's imprint faded, only a vast pit remained. The dragon beast had been ground to dust. Tang Heng's eyes widened in rage. That had been his most beloved steed, and he never expected it to be slain by Su Si. But this was not the end. Su Si's 3 talents, celestial finger, could manipulate the heaven's fate, tracing destiny and causality. Having locked on a Tang Hung, he would not relent until his power was exhausted. Above Tang Heng's head, the void tore open once more. Another colossal finger descended. Dare you? This is intolerable. Tang Heng's face was contorted with fury as he brandished his spear, confronting the giant finger. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed throughout the Tianxian continent. Waves of energy radiating from Tang Heng's position. Crack, crack, crack. The entire Tianxian continent displayed the alignment of sun, moon, and stars, the space around it shattering like a broken mirror. The Heavenly Dao roared. One moment it snowed, the next it rained blood, and soon thereafter, a dense fog enveloped the land. This is bad. Tang Hung has invoked the powers of the Earth immortal realm, surpassing the Tianxian continent's capacity, causing this realm to begin collapsing. Tian Lu's expression turned to one of horror, exclaiming in shock. Chapter 43. The Stellar Command, the Destruction of a Realm. As the dimensional boundaries crumbled, chaos ensued across the Tianxian continent. Countless powerful beings gazed skyward, their faces a canvas of bewilderment, each feeling as though they were witnessing the end of days. In the path to immortality, prominent figures such as Yuan Bo and the Blood Rose Emperor were thrust into the open, their eyes wide with horror as they stared into the vast expanse above. Particularly striking was Gu Xueming, whose eyes bulged in shock before vanishing from the Linling Academy. Meanwhile, in the unfathomable celestial domain, Ji Bo floated amidst the starlit river, observing the fierce clash between Su Si and Tang Hung. Beside him, Fu Yueying's amber eyes shimmered with concern as she fixated on Su Si. Ji Bo remarked, "Your husband is truly remarkable. Within a single day, he has ascended to the human immortal realm. I am eager to see what kind of tempest he will stir upon entering the celestial domain." Fu Yueying nodded. "He possesses an inexplicable aura that has consistently drawn me to him. However, the celestial domain remains perilously dangerous for him." Just then, the realm began to collapse unexpectedly, startling Ji Bo Jr.'s sister. "There is an issue with your realm. An unknown force is preventing its disintegration." Fu Yueying leaned closer in astonishment. "I told you, my homeland is rife with secrets that you refuse to believe." Ji Bo chuckled softly. "It is not disbelief. Rather, for the celestial court, even the most profound secrets are ultimately futile. My intention in pointing this out is to inform you that the collapse of the realm following the use of celestial power indicates your husband may soon face a fierce battle." "A fierce battle?" Fu Yueying gasped, her heart racing. The Tianqian continent was only capable of supporting semi-immortal strength. Yet now, Tang Hung had brazenly shattered taboos, elevating the battle to an entirely new dimension. Could Su Si endure such pressure? In the midst of the chaos, Su Si remained seated, frowning as he observed the world quake and rain flow upwards, the pathways of existence fracturing. Wails echoed through the air as many aged saints succumbed to the turmoil, while even those of the Emperor realm retreated in fear. Su Si turned to his companion, the dog Xiao Hui. "Is the Tianqian continent truly on the brink of collapse?" "Not at all. The Tianqian continent is far more resilient," Xiao Hui replied briskly. "Look, the heart of the realm remains intact. If you're concerned about your old acquaintances, simply refine the heart of the realm and restore the world." "Is it even possible?" Su Si exclaimed in disbelief, but in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Tang Hung appeared at his side, brandishing a long spear that shattered the space around them. With a determined step, he advanced, delivering another thrust. Lightning crackled as chains of electricity filled the air, ensnaring Su Si and blocking all avenues of retreat. Su Si's gaze sharpened as he turned to face the spear head-on with a powerful punch. A thunderous explosion resounded, the spear flying from Tang Hung's grasp. "How can this be? I am a celestial being." Tang Hung's eyes widened in disbelief. He was an undeniable immortal, here to impose his will and dominance. How could he, wielding an immortal weapon, be so easily bested by a mere mortal from the lower realms? Was this individual a monster? Yet, Su Si was oblivious to Tang Heng's thoughts. He was acutely aware of his formidable prowess, empowered by the body of the common folk and released from his restrictions. His might was unstoppable. With another punch, Su Si struck Tang Hung squarely in the head, sending the once proud young celestial reeling, blood spraying like a tattered sack. Quite sturdy. An excellent target, Su Si thought, eagerly pursuing Tang Hung through the air. The ground shook with each blow, as Su Si's fist connected with Tang Hung's body, shattering him as if he were fragile porcelain. Xie watched in astonishment. Su Si was overpowering the 7 stars, displaying extraordinary talent. Who would have thought that besides Yueying, there was such a promising figure in Tianqian? Tian Lu beamed with pride. The 7 stars had manipulated the heavenly path and defined order. And as the founder of the Linlang Academy, he had suffered greatly at their hands. The more powerful Su Si became, the more prideful Tian Lu felt. Elders from the Linlang Academy approached him, their faces alight with surprise. After kneeling for so long, it's exhausting. How astonishing that Su Jiushao could defeat General Tang like this. Could it be that the Tianqian continent will be governed by its own people? Let's not grow complacent. A swift victory is unwise. I've noticed that the elders from the 7 stars have yet to make a move. They do not appear anxious. At this, Tian Lu's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance where the 3 elders sat, their brows lowered, resembling meditating monks. To them, the battle between Su Si and Tang Hung seemed mere trifles. If they intervened, what would happen with 1, 2, or even 3 of them. Tian Lu glanced at Xie. 2 of you. Xie, he replied with a grin. Tian Lu. The disparity in combat strength was evident. The opposing celestial realm had one more participant. With a final punch, Su Ci's blow shattered Tang Hung's body, blood gushing forth as if from a ruptured bag. Su Jiushao, do not force my hand. A mere mortal from the lower realms dares to defy the 7 stars. Su Ci sneered, ready to press forward when suddenly, a radiant starry light erupted before him. From the heavens, a falling star descended at incredible speed, merging with Tang Hung's form. In an instant, Tang Hung donned a luminous starry battle attire, his spear reappearing in his grasp. You have forced me to use the stellar command. You shall die with pride. Tang Hung commanded, all celestial beings heed my call. Eliminate Su Jiushao and annihilate this realm's humanity. I will ensure that all pay the price for Su Jiushao's recklessness. Pay the price. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders in the clouds abruptly opened their eyes. In an instant, the clouds dissipated, the pathways stabilized, and myriad rays of light burst forth. The 3 vanished from their positions, only to reappear within 5 miles of Su Ci. Stop! Tian Lu and Xie he materialized, their anger palpable. The 7 stars demand to obliterate an entire realm. This is utterly unreasonable. Tang Hung laughed from a distance. Reason? Wherever the 7 stars go, I, Tang Hung, am the reason. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Tian Lu, Xie he, and the 2 elders engaged in battle, while another elder lunged directly at Su Ci. Tang Hung's voice rang out, Su Jiushao, what does it matter if you can fight? You were born in the lower realms. Prepare to pay with your life. At this, Su Ci felt a surge of blood rush to his head. After 2 millennia of mortal cultivation, he had often heard the words, you cannot succeed. Your status is too low. After finally becoming an emperor, how could anyone dare to utter such arrogance against him? Yet the elder in the sky was of the celestial realm, 2 major levels above him, leaving Su Ci feeling somewhat helpless. Woof, I'll handle this. Suddenly, shall we baked? Suchi froze, you? Chapter 44. The mighty Little Gray devours the celestial being. Little Gray is merely a chance given to Su Ci by Fu Yuing. Su Ci had always believed that Little Gray's purpose was akin to that of an encyclopedia, primarily serving to elucidate all things. However, to his utter astonishment, when faced with an approaching celestial being, this creature bared its teeth, eager to charge forward. Such audacity! Can you really do this? Suchi esse leaps to each. Woof! Little Gray, feeling slighted, believed that Su Ci had never regarded it with respect from the very beginning. Let me show you what the greatest opportunity across the realms truly is. With a bark, Little Gray leaped forward from Su Ci's side. The ferocious dog lunged. In an instant, Little Gray's form expanded 1,000-fold, resembling an ancient divine beast awakening, sprawling across the heavens and earth. The oncoming celestial being, intending to halt its advance and retreat, was swiftly ensnared by Little Gray's jaws and devoured whole. The sound of crunching echoed, accompanied by wisps of white vapor. A celestial being was thus consumed by Little Gray, an act utterly inconceivable. Gasp! Countless individuals drew in a sharp breath. Nearby, Tian Lu, Xie he, and 2 elders abruptly halted their actions. What on earth is happening? How can we continue fighting after such a drastic turn of events? All gazes turned in terror toward the immense beast. Even Tang Heng's lower lip trembled. Su Ci himself appeared somewhat bewildered. In the celestial realm, Ji Bo gazed at Fu Yuing with an expression of astonishment. Your dog possesses such power, yet you have never utilized it? To his surprise, Fu Yuing was equally perplexed. I had no idea it was this formidable. When it was with me, little Su seemed to do nothing but sleep, as if its spirit was shattered, even worse off than I was. Ji Bo was taken aback. What does that mean? It has become this powerful just by being with Su Ci? Does he possess such mystical ability? Fu Yuying's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Return to Tianxian. I must inquire directly. Absolutely not. You both firmly reject it. One must not defy the master's orders. With a fierce glare, Fu Yuying appeared ready to confront him. How about this? After he arrives in the celestial realm, I can assist him to meet you at the celestial court sooner. Young talents, no matter how gifted, still require experience. You must leave Tianxian continent, for certain individuals will soon seek him out. Yibo implored earnestly. He indeed harbored no selfish motives. As a celestial sovereign who commanded time, he had lived for countless millennia. For Su Ci and Fu Yuing, he felt akin to a grandfather caring for his granddaughter and her fiancé, yearning to toil for their benefit. Fine. Fu Yuing gritted her teeth, eager to regain her strength and fly back to Tianxian to inquire about Little Gray's wonders firsthand. Within the Linglang Academy, having just consumed an elder, Little Gray let out a satisfied burp, its eyes slightly weary. It then turned to the other two elders. Flee. Although the two elders possessed celestial powers, facing Little Gray, which was larger than the stars, they harbored no desire to resist. All that occupied their minds was the urge to escape. But how could they possibly outrun a ravenous Little Gray? With a swift leap, Little Gray lunged. The ferocious dog struck again, yet this tactic proved highly effective. Its mouth opened wide, as if embodying the cosmos, enveloping 1,000 miles of space within. The two celestial beings frantically fled, igniting their celestial essence and detonating their artifacts. But it was all in vain. They could not escape the looming snare. The sounds of bones snapping echoed throughout the Tianxian continent. Tian Lu was already pale with fright. He trembled so much that he could barely hold his weapon. Junior, what on earth is wrong with your disciple? Tian Lu nearly fell to his knees before Little Gray, having never witnessed such a creature. Yet the aura it exuded was astoundingly ancient and untamed, perhaps predating even the Tianxian continent itself. Even earlier than the Tianxian continent. He stared wide-eyed, trembling in fear. Had he known, he would never have ventured to this realm. He had thought it a delightful task, a leisurely journey to witness a performance. Little did he realize it resembled a realm filled with dark deities, terrifying beyond measure. On the other hand, many of the previously indecisive leaders of imperial clans and ancient sacred tribes now revealed expressions of delight. The Nine Heavens Emperor is indeed a figure who emerges once in a millennium from our Tianxian continent. How fortunate we are to have the Nine Heavens Emperor. The Chun family declared, "We are willing to serve under the Emperor and offer our utmost efforts." The Zhu family echoed, "We too, we wish to alleviate the Emperor's burdens." Chu Wanli gazed at the once mighty Emperor, now resembling a stray dog seeking refuge, and was filled with shock. As she looked at Su Ci's silhouette, her heart surged with countless emotions. Meanwhile, Su Ci remained calm and composed. It seemed that, compared to the celestial gate that governed the heavenly path, the hearts of the people of Tianxian continent leaned more towards him. After all, he would never sacrifice the lives of those in the sacred and imperial realms merely to appease the pill furnace. At that moment, Little Gray suddenly let out a bark, its voice shrinking 1,000-fold as it nestled upon Su Ci's shoulder. "What is it?" Su Ci communicated telepathically. "I'm out of energy." Little Gray resembled a pet dog, panting heavily. Upon witnessing this, Su Ci's heart stirred. "Your power derives from my martial classics?" "Correct." Little Gray's tongue flopped out, but it was not entirely accurate. "After all, I have only been by your side for a day. In truth, I have accumulated some energy over the years, which I released entirely today. Being near you invigorated me, allowing me to utilize my strength without reservation." Su Ci nodded, realizing why Little Gray had displayed such excitement upon witnessing him wield the power of the martial classics. It seemed there was indeed a correlation. Just as Little Gray diminished in size, the will of the heavenly path of Tianxian continent suddenly erupted. It transformed into a single eye in the sky, emanating boundless radiance as if seeking to shroud the world. Atrid surgit insu chiesais. The heavenly path of Zhongzhou. Its instigator had nearly cost him his life. Were it not for the awakening of the system, he would have succumbed to the invasion of his inner demons, perishing as a failure in the eastern wilderness. At that moment, both Tang Hung and the eye in the sky spoke simultaneously. "Su Jiushao, step aside, or the consequences will be beyond your bearing. The celestial gate will uproot you and your backing." eradicating you completely. Your backing? Suchistrokt is chin. Discerning the unease of the individual lurking behind the heavenly path of Zhongzhou, it appeared that the newcomer regarded Little Gray as his support. What if I refuse? Suchi stood resolutely. Whether it was Little Gray, Fu Yuing, or the celestial being Hua Qing from the eastern wilderness, they all conveyed a singular message to him: to seize the heart of the domain. Now that he held the advantage, how could he possibly compromise or yield? Who would dare reject the celestial gate? Tang Hung stepped forward, his entire being beginning to radiate with starlight. Chapter 45. The Power of the Will of Heaven and Earth. Exile of the Stars. In the sky, the will of heaven and earth transformed into a beam of golden mist, enveloping Tang Hung. In an instant, the starry battle attire adorning him radiated with brilliance. From afar, numerous celestial beings rushed towards him recklessly, pouring their essence into his being. Awaken! Tang Hung exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Having merged with the heavenly path, the power at his disposal could only be described as extraordinary. With a single palm strike, the entire void shattered, and streams of golden liquid manifested beside Su Ci. The liquid gradually intertwined into two ropes, binding Su Ci's limbs. At the other end of the ropes, Tang Heng gripped them tightly. His intention was to use the true water of the void as a binding agent, securing Su Ci before casting him into the distant alchemical furnace to mature the heart of the realm. A human immortal would undoubtedly bring forth the emergence of the heart of the realm. Exile of the Stars. Tang Hung closed his palm, and Su Ci's form was instantly cast into the chaotic currents of space. Utilizing the power of the ruptured void, he sought to slice Su Ci and diminish his strength. Simultaneously, he shouted to his subordinates behind him, quickly, continue to refine the others in the rebirth furnace. As long as I completely dominate this realm, even the mightiest of beings will not be able to defeat me in the heavenly Xian realm. The subordinates, startled by his command, exchanged glances before seizing several imperial clansmen nearby. At the forefront stood Lin Hong, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, who had previously troubled Su Ci. Just moments ago, nearly all the local forces of Tianxian had rallied under Su Ci's banner, with only Lin Hong's family remaining motionless. Their deep-seated enmity with Su Ci left him hesitant, merely observing the unfolding events. However, he had not anticipated that after just a brief observation, Tang Hung would seek to cast them into the furnace as fuel. General Tang, we of the Lin family have always been loyal to you and have not betrayed you in this moment of crisis. Please grant us a chance for survival. Lin Hong implored, fervently bowing his head, while the leaders of several smaller factions nodded in agreement. General Tang, do not let us down. Indeed, we're your most loyal followers. We beseech you to grant us mercy. Tang Hung turned his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you wish to avoid death? Then seize those traitorous imperial clansmen and bring them to the rebirth furnace. With that, he tossed a box of elixirs. This was the life-infusing elixir, capable of advancing their lifespan temporarily to unleash the power of the earth immortal realm. Do not let me down. Lin Hong accepted the elixir, his fingers trembling. The side effects of such a life-advancing potion were bound to be immense. Consuming it could potentially shorten their lives by a millennium. Yet, refusing it meant immediate death. Lin Hong had no choice. With this thought, they closed their eyes and swallowed the elixirs. Boom! In an instant, their meridians became visible, dark as night, and each one's eyes clouded with black mist. Kill! Lin Hong, driven mad, charged directly at Chu Wanli. Behind him, a multitude of cultivators shrouded in black energy began a one-sided hunt, exchanging lifespan for power. This was the essence of the elixir. The imperial forces of Tianxian were utterly helpless against this onslaught, being systematically harvested and thrown into the furnace. The flames of the furnace erupted. The heart of the realm edged closer to platinum, with at least 70% of its area transformed into that precious metal. Stop! Tian Lu, sensing the impending danger, moved forward to protect Chu Wanli. Should the Tai sword sect dare to intervene, it would be an all-or-nothing confrontation. Tang Hung shot a frigid glance at Tian Lu. His voice transformed into an ancient echo. Meanwhile, the ethereal path to immortality trembled, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. An unparalleled existence was preparing to breach the realms. Tian Lu trembled, understanding that the presence they sensed could not be withstood, for it was surely an ancient being of the Xian immortal level. It was imperative to avoid confrontation. Xie grasped Tian Lu's hand tightly, shaking her head violently. Do not bring calamity upon our sect. No one will speak on your behalf. Calamity? Tian Lu's body weakened, his head hanging low in despair. Bang! In the distance, Chu Wanli exerted every ounce of her strength. Yet Lin Hong struck her aside with a single blow. Fear flickered in her eyes. Lin Hong was merely the elder of the law enforcement hall, while she was the head of the literary institute. In the past, she could have dispatched Lin Hong in no more than 3 moves, yet now she found herself overpowered. This was a true dimensional strike. With a swift motion, Lin Hong's hand, resembling a tiger's claw, reached for Chu Wanli's throat. She swung her sword in defense, but with a clang. Her blade was sent flying while Lin Hong's hand remained unharmed, continuing its advance. Clang! As Lin Hong's claw made contact, 5 crimson marks were etched upon Chu Wanli's delicate throat, sending her floating towards the furnace like a drifting willow. Lin Hong laughed maniacally. Previously, when he sought to harm Su Ci, Chu Wanli had intervened, using the golden list to humiliate him. He had long harbored resentment. After all, Su Ci had initially violated the Institute's rules, yet Chu Wanli had repeatedly shielded him. From Lin Hong's perspective, he believed himself to be in the right, executing justice. By sending this woman to her fate with his own hands, he found immense satisfaction in avenging himself. Nearby, Luo Feng and the holy master of Yaoqi were also on the verge of collapse, soon to become fuel themselves. The Chen family, Zhu family, and other ancient clans aligned with Su Ci were all grievously injured. The scene was one of utter devastation. I must intervene. These are my children. Tian Lu's eyes blazed with fury. He had established the Linlang Academy, nurturing these students for years, and now they were to be annihilated in one fell swoop. Humans are not made of wood. Who can be heartless? Xie clung to him fiercely. Remember, you have power. When you step outside, you represent the Tai Yi sword sect. You must not act recklessly, inviting great enemies. Power. Tian Lu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes wild with desperation. Yet he refrained from moving further. Tang Hung's admonition had deterred him. Meanwhile, Tang Hung, manipulating the currents of space to ensnare Su Ci, suddenly changed countenance. Upon merging with the power of the will of heaven and earth, he had believed he could control even an exalted immortal for several hours. Yet now, he felt as though he held the other end of the leash to an ancient divine beast, teetering just beyond his grasp. His fingers ached from the strain. This cannot be. Tang Hung gripped tighter, watching the heart of the realm mature before him, frantically shouting within his mind. Just a little longer. I will succeed. But at that moment, a light crack echoed. The fine strands of true water of the void snapped. Tang Hung's expression shifted dramatically. The void ahead suddenly split open, pierced by a powerful fist. Su Ci's figure soared forth, delivering a punch directly to Tang Hung's head. Boom! Tang Hung's head was sent flying from his body, landing with a clang upon the rebirth furnace. It then bounced back, coming to rest several miles away beside the injured Chu Wanli. At that moment, Lin Hong had yet to cast Chu Wanli into the furnace. Seeing Tang Hung's bloodied head, his expression shifted to one of shock, and he hurriedly changed his target, stepping forward to cradle the severed head in his arms. Chapter 46. The Celestial Forge Fist, 3,000 Avenues. Su Ci manifested his presence. A faint gray aura coursed over his body, embodying a primal, ancient, and profound grayness. According to the records in the 7 books of martial classics, this was known as chaotic chi, a primal essence that existed in the universe since the dawn of creation. Typically, it lay dormant within Su Ci's limbs and bones. However, in a moment of fury, he unleashed his full potential and awakened a trace of chaotic chi hidden within him. His power surged to an incomprehensible level, granting him the illusion that he could rend even a colossal star apart with his bare hands. Wanli. At this moment, Su Si turned to discover that Chu Wanli was on the brink of death, nearly sacrificed. A fierce rage ignited within his chest. Although he harbored no romantic feelings for Chu Wanli, her affection was unreciprocated. Her assistance and care had been sincere and substantial. Even when he was exiled from Zhongzhou to the eastern wilderness, Chu Wanli repeatedly stood by his side. Yet now, she was gravely injured. You all shall meet your doom. Su Si let out a long howl. Suddenly, the heavens shook and the sun and moon in the sky swayed. Flickers of firelight emerged within the academy, enveloping an expanse of several miles. With a wave of his hand, fierce winds howled, sweeping away all who had once opposed him, regardless of past grievances. Casting the miles away, Chu Wanli was directly pulled to Tian Lu's side, sheltered under his protection. Immediately after, the temperature within the entire academy began to rise dramatically. What power is this? Tian Lu's expression shifted as the flickering flames before him transformed into a blazing gold, an exceedingly terrifying heat spreading throughout the academy. And it continued to escalate. The temperature soared. Even the immortal artifact, the life furnace, showed signs of melting. Sizzle, Lin Hong, and the others found their bodies beginning to dissolve, their skin peeling away, faces marred with dark blood. They trembled, awakening from their stupor, their expressions filled with abject terror. The paths of the great Dao were severed, and space was ablaze. They could not escape. Gazing up at Su Si, who appeared like a demonic god descending upon the earth, they could only kneel in unison, weeping. Great Emperor of the Nine Heavens, spare us. We are willing to submit. We are willing to submit. I am willing to serve the Nine Heavens' sacred land as a beast of burden, to offer all my wealth and possessions, if only to allow our souls to descend into reincarnation and live again. Countless souls were being scorched, writhing in agony. Even the disciples of the Stargate who had followed Tang Hung to the Tianxian realm lay on the ground, moaning in distress, their bodies convulsing in utter despair. Tang Heng's eyes suddenly flew open, shouting, Su Jiuxiao, what do you intend to do? Su Qi remained silent, delivering a single punch. In an instant, a colossal celestial forge manifested in the cosmos, capable of incinerating all things, encompassing heaven and earth. At its center were Tang Hung and his companions. At this moment, Tan Engu finally comprehended Su Qi's intentions. He aimed to emulate his life furnace, to refine them all into the heart of the realm. What kind of battle technique is this? How could you possess such formidable methods? Tang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. Even he required the aid of an immortal artifact to refine the Emperor's realm. He never anticipated that with merely a punch, Su Si would achieve effects tenfold greater than his own. Who on earth are you? As Tang Heng's head began to melt, his soul crumbled. He was engulfed in excruciating pain. You will never know. Su Si remained tranquil, unleashing another punch. Boom! Flames soared to the heavens. In the Linglang Academy, every structure, every spirit beast, every imperial plant, and artifact was consumed in flames, transformed into a myriad of golden sparks, infused into the heart of the realm. Tang Hung screamed, Star Master, save me, please. Star Master, save me. Upon hearing this, the path to immortality trembled violently. Tian Lu's eyes widened in horror, as if confronted by a specter. What did he just say? The Star Master of the Stargate? That is at least a being of the Xianxian level. If their physical form descends, this realm would collapse. How dare they? The celestial realms are divided into human immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, supreme immortal, Xianxian, immortal king, and immortal sovereign. The Xianxian level stands as a pillar within the immortal world. In the Shaoyan immortal domain, where the Tian E-Sword sect and the Stargate reside, it is already a dominant force. Xianxian cannot descend. The Tianxian realm cannot bear it. Xie calmly stated, this must be but one of his incarnations. It's still a force beyond ordinary comprehension. An incarnation of a Xianxian. Tian Lu fell silent. Though Xianxian and Supreme Immortal appeared to differ by a mere tier, among countless Supreme Immortals, it was unlikely to find even one Xianxian. The world is divided into 3,000 avenues and infinite minor paths. Only those who grasp the 3,000 avenues to a minor success can be called Xianxian. They are the immortals who hold the profound truths of heaven and earth. How powerful are the 3,000 avenues? For instance, Su Ci's rudimentary understanding of the space, Dao, ranks among the foremost of the 3,000 avenues. Yet, his comprehension remains superficial. If the avenues were likened to a 10,000-mile track, the Xianxian might have covered a mile, while Su Ci had barely stepped over the starting line. Even with this, Su Ci stood invincible among his peers in the Tianxian continent, impervious even to the will of the heavens and earth. As for Tian Lu and the others, they had only grasped certain minor paths. However, in terms of space, fate, time, and chaos, they likely did not surpass Su Ci by much. Thus, the chasm between Tian Lu and Xianxian could be described as a gulf. Should a Xianxian who comprehended space and time descend, even 10,000 Supreme Immortals would be rendered as ants, toyed with until their demise. This is the disparity of the Tao. Different paths yield combat powers that are worlds apart. Boom! As the path to immortality trembled, a figure appeared before the crowd, clad in a white robe, his features obscured. Yet every gesture exuded an essence that seemed to merge with heaven and earth, as if he had already become one with the universe. Su Ci cast a glance, and without the aid of his soul, he would scarcely be able to discern this white-robed figure within the vastness of the cosmos. Yin Shun, the Star Master, how has he arrived? Tian Lu's countenance changed dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if the mere mention of this name invoked unspeakable terror. Xiehe also quivered beside him, her body shuddering, not daring to meet Yun Chen's gaze. The Star Master Yun Chen, who commanded the 3,000 avenues, ranking 57th among the celestial avenues. Even within the Stargate, his power was unparalleled. If he descended personally, who could withstand him? Even if Xiehe wished to call for aid, she could not find suitable assistance in that moment. As Yin Chen landed and beheld the scene before him, his eyes were as calm as a deep well. High-level immortal techniques. Which sect do you hail from? Su Ci did not respond, only gazing at the heart of the realm. At present, the heart of the realm had transformed completely into a platinum hue. It was mere moments away from maturity. Chapter 47. The maturation of the heart of the realm. Is someone attempting to pluck the peach? In the celestial realm, when Yun Shun made his appearance, Fu Yuing began to fidget restlessly. Her beautiful eyes frequently darted towards Ji Bo, who maintained an impassive demeanor, staring straight ahead with a hint of mockery. Brother. Fu Yuing puffed out her cheeks. She was particularly vexed by this old man, who, fully aware of her worries, pretended to be oblivious. I cannot intervene. Ji Bo waved his hand dismissively. My journey this time is meant to be discreet. Prior to seeing you, I was shrouded in black. Moreover, our relations with the Shao Yin immortal domain are quite amicable. If we were to brazenly attack a mystic immortal, how could we explain ourselves to the Shao Yin immortal lord? Are you still afraid of the Shao Yin immortal lord? Fu Yuying's cheeks puffed even more, resembling two little dumplings. He is merely an immortal king, and you wield the power of time. The entirety of the Shao Yin immortal domain combined would struggle to match your prowess. Jibo sighed. More importantly, if I were to act, those individuals would directly seek out the immortal court. At that point, even our master would be unable to protect you. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Upon hearing this, Fu Yuing fell silent. Is it worth trading your life for his? Jibo cast her a sidelong glance. Fu Yuing opened her mouth to retort, but words failed her, leaving her in a fluster. Jibo smirked. I'll decide for you. It is not worth it. He knew that if he allowed Fu Yuing to voice her thoughts, she would undoubtedly find it worthwhile. After all, she had already sacrificed that much. What else could she possibly withhold? In truth, Fu Yuing bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ziyao in temperament. Both were somewhat infatuated. After a moment, Fu Yuing, now freed from her restraint, leaped up in anger, her eyes reddening, as she prepared to unleash her fury upon Ji Bo ultimately. Ji Bo could only smile ruefully in defeat. All right, I was merely jesting. Should a real crisis arise, do you think I could stand idly by? Do you think I'm observing the Tianxian realm through a distant mirror out of some peculiar obsession? Such petty squabbles are far too trivial for me after eons of existence. If you could exhibit a fraction of the restraint you show towards Su Ci, both I and our master would have far less to worry about. Yibo suddenly side deeply. In the Tianxian realm, the process of transition for the heart of the realm had come to a standstill. The moment Yun Chun appeared, Su Ci found himself unable to channel Tang Heng and the others into the heart of the realm. So close yet so far. Su Ci clenched his fists. If he could refine the heart of the realm, he would shatter the path to immortality with a single blow, without spatial anchor points. He would reign supreme as the sovereign of the Tianxian realm. In the vast cosmos, even an immortal king would require considerable time to locate a realm. From afar, Yin Chun's gaze darkened. He had never anticipated being disregarded by a younger generation. Audacious, Yin Chun bellowed, and the sun and moon that had converged above him shattered instantaneously. Subsequently, countless stars descended, enveloping an area of 1,000,000 miles. A small segment of the central continent lay within his domain. Crack, crack, crack. The Tianxian realm began to collapse at an accelerated rate, with torrents surging and snow-capped mountains sinking. Branches and withered leaves danced chaotically in the air like rain. Tian Lu and the others fell helplessly to their knees. This was the might of the stellar path. Even a mere manifestation of its power was too much for them to endure. The only one still standing was Su Ci. Of course, he was not relying solely on his own strength, but rather on the little gray dog perched upon his shoulder. This canine remained entirely unaffected, merrily exhaling in the midst of the pressure from the stellar path, as if it were in a realm of immortals. Little Gray, can you hold on for a moment? Su Ci inquired tentatively. If Little Gray could withstand for just a short while, he would be able to cast Tang Heng into the heart of the realm, thus soaring to new heights. Little Gray? The little dog immediately retracted its tongue, ceasing its playful antics, its expression turning forlorn. Brother, do you truly wish to abandon me? Just 5 breaths. Su Ci affectionately rubbed the dog's head, gently stroking its delicate fur. The texture was exquisite, rivaling that of Luo Ziyao. Little Gray, accustomed to the attention, wagged its tail vigorously. Gazing at the imposing Yun Chun, it fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, it barked resolutely fine. If I perish, do relay a message to Afu. Just tell her little Su did his utmost. With that, it leaped into the air, charging straight towards Yun Chun. At this moment, regardless of the stellar path or the myriad techniques unleashed by Yun Chun, nothing could obstruct Little Gray's elegant trajectory. Woof! The ferocious dog pounced. It sank its teeth into Yun Chun's pristine sleeve, refusing to let go. Yun Chun, infuriated, swung his fist down upon Little Gray's head. Beast begone! Bang! 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 Each punch landed with bone-crushing force, yet Little Gray clung on fiercely, not even whimpering. As the saying goes, a dog that bites does not bark, and Little Gray exemplified this proverb perfectly in that moment. Tian Lu and the others trembled in fear. They were genuinely concerned that Little Gray's antics would provoke Yun Chun, leading to devastating repercussions for the entire realm. Meanwhile, Su Ci watched, Somevat moved. Realizing Little Gray's unwavering loyalty, it feared not even death. Indeed, dogs are the most loyal of creatures. That adage rings true. At the same time, he did not delay his own actions. He hurled a punch towards Tang Heng. Die for me. Ah, no. Tang Heng screamed, but it was futile. In an instant, his head was obliterated into particles, blood mist swirling. Su Ci's wrathful strike was devastating. Not only did Tang Heng's head explode, but even the will of the Heavenly Dao of the central continent was shattered by that punch. Endless golden light surged towards the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm flickered with frenetic energy. Finally, after absorbing the power of the heavenly will, it trembled violently, its entire being transformed into a brilliant platinum hue. The heart of the realm had matured. Simultaneously, in the western regions of the Tianxian continent, dark light surged ominously. In the next moment, a blood-red rose floated towards the heart of the realm. Then, the rose transformed, coalescing into a long-legged beauty. She exuded an aura reminiscent of an immortal, reaching out to grasp the heart of the realm with a look of sheer delight. Gu Xuanmei. Su Ci's seethed with rage. The evil palace dared to make a move at this moment, attempting to seize his prize. Yet, just as he unleashed a punch, he found himself caught in a moment of transition, unable to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Xuanmei's delicate hand grasped the heart of the realm. Gu Xuanmei turned to Su Ci, flashing a sweet smile. "Thank you, my little treasure from the 9 heavens. Since you have killed me twice, consider this as your compensation." Su Ci leapt into the void, racing forward. But in the next moment, Gu Xuanmei's sweet smile suddenly froze, quickly contorting into a grimace. Then, her body began to swell, akin to a balloon filling with water, rapidly expanding. How could the power of the heart of the realm be so immense? Gu Xuanmei's expression twisted with rage before she exploded with a resounding bang, all her power merging into the heart of the realm. Huh? Su Ci dashed to the front of the heart of the realm, his face a mask of shock. He hesitated to reach out and absorb the heart of the realm. If he was not mistaken, Gu Xuanmei's power was at least on par with his master. Tian Lu. This woman had been lurking in the shadows, traversing the world in disguise, her ambitions boundless. Yet she had met her demise before him. He felt a twinge of apprehension. At that moment, little Gray's voice echoed in his ear. "The heart of the realm in the Tianxian realm is formidable. They have made no preparations and will certainly fail to absorb it. But you are different. You possess the body of all living beings and have cultivated the 7 sutras of martial canon. You can even contain the essence of chaos. This is tailor-made for you." Little Gray? Su Ci turned to see the little dog, momentarily stunned. In his recollection, Xiao Hui should have been reduced to a state of near death, gasping for air. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiao Hui remained steadfastly clinging to Yun Shun, displaying an unwavering expression, even finding the leisure to convey messages to Su Ci. His fists continued to rain down blows. Yet the expression on Yun Chen's face, along with his involuntary intake of breath, clearly indicated that the suffering was disproportionately borne by him. Was Xiao Hui's head not exceedingly resilient? Chapter 48. Uniting the power of the realm. Slaying the avatar of the profound immortal. Su Ci pouted, feeling somewhat foolish for being moved by Xiao Hui's deeply convincing performance. After all, how could Xiao Hui, revered even by the likes of the immortal sovereign Fu Yueying and hailed as the greatest opportunity across the myriad realms, possibly be slain by an avatar of a mere profound immortal? If it were truly so, Xiao Hui would not have accompanied Fu Yueying in reincarnating from the immortal realm back to Tianxian. Quickly absorb it, Xiao Hui urged telepathically, sensing Su Ci's momentary relaxation. While the blows did not hurt, the incessant tapping on his forehead was quite irritating. All right, Su Ci took a deep breath, placing his right hand upon the heart of the realm. Buzz, the heart of the realm shrank rapidly, merging from his palm into his body, ultimately descending into his dantian. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Tianxian continent surged violently. Countless spiritual plants, magical beasts, and cultivators turned their gazes towards the academy, their bodies emanating glimmers of light, rushing towards Su Ci. This was the essence of life, the very foundation of a realm. At this moment, Su Ci fervently absorbed the power of the realm, pushing the 7 martial classics to their utmost limits, his physical strength soaring exponentially. Countless laws intertwined and erupted within his mind, as his cultivation deepened with the profound comprehension of the great Dao, breaking through barriers one after another. Human immortal 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer. With a thunderous boom, Su Ci broke through the human immortal realm, directly ascending to the celestial immortal realm. An infinite radiance poured forth, restoring the shattered sun and moon in the sky. The distant mountains and rivers, previously displaced, began to revert to their original forms. The vitality of the entire world surged dramatically. The realm now possessed a backbone. A new will of heaven and earth was born, transforming into a white Qilin that knelt reverently before Su Ci. Gradually, the cultivators and magical beasts bowed down before Su Ci. Even the spiritual plants bent towards him in submission. Yun Chun watched, his eyes bulging with fury. What audacity! Stealing the domain of my starry, immortal sect. Once I ascend to the Shaoyan star domain, or even the immortal court to report you, whatever force is behind you will be reduced to ashes. Suddenly, Su Ci's eyes snapped open. He turned to Yun Chun and retorted sharply, noisy. With a flick of his hand, the somewhat damaged immortal artifact, a great halberd, soared into his grasp. This artifact was of considerable rank. Even the soul rebirth furnace had been refined by Su Ci with a single punch. And this halberd was merely slightly damaged. Holding the halberd, Su Ci called out Xiao Hui. Woof! Xiao Hui responded, releasing its grip on Yin Chun and sprinting towards Su Ci. As it approached, its body swelled slightly, its scales glistening ominously, appearing far more imposing than a war tiger. Woof! Ride me! Xiao Hui's eyes blazed with battle intent. Ride a dog. Su Ci se lips twitched. Though Xiao Hui looked magnificent now, was this not a tad too lowly? Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Hui expressed its dissatisfaction vehemently. All right, then I shall ride a dog. Su Ci declared. In a realm where no one rides dogs, I shall be unique. He leaped onto Xiao Hui's back and charged towards Yin Chun. Indeed, Xiao Hui's speed was astonishing. At least 5 times that of Su Ci. In the blink of an eye, Su Ci unleashed his full might. Arriving above Yin Chun, he swung the halberd downward. The luminous points trailing behind him formed a resplendent beam that spanned 10 miles, following Su Ci's figure. This strike embodied the power of the entire realm. Yin Chun was merely an avatar. What could he use to defend against it? Boom! With a dull explosion. Even though Yin Chun's form rivaled that of a great star, he found it impossible to resist, being cleaved straight into the earth. Damn it! Yin Chun roared, for he was a profound immortal, comprehending 3,000 great Daos. In his past encounters with realms like Tianxian, he would not have even bothered to glance. Yet today, he was being relentlessly pummeled by a junior from the lower realms. You wish to seize this realm? Then I shall destroy it. Yin Chun exclaimed, rising. In an instant, countless stars began to shimmer like a meteor shower, cascading down. He had discerned the source of Su Ci's power. As long as he destroyed the realm, Su Ci would lose his source of strength, becoming nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn. Starfall. Rumbling, the meteors from beyond the heavens descended, heralding a cataclysmic scene. Enough. Su Ci howled skyward, channeling all his strength into his right arm. The 7 martial classics were pushed to their utmost limits. The meridians of the living being's battle body opened fully. The heart of the realm throbbed like a heart. Countless strands of spiritual energy transformed into chaotic energy. In that moment, Su Ci's physical prowess surged 10-fold or more. Subsequently, Xiao Hui leaped skyward, and Su Ci hurled the halberd like a javelin. Crack, crack, crack. The space itself shattered into fragments. The halberd shot through several miles, embedding itself into Yun Chun's forehead. From the center of his forehead, a web of cracks spread outward. How? Is this possible? Yun Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. This was but an avatar, forged from the hardest neutron star within the Shaoyan star domain. It was supposed to be indestructible, without the strength of a profound immortal. It should not even leave a mark. Yet Su Ci had pierced through him. The power of this realm was problematic. Yin Chun quickly realized. His face flushed with rage as he glared at Su Ci. You cannot seize this realm. When my true form descends, I shall hang you up, torturing you day and night for 100,000 years. What a load of nonsense. Suchi belud, launching apanch. In the sky, a furnace materialized. In the blink of an eye, it refined Yin Chun's shattered form into a cloud of light. Su Ci inhaled deeply, drawing the power into himself. Then, he exhaled towards the heavens. An endless blaze of platinum fire erupted, engulfing the falling stars, incinerating them into dust that gently descended. Witnessing this scene, everyone appeared dazed. mouths agape, eyes wide, incredulously gazing at Su Si, who sat astride his war beast. What manner of demon god is this? At this moment, Su Si had already turned, riding Xiao Hui towards the path of immortality. What does he intend to do? This question resonated in the minds of all. Chapter 49. Ascending to the Celestial Realm. To everyone's astonishment, Su Jiuxiao has emerged victorious. Luo Feng and Yuanshu's holy master, Yunting, gazed at the vast sky, their minds momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. When Tang Heng descended and imprisoned them, preparing to cast them into the furnace of rebirth, despair had already enveloped them. Yet, they never anticipated that Su Si could even defy celestial beings. The scale and spectacle of this battle far exceeded their comprehension. The realm collapsed and gradually began to mend, marking a historic first in the history of the Tianxian realm. Hey, Luo Feng, Su Jiuxiao is my son-in-law, isn't he? Yin Yunting suddenly interjected. Indeed, Luo Feng, previously bewildered, now awoke to the realization, his face alight with excitement. This is our chance to prosper, my dear wife. But should I call him brother or will he call me father? Yin Yunting's expression stiffened. She turned her head and coldly remarked, if you wish to live, you'd best remain prudent. He is now the sovereign of Tianxian. No way. I must distance myself from you to avoid your troubles. Luo Feng chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together as he envisioned himself wielding power in the Tianxian realm. His posture straightened considerably. Nearby, Chu Wanli's figure floated amidst the ruins. Her gaze towards Su Si was infused with admiration, affection, reverence, and an indescribable emotion. After a moment, she sighed softly. Though she recognized the beauty of falling flowers, fate had rendered her too late. At this moment, she envied Luo Xiao and Fu Yueying. If only she could find solace in Su Si's embrace, what would it matter to live another life? In the distance, Sui Dai, sheltered by her elders, stared blankly at the imposing figure above, who commanded the fate of realms. Then, she recalled the audacious Ouyang Ming. Damn it, in a few days, I shall unearth your grave and spit upon it. You, who nearly led my Kunlun sacred clan to ruin. She cursed vehemently. Meanwhile, those who bore no grudge against Su Si, even having some connection with him, such as Qin Yumo, erupted in jubilant cheers. We won. We won. I told you. No celestial being could surpass the great Emperor Jiuxiao. The celestial being who once commanded the stars had been torn apart by the great Emperor Jiuxiao. It was truly magnificent. Tianlu and Xie exchanged glances, rushing towards Su Si. Xie, where do you wish to go? Tianlu inquired with concern. Su Si turned and declared, I shall ascend to the heavens and sever this celestial path. The power surging within him was overwhelming, and he could no longer contain it. This was the energy accumulated over countless years in the Tianxian realm. Su Si could not hold on to it for long. To squander it would be wasteful. Moreover, that cloud of dust had mentioned descending upon Tianxian before its demise. How could he remain at ease without severing the celestial path? Sever the celestial path? Xie was horrified, exchanging a bewildered glance with Tianlu. Do you know what lies beyond the celestial path? Xie attempted to elaborate, but realized Su Si's form had vanished before her eyes, following the trajectory of the celestial path, ascending towards the heavens. Tianlu, your disciple is too reckless. Xie's face paled as she hastily produced a dragon boat, calling upon a few disciples of the Tai Sword sect, turning to flee. Behind the celestial path lay a vast spatial city, a transit hub connecting various minor realms, established by the Shaoyan, celestial lord, a legendary figure skilled in the Tao of space. If Su Si were to destroy it, who would dare face the consequences? At the very least, the Tai Sword sect would be utterly powerless. Yet Tianlu pondered more deeply. Wait, don't rush. The celestial path cannot simply be severed. Can Heir truly contend with the Shaoyan, celestial lord? We must follow him and persuade him not to act foolishly. Xie paused, realizing, indeed, the fear instilled by the cloud of dust earlier has left us shaken. Even if Su Si has refined the heart of the realm, he is still merely a celestial being. To rush to destroy the celestial path would be madness. Yes, let us follow and see. Your disciple is now ours at the Tai Sword sect. With his absorption of the heart of the realm, the future is promising. We must not let it be ruined. Xia, he turned and hurriedly boarded the dragon boat. Tianlu followed, calling out, "Hey, your dragon boat has already lost to me." But the figure had vanished. Tianlu could only shake his head in a wry smile, turning to call Chu Wanli over, instructing Wan'er, go to the western region and investigate. The demonic energy is surging again. Perhaps we can uncover the truth behind Heir's past. Chu Wanli was taken aback. Years ago, Su Ci had been wrongfully accused and expelled from Zhongzhou. Behind this, the judgment of the Heavenly Dao had deemed him responsible for introducing the demon race into the western region. She had speculated that it was a scheme orchestrated by the evil palace. However, the specifics remained unknown. All right, I will uncover the truth. If she could aid Su Ci in revealing the truth, perhaps he would regard her with greater esteem. Meanwhile, as Su Ci crossed the celestial path, his form blurred, and he found himself within a magnificent city. The opulence of the metropolis was unparalleled, bustling with activity, and the skies were filled with flying creatures and dragon riders, with celestial mansions dotting the horizon. Is this a celestial city? This was the Skyward City, essentially a pivotal point of a spatial array. Little Gray recounted eagerly, "Look, these 5 spatial gates behind us lead to 5 minor realms. We just emerged from one of them." Su Ci nodded slightly. "So if I were to destroy the gate, would that sever the celestial path?" Little Gray shook his head. "Not quite. The spatial array is exceedingly intricate. This is merely an exit. The entrance lies at the center of the city, within the Skyward Mansion. That is the domain of the Shaoyan Celestial Lord. A forceful entry would be quite challenging." Pausing, it added with a mischievous grin, "But with your power now, no one below the Celestial Immortal can stop you. You could give it a try." At that moment, the gate behind them flickered once more. Tianlu and Xie tumbled out, spotting Su Ci, and urgently exclaimed in unison, "Su Ci, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this. Xie, you are no match for them. But with your talent, if you can endure for a while, your great vengeance shall surely be avenged." Su Ci turned to regard Tianlu, whose features were twisted in worry. "Endure? This group of star immortal sects has manipulated the Heavenly Dao, oppressing me for at least 300 years. Now that I know who the true culprit is, I shall take vengeance on the spot. At the very least, I must collect some interest and eliminate future threats." Just then, a group of individuals approached, their footsteps echoing. Clad in star robes and wielding long blades, each possessed formidable cultivation. Upon seeing Su Ci, they scornfully derided, "What foolish lower realm commoner has ascended here? What are you doing standing around? Come with us to mine." Mine? Suchi was bewildered, glancing at the middle-aged man leading them, who sat unmoving upon Little Gray. His audacity was commendable. The middle-aged man sneered, "All cultivators who ascend to the celestial domain are like you, accustomed to flaunting their power in the lower realms. And now, you exhibit such arrogance. But I will show you what true cruelty is." He grinned wickedly, drawing his long blade with a metallic clang, advancing slowly towards Su Ci, his celestial essence coalescing. His cultivation had indeed reached the celestial being realm, worthy of his position as a minor leader. Suddenly, a subordinate exclaimed, "Captain, they seem to have come from the Tianqian realm." "What? The Tianqian realm?" The middle-aged man froze, slightly stepping aside, and indeed, noticing the inscription of Tianquan upon the gate, behind Su Ci and his companions. What an exclamation! Chapter 50. Unstoppable Journey. Su Ci visits the mansion. Alas, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. The Tianqian realm had been sealed for millennia, only recently reopening, and he was caught off guard. Most importantly, he had just received news that General Tang Heng, the 7th son of the Tzuxing sect, had perished in the Tianqian realm. It was said that even the Yunqing star had been stirred by this event. The arrival of individuals from the Tianqian realm signified what? Could it be that even the Yunqing star could not contend with them? With this thought, the man's face turned pale. He discarded his weapon, his legs weakened, and he was about to kneel and beg for mercy. However, at that moment, Su Ci had already taken action. "Who do you think you are to command me to mine?" With a swift motion of his sleeve, an immense, invisible force surged forth like a tempest. The energy swept across 1,000 zhong, creating a tumultuous wave. Even the luxurious floor crafted from celestial gold was lifted in layers, flung far away. As the force approached, the middle-aged man's eyes filled with blood, raising his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the man was torn apart, his limbs scattering like leaves in a storm. The followers of the Tsuxing sect who followed were similarly affected, their bodies disintegrating into particles. Their cultivation was inferior to that of the middle-aged man, and even a mere ripple of this overwhelming might was beyond their capacity to endure. As the dust settled, Tianlu and Xie he stared wide-eyed. The space before them, at least 10,000 zhong, had been reduced to a desolate ruin. It was known that the celestial realm was more stable than the Tianxian realm, not to mention that there existed a protective formation within the Sangxiong city. With a mere flick of his sleeve, such devastation was wrought. Even though they were both celestial beings, they recognized they could not achieve such a feat in truth. Even Xiao Hui was unaware of the immense power coursing through Su Ci at that moment. The power of an entire realm was simply too vast. As Su Ci obliterated the Tsuxing sect members, Sangxiong City erupted into chaos. Celestial sounds rang out, and alarms blared. This was a forbidden zone for combat. Someone had broken a ban. All eyes turned towards the southern part of Sangxiong City. There, a man riding a war dog ascended the heavens, striding directly towards the Sangxiong mansion. Who was he? He did not invoke the laws of the celestial realm, indicating he was a being from the lower realm. To act with such violence upon ascending, such reckless fools emerge only once every century. At this moment, nearly everyone dismissed Su Ci as a threat. Powerful cultivators who had roamed the battlefield in the lower realm typically underwent a period of adjustment upon ascending to the celestial domain. After a few days of being subdued, they would learn to behave. Just then, a resounding roar reverberated through Sangxiong City. Countless stars descended from the heavens. As they neared the Sangxiong mansion, the foremost star suddenly transformed, revealing a man clad in a blue star robe, his countenance icy. He held a star pen, his brows and eyes gleaming like stars. Exuding en extraordinary aura. It was evident he was no ordinary figure. It is the immortal of the Seven Peaks. Someone exclaimed with delight. The immortal of the Seven Peaks in Sangxiong City, followed by the formidable Starfall Army. Goodness, with the might of the Starfall Army. Who could withstand it if they were not at the level of A? That man riding the dog is doomed. Rumor has it that the immortal of the Seven Peaks delights in tormenting others. Such tales are chilling hush. Do not discuss further. Our lives are at stake. The city was filled with hushed whispers. A celestial being faced Su Ci directly. The immortal of the Seven Peaks spoke in a deep voice. Who dares to slaughter my Tsuxing sect members? Do you think this place is still your lower realm? Bind your hands, relinquish your opportunities and treasures, and toil in my Tsuxing for 10,000 years as penance, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Su Ci's expression remained unchanged. He gently squeezed his legs and slowly approached the man. The immortal's brows furrowed tightly. You cannot hear my words, kneel. Su Ci's cold command reverberated. The sound waves mixed with chaotic energy surged forth like crashing waves. The immortal's face turned pale as he struggled to resist. In half a breath, he suddenly broke through his defenses, appearing dazed, his eyes crossed. Blood began to seep from all 7 orifices, and indeed, just as Su Ci had proclaimed, he collapsed to his knees in the sky with a resounding boom. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Ci rode Xiao Hui, leaping across 10,000 zhong, raising the Jiuxiao imperial sword high, and struck down. With a swift hiss, the immortal's head flew into the air, his soul shredded by the sword energy. The headless corpse lingered in the air, as if a prisoner suspended, unable to descend. In the distance, the descent of the Starfall Army began to slow. Within the blink of an eye, they collectively turned to flee. They had deduced that Su Ci was simply unbeatable. Can they escape? As adversaries, There was no possibility of holding back. Otherwise, should any future troubles arise, regret would come too late. Watching the multitude of shooting stars escape at breakneck speed, Su Si sheathed his imperial sword and extended his right hand. With a gesture as graceful as a scholar contemplating a chess move, he pointed with 3 fingers, the 3 talents pointing to the immortal, heaven, earth, and humanity. This technique carried the essence of the myriad paths of fate. Any target marked by Su Si would have no chance of escape until his finger strength was expended. How immense was Su Si's current finger strength? As he pressed down, the void of the celestial realm bore a colossal finger imprint. With a resounding bang, the great star erupted like fireworks in the void. Following this, a series of dazzling explosions erupted in the air, reminiscent of a nation welcoming home its victorious warriors. The arena fell silent. All stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Xiehe's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, stammering to Tianlu, wishing to convey something. Yet nothing coherent came forth. Tianlu trembled, frantically recalling whether he had mistreated Su Si over the years. It was known that the strength of the immortal of the 7 peaks was even above theirs, coupled with the Starfall army behind him. 10 of them combined would not suffice to contend. Yet before Su Si, with a word, a sword, and a gesture, an entire formidable army crumbled to dust. Terrifying. At this moment, an elder with white eyebrows reaching his waist, reputed for his vast knowledge, trembled as he gazed at Su Si, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask, immortal, what is your esteemed name?" Without even casting a glance towards him, Su Si dismounted and approached the headless body of the immortal of the 7 peaks. Delivering a powerful kick, bang, the immortal's body flew straight towards the Sangxiong mansion. Su Si's voice rang out, resonating throughout the city. Tianxian Su Jiuxiao has come to pay respects. Chapter 51. The Tremor of the Celestial Realm. Not far from the city, within the starry sea, Jibo observed the scene with admiration, extending his hands in applause. Such audacity! It was reminiscent of his 3rd senior brother, who, in his youth, wreaked havoc across the cosmos, annihilating countless lives. However, Fu Yiwing wore a worried expression and urged, "Let us move closer. I fear that should anything occur, you may be unable to save us in time." Jibo cast her a sidelong glance. Concern breeds chaos. As a powerful celestial sovereign, he wielded control over time, though he had yet to reach the realm of time stasis. This distance was trivial. He would be able to respond unless another celestial sovereign intervened. But that was an impossibility. There were no celestial sovereigns in the entire Shao Yin celestial domain. Within the celestial hall, a rotund man, weighing at least 200 pounds and adorned in resplendent robes, sat at the head of the table, wearing a golden crown. Beneath him sat a strikingly handsome man clad in starry robes. His name was Shun Wei, the 5th son of the Celestial Star Sect, holding a status equivalent to that of the deceased Tang Heng from the Tianxian realm, albeit significantly older. Naturally, their levels of cultivation were not comparable. At this moment, Su Si had just kicked the corpse of Chi Yu into the hall. The headless body lay rigidly on the floor, gushing blood like a ruptured sack. This was an unabashed humiliation, not merely to the Celestial Star Sect, but to the entirety of the Shao Yin celestial domain. Shun Wei clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the people from the lower realm are knocking at the gates. Is this not a profound disrespect? Shall we merely observe?" The corpulent figure above, bearing an unnatural expression, was none other than the son of the Shao Yin celestial lord, the undisputed prince of this celestial domain. However, he was a layabout, lacking martial prowess and responsibility, merely benefiting from his noble lineage. Shun Wei held this individual in utter disdain. Yet, there was no alternative, as long as the title of prince remained. Shun Wei could only wear a forced smile and seek his favor. "Shun Wei, do not rush." Upon hearing Shun Wei's indignant shout, the prince appeared terrified. Throughout history, who dared to knock on the gates of a grand celestial city? None but those of immense power. A single misstep, and I might be crushed underfoot, merely becoming a footnote in their biography. What loss? Shen Wei felt utterly speechless. If only this prince would apply his talent for discernment towards the study of the great Dao, he might not squander so many resources without yielding even a single profound immortal. There are limits to forbearance. With a cold voice, Shen Wei declared, "Those who have knocked on the gates and vanished are merely dead. Your Highness is overly fearful." The prince shook his head vigorously. "Isn't that Yunqing's star already on his way here? My esteemed uncle is also approaching. As long as we remain within the Grand Hall, the lower realms people can do nothing to us, no matter how audacious they become. Just wait." Shen Wei turned to face the prince. The entire celestial city was fortified solely by this Grand Hall. This meant that if Su Ci were to destroy the celestial path nodes and escape to the lower realm, they would suffer a senseless loss. Outside the hall, as anticipated by Shen Wei, Su Ci rode towards the location of the teleportation nodes on his small gray mount. No one dared to impede his progress. They could only watch him in awe. He must not succeed. Shen Wei cast a glance at the prince before directly materializing in front of Su Ci, blocking his path. Upon seeing Shen Wei, Tian Lu and Xiehe halted, hesitant to advance. Although they too were celestial immortals, Shen Wei was the seventh son of the celestial star sect. Those who bore such a title were invariably individuals who aspired to reach the pinnacle of every realm. "Stop!" Shen Wei commanded, brandishing a stack of cards. Noticing that Su Ci ignored him entirely, he casually drew one. 1,000 blades. Shen Wei unleashed the card. In an instant, myriad blades of light erupted from the void, surging towards Su Ci. This technique was undeniably formidable. The blade lights shimmered with stellar radiance. Each strike bore the force of a star. In the outside world, it could likely obliterate an entire meteor cluster. Yet, Su Ci merely raised his hand, delivering a casual palm strike. A colossal hand materialized in the air, forcefully closing, and all the blades disintegrated, vanishing into the void. Su Ci continued to disregard him, advancing towards the teleportation array. He sensed that an exceptionally terrifying cultivator was drawing near. This was a portent of fate, a benefit from his comprehension of the three talents' celestial finger. He could faintly glimpse a fragment of the future. This implied that time was of the essence. "Do you dare to look down upon me?" Shen Wei stared incredulously at Su Ci. Among all the celestial immortals in the Shao Yin celestial domain, he was at least ranked within the top 10. If he were to crush the man and woman accompanying Su Ci, it would take but a few blinks. Yet, this very Su Ci treated him as if he were an ant, which was intolerable for someone as proud as Shen Wei. "I shall tear you apart." In a fit of rage, Shen Wei's clothes erupted as he drew 3 cards, radiating golden brilliance, and hurled them at Su Ci. The cards transformed into countless points of light, embedding themselves in the space beside Su Ci for several miles. Boom! The space before Su Ci suddenly collapsed, revealing innumerable celestial beings. Each held threads in their hands, threads of causality, entangling Su Ci's limbs and spirit, obstructing his advance. Although Su Ci possessed immense power, his weakness in the law of causality momentarily rendered him immobilized. The 17th of the 3,000 great Daos, the path of causality. Tian Lu exclaimed in horror. Shen Wei, deserving of his title as the 7th son of the celestial star sect, had diverged from the path of stars to pursue the path of causality, achieving such prowess. Xiehe gasped in astonishment, realizing that compared to these prodigies, they were mere ordinary cultivators, overshadowed, particularly Shen Wei, who surpassed Tang Heng by a considerable margin. His ascendance to the realm of profound immortals was nearly assured. Even the Shao Yin prince, who was secretly observing from the hall, gazed at Shen Wei with envy. "Wang, you seek to break free through force? Your entanglement with the laws will only deepen your predicament." The small gray mount, having observed Su Ci for a while, understood his intent. Given its comprehension of celestial laws, it was far from being able to clash with Shen Wei in that regard. Suddenly, Su Ci opened his eyes wide. A moment ago, he had gained some insight. The laws of the great Dao clashed in his mind, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Yet time was running out. "You are becoming quite bothersome." Su Si turned to Shenwei. Shenwei, arms crossed, floated in the void, coldly laughing. If you do not kill me today, do not even think of leaving. Su Chi. The small gray mount. Is there truly someone with such audacity? Su Si exchanged glances with the small gray mount. Fulfill his wish, kill. The small gray mount urged. Su Si nodded, clamping his legs together as he channeled a portion of chaotic energy into the small gray mount. Instantly, an ancient, wild, eternal, and chaotic aura emanated from the small gray mount. In that moment, the entire Shao Yin celestial domain and even the greater Yin celestial domain trembled violently, as did the distant central celestial domain. Particularly in the Shao Yin celestial domain, some ancient forbidden zones seemed unable to withstand such a pressure, threatening to collapse. Shenwei, at the forefront of this turmoil, turned pale. He had been merely grazed by this wave of pressure. The fluctuations of the great Tao around him were completely isolated. With a resounding crash, his body was flung away like a kite severed from its string, shrinking considerably. The small gray mount looked utterly bewildered. Wong. The small gray mount exclaimed, "What the hell? Who told you to channel chaotic energy into me?" Chapter 52. Whose dog is this? The little gray dog, named Lian, appeared quite exasperated, desperately containing the immense pressure within its body. In that fleeting moment, Su Si felt as though he might be thrown off balance, and he gazed at the little gray dog with lingering trepidation. "What exactly are you?" he inquired. The dog bared its teeth, proclaiming, "I am the greatest opportunity of the myriad worlds." Su Si was now convinced. With a tremor, the dog shook, reducing the understanding of causality in Shenwei to that of a mere dwarf. This was indeed an extraordinary entity. Could it be that you are a reincarnated celestial sovereign? Su Si regarded the little gray dog with suspicion. If I were to supply you with some chaotic energy, would you not be able to traverse this realm with ease? The little gray dog barked frantically. "No, absolutely not. You must keep a low profile. If certain forces discover that I am still alive, it would spell trouble not just for me, but for your entire family." "My family?" Su Si stared intently at the little gray dog, bewildered. The dog's fur bristled, as if realizing it had misspoken. It hastily clarified, "I meant the Tai Sword sect. Your revered teacher is not a member of the Tai Sword sect? They too are in serious trouble." Su Si regarded the dog with a hint of skepticism. The little gray dog wagged its tail twice and changed the subject, urging, "Hurry, destroy the teleportation array and return to the Tianxian realm. Someone is approaching. We can discuss matters later." Su Si nodded. He understood that now was not the time for questions. The little gray dog was powerful, but it had already severed Su Si's connection to his own strength, evidently employing a forbidden technique that could not be activated. With a swift motion, he dashed towards the teleportation array. In the distance, the starry sea, Jibo's mind was in tumult, taking a while to regain composure. The stronger one's power, the more one could sense the vastness of the little gray dog's earlier tremor. It was akin to the primordial world being born, where celestial and demonic forces first emerged, an experience both awe-inspiring and unfathomable. Was that power from the dog or from Su Si? Jibo calmly inquired. The impact he felt was even greater than that experienced by Shenwei. Had he not been exceedingly strong, he likely would have sustained serious injuries by now. "No, I cannot be certain." Fu Yuing also stared wide-eyed, her mind swirling in confusion. How could she reconcile this? When the little gray dog was with her, it resembled a mangy cur, indulging solely in feasting, revelry, and courting bitches. How could it now exhibit such valiant prowess alongside Su Si? Whose dog was this? Fu Yuing let out a light huff, her lips pouting in a display of grievance, akin to a pet that favors its male owner over its female counterpart. Meanwhile, Su Si had already traversed a vast distance and entered the teleportation array. He unleashed a punch, conjuring a heavenly furnace to manifest. It gradually absorbed the celestial essence in the air, flames beginning to bubble. Su Si set a timer. In 15 minutes, the furnace would explode, obliterating the entire spatial array. This furnace could only be moved by one who comprehended the 3,000 paths, Even the slightest touch would trigger an explosion. Let us go, Su Si declared with satisfaction. After causing destruction, he would make his escape. How thrilling! In the next moment, he prepared to charge into the array on the back of the little gray dog, returning to the Tian Xian realm. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the distance, the previously diminished Shun Wei suddenly straightened his form, bloodied and lunging towards Tian Lu and Xie. Tian Xian, Su Jiushao, if you dare to flee, I will kill these two attendants of yours, especially that old man, who gazes at you with such kindness and concern. He must be someone of great importance to you. Su Si halted, a surge of killing intent rising within him. Threatening those close to him was intolerable. However, before he could act, he suddenly cried out, her right hand wielding a jade-colored soft sword that shot forth with great speed. In an instant, the sword split into 9 beams, cascading down like the Milky Way, striking Shun Wei's form. San Pen, I am his senior sister, and yet you refer to me as his attendant. I shall pierce you through. Shun Wei's face was etched with terror. He had grossly overestimated his own abilities. After being shaken by the little gray dog, his connection to the path of causality had been severed. This meant that he was no longer fundamentally superior to Xie and the others. Moreover, he was injured and had underestimated them. Thus he was no match for Xie's charge sword strike. Seeing this, Tian Lu was elated, rushing forward to deliver a finishing blow. Senior sister, hold back a moment. Let me handle this. In past encounters with the 7 stars, he would not dare speak out, always keeping a low profile. Yet today, he relished the opportunity to stand tall. If the Tai Sword sect were to discover he was recklessly attacking the 7 stars, it would be a matter of family honor. Shun Wei screamed in madness. Prince Xiao Yan, save me. If you do not save me, when the cloud dust star arrives, you will have no explanations to offer. Prince Xiao Yan. The Prince Xiao Yan isn't Songqiong City? Tian Lu and Xie's faces drained of color, abandoning their swords to rush towards Su Si, urgently exclaiming, flee at once. The Prince Xiao Yan is here. You cannot offend him. Their fear was palpable. Given their understanding of Su Si's character, they knew that if the Prince Xiao Yan were to appear, he would undoubtedly leave with a slap. If that were to happen, it would truly be catastrophic. All right, Su Si nodded. He was not one to revel in chaos. The Prince Xiao Yan had never wronged him, and thus he harbored no intentions of hostility. Moreover, he was the one who had caused turmoil in Songqiong City. He was in the wrong. Immediately, the 4 of them, 3 people and 1 dog, plunged into the teleportation array. With a brilliant flash, they followed the intricate waves, soaring towards Tianxian. In the next moment, the great hall door swung open, and the rotund figure of Prince Xiao Yan emerged. Observing the charged Shun Wei, he exclaimed, Shun Xingzi, I warned you earlier not to stir trouble. History does not lie. In this world, who possesses the courage to knock on the gates? I sense that the one named Su Jiushao will undoubtedly leave behind several volumes of Celestial Domain Chronicles in the future. Originally, I should have been the one to be bullied, yet now it is you who shall be immortalized in history. He laughed heartily, feeling a profound sense of superiority for his cleverness. Just then, a figure materialized beside him. The newcomer had graying brows and an aged visage, subtly merging with the Grand Dao. Seeing that Prince Xiao Yan was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, are you unharmed? I am fine, the stout prince replied, shaking his head. That furnace, Master Xian, do you think we should dismantle it? The furnace? Master Xian turned to see a large furnace beside the teleportation gate of the Tianxian realm, ominously on the verge of explosion. What do you mean, Your Highness? Master Xian pondered, refraining from action, merely gazing at the stout prince. Let it be. The prince waved his hand dismissively. He truly wished to avoid an encounter with Su Si. If the furnace were to be destroyed, that dog-riding fellow might return to cause trouble again. He could not bear that. Then, as Your Highness wishes. Master Xian bowed deeply. Not so fast. A sudden, sharp voice cut through the air. Chapter 53. Spatial Interception. The immortal master comes to the rescue. As a soft voice echoed through the air, 2 figures descended from the heavens. Yin Shun and Haifeng? Xian Shu glanced at the two men, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. How is it that you, the esteemed star masters of the celestial star sect, have come to my Sangqiu mansion? Are you here to investigate the sudden and terrifying pressure that just manifested? Haifeng nodded. I happened to be nearby and felt that astonishing disturbance, so I came to see. Yun Chun waved his hand dismissively. Let us not concern ourselves with that pressure for now. Haifeng, you must act and bring that fellow from the Tianxian realm to me. Only you among us have comprehended the essence of space. You can intercept their path and lead them to Sangqiu Mansion. Haifeng glanced at Yin Shun and nodded. The pressure had vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. It would be better to assist an old friend. With that thought, he turned to the fiery furnace, and with a wave of his hand, it fell into the void, silently extinguishing. Immediately, his eyes became hollow as he focused on the teleportation array. Buzz, the array became transparent, and through layers of space, Haifeng spotted Su Si and his companions rushing towards the Tianxian realm, seamlessly connecting. He grasped the air, slicing through space, creating a passage directly in front of Su Si. Su Si's expression changed. The little gray dog barked, yet there was no stopping their momentum. In the next instant, the three of them, along with the dog, found themselves in the midst of the scene. What the hell? Blinding light struck them, and Tian Lu let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground. Before him stood Haifeng, Yin Shun, and Xian Yuan, three formidable Xian immortals. Their combined presence was enough to obliterate countless lesser realms. They had no chance of escape. Facing this dire predicament, Xie's lips turned pale, plummeting from the thrill of escape into the depths of despair. The disparity in their emotions was palpable. In the distance, a barely conscious Shun Wei staggered over, a sinister grin on his face. Uncle Yin Shun, Uncle Haifeng, it was they who unleashed that terrifying pressure and knocked me down. I suspect they possess supreme treasures. Treasures? Haifeng's eyes brightened. Xian Yuan licked his lips, so it was you who released that pressure. He too had sensed that astonishing force. But his cultivation was not as potent as Jibo's, so he felt no fear, only the allure of something precious. At this moment, a greedy desire filled his mind. Kid, hand over the treasures, and I will ensure your entry into the Shao Yin Immortal Mansion, freeing you from the threats of the Celestial Star sect. Haifeng and Yun Chun exchanged glances, sighing. Xian Yuan, this individual has a deep-seated grudge against our Celestial Star sect. It would be best to leave him to us. They shot a fierce glare at Shun Wei. Isn't this utterly foolish? Why bring up such a sensitive matter here? Meanwhile, the young prince of Shao Yin stepped forward, grasping Xian Yuan's arm, and cautioned, Uncle Xian, we must prioritize stability. But Xian Yuan was in no mood to heed the prince's words. As a Xian immortal, he was here to protect the prince, not to serve him. After all, in the entire Shao Yin immortal domain, the status of a Xian immortal was exceedingly high. Those who could comprehend the 3,000 great Dao would never stoop to servitude. At this moment, he felt that as long as he could seize the opportunity from Su Si, the future would be limitless. And even the Shao Yin immortal lord could do nothing to him. Sensing the overwhelming greed emanating from Xian Yuan, Haifeng and Yun Chun exchanged glances and sighed. Xian Yuan, remember to provide some compensation to our Celestial Star sect. Certainly. Xian Yuan licked his lips, stepping closer to Su Si. Hand it over. His gaze sharpened, and the immortal essence surged towards Su Si and his companions. Tian Lu and Xie, he instantly prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Although Su Si felt no harm thanks to the little gray dog's protection, he sensed a hint of oppression. Shun Wei burst into laughter. I can't deal with you. But there are plenty who can, kid. The young prince of Shao Yin observed as Su Si and his companions were easily restrained, confusion swirling in his mind. Had he misjudged? Did this person truly come unprepared, daring to challenge the spatial great city? That would indeed be a reckless endeavor. With that thought, he coldly remarked, So it turns out to be a fledgling from the lower realms, wasting my emotions on you. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he slapped himself across the face. How could I not contain myself for even a moment? Suddenly, before Su Sai, an elderly figure with white hair and a withered face slowly materialized. The old man wore a smile akin to that of Mithriya Buddha and glanced at the little gray dog. Woof! The little gray dog wagged its tail, panting with a look of endearment. Clearly, the two were quite familiar. Who are you? Su Sai felt a sense of astonishment at the familiar figure before him. He had just been contemplating a desperate gambit to ignite chaos in this world with the chaos energy, only to find this person arriving to assist him. Indeed, the figure before him was Jibo, the immortal master who had been fleeing from Su Sai in the Tianxian realm. Upon witnessing the 3 Xian immortals attacking, he realized Su Sai's escape route had been cut off and appeared to provide aid. Who are you? At this moment, Xian Yuan's heavy voice rang out. Who I am is of no concern to you, begone. Jibo regarded Xian Yuan with an expressionless gaze. Impudent. Xian Yuan roared in anger. This is the Shao Yin immortal domain, the territory of our Shao Yin immortal mansion. Even if you are an immortal king, you must first seek the consent of our immortal lord to act as you please here. Annoying. Jibo extended his hand and slapped. Smack! An imprint of his palm materialized in the void. Xian Yuan was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his right cheek gruesomely mangled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jibo. As a Xian immortal, accustomed to privilege, he had not been struck in such a manner for ages. I will take your life, Xian Yuan bellowed, rising and performing Tai Chi, a surge of spatial power coalescing before his chest. Yuan Su returned to Origin Palm. The force was earth-shattering, causing the entire Tsangqiang city to tremble. Yet, in response, Jibo merely waved his hand as if swatting a fly. Fool! Smack! Another slap struck Xian Yuan's left cheek, not only obliterating his face, but also dispersing the spatial power he had summoned. Xian Yuan knelt on the ground, disheveled and disbelieving as he stared at Jibo. You are an immortal king. Damn it. I have already informed the immortal lord. You may act as you wish, but you cannot escape. Jibo's expression darkened, and with a flick of his finger, Xian Yuan inexplicably began to slap himself, blood gushing forth. A pitiful sight as he howled in agony. Jibo turned to Su Sai, smiling. Originally, I had no intention of saving you, but after observing you for a while, I find you somewhat promising. Yes, you are correct. My rescue of you has nothing to do with a Fu. Consider this favor as mine. In the distant starry sea, Fu Yuing could only watch in stunned silence. Chapter 54. Slaying the Xianxian, the prince begs for mercy. Shisi. Su Sai was momentarily taken aback, as Jibo smiled and remarked, the path of time is profoundly intricate. Observe closely. With that, he turned his gaze toward Haifeng and Yunshun in the distance. Flee. Panic washed over them as they transformed into streaks of light, escaping with remarkable speed. Yet, how could they outrun Jibo? With a slight pinch of his right hand, their figures slowed to a crawl, desperately attempting to flee, but moving as sluggishly as snails. Then, Jibo clapped his right hand. Instantly, the space morphed into a tangible, transparent palm imprint and crashed down upon the two. In the blink of an eye, the two Xianxian were reduced to nothing but a pool of blood. Have you learned? Jibo turned his head, gazing at Su Sai with an air of calm authority. Su Qi. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jibo was merely showing off. Watching from a distance, how could he possibly learn? Seeing Su Si's expression, Jibo nodded in satisfaction. There are always greater beings beyond us. Remain humble and vigilant. Su Qi se lips to each other. This old man was flaunting his prowess in front of him. He thought to himself that one day, once his strength surpassed Jibo's, he would return the favor tenfold. At that moment, the space tore open, and an elder clad in a dragon robe stepped out. Upon seeing Jibo, the elder's originally stern face suddenly revealed astonishment. Lord Ji. He took rapid strides to Jibo's side, grasping his hand. Why did you come to the Shaoyan immortal domain without notifying me? My master has been longing for you, mentioning you daily. Shu. Jibo pressed a finger to his lips. Do not disclose my arrival in Shaoyan immortal domain to anyone. Understood? Understood, understood. The Shaoyan immortal lord rubbed his hands together and glanced at the unfolding situation, and suddenly an understanding dawned upon him. Stepping forward, he struck down upon the frantically flailing Xian Yuan. With a thud, Xian Yuan's head exploded, blood spraying everywhere, dead beyond revival. Daring to offend Lord Ji, your entire clan shall not be spared. He huffed coldly, then turned to the Shaoyan prince, who looked bewildered. Father, I did nothing truly. The portly prince immediately dropped to his knees, trembling as he looked at Su Ci. Brother Su, you saw it too. I made no attempt to obstruct you when you were leaving. Su Ci nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at Jibo, knowing he did not wish to fall out with the Shaoyan Immortal Lord. Jibo's restraint in sparing Xian Yuan after knocking down Hai Feng and Yun Shin spoke volumes. Thus, Su Ci offered the prince a way out, unwilling to press him further. Seeing this, the prince's eyes brimmed with tears, as if he wished to kneel before Su Ci in gratitude. After all, if he faltered here, it would be a complete disaster. Brother Su, should you ever find yourself in Shaoyan Immortal Domain in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall be eternally grateful, the Shaoyan prince declared fervently, truly seeing Su Ci as a savior. Su Ci smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he turned to mount his steed, Xiao Hui, heading towards the teleportation array. Through this incident, he gained clarity. His strength was still insufficient. He must first return to the Tianxian realm to claim his 3-month reward. Jibo intercepted him, chuckling. Now do you understand why Afu did not want you to come to the immortal domain? Su Ci fell silent for a moment, comprehending. Is there fear in your heart? Jibo inquired with a smile. There is none, Su Ci replied. Excellent. Jibo nodded. I have not misjudged you. The force I belong to with Afu is called the Yunming Immortal Court, located in the central immortal domain. If you can journey from the Tianxian realm to the immortal court, I can arrange for you to spend half a month alone with her. Half a month alone. Suchiese ai sparkled. Wouldn't that allow him to complete his task? However, considering Jibo was Afu's senior, Su Ci maintained an outwardly righteous demeanor, stating, My visit to Afu is not merely for a night of solitude, but to uphold the sanctity of love. Love? Jibo chuckled derisively. I have yet to inform Afu of the absurdities you engaged in within my multiverse. As far as I know, on several nights you called out the wrong names. Fury ignited in Su Ci. Were you spying on me? Jibo cast him a sidelong glance. I merely overheard a few girls chatting. It was unintentional. My multiverse is a reality, not a fantasy, and I would never stoop to such petty behavior. Do you think I lack decorum? Su Ci eyed Jibo with suspicion. While he found the immortal to be rather pompous, he had not felt any prying eyes during his affairs. Enough. Jibo spoke firmly, return to the Tianxian realm. In the future, exercise caution. I cannot always be there to shield you. Su Ci nodded. Since awakening his system, less than 10 days had passed, yet his strength had transformed immensely. Given a little more time, the entire immortal realm might soon lie beneath his feet. At that moment, Xie suddenly spoke. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall not return. I will head back to the Tai Sword sect. Upon seeing her expression, Su Ci realized this elder had grown anxious. With Xianxian being easily crushed, her life felt insignificant in such high-stakes games. Tianlu nodded. It is for the best that you do not return. After the Tianxian realm is restored, you will need to conceal your cultivation and tread carefully. Xie said solemnly. Junior brother, why not return with me to the Tai Sword sect? I can intercede with the sect master regarding the debts you owe. Debts? Su Ci's ears perked up. Tianlu shook his head with a wry smile. Let bygones be bygones. I am content to remain in the Tianxian realm. We shall part ways here. Xie nodded. And Su Ci, feeling a lingering sense of unfinished business, cast a glance at the two before being forcibly pulled into the teleportation array by Tianlu. Jibo, destroy the teleportation array. Su Ci's voice echoed from within the array. The Shaoyan Immortal Lord was taken aback. Jibo shook his head, amused. Do not underestimate Su Ci's recklessness. He possesses a keen insight, trusting only himself. Destroying the teleportation array is undoubtedly the best outcome for him at this moment. With a resounding crash, Jibo struck, collapsing the teleportation array. The Shaoyan Immortal Lord clasped his hands. Lord Ji, should I relay this matter regarding your disciple? Jibo waved his hand. He is not my disciple. Consider today's events as if they never occurred. Understood? Why is that? The Shaoyan immortal lord was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Could it be for the sake of tempering? You've learned to answer your own questions, Jibo observed. You guessed correctly. The young must endure trials to grow. Understood, understood. The Shaoyan immortal lord nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Su Ci returned to the Tianxin realm, eager to indulge in a prolonged respite at the Jiuxiao sacred ground. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Having refined the heart of the domain, he now controlled the entirety of the Tianxin realm, save for one area still shrouded in mystery. The western region of the continent, a place steeped in demonic energy. Chapter 55. Evil Spirits? Such a thing exists in the celestial realm? In the realm of dreams, how could one allow others to dwell? As Su Ci sensed the darkening of the domain under his control, his expression mirrored the obscurity. At that moment, Xiao Hui's demeanor shifted, and he let out a bark. Let's explore the western regions. With a swift motion, Su Ci squeezed Xiao Hui's belly, and like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed into the void. Meanwhile, Tian Lu turned to begin the reconstruction of Zhongzhou. After such calamity, although the space was stabilizing, much of the architecture had been reduced to rubble. They would have to start anew. Fortunately, cultivators possessed a remarkable speed in construction. Otherwise, the restoration of what had been lost would take centuries. In the western regions, near the abyss of evil, Chu Wanli trembled as she gazed at a distant spectacle. There, thousands of followers of the evil temple worshipped a blood-red rose with utmost reverence. At the abyss's base, a suffocating aura of demonic energy surged, threatening to overwhelm all who approached. Chu Wanli froze, all signs of life within her, resembling a corpse, paralyzed and too fearful to draw upon spiritual energy. Is it Gu Shuemai? At that moment, Su Ci appeared beside Chu Wanli. She was momentarily taken aback, her eyes suddenly lighting up with joy. Su Jiuxiao, you have returned from the celestial realm? Su Ci nodded. Upon seeing Chu Wanli again, his gaze flickered nervously. Unable to meet her eyes. What is the matter? Chu Wanli asked, perplexed. Besides Fui Weiing, are you entangled with yet another woman? Su Ci was taken aback, bewildered by her words. What nonsense are you speaking? Chu Wanli huffed. Then why do you dare not look at me? Su Ci cleared his throat softly, his eyes still wandering. He had encountered Chu Wanli in various states of undress in a parallel universe created by Jibo. Now before him, Chu Wanli seemed as if she were unclothed, and he knew every detail of her form, even the location of a beauty mark. The crux of the matter was that Chu Wanli remained oblivious to that history. She was still an innocent girl. Thus, Su Ci felt embarrassed to gaze too long, fearing he might inadvertently act inappropriately. Some habits, once formed, could be the most perilous. As a married man, he wished to avoid entanglements. Look at me, Chu Wanli exclaimed in irritation, tugging at Su Ci's sleeve. Am I so unworthy of your gaze? After our marriage, have you not even a glance for me? In the entire celestial realm, I am considered one of the most beautiful. Who could rival me? Let us discuss this matter later. Su Ci waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention toward the direction of the evil temple. What is happening there? When the topic turned serious, Chu Wanli's expression became grave. I have been observing for a while. It seems they are conducting some sort of ritual, perhaps releasing something. Ritual? Release? Su Ci recalled an encounter from centuries past, during his training in the western regions, when a female demon had attempted to disrupt his resolve. He had been slow to recognize her malicious intent, inadvertently aiding her in releasing some evil spirits. Consequently, the Heavenly Dao had deemed him possessed, issuing a pursuit order. Ultimately, he had to slay 10 emperors and 100 saints, fleeing to the eastern wilderness while tormented by heart demons, nearly meeting his end. It wasn't until the system revived that he ascended once more to the pinnacle of his life. Connecting the dots, Su Ci's gaze suddenly fell upon the blood-red rose. Could it be that Gu Shuemai was the one who harmed me back then? He said coldly. Gu Shuemai? Chu Wanli looked at the rose, noting its resemblance to the one Gu Shuemai wore on her chest. There is a possibility, she concluded. Woof. Suddenly, the followers of the evil cult erupted into chaos, and Xiao Hui barked softly. Chu Wanli turned to observe, covering her mouth in astonishment. What an ugly dog. Woof. Xiao Hui bared his teeth. First standing on end. What are you growling at? Su Si swatted him on the head. I must inform Ah Fu. Xiao Hui growled in fury, its tail wagging furiously. I knew it was that woman's dog. Chu Wanli chuckled, picking up Xiao Hui and grooming his fur. Instantly, Xiao Hui's tongue lolled out, a broad grin on his face. Su Si looked at Xiao Hui with disdain. No wonder this mutt cannot get along with Fu Yueying. It has no sense of propriety. Truly doesn't know who it learned that from. At that moment, the evil cultist suddenly erupted in turmoil. The blood-red rose blossomed, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with long legs. With an oval face and rosy lips, her limbs were nearly half her height, as she walked gracefully, showcasing an exquisite figure. It was none other than Gu Xiumai, who had failed to seize control of the realm's heart. My lord. Beside her knelt a man clad in black. Is the information accurate? Su Jiuxiao has entered the celestial domain? Gu Xiumai's expression was icy, her face etched with the bitterness of a failed scheme and the resentment of lost opportunities. Indeed, my subordinate reported that as he returned, Su Jiuxiao was just entering the celestial domain. Very well. Gu Xiumai nodded. After Su Si absorbed the heart of the realm, she felt utterly blind within the celestial realm. This was her final opportunity. By unleashing the ancient demon immortals and seizing control of this domain, she would settle the score with Su Jiuxiao, who had twice sought her life and caused her demise. Gu Xiumai snorted coldly. However, she was puzzled as to why she had attributed the last failed attempt to steal Su Si's heart of the realm to him. Arise, demon immortal. Gu Xiumai spread her arms wide. What followed was a gruesome spectacle. One by one, the fervent cultists' heads exploded, their vitality gushing forth like a torrent of blood toward the abyss. A dense aura of demonic energy, akin to that from the depths of hell, began to rise slowly from the abyss. As the death toll mounted, a shadowy figure gradually became discernible, hovering above the abyss. This figure was bald, with scars etched across its face, dressed like a dark, ascetic monk, emanating an aura of terror. At that moment, Su Si felt a jolt within his heart. He sensed that the celestial realm was slipping from his grasp. Could there be another force capable of controlling the realm, aside from the heart? Su Si was shaken to his core. Seeing the demonic figure, Xiao Hui suddenly leaped from Chu Wanli's arms and scrambled on his Su Si's shoulder, barking insistently. We must go. Agreed. Without needing Xiao Hui's urging, Su Si prepared to confront the situation. Gu Xiumai had truly gone too far, repeatedly opposing him. However, the oppressive aura of the bald monk was comparable to that of Yunshun, Haifeng, and other profound immortals. In fact, as the cultists perished, the bald monk's power continued to ascend. Even within the celestial realm, Su Si could not afford to be careless. He needed to find an opportunity to sever the source of the monk's power. Thus, he immediately focused on the cultists, leaping away from Chu Wanli's side, wielding the imperial sword as he slashed diagonally. Celestial Technique, Star River Sword Art. Chapter 56. Will you still mistake your master? Boom. A sword light extending 100 miles tore through the space, inscribed within it. With his current abilities, Su Si had already comprehended the stellar path within the sword. As he unleashed this strike, numerous phantasmagoric stars materialized within the sword's aura, powerful enough to shatter the moon and eclipse the sun. The faces of tens of thousands of heretics turned pale with terror. They had yet to offer themselves to the esteemed foreign deity when a single sword light descended, slicing half of them to particles. Su Xiao, how could he have arrived? Gu Xiumai bellowed angrily, then slapped the black-clad figure beside her. Did you not say he had gone to the immortal realm? The black-clad man's head spun 360 degrees and flew off, unable to utter an explanation. In truth, Su Si had been present all along. Any further explanation would be futile. Gu Xiumai would not listen. Gu Xiumai, today, regardless of whether this is your skin or where you are, as long as you remain in the Tianxin realm, you cannot escape this calamity. Su Si wielded his long blade, advancing step by step, his eyes glimmering with cold light. Su Xiao. Do you think that because you have refined the heart of the realm, I will fear you? Today, with the demonic immortal present, even if you are a prodigy, you must surrender the Tianxian realm. Let me make it clear. You have come too late. A chilling glint flickered in Gu Xiaomei's eyes as she swiftly tore a blood-red rose from her shoulder and tossed it to the demonic monk. Instantly, brilliance erupted in the monk's eyes. His cultivation, rivaling that of an Xian immortal, ascended once more. He, Su Jiuxiao, you shall accompany this world to its grave. Gu Xiaomei smiled enchantingly, declaring, what I cannot obtain, neither shall you. Suddenly, Su Ci struck with his sword, and Gu Xiaomei's head was sent flying. What use is it to kill me? Gu Xiaomei's voice echoed alongside that of the demonic monk. Let me tell you the truth. My true form is that very rose. Just now you had a chance, but now you have none. I have become a demonic immortal. With her words, the entire Tianxian realm resounded violently, and the newly formed will of the Heavenly Dao collapsed once more. Gu Xiaomei's transformed demonic power surged mightily, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to become an immortal king. An immortal king. It is worth noting that the immortal lord of the Shaoyan immortal domain, who commanded countless star realms, was merely at the immortal king level. With an immortal king descending upon Tianxian, who could withstand it? Su Ci took 2 steps back, his mind racing as he contemplated a solution. It seemed the only chance lay in infusing some chaotic energy into Xiao Hui. Yet, judging by Xiao Hui's reaction, it seemed that bestowing chaotic energy upon it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Just this once, Xiao Hui. Su Ci took a deep breath and turned to find Xiao Hui. After a lengthy search, he discovered that Xiao Hui had somehow reached the edge of the abyss of demons, barking furiously at it. Woof, woof, woof. To his astonishment, a cat's meow responded from within the abyss of demons. What are you doing, Xiao Hui? Come over and face the enemy. Su Chi was alarmed. He hoped this dog wasn't about to enact some whimsical cat-dog romance at such a critical moment, or he would truly desire dog meat. Woof. Xiao Hui ignored Su Chi, barking even louder. In the distance, the demonic monk suddenly trembled, and an overwhelming force erupted. The space began to shatter, as if heralding the apocalypse, scattering in all directions. An immortal king. Su Ci's eyes widened as he lunged forward, seizing Xiao Hui by the neck, preparing to infuse it with chaotic energy. Suddenly, from below the abyss of demons, a cat paw emerged. The paw appeared unremarkable, yet it moved with astonishing speed, reaching the demonic monk's head in the blink of an eye. Su Jiuxiao, do not think you can escape. Gu Xiaomei was still lost in the atmosphere of her breakthrough to immortal king, when a cat paw suddenly descended. What childish trickery! Gu Xiaomei scoffed, raising her hand to counter, her palm enveloped in bluish-black flames, nearly scorching the void. But in the next moment, her expression froze in shock. She realized that the immense force descending from above was something she could not resist, her body utterly immobilized, being pressed downward into the abyss of demons. Ah, what is this? Su Jiuxiao, what trick are you playing? Gu Xiaomei's eyes widened, but the power of the cat paw only grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, her body sank to the very bottom of the abyss, her pleas for mercy fading into the distance. Su Jiuxiao, I was wrong. Spare me. Suchi suolio udard. That cat paw, seemingly ordinary, was undeniably more formidable than Jibo. What kind of monster was this? Woof. Xiao Hui wagged its tail vigorously, and Chu Wanli rushed over, still shaken, patting her chest in astonishment. Xiao Hui, was that cat paw you summoned just now? An observer can see clearly, while Su Ci, caught in the moment, had yet to process everything. However, Chu Wanli, standing by, had witnessed everything unfold. After Xiao Hui barked a couple of times, the cat's meow emerged from the abyss of demons, followed by the appearance of the cat paw. If it wasn't Tia's call, whose could it be? Xiao Hui, was it you? Su Ci looked at Xiao Hui in shock. What other secrets lay hidden in this first opportunity of the myriad realms that he had yet to uncover? Incredible. It would be wise to seal the abyss of demons for now. Though it had aided him, after all, it was still the abyss of demons. Su Ci exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat relieved. No wonder the Tianxian realm could defy rules and withstand the descent of an Xian immortal without crumbling. There was indeed such a defiant place, stabilizing order beneath it. Having taken over the Tianxian realm, he could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. What if one day a demon emerged from the abyss of demons and turned against him? Su Si's heart tightened, and his desire for strength surged to a new height. Xiao Hui, how do we seal this abyss of demons? Su Si turned to Xiao Hui. But little did he know, Xiao Hui did not respond. Instead, it leaped into the abyss of demons. What? Chu Wanli gasped. Su Si was equally perplexed. What was this dog trying to do? At the bottom of the abyss of demons, Xiao Hui appeared before a massive, ominous gate thick with demonic energy and barked twice. Moments later, the gate opened, revealing a colorful ragdoll cat. Of course, it bore some distinctions from an ordinary ragdoll, for its tail resembled that of a dragon. Meow. The ragdoll cat called out, its voice reminiscent of a young girl. You finally arrived. You're late. Let me calculate. 2,000 years? Xiao Hui's canine face turned displeased, pacing a few steps without replying. The ragdoll cat would not let it off easily, continuously meowing in its ear. Is my young master so weak, taking 2,000 years to seize the heart of the realm? Have you been negligent, taking him to the pleasure domain? I have told you time and again, young people must be rigorously trained, undergoing trials to become a formidable force. One must not indulge in comfort. Do you understand? Xiao Hui whimpered softly, drooping its ears and shaking its head frantically. Not correct. The ragdoll cat's eyes spun wildly before suddenly fixing upon Xiao Hui. You wouldn't have mistaken your master, would you? Chapter 57. The Emperor returns to the palace, the master of Tianxian. Have you mistaken your master? The little gray dog trembled, its front paws pressed to the ground, looking at the ragdoll cat with large, pleading eyes. You really mistook the person? The ragdoll cat, filled with fury, placed a paw firmly on the little gray dog's head. How agile was the little gray dog? At the very least, Ji Bo could not claim to catch him. Yet beneath the ragdoll cat's paw, he was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to escape despite his whimpers. Wait. After venting for a while, the ragdoll cat suddenly recalled something. Could it be that it was someone from that family who caused you to mistake the identity? Shoo. The little gray dog hurriedly urged it to be quiet. Some entities in the great scheme of things should not even be named, for they could sense it. The ragdoll cat composed itself, retracting its paw from the little gray dog, muttering if it truly is that person, it would be quite interesting. It then turned a glance at the little gray dog. Where's the young master? Why isn't he allowed to enter? His strength is insufficient. He cannot enter. The little gray dog replied honestly, lacking the lively cheer it exhibited before Su Si. Clearly, it was somewhat intimidated by the ragdoll cat. Insufficient strength? The ragdoll cat was taken aback. How long have you recognized him as your master? Yesterday, I think. The little gray dog dodged, evading the paw of the ragdoll cat. So, has he been living like this for 2,000 years? Has he been well-fed and warmly clothed? The ragdoll cat's face filled with guilt. There have been several disturbances outside today that woke me up. Is it true that celestial beings have come down to bully the young master? The little gray dog pondered for a moment and replied, sort of, but he hasn't suffered much. The ragdoll cat turned, declaring, I shall go eliminate them. Is it the Shaoyan immortal domain? I will bring it down. Wait. The little gray dog exclaimed, grabbing hold of the ragdoll cat. You must guard the home. What will happen if you leave? You guard. The ragdoll cat pressed down on the little gray dog again. I can't. The little gray dog shook its head vigorously. If someone truly attacks, I would be torn apart in an instant. There is no way I could match your might. One must be as powerful as you to protect the home. The ragdoll cat seemed to enjoy the flattery, letting out a soft huff upon hearing it. Indeed, you are far too weak. Then I shall stay here to guard the young master's possessions. However, if anyone dares to bully the young master, you must inform me immediately. Possessions can be regained, but the young master must not be bullied. The little gray dog nodded eagerly, panting in an attempt to curry favor, nearly drooling onto the cat's fur. Bang! The ragdoll cat kicked it away, running back inside. Don't touch me. The little gray dog yelped in pain. There were few beings in this world capable of inflicting harm upon it, and the ragdoll cat was undoubtedly one of them. This creature possessed terrifying physical strength, with its backbone serving as the support of Tianxian realm. Even if a Xian immortal or a celestial sovereign were to descend, the structure would remain intact. At that moment, the ragdoll cat darted back outside, clutching a tome in its mouth. Here, take this to the young master. The Space Profound Classic? The little gray dog's eyes widened. This was an unparalleled treasure for cultivating the path of spatial mastery. There were scarcely a few copies to be found throughout the celestial realm. This is far too precious. If it were to be lost, it would be disastrous. The little gray dog muttered, "The young master can reincarnate. As long as I safeguard his spirit, it would suffice. But get out of my way." The ragdoll cat, infuriated, swung its paw, scratching at the little gray dog. The little gray dog, with the Space Profound Classic in its mouth, the little gray dog returned to the demon abyss, moving on only 3 legs while the other paw shielded its forehead. "What is wrong?" Su Si was taken aback, approaching with Chu Wanli to pry at the little gray dog's paw. Yet it stubbornly refused to let go. "Little gray dog, look! A cat!" Su Si shouted. "Woof!" The little gray dog jolted, backing away 3 steps, scrambling backward on all 4s. Su Si and Chu Wanli burst into laughter at its comical face. "Little gray dog, you haven't been caught in an affair, have you?" "Woof!" The little gray dog bared its teeth, and Su Si picked up the fallen tome, flipping through it, frowning. "Why isn't there a single word in here? A wordless heavenly book?" "Focus, use the path of space to comprehend it," the little gray dog barked. Su Si complied, channeling all his spatial laws. Gazing at the book's front, a single character, void, flickered through layers of space, appearing faintly. "What on earth is this?" Su Si was astonished. In just that brief moment, his mental energy began to wane, and he instinctively yearned to pull Chu Wanli into his arms and fall asleep. Fortunately, at the last moment, he realized this was not Jibo's realm of all phenomena. He could not act recklessly. Otherwise, his self-proclaimed image of a pure-hearted gentleman would be tarnished. Take your time to comprehend. Perhaps in 10,000 years, one might even attain the status of an Xian immortal. The little gray dog raised its head, stating that the path of cultivation was not so simple. It required patience and accumulation. It earnestly instructed, feeling somewhat like a well-read sage. However, when it finally came to its senses, Su Si had already disappeared with Chu Wanli. It realized it had not absorbed a single word of what had been said. Su Si possessed a system, and with a wordless heavenly book by his side, he could instantly cultivate his 1,000 years of experience. It wouldn't take long. Su Si returned to the old site of the Linlang Academy. In the brief time he had been away in the western regions to confront bandits, a magnificent palace had risen from the ground. Without a doubt, cultivators were unmatched when it came to construction. Su Si brought Chu Wanli to the scene, where on the left stood a row of imperial families, and on the right a row of ancient holy clans. At the far end, a massive dragon throne loomed in the air, as if a divine dragon were dancing behind it. Yuan Bo, Qin Yuma, the celestial master Tianlu, the holy lord of Yaoqi, and even Gao Ran from the Zhouxiao Holy Land. All the familiar faces were present, each dressed impeccably and exuding respect. Upon Su Si's arrival, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. "Welcome back, great emperor." "What?" Su Si was momentarily dumbfounded. What was this all about? It seemed rather vulgar, yet he found it amusing. "What is happening?" Su Si inquired softly, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the palace. From beneath the dragon throne, a man stepped forward, none other than Luo Feng. As Su Si's father-in-law, he now held an immeasurable position. Sitting cross-legged, he struck a melodious chord on his guqin. "Ding there is even background music? Suches se lips to each." Luo Feng proclaimed loudly, 9 is the utmost of numbers, and the sky is the pinnacle of heaven. The 9 heavens' great emperor reigns over Tianxian, bringing joy to all beings, deserving of a grand celebration for 3 days, as we honor the emergence of a master for Tianxian. Su Si was momentarily taken aback. Then a faint smile curved his lips. "Is this truly necessary? If you do not occupy this dragon throne, who else shall?" In the future, regardless of the faction, they would have to heed his teachings, treating every word as scripture, etched into educational texts. Indeed, I shall not reside in a Tianxian ruled by the Nine Heavens' great emperor. If that were the case, I might as well dash my head against a wall to make a statement. The Qin family had some past grievances with Su Ci. Yet at this moment, seeing him decline the title of the Tianxian master, their new clan leader nearly wished to smash their head into the ground, blood splattering the sky. Chapter 58. 4 consecutive months, peak of the celestial realm. Indeed, master, please take a seat. Gao Ran's face was brimming with excitement. Having achieved great success, the suddenly invigorated master trembled with vigor, commanding the attention of the heavens. Witnessing his father's transformation into a dragon was truly a moment of unparalleled joy. Is there anything in this world that could bring more happiness than this? Alas, one cannot refuse such heartfelt hospitality. Su Ci sighed and slowly made his way to the dragon throne, settling down. In light of this, let us heed Luo Funyin's suggestion and celebrate for 3 days. As soon as Su Ci's words fell, fireworks illuminated the sky, and celestial essence rained down. Countless wandering cultivators knelt in gratitude, bowing their heads to express their appreciation for the emperor's benevolence. Little Gray, observing from the side, shook its head in disbelief. How ostentatious! More so than some emperors who govern vast realms. Little Gray understood that Su Ci's journey was far from over. The desire to leisurely embrace this position of co-sovereignty would not come easily. Furthermore, after Su Ci's excursion to the celestial domain and witnessing the myriad applications of the great Dao, seeds of ambition had been sown deep within his heart. He would not content himself to remain in a small corner of the world for all his days. Within a century, he would inevitably seek to venture forth. What followed was indulgence in feasting and merriment. Accompanied by Chu Wanli, Su Ci savored exquisite delicacies such as dragon liver and phoenix marrow. As night deepened, Tian Lu summoned Su Ci to the rear hall, smiling as he said, "With the matters of the celestial domain resolved, we now have ample time to enjoy a leisurely life." Su Ci shook his head, contemplating the future with caution. "I'm somewhat unsettled about not bringing Afu back. Moreover, Xiao has also been taken to the celestial realm by Jibo. Though she possesses considerable talent, she is still a stranger in an unfamiliar land and will undoubtedly miss her parents. I must find an opportunity to bring them both back." Tian Lu nodded in agreement, stroking his beard with satisfaction. He cherished Su Ci's deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. This disciple was indeed a worthy choice. In that moment, he felt increasingly convinced that taking in the desperate Su Ci a millennium ago was a decision of remarkable wisdom. It is true that one must perform good deeds to reap good rewards. "Director, the path to the celestial realm has been destroyed by Jibo. How do we proceed?" Su Ci suddenly recalled something and inquired. You must comprehend the great Tao of space. I possess the coordinates for the celestial realm, but the vastness of the starry sky is daunting. Without mastery of the great Tao of space, it is utterly impossible to traverse the cosmic sea and reach the Shao Yin celestial realm. Moreover, even if you were to arrive at the Shao Yin celestial realm, reaching the Yunmeng celestial court, where Afu resides, will be fraught with challenges. Su Ci furrowed his brow deeply. The Yunmeng celestial court is not located in the Shao Yin celestial realm. Indeed not, Tian Lu sighed. The celestial court lies in the central celestial province, a place I have yet to visit myself. How can one get there? Suci prest onorevole. Through the transit, Tian Lu glanced at him. Every 300,000 years, the central celestial province will ferry a group of celestial beings from various celestial domains. And the conditions? Su Ci raised an eyebrow. Prove your worth. Tian Lu replied with a smile. Only young celestial beings with boundless potential can catch the attention of the celestial province. The age limit is under 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Su Ci was taken aback. Celestials are endowed with immense lifespans. He was barely 2,000 years old, yet he was already considered a retired elder in the Tianxian realm. In the celestial realm, however, he was merely a youth. How does one prove their worth? Su Ci asked again. Through battle. Tian Lu calculated with his fingers. The next celestial domain competition will be in about 300,000 years. You will have time to prepare. Su Si's mouth twitched. 300,000 years? By then, Luo Xiao and Fu Yuwing would likely have turned to dust. What is the most recent competition? Su Si shot him a glare. The most recent competition? Unfortunately, it will occur in half a year's time. In past years, the competition has always been won by profound celestial beings. You will need to train. Upon hearing this, Su Si turned and walked towards the back mountain. Wait. Tian Lu grasped Su Si's arm. You don't truly intend to participate, do you? Why not give it a try? Su Chi grinned widely. Remember to compete in my Tai sword sect and bring glory to your master. Tian Lu suddenly began to fidget. It would not reflect well on me at the Tai sword sect, you understand. Su Si was taken aback, recalling certain rumors. It was said that Tian Lu had left the Tai sword sect because his wife had run off with another man, flaunting their affection before him daily, treating him like a laughingstock. The man in question was said to be quite formidable, taking pleasure in beating Tian Lu. In a fit of rage, Tian Lu had defected from the Tai sword sect, retreating to the Tian Xian realm to live in seclusion, shunning worldly affairs. Moreover, according to Chu Wanli and Fu Yuwing's previous descriptions, Tian Lu often gazed at a painting of a woman late at night, muttering to himself, sometimes shedding tears. With this in mind, Su Si patted Tian Lu on the shoulder, his gaze resolute. Director, I will do it. Tian Lu felt a pang in his heart, reminiscing about the joyous times at the Tai sword sect, nearly breaking down. Struggling to hold back tears, he turned and exited the great hall, a scroll of artwork appearing in his hand, wandering aimlessly towards the lotus pond in the back courtyard. Suchishuk Ized. What a perplexing matter is love. Women are truly formidable. In the days that followed, Su Si sought a place of resplendent beauty, where red leaves danced in the wind, creating a stunning vista. This was the only location in the Tianxian continent where the rare 8 treasures fish could be found. Its flavor rivaled that of dragon meat. He spent his time fishing there, a colorless tome resting beside him. Days passed by serenely. The voice of the system echoed in his mind incessantly. On the 7th day of marriage, reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. On the 8th day of marriage, reward, celestial artifact, battle saint armor. On the 9th day of marriage, reward, great Dao, 5 elements Dao. On the 30th day of marriage, you have comprehended the space mysteries. Upon a glance, space is divided into myriad fragments. Your space Dao has been elevated to intra-level, and your strength has ascended to peak celestial realm. On the 60th day of marriage, reward, advanced celestial technique, heavenly hand, simultaneously comprehending the 3,000 great Dao of the celestial dome. On the 90th day of marriage, the 9 Heavens Emperor Sword has upgraded in rank, becoming a high-level celestial artifact with innate sharpness, indestructible. On the 120th day of marriage, reward, celestial mansion-type artifact, coiling dragon celestial boat, high-level celestial artifact. Is it truly the case that what is meant to be will be? After 4 months of notifications, Su Si found himself in a daze. Each day spent fishing and playing with his dog resulted in his cultivation skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. He opened his status panel to inspect his progress. Ost, Suchi, cultivation, peak celestial realm. 3,000 great Daos, space Dao, celestial dome Dao, fate Dao, 5 elements Dao. Celestial artifacts, 9 heavens Emperor Sword, high level. Coiling dragon celestial boat, high level, battle saint armor. Techniques, 7 books of martial arts, chaos level, sun and moon breathing technique, celestial technique, space mysteries. Combat techniques, heavenly hand, heaven and earth melting furnace fist, galaxy sword technique. Little Gray, observing from the side, grew increasingly astonished. How could it be that only after 4 months, without any visible training, the pressure emanating from Su Si was becoming more formidable by the day? Chapter 59. The Spatial Branch, Re-entering the Immortal Domain. On this day, Su Si caught an 8-treasure fish, effortlessly lifting it and casting it into a nearby boiling pot. Xiao Hui's tail wagged excitedly. Its gaze towards Su Si filled with eager anticipation. The aroma was irresistible. With a sidelong glance at it, Su Si playfully threw a punch. The blow struck without causing the slightest ripple in the fabric of space, catching even Xiao Hui off guard as it landed squarely on its head. Woof! Xiao Hui stumbled back, entering a defensive stance, glancing left and right. Su Si sensed a presence, an assassin skilled in the laws of space, likely a mystical immortal. He paused, then chuckled softly. Is this what you meant? Bang! Another punch landed firmly on Xiao Hui's head, leaving it momentarily dazed. You have comprehended it? Su Si nodded, inquiring, how was that punch? Xiao Hui's eyes widened in fear. In just 4 months, you've cultivated the spatial profound classic to this level? Indeed. Su Si replied with a faint smile. I feel so close to breaking through to the mystical immortal realm, yet I cannot take that final step. Time alone does not yield significant results. Xiao Hui's expression grew serious. The heavenly profound realm is quite distant from the immortal realm. The profound laws here are rather nebulous. If you were in the immortal realm, it might be easier to ascend to mystical immortal. What defines a mystical immortal? Suchi asked. When you cultivate the spatial path to the minor completion stage, you become a mystical immortal. The spatial path comprises numerous branches, akin to a vast highway with many winding trails. It can be subdivided into fusion, cutting, compression, and division. Let me think. You seem to be following the fusion path, merging your essence with space. The hallmark of this branch is the ability to teleport. Teleport? Su Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, Xiao Hui affirmed with a nod. A punch that shatters space, while powerful, is likely to draw attention. Moreover, it consumes an immense amount of celestial essence, making it the most overt technique. However, when you struck me just now, like an antelope's horn, it left no trace. I, unfamiliar with the spatial path, had no means to evade it and could only passively endure. The spatial path ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 paths. Having reached this level, should you venture into the immortal realm, do not draw attention. Why? Suchi scolded. Do they intend to capture me for research? Certainly not, Xiao Hui barked. Those who comprehend the spatial path are exceedingly rare. Perhaps a formidable force from another domain might come to seize you for their spatial formations. Do you intend to establish infrastructure in the immortal realm? Suchi muzed. Civil engineering? Not even a dog would do that. In the back mountains, Tian Lu leisurely practiced his punches, thoroughly enjoying life. Su Si entered, abruptly shattering his tranquility. What? You wish to participate in this year's Immortal Domain contest? Tian Lu nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Yes, Su Si confirmed, his presence subtly emanating. In an instant, Tian Lu felt a tempestuous force enveloping him. In just a few months, you've ascended from the Emperor realm to the peak of the upper immortal realm. Tian Lu stood in stunned silence, grappling with the astonishing fact that Su Si had surpassed him in cultivation. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was unheard of in the Shaoyan immortal domain. Yes, Su Si nodded. How do I reach the Shaoyan immortal domain? Is there still time? Tian Lu hesitated for a moment. Are you truly set on going? Do you not know that with Hai Feng and Yunshin deceased, the Starry Sky Immortal Gate has already placed a bounty on you in the Shaoyan immortal domain? The moment you reveal yourself, you might face relentless pursuit. Su Si fell silent. On that day, he had called out the name Tian Xin Su Jiuxiao without disguise. Many had seen him in Songqiong City. As for Ji Bo, with his strength, ordinary cultivators could not discern his face. Thus, the enmity fell squarely on Su Si's shoulders. The loss of 2 mystical immortals would be a significant blow even to the Starry Sky Immortal Gate. They would undoubtedly seek revenge. Woof, no worries. Once you ascend to mystical immortal, the Starry Sky Immortal Gate will have to kneel. Xiao Hui interjected disdainfully. A mere minor immortal domain's orthodoxy is nothing. They will inevitably be annihilated. Such audacity from a dog. Tian Lu blinked, casting a glance at Xiao Hui before solemnly stating, but now that the immortal path has collapsed, although I possess the spatial nodes of the Tai Sword sect, they are too far from here. Even a mystical immortal of the spatial path cannot reach the Shaoyan immortal domain in 2 months. Is there a solution? Su Si inquired. There is. Tian Lu exclaimed. We can go to the outer battlefield, a place left over from ancient times, where many spatial distortions exist. We might get lucky. The outer battlefield? Su Si felt a spark of interest. Very well. By the way, if you truly wish to go to the immortal domain, bring Wan Li with you. With her talent, she is more than capable of joining the Tai Sword sect and can undergo rigorous training in the immortal domain. Agreed, Su Si replied with a smile. That afternoon, Su Si finally found a use for Luo Feng. This fellow had been evading debts in the outer battlefield for 10 years, making numerous acquaintances and possessing considerable knowledge of the environment. There are several nodes that ordinary people cannot approach. I will take you there, Luo Feng stated, and the two arrived at the outer battlefield. After some detours, Su Si locked onto one of the nodes, which emanated a faint aura reminiscent of the Xiaoyan immortal domain. Wolf, are you sure this is safe? Xiao Hui questioned skeptically, unease evident on its face. Should they inadvertently enter a demonic domain and find themselves in dire straits? The ensuing chaos would be far from trivial. It should be fine. Su Si hesitated momentarily, acknowledging that this was his first time using the spatial path to perceive a damaged node. Doubt lingered in his heart. I'll trust you this once. An approaching mystical immortal spatial master, even in a minor immortal domain, is still formidable. Xiao Hui barked. Shortly after, Xiao Hui returned to summon Chu Wanli. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, boarded Su Si's Panlong immortal vessel and plunged into the node. Behind them, Luo Feng's distant voice echoed, Su, remember to bring my daughter back. The chaotic currents of space blurred the concept of time. Su Si was uncertain how many times he folded space, but ultimately, he followed the faintly discernible spatial node to arrive in a new world. Wow, this is truly exhausting. Far beyond human capability, Su Si gasped heavily. It felt akin to fishing in a rushing stream. Although he had a relatively large net, the current was too swift and the fish were too small. Catching even one was a strenuous endeavor. Yet Su Si aimed to catch thousands. The sheer physical labor involved was unimaginable. Had I known, I would have waited until I reached mystical immortal before coming. Su Si pouted. However, time was of the essence. If possible, he would have waited until he achieved the status of an immortal sovereign. At that point, like Jibo, he would traverse the realms unchallenged, with no one daring to stand in his way. Even the Xiaoyan immortal lord would have to bow and smile. Just then, the sensory perception of space gradually sharpened. Su Si could discern that the coordinates of the Tai Sword sect lay to the northwest. Not far from their landing point, a city flickered into view, ethereal and elusive amidst the cosmos. How fortunate! It is a grand spatial city, Xiao Hui exclaimed with delight. Chapter 60. The 4 Major Powers and the Turbulence of Space. The grand city of space, the city of the setting sun. A faint smile graced Su Si's lips as he recalled the densely packed spatial nodes in the city of the firmament. Such a grand city traversed all significant regions of the Xiaoyan immortal domain. Discovering the grand city of space was tantamount to locating the transportation hub of the Xiaoyan immortal domain. Let us go take a look. Chu Wanli, visiting the immortal domain for the first time, resembled an inquisitive child, her eyes wide open like brass bells, not even blinking. Very well, Su Si replied, and the 3 of them entered the city of the setting sun, perhaps due to the impending immortal domain tournament. The flow of people in the city of the setting sun was far greater than that in the city of the firmament. The skies were filled with numerous cultivators soaring on their swords, while luxurious mounts occasionally zipped by. Those like Su Si, who arrived aboard a celestial artifact dragon boat, were clearly of significant status. After stowing away the dragon boat, the trio made their way to the central teleportation point. I'm afraid, immortal, the node leading to the northwest is temporarily closed to loose cultivators, stated a guard clad in a moonlit robe with an indifferent tone. Su Si furrowed his brow, ready to force his way through the barrier when a woman approached. Her long hair flowed gracefully, exuding an air of haughtiness. Even her attire, down to a mere earring, subtly radiated a faint red glow, emanating the aura of a celestial artifact, clearly of noble descent. Upon witnessing Su Si being obstructed by the robe guard, She smiled slightly and addressed him. Are you attempting to reach the Tai Sword sect to participate in the Immortal Domain tournament? Su Ci nodded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the senior sister of Shueisha Cave Heaven on Jiuzhou Island. My name is Shimeng. If you wish, you may board our Shueisha Cave Heaven ship for merely 3 gene of celestial gold. 3 gene of celestial gold? Su Ci's heart stirred. Over the past 4 months, the system had gifted him tens of thousands of gene of celestial gold. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, but now he realized its considerable value. Interstellar travel for just 3 gene of celestial gold. It was indeed a backdoor. With a flick of his finger, a storage ring flew into Shimeng's hand. Lead the way. Shimeng was taken aback, scrutinizing Su Ci closely. Truly a wealthy newcomer. Typically, she would charge 1 gene of celestial gold to others. But upon seeing Su Ci arrive in a celestial boat, she quoted him 3 gene. To her astonishment, he casually tossed the amount without batting an eye. Observing Su Ci's apparent lack of connections, she wondered if he might be a small fry venturing through the galaxy, perhaps having stumbled upon some ancient fortune. A ripe target indeed. However, engaging in such scalping practices was not new for Shueisha Cave Heaven. Though she coveted Su Ci's wealth, she had no intention of turning hostile to seize it. Let us go. Shimeng led Su Ci and his companions toward a magnificent aerial fortress. Inside the fortress, they arrived at a spacious plaza filled with numerous loose cultivators, some meditating, others practicing martial arts, and many indulging in culinary delights. Just wait here. It will only take a few hours to reach the Tai Sword sect. We should also pass through Jiuzhou Island. After collecting the 3 gene of celestial gold, Shimeng's demeanor softened considerably as she flashed Su Ci a sweet smile. What is your name? Su Jiuxiao. Su Ci replied nonchalantly, having no intention of concealing his identity. Back in the Tianxin realm, he had been coerced by the system into marrying the daughter of an old friend, and though he had to maintain a facade, here in the Immortal Domain, he felt no need to disguise himself. He was utterly unconcerned about the bounty issued by the Celestial Star sect. Even when he was an ordinary mortal in the Tianxin realm, he had fought his way through challenges without hesitation. His character was resolute. From the moment he was wrongfully accused, he had preferred to slaughter 10 emperors and 100 saints and retreat to the eastern wilderness without uttering a single explanation. Now, he was but a step away from becoming a profound immortal. The arrival of the Celestial Star sect members would serve as a perfect opportunity for him to break through that critical point through combat. Moreover, he harbored no fears of life-threatening dangers. In crucial moments, activating Xiao Hui would suffice. Though uncertain of any potential side effects from Xiao Hui, he believed that using it once or twice would pose no significant issues. Your name is Su Jiuxiao? Shimeng nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity. Why does that name seem familiar? Think carefully, Su Ci replied with a knowing smile. Miss, members from Zhixiao Cave Heaven have arrived. Shimeng was about to continue their conversation when distant shouts from other cultivators interrupted her. I must take my leave, she said with a bow before heading off. Su Ci nodded and found a spot to sit. What exactly was this Zhixiao Cave Heaven? Looking toward Xiao Hui, he asked. Woof, there is someone over there selling information. Why not buy a copy? Xiao Hui barked. Sounds good, Su Ci agreed, walking over and tossing a gene of celestial gold, leaving the information seller in tears as he returned with a perplexed expression. Is celestial gold truly that precious? Su Ci frowned. 1 gene was already the smallest unit of wealth he possessed. Xiao Hui bared its teeth, equally puzzled. It only carried half a gene of celestial gold. In the Immortal Domain, transactions were calculated in fractions, with 1 gene of celestial gold equivalent to 100 points. Where had Su Ci acquired such wealth? Is it valuable? The book explains everything. Xiao Hui pointed to the encyclopedia of the Shaoyan Immortal Domain in Su Ci's hand. Su Ci nodded, immersing his consciousness into it. Information swiftly flowed into him, and he gradually became familiar with the Shaoyan Immortal Domain. The Shaoyan Immortal Domain comprised 4 major powers: the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion, the Celestial Star Sect, the Tai Sword Sect, and the Celestial Demon Kingdom. Only these four forces were qualified to participate in the Immortal Domain tournament, while other smaller factions had to affiliate themselves under one of them. Loose cultivators and smaller sects were predominantly concentrated in a remarkable location within the Shaoyan Immortal Domain known as Jiuzhou Island. Jiuzhou Island boasted 7 cave heavens, with Shueishu Cave Heaven being one among them. Notably, one of these cave heavens, named Yinjia Cave Heaven, once known as Yinjia Immortal Mountain, was once on par with the 4 major powers. However, it had long since fallen into decline and now languished at the end of the cave heaven hierarchy. Their leader was known as the Immortal Master Hua Qing. Could it be the same figure from the Eastern Wilderness seeking to recruit me as a subordinate? Su Si mused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Had time permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to visit Yinjia Cave Heaven and give Immortal Master Hua Qing a lesson. After all, during his time in the Eastern Wilderness, he had endured considerable oppression from the Heavenly Dao. Each grievance deserved to be settled. After perusing for a while, Su Si yawned and began to savor some dragon liver and phoenix marrow. The most significant difference between him and other cultivators was that he had no need for cultivation. Su Si merely needed to eat, drink, and revel in leisure, while Chu Wanli sat cross-legged, contemplating the Heavenly Dao. Her brow furrowed as she pondered numerous matters, eager to absorb some essence of the immortals. Half an hour later, the entire flying fortress suddenly trembled, swaying left and right, the celestial energy in disarray. The crowd erupted into chaos. What is happening? Kuwondi awokinadam. We encountered spatial turbulence. This celestial artifact has come to a standstill. Su Si, possessing an acute understanding of the spatial path, grasped the situation instantly. Chapter 61. Murder and Treasure Seizure. Threats. The celestial artifact stalls. Su Si frowned. Based on his observations, it was highly probable that the individuals from the Water Moon Cave had inadvertently propelled the celestial artifact into the chaotic currents of space. At that moment, as if affirming Su Si's thoughts, Shermeng entered with the group, each face bearing a grim aura. What were they planning? Chu Wanli was startled, instinctively leaning closer to Su Si. It's merely a matter of murder and treasure hunting. An old trick. Xiao Hui yawned, ready to watch the drama unfold. Su Si nodded slightly, sitting cross-legged. Following Shermeng's path, their target was likely the cultivators from the Xiang Cave. After all, the scattered cultivators were no match for those from the cave. They would surely target the plump sheep. At that moment, the middle-aged leader of Xiang Cave sensed the tension, his voice deep and commanding. Shermeng, what do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Shermeng replied with a charming smile. It is rumored that Xiang Cave recently acquired a high-grade celestial artifact and several tens of thousands of pounds of celestial gold. Is there truth to this? Yes. And what of it? The middle-aged man licked his lips. The spatial passage is controlled by the Shaoyan Celestial Mansion. You have registered with the mansion. If anything were to happen, would you not fear the consequences? If only the Xiang cultivators perished, it would indeed be suspicious. The blame would inevitably fall on the Yinxia Cave. As the person in charge, Shermeng would bear the brunt of it and could not escape. As long as we eliminate you all, the scapegoat. I have other choices, Shermeng said with a charming smile. Eliminate us. Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators' expressions changed dramatically. Shermeng, have you gone mad? You would kill us all? We have paid celestial gold. Does Water Moon Cave lack resources so desperately that it would provoke Shaoyan Celestial Mansion for such an act? Shermeng, do not court death. The crowd erupted into chaos. Shermeng smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, merely beckoning with her hand. Instantly, over 10 cultivators surged forth behind her, each at least at the initial stage of the celestial realm. In an instant, the battle commenced. The slaughter between caves was brutal beyond compare. How swift were the cultivators in their actions? In less than half a stick of incense, only one middle-aged leader from Xiang Cave remained, bloodied and cornered. Shermeng, a man without trust cannot stand. Your actions will lead to your demise. Xiang Cave will ally with Shaoyan Celestial Mansion and ensure your Water Moon Cave is uprooted. Shermeng laughed heartily, ignoring the middle-aged man. and turned to Su Si, who was seated calmly watching the spectacle. Some matters are not my doing. Wouldn't you agree? Tianxian Su Jiuxiao? Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. The crowd gasped, their gazes turning fervent towards Su Si. This name had recently become well-known in Shaoyan, Celestial Domain. The Starry Celestial Gate had placed a bounty on him for 10 celestial artifacts and 20,000 pounds of celestial gold. Such a hefty reward could arm a lesser cave. Even providing information about Su Jiuxiao could yield a reward of 1,000 pounds of celestial gold. During this time, countless cultivators had been scouring the starry seas for him. Yet all had returned empty-handed. Who would have thought they would encounter him here? The middle-aged leader of Xiang Cave was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Shimeng, do you plan to murder us all to frame this lower realm youth? Shimeng nodded slightly, indeed. Su Si, with a smile that was neither here nor there, regarded Shimeng. So you have uncovered my identity? A glimmer of admiration flickered in Shimeng's eyes. After all, this was someone whose name had stirred the Starry Celestial Gate to issue a bounty. His composure was not ordinary. Su Si shook his head with a smile. Do you know why the Starry Celestial Gate has placed a bounty on me? Shimeng paused. Why? Su Si shot her a glance. It appeared the Starry Celestial Gate had not made public the demise of Yinshun and Haifeng. Otherwise, Shimeng would not dare treat him so lightly. Su Jiuxiao. Shimeng, uncertain, turned to Su Si. You have just ascended to the celestial domain. There is no enmity between us. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. To be frank, I am taking a risk for my brother to participate in the celestial domain competition. In that case, lend me 30,000 pounds of celestial gold, and I shall let you go. What do you say? 30,000 pounds of celestial gold. The crowd gasped. Su Si regarded this brother-supporting demon and replied, Sure, but I charge high interest. 9 for 13. Are you willing to borrow? Of course. Shimeng's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not expected Su Si to be so affluent. Why bother negotiating with the Starry Celestial Gate when she could extract funds directly from Su Si? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret. 30,000 celestial gold was too little. The Starry Celestial Gate had offered 2,000 celestial gold for an upper celestial being. Su Si's opportunities must exceed 100,000 celestial gold. The more she thought, the more fervent her gaze became. Meanwhile, she swiftly commanded her companions to continue the massacre of the scattered cultivators. Su Si shook his head with a smile, flicking his finger, and a storage ring flew into Shimeng's hand. Su Xiao? Chu wanly exclaimed, 30,000 pounds of celestial gold sounds like a considerable sum. Xiao Hui, however, remained indifferent, stretching lazily. Knowing Su Si, something was surely afoot. Is it really 30,000 pounds? Shimeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Her beautiful eyes darted around Su Si as she pondered how to extract even more resources from him. Young Master Su, are you also heading to the Tai Sword Sect for the Celestial Domain competition? Shimeng inquired with a smile. That is not difficult to guess, she continued. Su Si was now a wanted man. Only by achieving results in the Celestial Domain competition could he secure protection from Central Celestial State and alter his predicament. Indeed, Su Si nodded with a smile. Then would you care to visit our Watermoon Cave? We could go to Tai Sword Sect together. It would be pleasant to have company, Shimeng suggested with a flirtatious glance. Su Si narrowed his eyes. That would not be necessary. Shimeng shrugged. What a pity. However, if that is the case, I must ask young Master Su to bear the blame for our Watermoon Cave. After all, with so many pests, what is one more enemy like Xiang Cave? A threat. Su Si did not respond, his gaze turning cold. Then, as if recalling something, he smiled. Time us up. You owe me money, should you not repay? What do you mean? Shimeng was taken aback. I had not clarified earlier. I demand repayment for my loan within a minute. Su Si stated calmly. Now, it is time for you to return the funds. 60,000 pounds, please. 60,000. Why has it doubled? Are you trying to play me for a fool? Shimeng's expression darkened. Do you not understand your predicament? Swish, swish, swish. For upper celestial beings surrounded Su Si. If it were not for the need to have you bear the blame, do you think I would let you go? Shimeng scoffed. Crushing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. Chapter 62. Rampant. Intruding into the Watermoon Cave. To crush me? Su Si tilted his head to regard the four celestial beings, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is that so? As he spoke, Su Si lightly pinched with his right hand. In an instant, the laws erupted, and a transparent giant hand manifested beside the four celestial beings. With a gentle squeeze, boom, the four celestial beings were instantly transformed into blood mist, dissipating from perception. Ming retreated 2 steps, exclaiming, "Uncle Chi!" Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst forth from above Su Si, brandishing a spear. Water coiled around the weapon, radiating immense power, akin to a celestial dragon emerging from the sea, instilling terror. Yet, he had scarcely stepped into the tumultuous space when a colossal hand enveloped him. Bang! A peak celestial being was directly crushed into particles of the great Dao, merging with the cosmos. Uncle Ling, a crack formed in the right space, and an elderly man, hands forming a circle, summoned boiling water, exuding a hint of completeness as he aimed to strike at Su Si's face. Swoosh! The Nine Heavens imperial sword was drawn, slicing through the air, severing the man's head, which flew upwards. Subsequently, the imperial sword pierced the fabric of space, merging with it, and in the overlapping realms located several other elderly beings, each sword strike sealing their throats. As space ruptured, a series of wide-eyed heads tumbled out, spinning on the ground, ultimately rolling to Ming's feet, staring directly at her. Ming's eyes were filled with overwhelming terror, dispelling her earlier haughty demeanor as she collapsed onto the ground. "Are you still a celestial being?" Su Si strode forward, his raven hair cascading as his murderous intent emanated like a tangible force. "Never underestimate your opponent. Do you presume my weakness simply because I hail from the lower realms? Reality will deliver a harsh blow to you pampered, self-important noble science. Now return what is owed." Ming, terrified, scurried backwards, resorting to all fours. Simultaneously, a flash at her waist caused the square to tremble violently. In the next moment, the square was transported to the external world. Ming piloted the flying fortress, fleeing as if pursued by demons. Countless scattered cultivators were swept away by the chaotic space, leaving no trace. With a flick of his hand, Chu Wanli and Xiao Hui appeared beside Su Si. Concurrently, a middle-aged man also materialized next to him, none other than the leader of the Xiang cave. Upon seeing Su Si, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, celestial being, for your rescue." Su Si nodded. "Your name?" "I am called Ping Qing. Celestial being may refer to me simply as Ping Qing," he responded. "Very well." Su Si cast a glance at him. "Lead the way to the Water Moon Cave." "To the Water Moon Cave?" Ping Qing was taken aback. "There are numerous profound celestial beings there." "Lead the way," Su Si reiterated, fixing him with a gaze. "Profound celestial beings? And so what?" "He practices the 7 classics of martial arts while comprehending the great Tao of space. Ordinary profound celestial beings may not necessarily be a match for him, unless those ranked among the top 100 of the 3,000 Daos arrive. But the Water Moon Cave is not even a leading force, clearly lacking such great powers." Ping Qing swallowed hard, refraining from further persuasion as he flew ahead towards the Water Moon Cave. "Wait, take this." Su Si waved his hand, summoning the Panlong celestial boat. On their journey, Ping Qing gazed in fear at Su Si, who sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, and asked Chu Wanli beside him, "This esteemed 9-heaven celestial being, is he always so audacious?" Chu Wanli replied, "One becomes accustomed to it." Ping Qing wiped the sweat from his brow. Though the celestial being is formidable, he still pales in comparison to the cave, which is a second-tier force within the Shaoyan celestial domain. It is difficult for ordinary individuals to shake. Xiao Hui snickered. "This is merely the beginning. This fellow's audacity could overturn the celestial domain." "Overturn the celestial domain?" Ping Qing was taken aback. "A person may be audacious, but why would a mere dog be so bold?" 2 days later, a flying fortress crash-landed haphazardly into the Water Moon Cave. Within the main hall, a group of elderly men were convening. Suddenly, the elder seated at the head gestured, and Ming's figure appeared in the great hall. Her expression was still one of shock, as if she had been frightened by some entity, exuding palpable panic. Calm yourself. The elder waved his sleeve, scattering blue light, which soothed Meng's demeanor. What transpired? He inquired, frowning. Master the door. Meng's eyes widened as she recounted her harrowing experience. You mean to say that Su Jiao Xiao possesses wealth equivalent to 100,000 jin of celestial gold? The leader of the Water Moon sect sighed lightly. Alas, had you not lost him amidst the chaotic space, that would have been a considerable fortune. If we could devise a plan to lure him to the Water Moon cave, we could easily manipulate him, one elder suggested. Meng is still too young, lacking in shrewdness, lamented another. Meng handed over the storage ring given to her by Su Ci, which contained 30,000 jin of celestial gold. Master, all the celestial gold is here. I fear that Su Jiao Xiao may come seeking revenge, demanding repayment. Repayment. The words echoed in her consciousness, lingering persistently. Fear not. Can a mere celestial being cause a stir? The leader of the Water Moon sect scoffed, taking the storage ring with a dismissive laugh. If he truly possessed such audacity, then let him seek his own demise. Not only the Xingxing sect, but even our Water Moon cave can ensure he returns empty-handed. Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. However, the mirth was short-lived. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the main doors of the hall were burst open by a mangled corpse, blood splattering the scene. Su Ci's voice followed, echoing ominously. Water Moon cave, return what is owed. 300,000 jin of celestial gold. 300,000? The leader of the Water Moon sect's eyes widened as he turned to Meng. Did you not say there were only 30,000? Meng's complexion turned pale. It was 30,000 celestial gold. Su Jiao Xiao has raised the stakes. He is extorting us. Extorting? The leader's face reddened with fury. Do you think we can even muster 30,000, let alone 300,000 celestial gold? Do you take celestial gold for mere cabbage? Ba, you go and capture this ignorant brat, commanded the leader, directing his gaze towards an indignant elder seated nearby. Understood. Elder Ba, known as Jia Yong, wielded a formidable iron hammer, comprehending the Dao of artifact forging, ranking among the middle tier of the 3,000 Daos. Though his combat prowess was not particularly overwhelming, he was still a profound celestial being. I will make this brat understand what cruelty is. Jia Yong sneered. I shall turn him into an artifact spirit, eternally imprisoned within a shadowy, celestial tool. Excellent. The Water Moon celestial beings rejoiced. A mere celestial being dares to invade our Water Moon cave. Today, we will make it clear to the entire Shaoyan celestial domain that our Water Moon cave is not to be trifled with. Not a problem. Jia Yong grinned, kicking open the space and departing the Water Moon cave. Chapter 63. The mysterious immortal outside the Water Moon cave. Su Ci sat cross-legged. Xiaoyi, Guwanti, and Ping Qing stood 100 miles behind him, observing from a distance. Xiaohui, what do you think Su Jiao Xiao intends to do? Guwanti Furo Dobro. In her view, one should maintain a low profile upon entering the immortal domain, as it is an unfamiliar world. Xiaohui, however, understood the situation well and barked. This is about establishing authority. Establishing authority? Chu Wanli expressed her surprise, but soon grasped the notion. Jiven su chiese temperament. It was inconceivable for him to act submissively in the immortal domain, with the Starry Sky immortal sect pursuing him. Living a dignified life would inevitably lead to trouble. Since he would eventually be found, it was better to take the initiative. He intended to exert pressure on Water Moon Cave, making it clear that he, Su Jiao Xiao, was not someone to be trifled with. In the distance, after Su Ci kicked a guarding disciple to death, chaos erupted within the Water Moon Cave. The protective mountain array was activated, and the fluctuations of celestial energy surged violently. At that moment, a man, seemingly a protector, shouted across the barrier, Su Jiao Xiao. We have already notified the Starry Sky Immortal Sect, and the Starbearers are on their way. If you have the guts, stay right there. Beside him, a group of cultivators clamored. How dare a wanted criminal invade our Water Moon Cave? He must be tired of living. Indeed, our Water Moon Cave is not to be trifled with. When the sect master arrives, you will not escape. Humph. How could a mere lower realm cultivator, accustomed to arrogance, dare show disrespect to a major power? He is merely courting death. The mountain's protective array could withstand the full force of an ordinary mysterious immortal strike. Thus, they were not fearful. Rather, they were concerned that Su Si might flee. They resorted to provoking him, hoping to keep him occupied for a while. Yet, little did they know, Su Si had no intention of escaping. Suddenly, Su Si opened his eyes and struck out with his palm. A buzzing sound resonated as an invisible hand pierced through the protective array, shattering the protector's head. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Those nearby felt not even a breeze. Still reveling in their taunts towards Su Si, one disciple, in the midst of his furious insults, was suddenly splattered with blood. Wiping his face, he froze blood. He stood there, dumbfounded, resembling a statue, and turned to his side. The once formidable protector now hung lifelessly in the air, a headless corpse, continuously oozing blood. Heir. His body trembled uncontrollably, but before he could finish, his head was pierced by a single finger, instantly shattering into pieces, with blood splattering onto the disciples nearby. Panic began to spread. The arrogant expressions of the disciples abruptly ceased as they exchanged glances, still trying to comprehend the situation, when their heads exploded like fireworks. Until the very end, they remained clueless as to how Su Si had inflicted harm upon them through the protective array. Ping Qing, hiding in the back, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Killing invisibly. Is it the Tao of space? There are hardly any space immortals near the mysterious immortal level within the entire Shaoyan immortal domain. Xiao Hui glanced at him and whispered, it shouldn't be too rare. After all, the deceased High Feng from the Starry Sky Immortal Sect was also a space immortal, wasn't he? Ping Qing's expression froze. That should be the only acknowledged space immortal in Shaoyan. But wait, if High Feng is dead? A sudden realization struck Ping Qing with fear. Could it be that the Starry Sky Immortal Sect's large-scale bounty on Su Jiuxiao is because he killed High Feng? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Hui shot him a glare. Both are comprehending the Tao of space. How could an immortal kill a mysterious immortal? Have you lost your wits? Ping Qing swallowed hard. Killing does not necessarily require strength. It can involve betrayal, schemes, traps, or poison. Say that again. Xiao Hui bared his teeth. Do not mention Su Jiuxiao's comprehension of the Tao of space again, where you will surely meet your end. Ping Qing froze, then gazed blankly. What did I just see? He decisively severed the memory. Chu Wanli sighed. You can't bully him. Su Jiuxiao is anything but low-key. Those who witnessed his use of the Tao of space include not just us, but also the people of Watermoon Cave. Exposure is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui sighed lightly, suggesting patience until he could confront a mysterious immortal, at which point he could reveal his abilities. It was still too early. A space immortal, as long as they did not encounter a freak like Jibo or seek death themselves, would have no danger traversing the Shaoyan immortal domain. Confronting a mysterious immortal, Chu Wanli bit her lip, feeling somewhat powerless. She understood the cultivation system of the immortal realm. For someone like her, a mortal immortal, without the assistance of a time, Tao, immortal, or access to a secret place that could adjust the flow of time, reaching the mysterious immortal level would require at least 50,000 years of effort. Assuming her talent was maximized, cultivation requires background, support, connections, and wealth. The immortal realm is even more brutally hierarchical than the mortal world, with rigid class structures. Reflecting on this, Chu Wanli sighed softly. Don't say anything. I know Su Jiuxiao too well. No one can persuade him. Xiao Hui barked. If anything happens, you should leave first. If a fight breaks out, I might not be able to protect you. You should go to the Tai Sword sect and train hard to avenge us. Chu Wanli shook her head, smiling brightly. Why should I leave? Are you not afraid of dying? Xiao Hui glanced at her. Not afraid. Chu Wanli gazed into the distance, resolutely stating, since I came here with him, I will support him from behind, even if he does not want me. Xiao Hui fell silent, pondering how it seemed that this Chu was more suited to be a lady than Afu. Perhaps he should advise the young master to take them both. At that moment, the Tao suddenly surged with energy. The void before Su Si cracked, and a figure wielding a hammer emerged. A blacksmith? Which scoundrel is Su Jiuxiao? Jia Yong stepped forth, his presence formidable, and the Dao's fluctuation soared. Watermoon Cave, being part of the 9 Provinces Island, was in close proximity to other caves. With his ostentatious entrance, the gazes of dozens of spies from surrounding forces focused on him. Is that the 8th Elder Jia Yong, who comprehends the Dao of forging? What does Watermoon Cave intend to do? Are they planning to forge that youth into a weapon? A weapon? Is that youth's physical body particularly strong? Suddenly, the spies recalled Jia Yong mentioning a name. Did you catch that? It sounded like Su Fuxiao, the heavenly Xian Su Jiuxiao. The spies were astounded and rushed closer for a better look. This was monumental news. A lower realm cultivator, wanted by the Starry Sky immortal sect, boldly storming Watermoon Cave. Was he courting death? Of course, Jia Yong thought the same. The burly man wielding the hammer approached without a hint of caution, gazing at Su Ci with a mocking expression. You, an immortal, dare to block the entrance of Watermoon Cave? Do you truly believe you are invincible? Before he could finish, a sharp clang resounded as a beam of sword energy shot skyward. The Jiuxiao Emperor's sword had been drawn. Su Ci, who had been sitting cross-legged, leaped into the air, seizing the sword hilt, merging with the space around him. With a hum, a single strike passed through Jia Yong's body. 5-colored divine light erupted upon his form. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements manifested, transforming into 5 grand characters inscribed upon Jia Yong's limbs and head. Behind Jia Yong, Su Ci sheathed the sword and snapped his fingers. The balance of the 5 elements was disrupted. With a resounding boom, a kaleidoscope of radiant colors erupted, and Jia Yong's body was torn asunder, his very soul disintegrating into particles. Su Ci turned, gesturing with his hand, and the storage ring embedded with celestial diamonds soared into his grasp. He was momentarily taken aback. A profound immortal. Is this all? Chapter 64. Even a Xianxian must kneel. Jia Yong has perished. He did not even have the chance to utter his name before Su Ci, wielding 70% of his strength, reduced him to ashes with a single stroke, offering not a hint of resistance. This was not due to the Xuanqian's lack of strength. Rather, Su Ci, as a celestial being, was unlike any ordinary immortal. His cultivation encompassed realms far beyond the comprehension of the common folk. The 7 classics of martial arts alone amplified his celestial essence to an unfathomable level. Furthermore, he had comprehended the 5 elements path and the spatial path, both of which ranked among the top 100 paths to their pinnacle of entry. He was merely a step away from becoming a Xianxian. The 9 Heavens Imperial Sword, a high-grade celestial artifact, sliced through metal as if it were mud. Thus, Jia Yong's defeat was not unjust. He was overwhelmingly powerful. In the distance, the scouts were so frightened that they nearly soiled themselves. An immortal transcending ranks to slay a Xianxian, those capable of such feats are invariably prodigies, meticulously nurtured within major powers. They are the kind of talents who participate in the celestial domain as competitions. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers became nuanced. It was no wonder that the Starry Sky sect was willing to offer a substantial bounty for this individual, should he mature and ascend further to become a Xianxian. The Starry Sky sect would encounter significant troubles. Alas, he had ultimately offended those he should not have. A soft sigh escaped someone else's lips. The Starry Sky sect, a behemoth that had stood in the Shaoyan celestial domain for countless years, its influence vast enough to rival the Shaoyan celestial mansion, to offend it without a formidable backing, no matter how astonishing one's talent, would render growth futile. Some lamented, while others seethed with fury. Within the Watermoon Cave, the sect leader smashed a cup in anger, exclaiming, "Shermu, why did you not mention he could annihilate a Xianxian?" Annihilating a Xianxian. This is not merely defeating or killing. It signifies an overwhelming display of power. While Jia Yong may have underestimated his opponent, he was clad in priceless protective artifacts. As a master blacksmith, he naturally reserved the finest for himself. The fact that Su Ci obliterated him with a single stroke speaks volumes about the terrifying offensive prowess of that seated youth outside. "What shall we do now, leader?" someone queried. "Seal the cave," Do not spare any celestial gold. Have the disciples rise to form formations and elevate the mountain protection array to its maximum capacity. With time, as the starry sky sect's might approaches, Su Jiuxiao will inevitably retreat. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yet one scar-faced elder remained unconvinced. An immortal has breached our gates, and we are to cower in retreat? How utterly disgraceful! How will the Jiuzhou Island, and indeed the entire Shaoyan celestial domain, perceive our water-moon cave in light of this? I refuse to accept such a fate. Gee, what do you propose we do? The sect leader cast a glance at the scar-faced elder. Gee, the most formidable warrior under the water-moon sect leader, had long harbored disdain for Jiayong, that braggart blacksmith, always boasting of his might. Had he not possessed some value, I would have slain him myself long ago, well before Su Ci arrived. My temper is already volatile. Witnessing the sect leader's weakness only exacerbates my ire. I say we fight. All 6 of us Zhuangxians shall emerge, and with our formations. There is no way that Su Jiuxiao can withstand our onslaught. As soon as his words fell, an elder opposed him. Even if we managed to defeat Su Jiuxiao, we would emerge severely wounded. What then for the celestial domain competition? Let us adhere to the leader's strategy and prioritize stability. Speak not such nonsense. Yetonderet indignant. To shrink in fear is to shatter one's resolve. If a mere blacksmith is to be killed, why do you quail? I have comprehended the 157th path of the 3,000 great avenues, the path of sharpness, which demands relentless forward momentum and engagement in battle. If you will not go, then I shall. With that, Ji bolted forth. Behind him, another elder, wielding dual blades, felt his blood rush with fervor. 4th elder, wait for me. I shall accompany you into battle. The remaining elders fell silent, casting fierce glares at the paralyzed Shermu, their murderous intent palpable. To have stirred such calamity, a death would be too light a punishment. Shermu listened to the elders argue, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. She had never anticipated that her moment of folly would summon such a terrifying demon, threatening to tear their entire sect apart, recalling their flirtatious exchanges and her threats. She trembled uncontrollably. If only she could kneel and beg Su Ci for forgiveness. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Her pleas would be in vain. She could only lament her ill fortune, having inadvertently crossed paths with Su Ci at a moment when he sought to establish his might. Outside the Watermoon Cave, Ji, bearing the hopes of countless disciples, emerged alongside an elderly figure. As they stepped forth, their eyes blazed with battle intent. Ji bellowed, "Let's uphold the dignity of Watermoon. We shall fight rather than yield. We shall fight rather than yield." Countless disciples echoed his rallying cry. Kill! With a flash of his blade, Ji cleaved the air, slicing the space in two as the blade's aura surged toward Su Ci. This strike, imbued with the essence of the Great Path, was indomitable, akin to the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, sharp beyond imagination. Even Su Ci felt a hint of solemnity as he calculated. This blade's aura could indeed inflict harm upon his celestial battle body. Such an attack was astonishing. The ranking of the 3,000 great avenues was not solely based on combat prowess. In terms of offensive capability, the Path of Sharpness undoubtedly ranked among the top 50. As the blade's aura sliced through the air, Su Ci's figure flickered like a phantom, elusive and unfathomable. A mere afterimage. Ji's eyes widened in shock. What manner of technique was this that it surpassed even his blade's speed? Yet, before he could contemplate further, Su Ci appeared directly above Ji, descending with a single foot poised to strike. Kneel. Chapter 65. Apologies and pleas for mercy. With a resounding crash, Su Ci's foot came down upon Ji's head, unleashing an invisible wave of force that radiated outward. Ji trembled violently, yet remained immobile, enduring the pressure. You, an immortal, think you can make me kneel? Ji's face contorted with rage, blood seeping from between his clenched teeth, a testament to the immense effort he exerted to resist Su Ci. Refusing to kneel? Su Ci scoffed, increasing the weight of his stance as his energy channels gradually opened. The chaotic energy coursed through his body, amplifying his strength twofold, threefold, until it surged to an astonishing fivefold. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. GD gritted his teeth, unable to even scream, as his entire being began to crumble under the pressure. He was on the verge of being crushed to death by Su Ci. What a man! Suchi marveled. Yet he showed no signs of relenting, bringing his foot down with formidable force. With a resounding thud, GD's skull shattered beneath his weight, and his body could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing to the ground in a desperate kneel. A bloodied corpse now knelt before Su Ci. Suddenly, GD's massive sword ignited spontaneously, hurtling towards it with ferocious intent. This blade, having developed a consciousness, mirrored its master's defiance, refusing to yield until the very end. Su Ci waved his hand, and the sword was instantly pulled into another dimension. After a dizzying journey, it emerged once more, but only the hilt remained. The blade had been consumed by flames. Silence enveloped the arena. All present were left in awe, unable to fathom how a mere mortal from a lower realm could so effortlessly eliminate the second-in-command of the Water Moon Cave. Flee! The elderly figure who had accompanied GD was paralyzed with fear, turning to flee towards the Water Moon Cave. Leave him, Su Ci replied nonchalantly, extending his right hand as the very fabric of space contorted into a colossal, transparent claw descending from above. Within its palm lay an infinite corridor of space. The elder became ensnared. Confusion painted across his face as if he had plunged into a boundless void. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the labyrinthine trap. In the next instant, Su Ci clenched his hand. Millions of anguished cries erupted from the corridor, shattering the elder's eardrums and freezing his soul in terror. With a resounding clap, the colossal hand closed, obliterating the space around it and reducing the elder's body to nothingness, forever vanishing from this world. A high-level celestial technique, hand of the heavens. Su Ci regarded his right hand thoughtfully. He sensed that this celestial art was still in its nascent stage, capable of further enhancement. The cries of countless beings he had just heard felt alarmingly real, as if an entire world had been revolving within that corridor. If mastered to perfection, could it truly obliterate an entire realm? Suchi pondered. Within the Water Moon Cave, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The sect leader sat in silence at the head of the table, surrounded by trembling elders, the fear palpable in the air. Is he truly an immortal? The sect leader finally whispered. No one dared to respond. This is a calamity that could annihilate our sect. The sect leader closed his eyes, struggling to process the gravity of their situation. The crisis had struck with alarming swiftness and without warning. A single female disciple had returned, bringing with her a harbinger of doom. With Su Ci's terrifying power, it would not be easy for the Celestial Star sect to subdue him. If they failed, even if they hid away, as long as Su Ci remained, the Water Moon Cave would never again dare to stand in the Shaoyan immortal domain. All was lost. An elder lamented. One cannot walk along the shore without getting wet. They were all aware of the misdeeds of Shimeng, yet they had chosen to overlook them. For Shimeng could indeed bring back resources. However, in their pursuit of gain, they had failed to recognize the duality of all things. While he could bring back resources, he could also summon a devil. Sect leader, please beg for mercy. An elder spoke bitterly. It is merely a conflict of interests, not a life-and-death vendetta. There is still a chance. The hall fell silent. A second-rate power pleading for mercy from a mortal? How would the Water Moon Cave maintain its standing on the 9 provinces island? What would other factions think of them? They could even be relegated to the ranks of minor sects. Yet with GD dead, the main faction had lost its backbone. The elder's suggestion resonated with many, as they eagerly supported the idea. Yes, surrender, sect leader. Survival is paramount. Even if we become a minor sect, we need not live in fear. For as long as our cave remains, we shall have our day in the sun. Indeed, perhaps in the future, Su Jiushao will rise to prominence and become a celestial king. Our defeat would be a tale worth telling. The sect leader sighed heavily. Very well, let it be so. With that, he turned to Shimeng, his gaze as cold as the frigid rivers of the heavens. Sect leader, sect leader. Shi Ming stammered, retreating in fear. You cannot send me out to my death. You cannot. Uncle, have you forgotten my deceased aunt? The sect leader remained silent. For the survival of the sect, he would not hesitate to sacrifice Shi Ming, nor even his aging mother, without a hint of regret. He seized Shi Ming by the neck, as one would a pet, and turned to the assembly. Su Xianshi demands 300,000 celestial gold. Our sect lacks the resources. Now, gather your celestial artifacts, gold, and mounts. We must pool our resources. I shall go out and plead for mercy. The crowd trembled at the sect leader's words, but said nothing, silently handing over their storage rings to the second elder for collection. With a sorrowful sigh, the sect leader grasped Shi Ming tightly and stepped outside the Water Moon Cave. He bowed respectfully to Su Ci. Suchi scrutinized him. You are the sect leader of the Water Moon Cave? Just call me Shueyu. Every sect leader has been named thus, Shueyu replied, tossing Shi Ming into the air as he spoke with an ingratiating smile. Su Xianshi, I have brought you the person you sought. Furthermore, I am preparing the 300,000 celestial gold. It will be ready for you within half an hour. Shi Ming collapsed to her knees, her previously paralyzed body now imbued with a desperate vitality. Su Xianshi, she called out, scrambling towards him. It was my mistake. I was wrong to scheme against you. Please, grant me a chance at life. I will devote myself to piety and build a shrine in your honor, offering you daily sacrifices. Or, perhaps, Ming possesses some charm and talent. If you desire, I can accompany you daily. As she spoke, she twirled gracefully. Her limbs splayed on the ground, her rear end raised in a suggestive gesture. As the Grand Mistress of the Water Moon Cave, her physique was extraordinary, wholly distinct from ordinary women. By offering her body in conjunction with dual cultivation practices, even some profound immortals would find it hard to refuse. Those observing were filled with envy and trepidation. The once mighty Water Moon Cave was now reduced to a pitiful state before Su Ci, and they could relate, for their own faction was not much stronger. They etched Su Ci's visage deeply into their memories, understanding that no one should provoke this harbinger of doom. Chapter 66. The negotiation falls apart. The Water Moon Array. Su Ci ascends. Chu Wanli cast a disdainful glance at Shi Ming. To her surprise, the denizens of the immortal realm were not much different from those of the heavenly Xian realm, essentially the same. Xiao Hui wagged his tail, asserting that the people of the immortal realm were still human. Humans possess 7 desires, with the longing for life being an intrinsic nature that surpasses all other yearnings. Chu Wanli nodded slightly, having previously thought that immortals were devoid of desires, lofty and untouchable. Xiao Hui scoffed, indicating that such perceptions arose only when one was uninvolved, lacking any stakes, and had little regard for the other person. Those truly free from desires are those who have devoted themselves to the path of heavenly cultivation, eventually becoming one with the heavens. Such beings can hardly be considered human. Thus, pursuing the path of the heavens is a grave error. One should never tread that path. Oh, Chu Wanli contemplated this, nodding in agreement, before turning her gaze towards Su Ci. Xiao Hui, do you think Su Ci will spare the Water Moon Cave? Xiao Hui shook his head. How would I know? I've only known him for a few days. You've known him far longer. You should be more familiar with him than I am. However, if a Fu were here, she would certainly spare the Water Moon Cave, extracting compensation before departing. Perhaps even eliminating Shi Ming in the process. Do you think Su Ci would do the same? I don't think so. When facing an enemy, he has never been lenient. Shi Ming seeks to harm him, and those 2 Xianxian earlier were also intent on killing him. Now that they cannot win, they claimed they wish to surrender. Is the world truly so simple? Chu Wanli indeed had a grasp of Su Ci's mindset, observing Shi Ming's incessant flirtations. Such remained utterly unperturbed. Although Shi Ming was quite attractive with an exquisite figure, he was no novice. In fact, he was a highly skilled expert. He would not be swayed by such charms. Seeing that Su Ci was unmoved, the leader of the Water Moon sect gritted his teeth and charged forward, striking Shi Ming's head with a powerful palm. Uncle, you Ming's eyes widened in shock, silenced. The Water Moon sect leader spoke solemnly. Su Xianshi, Ming has offended you and is already guilty. Now, in her frivolity, she has committed an even greater crime deserving of death. I beseech you, Su Ianishi, let us of the Water Moon Cave put this matter behind us. Suchirigarded inculi, stating that the matter with Ming could be settled for 300,000 jin of celestial gold. But what are your two Xian who attacked me? Do you have an explanation for that? The Water Moon sect leader's eyes widened. They are already dead. Su Ci smiled enigmatically at him. They flew out from the Water Moon Cave. Can there be any doubt? The Water Moon sect leader trembled inwardly, regretting that he had not stopped GD earlier. Yet, as the saying goes, there is no remedy for regret. At that moment, he had no inkling of Su Ci's might, slaying Xian as one would a mere dog. What compensation does Su Xianshi seek? Another 300,000 jin of celestial gold. That is utterly impossible. The Water Moon sect leader fumed. 300,000 jin of celestial gold had nearly emptied the entire Water Moon Cave. To demand another 300,000 was tantamount to selling all the Xian into slavery at the Little Yin Immortal Mansion. Then we shall fight. Su Ci closed his eyes. Do you truly believe the Water Moon Cave is made of clay? I tell you, Su Jiuxiao, you have not won yet. The Starry Immortal Sect Starbearers are on their way here. The Water Moon Sect leader gritted his teeth and turned back towards the Water Moon Cave. From this day forth, the Water Moon Cave and Su Jiuxiao are sworn enemies. Hooray, he declared. Let me see how you, an upper immortal, can breach my mountain-protecting immortal array. The Water Moon Cave, a place that can be slain but not insulted, can be slain but not insulted? Suchicha coldly. Then I shall oblige. In the distance, the Water Moon Cave erupted in fervor, the entire immortal mountain rising into the sky, surrounded by boundless celestial essence. Celestial beasts prowled, celestial trees blossomed, and thousands of disciples assembled into the Water Moon array, glaring fiercely at Su Ci. The Water Moon sect leader sat in the center, clad in white robes, exuding a solemn and dignified presence. At that moment, the immortal mountain appeared as one, its defensive power soaring dramatically. The Water Moon sect leader finally regained his confidence. Su Jiuxiao, how will you contend with my mountain-protecting immortal array? What a grand spectacle! Xiao Yu exclaimed, astonished. This immortal mountain was an immense celestial artifact still under construction. No wonder the Water Moon Cave was so impoverished, resorting to acts of robbery. It also explained why the one wielding the iron hammer held such a high position at the outset. All resources had been poured into this endeavor. Chu Wanli's beautiful eyes flickered. Is it impossible to break through? It will be difficult. Shall we pause for a moment? Only a peak combat type Xian would have a chance to breach this defense. Su Ci still lacks a bit. He has yet to comprehend the sword path. The sword path. Among the 3,000 great ways, it ranks in the top 30. In terms of offensive capability, it can be among the top 5. The sword is the king of all weapons, unmatched in sharpness. Although Su Ci possesses a few sword techniques, he has yet to grasp the essence of the sword path. Should we withdraw? Chu Wanli glanced around, shrinking her neck. She was merely a terrestrial immortal. It was impossible for her to claim she was unafraid. Had it not been for Su Ci's presence, she would have vanished long ago. Lit esse ed suchi. After all, our words carry little weight. Xiao Hui stuck out his tongue. You know, this feeling is rather agreeable. When I was with Fu Yueying, every time we encounter crisis, I had to come up with a plan. It was exhausting. It's much better to follow Su Ci. I can just relax. In the distance, Su Ci observed the reinvigorated Water Moon sect leader. It appeared that his previous kick and palm strike had not thoroughly intimidated this old man. Why, Su Jiuxiao, I advise you to retreat while you still can. The Water Moon sect leader regarded Su Ci, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even the Starry Immortal sect would find it challenging to breach my Water Moon Cave. Perhaps you should focus on cultivating to become a Xian before returning. He thought to himself that by the time Su Ci reached that level, the Water Moon Cave would have already relocated to another immortal realm, never to be seen again. Suddenly, Su Ci sheathed his sword and ascended towards the heavens, gazing down upon the water-moon cave. His skin radiated a grayish aura, a primal essence that reached to the core. Chaos energy. What is he planning after unlocking so much? Is he intending to imbibe it himself? Chapter 67. The fist that shakes the water-moon, the furnace that refines the cave of heaven. Upon witnessing Su Ci, enveloped in a swirling mist of pale gray energy, the master of water-moon sect was filled with questions. What forbidden technique does he intend to unleash? Is he truly so stubborn as to not relent until he faces his demise? An elder shook his head, confident that after a brilliant strike, Su Ci would retreat. The cave's defenses have been reinforced over the years to such an astonishing degree that even we are unaware of their current might. Not to mention Su Jiushao. Even the Starry Array and the Shaoyan army would find it difficult to penetrate our water-moon formation. Well said. The master of water-moon sect laughed heartily, his grin widening with every word. With their formation at full power, they stood invincible even on the vast expanse of Jiuzhou Island. A mere lower realm cultivator dares to demand 300,000 pounds of celestial gold in compensation? What audacity! With this thought, the master pointed at Su Ci. Su Jiushao, retreat now, and let us live in peace. I shall return you 30,000 celestial gold. How does that sound? Su Ci shook his head, chaos energy bubbling forth, all converging in his right hand. A crackling sound echoed as gray-white flames ignited, the scorching heat distorting the very fabric of space, raising the temperature within 1,000 miles. Gray-white flames. The master of water-moon sect gasped in astonishment. What kind of fire is this? Does such a flame exist in the celestial realm? The elders exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Could it be some rare fire born of heaven and earth? One elder hesitantly suggested, heavenly fires, while not overwhelmingly powerful, possess unique effects. Is it possible that this flame has the capability to break formations? Is that why Su Jiushao is so fearless? Perhaps. Yet, our water-moon formation is not something that can be easily incinerated by mere flames. It feels like a celestial technique. He is channeling celestial essence. An elder with keen perception noted, sensing Su Ci drawing in celestial energy like a whale swallowing water. Here it comes. Someone shouted. Su Ci's eyes flew open, blazing with the flickering gray-white flames. His right fist thrust forward with tremendous force. A colossal furnace of heaven and earth materialized, towering to a height of 100,000 zhang. It could easily accommodate 3 water-moon caves. It dwarfed ordinary celestial artifacts by tenfold. The furnace directly enveloped the water-moon cave. Refine. Su Ci sat cross-legged, chaos energy continuously flowing into the furnace before him. Flames soared into the sky. Gray and black energy waves surged and roiled. Inside, tens of thousands of disciples of Water-Moon Cave were left in a state of confusion and despair. It's hot. The temperature is unbearable. Despite being Earth immortals, accustomed to the heat of the fire seas, they were now drenched in sweat under the protection of their celestial artifact. No, my body is melting. A disciple lacking sufficient cultivation stared in horror as his skin began to disintegrate into a grayish liquid, merging into the furnace. The flames within the furnace blazed ever brighter. The master of Water-Moon sect, overseeing the situation, felt his vision blur with rage. What technique is this? Such an immense furnace. Does Su Jiushao intend to refine us into medicinal pills? This is demonic magic. An elder who had been observing collapsed to the ground, realizing the gravity of the situation. Human-grade medicinal pills are strictly prohibited in the central celestial realm. How could he dare to refine such things? Is he not afraid of death? Who can transmit this information out? Alert the celestial court. Let the celestial lords deal with this demon. It's futile. The master of Water-Moon sect retreated a couple of steps, his legs feeling numb, severed from the outside world. This is a new realm. We have been blind. This is at least a high-tier celestial technique. Su Jiuzhao's background is astonishing. They lamented, realizing too late that they should have simply handed over the 600,000 pounds of celestial gold, no matter the cost, rather than face such calamity. High-tier celestial techniques. The crowd fell silent, their faces devoid of life. Such techniques are at least to the Celestial King level. To use it against them, an utter waste. It was only at this moment that Su Ci began to unleash the true power of the furnace of heaven and earth fist. Previously, while refining Tang Heng in the Tianxian realm, he had barely scratched the surface of this celestial technique's might. Yet even so, Tang Heng had been unable to withstand it. Likewise, neither could the master of Water Moon sect and his followers. Wait, little Gray's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Ci has yet to inherit any legacy, so how does he possess such a level of technique? To refine the stronghold of a power. This furnace of heaven and earth must possess the might of a peak Xian immortal. Of course, a peak Xian immortal would not simply stand still and allow one to strike. Su Ci's use of this technique against Water Moon Cave was somewhat opportunistic, as the cave offered no resistance, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, waiting for Su Ci to envelop them. Even Little Gray was left in shock. Pei Qing and Chu Wanli were no better, standing in place with minds frozen, gazing at the vast, sky-spanning inferno of the furnace, their hearts tumultuous with emotions. In the distance, numerous scouts feverishly sketched and disseminated information about the scene. Water Moon Cave was being refined. This was destined to be a matter that would shake the celestial realm. It must be reported to the highest echelons of their power. At the Tai Yi Sword Sect, Xie was engaged in conversation, holding a shell-sized communication stone. On the other end was Tian Lu, senior sister. Please take good care of Su Ci and Wanli. They are my two prized disciples. I cannot let them fall. Tian Lu's voice came through, filled with earnestness. Rest assured, Xie assured him, now that they have arrived in Shaoyin Celestial Realm, they're under the protection of Tai Yi Sword Sect. I will treat them as my own disciples. Tian Lu was touched. Senior sister, you know I've always regarded you as my true sister. Xie nodded with a smile. I know, but let's not get sentimental at our age. Where are they now? They have been in the Celestial Realm for 5 hours. They should be near Jiuzhou Island now. That's south quite close. Xie stood up, adjusting her attire, preparing to meet Su Ci and Wanli. Just then, a loud knock echoed at the door. Enter? Xie frowned. Senior Xie, something has happened on Jiuzhou Island. A maid rushed in, clutching a bamboo slip. The writing on it hurried and chaotic, indicating it was an urgent message. Jiuzhou Island? Xie, serving as the external steward of Tai Yi Sword Sect, usually handled matters such as the emergence of the heart of the Tianxian realm. Hearing the name of Jiuzhou Island now, she felt an unsettling premonition. What has happened? She inquired. A peerless demon has appeared on Jiuzhou Island, shaking the water moon, and has imprisoned the entire Water Moon Cave within a furnace. It is said that he intends to refine the celestial beings of Water Moon Cave into medicinal pills. The maid read the note, trembling with each word. Puffed. Xie couldn't help but laugh. To treat tens of thousands of cultivators as medicinal pills? Even the celestial lords of the Central Celestial Realm would not dare to do such a thing. An urgent message may contain misdirection. Let us wait for the second letter. The Shaoyin Celestial Realm is far larger than the Tianxian Realm, so inaccuracies in information are to be expected. Xie took a sip of water, calmly regarding the maid. Is there anything else written on it? The maid glanced again and said, oh. It also states that the perpetrator is called Tianxian Su Jiushao. Tianxian Su Jiushao. Such an obscure name. Most of the powerful ones are known as the Wandering Xian Immortal, the Overturning Celestial King. This is the first time I've heard a name like this. Puffed. Xie's eyes widened, and she spat out the water she had just drunk, staring blankly at the maid. Huh? Steward, what's wrong? The maid looked at Xie, he in confusion. What did you say his name was? Tianxuan Su Hu Xiao. The maid read it once more, but when she lifted her head again, the figure of Xie, he had vanished. Where could she be? The maid was bewildered. Chapter 68. Luo Xiao's Determination. I will fight Su Ci. On her way, Xie, he cursed Tian Lu 1,000 times. Where was the initial sibling affection? What a troublesome burden Su Jiushao was. They had only arrived at the Shaoyin Immortal Domain a few hours ago. To rush to the entrance of Shui Yu Cave Heaven and attempt to refine the entire cave? While the messages might contain exaggerations, the essence of the matter remained undeniable. She was frantically contemplating how to clean up this mess. In the central immortal province, within the Yunmeng immortal court, atop an ancient immortal mountain, stood a Yao pool filled with immortal essence. At this moment, Luo Xiao sat with her pristine white legs bare, swinging by the pond, playfully teasing a small phoenix. Beside her, a snow-white lantern burned with azure flames. Turning her gaze towards the lantern, Luo Xiao softly asked, "Master, how are you?" From within the lantern, a voice as delicate as jade emerged. "It's only been a few months. I'm not that fragile." "Oh." Luo Xiao stuck out her tongue. "My Sherbo locked me in the time's secret realm, and I've spent thousands of years there. Everything now feels dizzying." Fu Yiwei pondered, "Prolonged seclusion is detrimental to understanding one's Dao heart. You must refrain from further cultivation and take a stroll around the immortal court to temper your disposition." "All right." Luo Xiao allowed her thoughts to drift as she reclined on her chair, inadvertently recalling a shadow from a distant night, a memory both distant yet vivid. "Master, I also wish to comprehend the Tao of time. It might mitigate the impact time has on me," Luo Xiao suddenly proclaimed, fearing the erosion of her memories by time itself. "Too late." Fu Yiwei's voice resonated. "You have yet to grasp the essence of time. Yet you have prematurely utilized the time's secret realm. Time has already dulled your spirit. You will never comprehend the Tao of time in this lifetime." "Ugh." Luo Xiao felt disheartened, but only for a moment before regaining her composure. "Time is so ephemeral, even in the central immortal province. How many can truly grasp the concept of time? Individuals like Jibo, who cannot be bested even by those above the immortal sovereign rank, exemplify the tyranny of the Tao of time. Even if Luo Xiao were to immerse herself in comprehension, hope would be scant." Suddenly, bubbles arose in the pond, as if fish and shrimp were frolicking within. In the next instant, a colorful carp leaped from the water, spitting out a scroll. "What is this?" As Luo Xiao reached out to take the scroll, time around her abruptly slowed. A withered hand emerged and snatched the painting away. Luo Xiao glared at the pond's edge, at the old man who had shrunk to a mere 5 feet tall. "Sherbo, could you not have made it a tad more presentable? It's utterly hideous." Jibo grinned, exposing his toothless mouth. "When I go on a date with the fairy, you shall see just how dashing your Sherbo truly is." "Fairy? Who is that?" Luo Xiao's curiosity ignited. "Children should not pry." Jibo shot her a glance before confidently unfurling the scroll. His eyes widened in sudden astonishment. "What happened?" Luo Xiao inquired, puzzled. "Intelligence from the Shao Yin immortal domain." Jibo replied softly. Luo Xiao's expression remained indifferent, while Fu Yiwei's azure glow dimmed slightly. "Trivial matters. I can't be bothered to listen. It's concerning your husband." Boom! The snow-colored lantern erupted with a dazzling flame. Luo Xiao's cheeks flushed. "Izi Tsuchi?" He. Her emotions were a tumult of complexity. She had thought she was marrying a youthful man of 18, only to discover he was a 2,000-year-old elder. Of course, for her present self, age was no longer an issue. What mattered was that the man was an old acquaintance of her master. Yet, it was she who had engaged with him. She was inwardly in turmoil. However, Fu Yiwei and Jibo were unperturbed, engrossed in studying the scroll. This is an image reflected by the Tao, not particularly clear. In the painting, a person sits cross-legged before a cauldron, surrounded by a throng of individuals. It appears Su Ci is bullying someone, Jibo analyzed. Though I signaled the Ingtian immortal pool to focus on the Shao Yin immortal domain, without the ripples of a profound immortal, it could not be reflected. Fu Ying gasped. "Are you saying Su Ci has already reached the profound immortal stage? It has only been 4 months, right?" Her voice suddenly escalated. When she ascended to the immortal domain, she was already considered a rare prodigy, spending thousands of years to reach the profound immortal level. Su Ci had no immortal sovereign escort, nor a mentor proficient in the Tao of time. How could he possibly break through to the profound immortal stage in just 4 months? Absurd. Close, perhaps? Jibo was uncertain, for the distance from Shao Yin immortal domain was indeed great. But I estimate that with his current strength, He should be preparing to participate in the Immortal Domain competition of Shaoyan. Immortal Domain competition? Fu Yueying's voice resonated again. What are the rewards this time? It's still the Dao flower, which matures once every 300,000 years. This time, let me see. Oh my, it's the Sword Dao. The Lord of all weapons, a top 5 path of attack. I must go. Luo Ziyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the small phoenix perched on her shoulder chirped softly. Are you certain you wish to go? Ji Bo glanced at her. Competing against Su Ci, can you truly manage? Who are you underestimating? Luo Ziyao bared her small tiger teeth. I am a profound immortal imbued with the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. The reason I couldn't defeat Su Ci before was that he cheated. All right, when I see him again, I'll certainly leave him searching for his teeth. Your master cannot go, Jibo teased, casting her a sidelong glance. I can manage on my own. Luo Ziao proudly placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head skyward. Fu Yueying interjected abruptly. Have you considered the consequences? What happened that night when you couldn't win? Would you like me to remind you? Luo Ziao was taken aback, then contemplated her own strength. I have Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is a celestial king. No matter how formidable Su Ci is, can he surpass a celestial king? Xiao Luo, the small phoenix on her shoulder, chirped joyfully. Little Su loves to play with birds. Fu Yueying's voice was utterly calm. Yet in the eyes of the phoenix, it sounded like a thunderclap. That wretched dog, the nightmare of nightmares. Luo Ziao shook her head vigorously, taking a deep breath. No matter what, I am certain I can defeat him. If worst comes to worst, I can always flee. If I can't win, can I not escape? Fu Yueying replied indifferently. I merely advise you to consider the repercussions. If you are prepared to bear the consequences, then you may go. Luo Ziao. Chapter 69. Xiehe's Astonishment. The celestial army of stars arrives. The ever-expanding Luo Ziao quietly departed from the central celestial state. In silence, she resolved to avenge the humiliation inflicted by Su Ci that fateful night. Vowing to alter her form and confront him in the celestial realm, triumphing over him fair and square. She intended to surprise Su Ci. To fulfill this grand ambition, she borrowed several high-tier celestial artifacts from Jibo. As Jibo watched Luo Ziao's retreating figure, he sighed, Junior sister, do not worry too much. The disciples I have taught possess commendable character. Even if they defeat Su Ci, they will not overly embarrass him. Fu Yueying interjected. Did you not perceive that I am concerned about Ziao being bullied? Jibo cast a glance at the lantern. Ziao took my celestial artifacts. Should she lose to Su Ci, I shall drink the water from this celestial pool. That is footbath water, Fu Yueying replied, exasperated. Luo Ziao soaks her feet in it daily. Is your elder brother not mad? I am aware it is footbath water, Jibo retorted. I merely wish to express that the treasures I provided are sufficient to ensnare any profound celestial in an inescapable predicament. Just wait and see. With a loud bang, the lantern extinguished. Fu Yueying, uninterested in further discourse, succumbed to slumber. On Jiuzhou Island, having expended several hundred pounds of celestial gold and traveled arduously, Xie finally arrived. The scene before her rendered her speechless. Su Ci was indeed meditating, refining the old lair of the Water Moon Cave. She was stunned, floating dazedly to Chu Wanli's side, trembling as she sought clarification. How is this possible? This is absurd. As a celestial immortal, she held a respectable position as an outer sect steward in the Tai Sword sect. Yet, when confronted with the master and elders of the Water Moon Cave, one must show utmost reverence. After all, they were profound celestials. Even with her formidable background, she could not afford to be arrogant. In stark contrast, Suchi, who had been absent for merely a few months, brazenly invaded the cave, coercing its master and demanding 600,000 pounds of celestial gold. What did 600,000 pounds signify? It was approximately the yield of a small mine in perilous secret realms, akin to the lifeblood of second-rate power. Su Ci truly dared to make such demands. Little Gray, can Su Ci refine it? Xie turned to Little Gray, maintaining a sense of reverence. This creature, with a mere tremor of its canine form, could shake the entire celestial realm. Upon her return to the Tai Sword sect, Even they had felt the quaking. It can be refined, but it requires time, Little Gray replied solemnly. If Su Si were a profound celestial, refining the cave would take mere moments. Ultimately, he is but a step away. Time must accumulate. Time? That is too late. Siehi's gaze sharpened, turning directly towards Su Si. Suchi. Upon hearing his name, Su Si opened his eyes and smiled warmly. Siehi, being Tian Lu's senior sister and thus his senior aunt, had always shown genuine concern for him. Though her strength now paled in comparison, their bond remained intact. Tian Lu had once provided warmth to Su Si's family, and he would not forget his roots. Thus, despite his formidable strength, he would never turn against the students of Linlang Academy unless provoked. How long will it take to refine the Water Moon Cave? Siehi inquired, her concern evident. Approximately half an hour, Su Si responded, gauging the celestial furnace. The Water Moon formation had already collapsed. The resisting disciples transformed into a pool of blood. Only the master and a few elders of the Water Moon remained, struggling desperately. Had it not been for Su Si's intent to refine the impurities entirely into celestial gold, he could have departed already. There is no time. Siehi inhaled deeply. The people from the celestial army of stars will arrive soon. Within the span of a single incense stick. Su Si glanced at her, pondering. I have long been puzzled by one matter. Hai Feng and Yun Chun perished in my hands. Yet why does the celestial army of stars remain unafraid? Siehi replied gravely. That was the doing of Lord Ji. It has nothing to do with you. Su Si remained non-committal. Nevertheless, he is my backing, a celestial sovereign. Can he not uphold the situation? He shook her head. To my knowledge, Shaoyan Immortal Mansion has not publicized the deaths of Hai Feng and Yun Chun. This means that the celestial army of stars is unaware they perished by Lord Ji's hand. Nor do they know he is your support. Su Si was taken aback. Then what was the cause of their deaths? Uncontrollable forces, he explained matter-of-factly. The Shaoyan celestial domain is remote, unlike the Tianxin realm with its natural defenses. It is not unusual for a few celestial kings or sovereigns to pass by and inadvertently trample some profound celestials. I understand what you are implying. The bounty on you is due to your killing of Tang Heng. Consider this. If they truly knew you had slain Hai Feng and Yun Chun, would they merely offer a bounty of 20,000 pounds of celestial gold? Suchiese comprehension dond. No wonder the celestial army of stars dared to pursue him, and that Shi Ming even had the audacity to scheme against him. Yet, the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion had once courted his favor, but now they feigned ignorance. Perhaps this was due to Jibo distancing himself from him. The thought of that old man irked Su Si. What was wrong with leveraging a bit of influence? He would relish the opportunity to ascend to celestial sovereignty and deliver a few resounding slaps to that old fool in the central celestial state, alleviating his frustrations. Enough of your musings. Come with me now, Siehi urged. Once we reach the Tai Sword sect, even the celestial army of stars will not dare to intrude and search for you. Su Si shook his head, calmly stating, according to your assessment, how many individuals from the celestial army of stars will arrive? If a star master leads, then it would be a squad of celestial star formations. Their scale for capturing profound celestials should not be overwhelming. As she spoke, Siehi hesitated, glancing at the celestial furnace before them. If I can refine the Water Moon Cave, would I fear a mere squad of celestial star formations? Su Si regarded her with a knowing smile. Siehi realized her oversight, feeling somewhat awkward. She had still been under the impression that Su Si was at a disadvantage and in need of a rescue. The situation had shifted dramatically. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the celestial army of stars might be the ones seeking to escape. But did Su Si truly intend to confront them head-on? Lord Ji was no longer in the Shaoyan celestial domain. The celestial army of stars was indeed a formidable entity. Just then, the sky in the distance suddenly split apart. Dozens of vessels adorned with celestial patterns sailed into view. The celestial army of stars had arrived. At the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in a star-patterned robe and sporting an exaggerated slicked-back hairstyle, his hair slightly graying yet still gleaming, emerged. Upon seeing Su Chi seated in meditation, he produced a scroll, its image somewhat hazy. He compared it repeatedly struggling to confirm. I am Su Jiuxiao from Tianxian. I am the person you seek, Su Ci remarked, glancing at him. Such audacity. The middle-aged man fumed. As an inspector for the celestial army of stars, he was accustomed to seeing fugitives cower in fear upon encountering him, fleeing in panic. Who would dare to identify themselves so brazenly? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man exclaimed, his anger palpable. Pointing a finger at Suchi. He believed he could easily subdue Su Ci, but relished the anticipation of witnessing Su Ci's fear, helplessness, and trepidation upon hearing his name, a source of immense satisfaction for him. The primary reason he held this position. Oh, who are you? Suchi inquired with a smile. Typically, in encounters with such individuals, he would effortlessly dispatch them with a single strike. However, today was different. He was in the midst of refining the Water-Moon Cave. If they were to expend their efforts against the Celestial Star Sect, the master of the Water-Moon Sect and his companions might have the opportunity to escape. The Water-Moon Cave, a treasure worth at least 1,000,000 genes of celestial gold, would also be taken by them. It is certainly worth Su Ci's while to delay for a moment. The middle-aged man was quite cooperative in response to Su Ci's curious inquiries. A hint of a rebellious smile curved his lips as he proudly declared, I am Wan Yuxing, a celestial general under the command of General Tai Shirting, the commander of the celestial stars' 4 armies, known as the Iron-Faced Mysterious Immortal. Iron-Faced Mysterious Immortal. Upon hearing this name, Xie turned pale and frequently exchanged glances with Su Ci. Is he formidable? Su Ci turned and smiled, his expression utterly innocent. Chapter 70. Who dares to make me bow? He may not be formidable, but the 4th Army is indeed powerful. Xie explained that the commander of the 4th Army, Tai Shirting, is known as General Tai Shir. A general? Suchi raised an eyebrow, realizing that Tang Heng is also referred to as a general, which implies that Tai Shirting is one of the 7 stars. He has already slain 2 of the 7 stars. Clever. Xie nodded, noting that Tai Shirting is unlike the others, as the 4th son of the 7 stars. He is fiercely protective of his own. Should one provoke him, he would indeed bring the 4th Army to your stronghold. There was once a second-rate power that offended him, and he retaliated by unleashing a celestial formation upon them, even disturbing ancestral graves with his ruthless actions. Furthermore, the 4th Army under his command is valiant and skilled, holding the responsibility of inspections. As the public face of the 7 stars immortal sect, harming them would equate to killing Hai Feng and Yunshun. One would be hunted down until death. Suchi nodded. The celestial figure, Wan Yuxing, grew increasingly delighted at the exchange, casting an encouraging glance at Xie. Acknowledging that the Tai Sword sect is quite knowledgeable about our 7 stars immortal sect. Xie's lips twitched. Wan Yuxing then turned to Su Ci, observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, and his expression darkened. You insolent one, do you not recognize the 7 stars? I do, Su Ci replied with a nod. Do you not recognize our 4th Army? I do. Then you recognize me. Wan Yuxing Jun, now we do, Su Ci. That is good. Wan Yu nodded in satisfaction. His aura surged as he stepped forward, sitting in the skies with a great halberd before him, closing his eyes as silver-white light began to gather from the distant starry river. His form expanded tremendously, resembling a deity towering over the world, gazing down upon all living beings. After a moment, Wan Yu spoke, his voice resonating across the 9 provinces. Gentle wanderer, lost in the distance. Now that you've seen the starry sea, why do you not bow? In that instant, dozens of star ships illuminated, their lights intertwining to create a cosmic map. Standing before the deity, Su Ci gazed at the starry sea, feeling as though an ordinary person had fallen into the universe, acutely aware of his own insignificance. In the distance, many scouts knelt, reciting praises to the stars. Chu Wanli's eyes glazed over, and she too was about to kneel, only to be brought back to reality by Xiao Hui's call. Beside her, Ping Qing was already in tears, repeatedly bowing. Wan Yu sensed the faith emanating from all directions, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, as he turned to Su Ci. Wanderer, bow. A mysterious wave descended upon Su Ci, attempting to assimilate his soul and compel him to worship the stars. Suchi frowns lightly. This is the power of faith. They seek to convert him into a believer. Bowing to the stars grants eternal longevity. When you continue to coax him, Su Ci's gaze turned cold. He could no longer tolerate this. Was he being treated like a fool? Who the hell do you think you are to make me bow? Su Qi exclaimed, his right hand reaching out as he disregarded whether Shui Yu Dong Tian's people would escape. Chaotic energy coalesced in the air, forming a colossal, primitive hand, marked with deep crevices. This hand seemed to transcend time itself, emerging from the primordial era. Upon its appearance, the immense hand subtly obscured the great Tao, severing the fabric of time and space, as it pierced through the cosmic map and grasped Wan Yu Xingzhe by the throat, lifting him into the air. Wan Yu's legs dangled helplessly, kicking frantically. His hands clawed at the giant hand in a futile attempt to free himself, resembling a drowning duck, engulfed in agony. At that moment, all notions of the great Tao and power vanished from his mind. All he desired was to live. Will you bow or not? Su Qi shouted again. The scene fell into silence, and with Su Ci's voice, everyone awakened, gazing in shock at the sky. A massive, primitive hand was gripping a deity as high as the heavens. It was surreal. Meanwhile, due to Su Ci's extraction of chaotic energy, the near-death leader of Shui Yu managed to glimpse the outside world through the heavenly furnace. What on earth? Seeing this spectacle, the leader of Shui Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Wan Yu Xingzhe of the Seven Stars Immortal Sect was someone he had actively contacted. He knew well how powerful he was. There was no way Shui Yu Dong Tian could contend against him. He had hoped for salvation. How could it be that upon his arrival, he was seized in midair like a dead dog? Was this the end of all hope? The elders beside him opened their eyes, collapsing to the ground. Their skin had turned black, as if they were melting. Only their eyes retained a flicker of spirit. At this moment, witnessing Su Ci choking Wan Yu, they were so frightened that they lost all desire to escape. And this was their last opportunity. Outside, Su Ci gradually increased his grip, causing Wan Yu to tremble violently. He felt no connection to the great Tao, no sense of celestial essence. Akin to a mortal deprived of air, a suffocating sensation enveloped his soul. Though he would not die, the torment surpassed death by 100-fold. I ask you, will you bow or not? Su Qi growled. Throughout his life, who dared to make him bow? Truly, they were impatient to live. Help, fine. The general, Wan Yu gasped, his fingers twitching. The soldiers aboard the starships awoke from their stupor. A magnificent firework was launched into the sky, booming with a resounding blast, enveloping the heavens in white mist. It then transformed into a silver-armored general wielding a long blade, with sharp brows and starry eyes. Exuding en extraordinaire aura. On his left chest, a star insignia was inscribed with the words Taisher. This was a manifestation of Taisher Ting, the fourth son of the seven stars. Upon seeing Taisher Ting, Xie collapsed on the ground. This was not a junior general like Tang Heng or Shen Wei, but a celestial general in his prime, known for his unyielding vengeance and formidable reputation. He held significant power. Just a few words from him could create a stir in the Shaoyan immortal domain. Taisher Ting appeared, glancing at Wan Yu, then at Su Ci, his expression devoid of emotion. To dare strike against my fourth army, you cannot be an insignificant figure. Who are you? Su Ci instinctively turned and spoke. Listen well. I am Xian Tian Sect, Luo Feng. Xian Tian Sect. Taisher Ting was left bewildered. Guan Li. Xiao Ri. Xiehe. Cough. Su Ci rubbed his nose, glancing at Chu Wanli's peculiar expression. He realized he needed to change this habit. In the past, while a mortal cultivating immortality, he would casually mention his name as Luo Feng when encountering powerful figures seeking vengeance. But now he was someone with a system, no longer needing to use another S name. Listen well, I am Tian Xian, Su Jiao Shao. Su Ci declared once more, fixing his gaze on Taisher Ting. You are Tian Xian, Su Jiao Shao. Taisher Ting's expression shifted in surprise. Chapter 71. A hammer strike to Taisher Ting, heading towards Tai Dang Heng. One of the seven children of the stars, met his demise in the Tianxian realm. The sixth child, Shunwei, encountered troubles, suspected to be linked to Su Jiuxiao. Taisher Ting, also one of the 7 children of the stars, was certainly familiar with the name Su Jiuxiao. At this moment, upon witnessing Su Ci grasping Wanyu with a claw, Taisher Ting's brows furrowed deeply. It appears everyone has underestimated your strength. You possess the ability of a Xianxian. Would you care to test it? Su Ci smiled slightly, locking his gaze on Taisher Ting. Release Wanyu, and I shall seek you out for a fair duel. Taisher Ting replied solemnly, currently occupied with pressing matters. Otherwise, he would have already crossed realms to confront Su Ci without further ado. In his mind, he had always regarded himself as superior to Su Ci. A practitioner from the lower realms had no right to negotiate with him. Do you think you can simply let me go? Su Ci scoffed, looking at Taisher Ting. What do you even amount to? At his words, Taisher Ting's expression turned sinister, while Xiehe beside him widened her eyes in disbelief, shaking her head frantically. This is too reckless. The situation is escalating. You audacious fool. Taisher Ting beloved. Do you truly comprehend that you must bear the consequences of your actions? But how could Su Ci heed any of it? With a firm grip of his right hand, a crack echoed. Wanyu's eyes widened in shock, his legs stiffening. His neck was crushed by an overwhelming hand of chaos, his soul dissipating in an instant. Soon after, chaotic energy coalesced into a massive hammer, striking down upon Taisher Ting's avatar. With a single blow, Taisher Ting was obliterated, while countless starships below crumbled and fell apart. In an instant, innumerable practitioners perished on the spot. Su Ci beckoned, and Wanyu's storage ring flew into his hand. After a brief inspection, his brow furrowed slightly. As a star practitioner from the 4 armies, all his wealth amounted to merely a few thousand jin of immortal gold. Pitiful. In truth, it was not that Wanyu was impoverished, but rather that Su Ci's standards were exceedingly high. Aside from the immortal gold bestowed by the system, the water moon cave before him was worth 1,000,000 jin of immortal gold. He had long ceased to regard the wealth of ordinary Xuanxians with any seriousness. Continuing the refinement, he thought, channeling his immortal essence as the heavenly furnace blazed to life once more. This time, not a single soul dared to disturb Su Ci's alchemical process. Even from a distance, they refrained from watching. The representatives of the various second-tier factions were engulfed in panic. Su Ci treating practitioners as alchemical ingredients was a taboo, a topic that must not be mentioned. Such matters were classified as the highest secrets within their clans, to be kept hidden at all costs. Listen carefully. Even if the information leaks, it must not originate from our cave. Such individuals are not within our scope to discuss. Silence everyone. No one desired to invoke the ire of a peerless powerhouse. Thus, they resolved to keep Su Ci's existence concealed. The tempers of powerful beings varied greatly. Some even forbade the mention of their names, lest it attract unwanted attention, leading to clan annihilation. They could not gauge Su Ci's temperament, hence decided to categorize him among the most untouchable figures within their ranks. Not even a mention was permitted. This was the utmost courtesy. After all, no one wished to be peacefully cultivating when suddenly awakened to find themselves refined into a medicinal concoction. In the northern region of the Shaoyan immortal domain, the land of the stars stretched endlessly. Here, thousands of great stars coalesced into a stellar city-state, home to countless trillions of inhabitants. A long river flowed gently through the stars, cascading down into the universe, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This place was the old nest of the Stargate, renowned as one of the 7 wonders of the Shaoyan immortal domain, the Star River Waterfall. It was a breathtaking sight, a natural training ground. The water cascading down was known as the Tying Heavy Water. Countless upper and Xianxian practitioners sat beneath the waterfall, honing their skills in preparation for the upcoming immortal domain tournament. At this moment, beneath the 7-layered waterfall, Taisher Ting's eyes suddenly snapped open, roaring out, "Diansuan su xiu. Wait for me 3 days upon my emergence. I shall not rest until I have slain you." He was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of Xianxian, stepping into the ranks of the powerful, capable of genuinely contending for the coveted Dao flower. At this moment, He certainly would not forsake his path for Su Si. After all, the path of the sword was a dream coveted by all. For it, one might even forego their life. On Jiuzhou Island, Su Si had successfully refined the Water Moon Cave, setting off towards the Tai sword sect with Xie He, Xiao Hui, and Chu Wanli. Gazing at the mountain-sized immortal gold within his storage ring, Su Si's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Wealth from killing and arson. Immortal gold served as hard currency, allowing for countless endeavors within the immortal domain. Though the system would provide him with some, the amount was meager in the short term. Nothing compared to the swiftness of plunder. Beside him, Xie regarded Su Si with a complex expression. Initially, when Tian Lu mentioned your participation in the Immortal Domain tournament, I thought it was a far-fetched notion. Who would have imagined that with merely your upper immortal cultivation, you could refine the Water Moon Cave? If you take that final step, who in the Shaoyan Immortal Domain could possibly contend with you? I fear you might truly seize that Dao flower. Isn't it wonderful if I do? Suchi grinned. If it weren't for me, it seems the Tai sword sect would struggle to secure victory. Wouldn't they? Of course, your presence is indeed a boon. Xie smiled and nodded. Securing the top spot in the Immortal Domain tournament is of paramount importance. After all, this competition is spearheaded by the Central Immortal Prefecture. Were it not for the Dao flower being a specialty of the Shaoyan Immortal Domain, the venue would not even be set here. These so-called great factions would not even qualify to participate. Likewise, whichever faction claims the top prize will receive preferential resources from the Central Immortal Prefecture for cultivation. The Stargate triumphed over the Tai sword sect 5 sessions ago precisely because a prodigious talent emerged, seizing the Dao flower. Otherwise, in terms of foundational strength, the two factions are truly neck and neck. Thus, if Su Si could represent the Tai sword sect and claim victory, Xie would be genuinely thrilled. Soon, the Panlong immortal ship arrived at the Tai sword sect. The stronghold of the sect lay in the northwest region of the Shaoyan Immortal Domain. From the outside, it resembled a colossal sword piercing the heavens, surrounded by numerous great stars orbiting around it. From afar, even Su Si felt a sense of awe. Chu Wanli took out a recording stone, excitedly snapping photos. Su Jiuxiao, let's capture 2 scenic shots together. Guwandi exclaimed eagerly. Certainly. Let's take 2 more. 2 more. Wow, this planet is green and enormous. Let us capture this one. After dozens of takes, do you still wish to shoot more? Su Si smiled as he glanced at Chu Wanli. How had he never noticed how lively she was before? I fear that if I cannot see you in the future, I might wish to look at the recording stone more often. Guwandi is fast flushed slightly. Yet her gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon Su Si. Su Si fell silent, unable to bear the sight of her eyes brimming with longing. He was a man of principles, and more importantly, a married man. How could he stray? P.S. The outline contains a twist. Do you think we should implement it? Chapter 72, Half Past Midnight, Ascension to the Profound Immortal Realm after a Playful Interlude. The Panlong immortal vessel soared into the sword hilt, arriving upon a vast continent. Here, the mountains stood like sharpened blades, and the eaves resembled the edges of swords, permeated with an aura of sword energy, while sword cultivators traversed the air on their flying swords. Xie led the way, and soon encountered a graceful young woman. Her figure was extraordinarily voluptuous, each step she took causing her to sway enticingly. Even Su Si, with his millennia of experience, found himself momentarily dumbstruck. Was this not a tad too alluring? Xie steward, you have returned? The woman spoke softly, glancing at Xie before her gaze shifted to Su Si, imbued with tender affection. Successiver di involuntarily. Guwandi, Su Si, you also have. I swear I absolutely do not. Su Si hastily shook his head. How could he, having never set foot in the immortal realm, be implicated? Xie, overhearing, chuckled lightly. This is Lu Ru, the woman who almost became your master's wife. Master's wife? Su Si and Chu Wanli were struck as if by lightning. They recalled the painting in Tian Lu's possession. That woman could only be described as a paragon of grace, not an exaggeration in the least. Surely, she could not be so brazen? Of course. That painting was drawn by Tian Lu himself. It is quite possible he may have subjectively beautified her image. Lu Ru smiled. So, you must be Su Jiuxiao and Chu Wanli? I have heard Sister Xie speak of you. How has Tian Lu fared in the Tian Xin realm? Being so far from the divine path must make cultivation rather inconvenient. No? I wish for him to return, yet he feels no sense of belonging to the sword sect, which troubles me greatly. Su Ci felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, unsure of how to respond, and turned to Chu Wanli, who was staring at her feet, clearly unwilling to engage with the woman who had hurt Tian Lu so deeply. Lu Ru's eyes flickered with embarrassment. How has he described me in your presence? Clearing his throat, Su Ci replied, Nothing much. The dean has been doing well below. Chu Wanli tugged at Su Ci's sleeve, casting him a reproachful glance. The dean is managing all right. Su Ci quickly realized the ambiguity in his words. It seems he still cannot forgive me. Lu Ru sighed gently. Come with me. I will assist in arranging your accommodations. Su Ci looked towards Xie, who nodded. Lu Ru, being the internal affairs steward, had connections due to her ties to Tian Lu. They could trust her completely. Rest assured, I will find you a place that is abundant in spirit essence and filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Very well, Su Ci agreed. While Chu Wanli felt a bit awkward, yet obediently followed Lu Ru into the mountains. This place, known as Qianwan Peak, was a notably towering summit within the range, offering a view of the heavens. Lu Ru brought them to a peak, smiling. This location is quite close to my own mountain. Should you need anything, I can easily attend to you. Once you ascend to the profound immortal realm, better accommodations will be provided. Su Ci surveyed the surroundings, which indeed possessed a unique charm, and smiled in acknowledgement. Thank you, Steward Lu. We are family, so no need for formalities. Lu Ru beamed at him. At this time, in the upper realm, are you here to participate in the immortal domain competition? Indeed, Suchi nodded. It is merely an experience in the upper immortal realm. Lu Ru smiled knowingly. However, be cautious and do not be too greedy, lest you lose your life. Su Ci nodded slightly, appreciating her concern. At that moment, Lu Ru's expression suddenly shifted. A voice echoed in her mind. Lu Ru, did you just bring in a cultivator from the upper immortal realm? Lin Elder. Aye. Lu Ru began to explain, but the voice interrupted again. Now, come to the front peak immediately. You have stirred up a significant problem. Lu Ru's heart quivered. Su Ci perceptively noticed and turned to her. Is there a problem? And no, it's nothing. Lu Ru forced a smile. Please settle in, and if you feel uncomfortable, let me know. With that, she swiftly took flight. Chu Wanli watched her retreating figure, frowning. I feel she has something to hide. Suchi shrugged, untroubled, no worries. We shall face whatever comes. I have no fear. At least on the surface, the Tai sword sect does not possess an immortal king. With mastery over the space Dao, he excelled in evasion. As long as he did not encounter a top 30 profound immortal, who could claim to apprehend him. Moreover, he had Xiao Hui, his secret weapon. At the front peak, the 8 venerable profound immortal elders of the Tai sword sect were fervently debating the fate of Su Ci. An upper immortal can refine the Watermoon Cave. His background must be extraordinary. If he ascends to the profound immortal realm, representing our sect in battle, how could we not prosper? Nonsense. The chasm between profound immortal and upper immortal is as vast as the heavens. With only 2 months remaining, the chances of Su Jiuxiao ascending to profound immortal are 1 in a million. Even if we devote the entire sect's resources, it would be futile. Indeed, Su Jiuxiao has made enemies of the starry immortal sect. The 4 stars have declared a vendetta against him. In a few days, they will come with their forces. How shall we respond? Are we to go to war with the starry immortal sect for someone we have never met? Fear not. While you may cower before the starry immortal sect, I do not. I advocate for his protection. This is a rare opportunity for our Tai sword sect. Better to play it safe. I suggest we abandon this pursuit. It's not worth the risk. The debate raged on for 3 hours, with several elders puffing their cheeks and squinting, each voicing their opinions. Ultimately, the vote ended in a tie, 4-4, with neither side convincing the other. The council was left at an impasse. After the meeting, Elder Lin seized Lu Ru and led her to a secluded area. "Is this Su Jiuxiao truly Tian, Lu's disciple?" he asked sternly. "Yes," Lu Ru nodded. "Then we cannot allow him to remain in the Tai Sword sect," Elder Lin declared harshly. "With his talent and combat prowess, should he become a profound immortal, we would be the first to suffer. Have you forgotten how we treated Tian Lu?" Lu Ru's gaze darkened. "What do you propose? To drive him away? Didn't the elders just fail to reach a consensus?" Elder Lin smiled slightly. "This requires leveraging connections. Old Su has always had an eye for you. You should engage him, sway him to our side." "Me engage him?" Lu Ru's lips paled. This implied she was to use her body for gain. Seducing old Su to drive Su Ci away. "Lin, you are inhumane," Lu Ru exclaimed in shock. A resounding slap echoed as Elder Lin glared at her fiercely. "This Su Jiuxiao is merciless against his enemies, ruthless enough to send shivers down one's spine. If he rises to power, we will be the first to perish. Use your brain and stop fixating on your precious Tian Lu." Despicable. With that, he kicked Lu Ru aside and vanished from the peak, leaving her trembling and desolate. That night, Su Ci sat cross-legged in his chamber. As the clock struck midnight, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! On the 128th day of marriage, the 5 elements Dao has broken through its bottleneck. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the profound immortal realm. Chapter 73. What sudden urge to kill? That night, celestial essence surged toward Qianwan Peak like the tides. Su Ci sat cross-legged at the summit, facing a mound of celestial gold weighing 1,000,000 pounds. As he broke through, his mortal combat body underwent a transformation. Had he not refined the water moon, cave heaven, his wealth alone would have been insufficient for ascending to the profound immortal realm. It would have required months of meditation at the Tai Sword sect, draining its resources to achieve his goal. Fortunately, the 1,000,000 pounds of celestial gold was ample to support his breakthrough. Buzzing, the celestial gold began to melt, its essence frantically siphoned by Su Ci. Soon, nearly 800,000 pounds of celestial gold had solidified into inert stone. The 7 books of martial classics were operated to their utmost limits, enveloping him in chaotic energy. Everything had reached a critical point. Boom! A pale gray chaotic energy erupted from the crown of his head, blooming like a mushroom cloud in the sky above Qianwan Peak, its power astonishingly formidable. Disciples from the surrounding peaks felt their bodies weaken, collapsing to their knees in bewilderment. They were all perplexed, unaware of when such a mighty figure had graced Qianwan Peak. Chu Wanli emerged from her celestial abode, cradling little Gray in her arms. Gazing at the awe-inspiring Su Ci, she exclaimed with delight, "Is this a breakthrough? Or has he comprehended a new path?" As she was merely at the earth immortal realm, she could not fathom Su Ci's cultivation level. Moreover, since Su Ci drew most of his energy from the celestial gold, no significant manifestation of ascension occurred. For a moment, Chu Wanli could not discern what transpired with Su Ci. However, little Gray's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. It made no sense. In just 4 months, he had progressed from the human immortal realm directly to the profound immortal realm, without utilizing any time-related secret locations. This was unprecedented in the annals of the celestial realm. At least, in little Gray's ancient memories, no one could rival Su Ci's rate of ascension. Could it be that the young master possessed some extraordinary opportunity? Clearly, he had not received any inheritance. Little Gray's canine mind became ensnared in confusion. Everything surpassed its imagination. Since Su Ci ascended to the peak of the celestial immortal realm 4 months ago, it had not uttered the phrase about being the greatest opportunity in the myriad realms. Yet now, it felt a tinge of fear upon witnessing Su Ci. In its impression, the young master's natural talent was not supposed to be this formidable. Is he truly the young master? Little Gray's belief that Su Ci was its master stemmed from the ownership of the 7 books of martial classics. Ah yes, who besides the young master could wield the power of the 7 books of martial classics? Remembering this, little Gray sighed in relief. In this world, aside from a young master, no one could unleash the potential of the 7 books of martial classics. Surely it was overthinking. Before the mountain, Su Si had settled into a meditative state, comprehending the newfound power within his body. The path of the five elements had entered the profound immortal stage, signifying he had traversed a mile on this extensive journey. He had achieved a minor understanding of the Tao. With a thought, Su Si's right hand swept through the air. A flash of five-colored light transformed into a formless energy, melting a distant boulder effortlessly. Is this the obliteration path? Suchiese Ais widened. Upon reaching a minor mastery of the five elements path, the five fundamental forces of the universe fused into a power capable of obliterating all. He felt an epiphany. What is the Tao? The foundation of heaven and earth, the origin of all things. Intertwined endlessly, with you within me and I within you, they together form this world. For instance, the path of causality, when cultivated to its zenith, becomes the path of destiny. The path of time and the path of space, when perfected, culminate in the path of time and space. The five elements path, when fully realized, transcends into the obliteration path. Furthermore, the 7 books of martial classics, when cultivated to the pinnacle, can lead to the comprehension of the chaotic path. These are among the foremost existences among the 3,000 paths. Dedicating his thoughts, one could spend a lifetime without grasping their essence. Progress must be made step by step, gradually unraveling the mysteries. 3,000 paths. So profound. Su Si felt a surge of excitement within. To hear the Tao at dawn is to embrace death without regret. He believed he had uncovered the essence of the world. A path to the heavens lay before him within reach. After a night of contemplation, the following morning, Su Si rose from the peak. The soft morning light pierced through the mist, illuminating the entire world. It was beautiful. It had been a long time since he had immersed himself in such extended cultivation. Suchi stretched languidly, or rather, ever since acquiring the system, he had not truly practiced. This time of delving into the Tao felt like a long-awaited reunion. At that moment, Su Si frowned, his celestial essence condensing in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. After practicing the 7 books of martial classics, his senses had become remarkably acute. Now, having broken through to the profound immortal realm, his vision surpassed ordinary bounds. Through layers of mist, he spotted a familiar woman 1,000 miles away, Lu Ru. At that moment, Lu Ru was gazing seductively at a 60-year-old man with graying hair. Even celestial beings cannot remain eternal. They too have a limit to their lifespan. The profound immortal elder opposite her had lived for countless years, his life flickering faintly. Though he would not perish immediately, he appeared utterly devoid of allure. Yet Lu Ru acted as if she had encountered a romantic interest, fervently signaling the old man. Old Su, what do you think of that Su Jiuxiao? Old Su feigned seriousness, his hands growing increasingly unrestrained, teasingly provoking. Still the same opinion as yesterday. Our Tai Sword sect has always welcomed disciples. As long as he can pass our sect's approval, he can represent us in battle without issue. Even those loose cultivators are accepted. Why should we not accommodate a celestial prodigy? As for whether he can break through to profound immortal and claim the top position, we can discuss that later. No need to rush. Lu Ru's eyes glimmered as she breathed heavily. Su Jiuxiao has offended the Starry Sky sect. Are we truly prepared to go to war with them for a mere celestial immortal? Without risk, how can it be gain? Old Su chuckled, his grip tightening, rendering Lu Ru as pliable as clay, drawing her into his embrace. The two became entwined. Lu Ru feigned resistance, never allowing Old Su to leap over the final threshold. Old Su's expression shifted. What does Lu Shitzi mean? Lu Ru wrapped her arms around Old Su's neck. What I mean is, let him go. The Tai Sword sect cannot afford such a great Buddha. The risks do not justify the rewards. Old Su laughed heartily. Oh, I have heard he is a disciple of Tian Lu. Did you not share a past? Do not mention him. A flicker of humiliation crossed Lu Ru's eyes. In this lifetime, he is just an ordinary celestial immortal, forever unable to advance. How could he compare to Elder Su's prowess? Old Su nodded, his eyes gleaming, flipping over. That waste is unworthy of you. Rest assured, if you follow me, I will always listen to you and ensure your utmost comfort. What followed were scenes unsuitable for children. Su Si promptly severed his senses, a flicker of anger igniting within him. First, he was enraged by Lu Ru's disgraceful behavior. To hasten his departure, she was willing to offer herself to a decrepit old man nearing his grave. Second, he was incensed by Tian Lu's infatuation with a woman like Lu Ru. Though Tian Lu had been his mentor, imparting much knowledge and protection, recalling how he gazed at Lu Ru's portrait day and night made him unable to suppress his disdain. Licking dog. No wonder Tian Lu preferred to shun the Dao and linger in this trivial realm of Tianxian. Under such circumstances, even if Qianlu were to return to the Tai Sword sect, it would merely signify a fate of servitude to Elder Su. Moreover, based on Su Si's understanding, Lu Ru's entanglement with another elder remains ambiguous. Now, this is delightful for Tianlu, as he finds himself pleasing two individuals at once. How absurd! Why does the thought of murder suddenly cross my mind? Chapter 74, 5-3, Expelling Su Jiuxiao from Tai. Why the sudden urge to commit murder? Su Si narrowed his eyes, a palpable killing intent radiating outward. At this moment, even if he refrained from participating in the Celestial Realm competition, he yearned to wreak havoc within the Tai Sword sect. Just then, Xie and Chu Wanli approached, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Xiao Yu perché en que Wanli's shoulder. Panting and glancing around, the scene was remarkably harmonious. Su Si reigned in his murderous aura and took a deep breath. Xie, also a member of the Tai Sword sect, genuinely cared for him. If he were to unleash his wrath, it would be difficult for her to cope. A dilemma. Brother Xie, Chu Wanli exclaimed, bounding towards him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, today my master took me to tour the Tai Sword sect. Do you know what I saw? An abundance of celestial techniques. Being a disciple here means celestial gold, elixirs, techniques, and artifacts are all standard provisions, distributed uniformly by the sect. Most importantly, Tai Sword sect possesses a time secret realm. One day outside equates to a month inside. How wondrous! Watching the vivacious Chu Wanli, Su Si found himself momentarily entranced, free from the constraints of his former identity as the head of the literary academy. She had returned to the captivating young woman that lingered in his memories. Yet back then, Fu Yueying had outshone her brilliance. As he collected his thoughts, Susi noticed que Wanli's beauty today, her bright eyes and pearly teeth, her graceful brow and delicate features, eyes like autumn waters, and a face akin to blossoming peach and apricot. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like silk, elegantly styled into a refined bun secured with a jade hairpin. Coupled with her porcelain-like, smooth skin and a chi-pao of celadone hue resembling the morning mist. Truly a rarity in the world. Alas, something feels amiss. Su Si murmured to himself. Such thoughts should not belong to a married man. What? Chu Wanli tilted her head, giggling. Brother Si, you seem a bit dazed today. I like it. Su Si cleared his throat softly, turning away, feeling somewhat awkward. He deftly shifted the topic. Wanli, it's the first time I've seen you so interested in enhancing your strength. When the time's secret realm was mentioned, the gleam in Chu Wanli's eyes was unmistakable. This brought Su Si a sense of relief, for in this chaotic world, strength was paramount. Chu Wanli's innate talent was hardly inferior to Fu Yueying's. During their fierce competition for the heavenly path in Zhongzhou, she had demonstrated talents far surpassing his own. If only Chu Wanli had harbored such a desire for strength back then, she could very well have been the second to forge a celestial path in the Tianxian realm. Strength is merely about sufficiency. Chu Wanli teased Xiao Hui, before suddenly leaning in, gazing intently into Su Si's eyes. Brother Si, I wish to grow stronger, fearing I might lag behind you and that you might abandon me. Wait. Su Si chuckled bitterly, stepping back 3 paces. Wanli, I feel we may be crossing into ambiguous territory. Yet, you seem unusually confident today. Que Wanli don't underestimate me. An elder mentioned that I possess a special physique with limitless potential. However, I still need to be tested at the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion. Testing? Su Si turned to Xie He, who nodded in affirmation. He, Chu Wanli's cheerful demeanor was evident as she smiled at Su Si. I still want to explore. You know, the kind where you accompany me. Su Si rubbed his nose, remaining silent. Yet he took the lead and stepped outside. Back when he was in Jibo's realm of myriad phenomena, he had never declined such an invitation. It was evident that her resolve was not as unwavering as she pretended. Watching the two and their dog venture deeper into the clouds, Xie shook her head, stifling a laugh. Suddenly, a voice echoed her mind. Xie, sure, come to the front peak. A delegation from the starry sky Immortal Gate has arrived. Huh? Xie felt a shiver run down her spine. Half an hour later, Xie stood in the grand hall of the front peak, her demeanor respectful. Above her, 8 elders sat in solemnity. Alongside a vice-general from the starry sky Immortal Gate, clad in a starry robe, exuding an air of arrogance. Due to old Su's betrayal, the council had reached a decision. 5-3. Expel Su Jiuxiao from Tai. Xie, look at the mess you've made. Lin Song spoke first, his eyes filled with authority, his tone laden with sorrow. Thousands of cultivators from Shueiyue Cave. That Su Jiuxiao has treated the cave as a human elixir to refine. Such demonic behavior is a violation of heavenly law. How can a cultivator of such character join our Tai sword sect? You must swiftly bring Su Jiuxiao here to be handed over to General Pang of the Starry Sky Immortal Gate for execution. Xie felt as though struck by lightning. Yet Su Jiuxiao could help secure the championship in the Celestial Realm competition. Nonsense. Audosu Inkvet Angvili. A cultivator at the Immortal Ascension stage has used some dark arts to refine Shueiyue Cave. Do you think that will secure victory in the Celestial competition? What of our senior brother Chiu from Tai Sword Sect? He has labored for years in the Xian Immortal Realm, mastering 2 paths. His combat prowess is beyond question. He is our assurance. What of that Su demon? Truly unfamiliar. Lu Ru watched from the side, offering an apologetic smile to Xie. But, Xie's expression was one of turmoil. She had assured Su Si and Tian Lu that she would protect them within the Tai Sword Sect, leaving them worry-free. Now, how could she face them? General Pang sneered from the side. Little girl, you're merely at the Immortal Ascension stage. Yet you wish to shield a heinous criminal? Do you think you're worthy? As he spoke, an oppressive force emanated from General Pang's form. Boom! Xie was struck by the impact, her complexion turning pale as she staggered back several meters, sustaining minor injuries. Had this been elsewhere, a single strike from General Pang could have ended her life. The tyranny of the Starry Sky Immortal Gate was evident. Xie, are you not going? If you provoke General Pang, even I cannot protect you. Lin Song's voice rose again, commanding her compliance. Do you dare defy the Elder's orders? Yes. Xie's gaze darkened. She turned and exited the Grand Hall, soaring into the clouds to find Su Si. Chapter 75. Women must learn to depend. In the ethereal realm, Su Si reclined upon the Panlong celestial boat, indulging in delicacies specially provided by the Tai Sword Sect, while conversing with Chu Wanli about the undulating sea of clouds and the intricacies of life. Suddenly, Suchifa rolled his brow, his gaze drawn to the distance where Xie approached in a state of urgency. Her complexion was pale, her body bore wounds, and her expression was one of deep turmoil, her features contorted in distress. As she drew nearer, her eyes locked onto Su Si, struggling to find words. Shifu, what troubles you? Chu Wanli inquired, regarding Xie with a look of concern. With a smile, Su Si mused, let me guess. Is it because I am at the Tai Sword Sect that you find yourself in a predicament? What? Que vont y replier, momentarily que nabac. Is it the Starry Sky Sect applying pressure? I thought the Tai Sword Sect had no quarrel with them and could withstand strain. Suchi shrugged. While one may withstand pressure, it must be deemed worthy. Clearly, as an immortal, I am of no relation to them. No one is inclined to shoulder that risk. He had witnessed firsthand the unsavory actions of Lu Ru and Elder Su. The outcome was not entirely surprising, nor did it concern him overly. Wherever I am not welcomed, there shall be another place for me. The Tai Sword Sect owed him nothing. Even if they chose not to assist him, he had no grievances. Seer, you perceive things with such clarity. Xie remarked wryly, I always thought you disregarded rules and acted impulsively. Su Si rolled his eyes. I am but a mortal cultivating immortality, treading cautiously. Had I not understood, I would have perished long ago. Chu Wanli nodded in admiration, exclaiming, Brother Ci is truly remarkable. Xie sighed deeply. You must leave now. Depart from the rear peak without venturing to the front. There are people from the Starry Sky sect there. I am sorry for involving you. Su Ci's brow knitted in concern. He sensed a hint of despair within Xie, compounded by her injuries. Who harmed you? Was it the Starry Sky sect? Because of my matters? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xie's face. No, it could not be within the Sword sect. The Starry Sky sect lacks such audacity. You must leave quickly. The teleportation array will close. Now, even Chu Wanli felt something amiss. Such urgency? If the teleportation array closes, what difference does a day make? Is there something unspeakable? Xie shook her head. Do not inquire further. This is my own affair. Just go. As she spoke, she reached to pull at their garments. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. Too late. As the words fell, an elderly man emerged, accompanied by a voluptuous woman and a cadre of blue-clad sword guards. It was Elder Su and Lu Ru, the Tai sword guards. Xie's face drained of color. This was the enforcement arm of the Tai sword sect, typically deployed to apprehend traitors. Their appearance now suggested that Xie might be expelled from the sect as well. Indeed, Xie had defied an elder's order, preparing to secretly assist Su Ci in leaving the sect. According to the rules, such an act warranted execution. Elder Su. Xie's expression was fraught with panic. As merely a steward, facing an elder presented an insurmountable chasm, particularly given her prior transgression. Were it not for her fortitude, she might have knelt in submission at that moment. Elder Su acknowledged her with a slight nod, not directing his attention to Xie, but instead addressing Chu Wanli. Chu Wanli, your talents are exceptional. I can offer you an opportunity to remain within the Tai sword sect, with resources at your disposal henceforth. What say you? Lu Ru cast an encouraging glance at Chu Wanli. Wanli, trust Elder Su and trust me. As a disciple of Tian Lu, I will not harm you. Join Elder Su's tutelage. Su Ci was taken aback, glancing at Chu Wanli. Is this the Elder Su who remarked on your unique constitution this morning? Elder Su's temper flared at the implication. Chu Wanli nodded. Yes, Elder Su appeared quite amiable this morning. Amiable? Su Ci allowed a cold smile to surface. He had caught Elder Su in a compromising situation with Lu Ru earlier that day. Was this not the sort to exploit their status? To wield power or seek personal gain, trampling the dignity of female disciples without a shred of moral integrity? What are your thoughts? Su Ci directed his gaze at Chu Wanli. Que Wanli hésitated. From afar, Lu Ru's laughter chimed. Wanli, I come as a seasoned individual to offer you a piece of advice. All matters of love and affection fade with the passing of centuries. What once ignited passion will eventually extinguish. Only strength, background, and status endure, and they are what truly captivate. I chose not to follow Tian Lu, though I held affection for him, and I harbor no regrets. Lu Ru inhaled deeply. He is not even a steward, a mere bottom dweller in the realm of immortals. Had I allied with him, I would have perished in some hidden corner long ago. Where would I find the current splendor I possess? Now I can converse as equals with several elders. Women must learn to depend, seek a stronghold in the immortal realm. Only those in the Xianxian realm are true powerhouses, capable of ensuring survival. At least until you reach Xianxian, you must bow your head and learn to harness influence. As she spoke, her gaze flicked to Su Ci. An immortal, no matter how powerful, remains merely that. Moreover, he has offended those he cannot afford to cross. You possess beauty and exceptional talent. There is no need to squander your time on him. Heed your Shermu's words. Enough. Xie trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ru. Lu Ru, you have no right to refer to yourself as Shermu. Lu Ru regarded her coolly. I act in Wanli's best interest, while you push her into a chasm of despair. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I shall forever outlive you, without venturing into danger or falling into peril. This is the wisdom of a woman. At this, she cast an encouraging glance at Chu Wanli. That is all I have to say. Wanli, the choice is yours. Chu Wanli remained stunned. Is that all you wish to convey? Indeed, Lu Ru affirmed, this is the path of survival, more crucial than comprehending the great Tao. Chu Wanli suddenly smiled. Do you know why I came to the immortal realm? Am I unaware of the dangers? With a tender glance at Su Ci, she whispered, I came for Brother Ci. I harbor no grand aspirations. I merely wish to quietly observe him. Even if it means death, I would gladly perish alongside him. Indeed, what you say is true. Everyone aspires to grow stronger, yet each has their own reasons. I wish to become immensely powerful, as formidable as the immortal sovereign. Only then can I keep Brother Ci captive, ensuring he remains solely by my side, never conversing with another woman. Su Ci. Su Ci. The latter part can be omitted. Chu Wanli grinned playfully. Am I not allowed to make a wish? Suchirabd is nos. The affections of a beauty can be overwhelming. Chu Wanli's feelings surged forth, yet Fu Yuweiing was equally dear to him. Their previous 2-day separation had not been devoid of ambiguity regarding his relationship with Chu Wanli. Furthermore, now that he was married, he was ostensibly bound to Fu Yuweiing. A predicament. Foolish one, Lu Ru sighed from a distance. In such a manner, you shall meet your demise. P.S. I initially intended to eliminate Chu Wanli, yet I fear backlash. Chapter 76. The Hidden Blade Revealed. Su Ci demonstrates his might. You're gonna die. With her words, Lu Ru had laid bare a blatant threat. The Tai sword guards, upon hearing this, drew their swords, their expressions grave as they regarded Su Ci. Lu Ru, do you think everyone is like you, fearful of death? Chu Wanli suddenly rebuked. Do not elevate yourself so. While the instinct to survive is human nature, there are many matters that transcend life and death. The essence of humanity lies in having principles. And you're nothing but a harlot, devoid of any principles. Bold. Lu Ru's fury surged, her rage rising like smoke to the heavens. Lies do not kill. The truth is the swift blade. Chu Wanli's accusation struck Lu Ru like a sharp dagger, shattering her already tattered pride accumulated over the years. All this time I have protected you, only to be met with betrayal. What a thankless wretch you are. Lu Ru shouted. Do you think there's south any place left to escape? Elder Su, act now. I have no more words to say. With that, she turned away, feigning a heart betrayed. Elder Su shook his head. Chu Wanli, you have truly disappointed Steward Lu's good intentions. She pleaded for your life all the way here, and thus I agreed to spare you. Now, gather yourself. Let us meet General Pang of the Starry Immortal Sect. He then glanced at Su Ci. Kid, do not entertain thoughts of resistance within the Tai Sword sect. This is our domain, rife with countless sword formations and deep-rooted power. Even an immortal king would face a fierce battle here. We are all individuals of status. If you bind your own hands, I can at least grant you some dignity. At that moment, Xiao Hui, the little gray dog, barked. Why aren't we making a move? I can't stand these two fools any longer. Su Ci smiled, pulling out a recording stone. I'm filming this to show the Dean what his beloved woman truly is like, so he doesn't fall into despair. You, Lu Ru shouted in fury. You think you can still return? Xiao Hui cast a sideways glance at Su Ci before being smacked with a fist. What kind of look is that? Xiao Yu wampered. Wagging its tail, I can't help but feel you're eager to hear Wanli confess her love for you. It believed it had some understanding of human nature. Even a remarkable young woman revealing her heart could make even a dog waver with excitement. How could Su Ci not be fond of her? Of course not. I have no such inclinations, he protested indignantly, his gaze evasive. Seize them. Elder Su commanded sharply, his displeasure evident. Su Ci and the little gray dog appeared too nonchalant. In this scenario, he wielded the knife while Su Ci was the meat on the chopping block. They should have been trembling in fear, begging for mercy. Yet, Su Ci's expression resembled that of an observer, detached from the unfolding drama, akin to a bystander watching from the riverbank. Was this grand performance meant for Elder Su, or for Su Ci? Nearby, upon hearing Elder Su's order, 10 sword guards drew their swords in unison. The sound of clashing blades echoed through the air, resonating with a symphony of power as countless celestial swords trembled to life. This was the stronghold of the Tai sword sect, teeming with swords. In that moment, the sword spirits surged forth like countless nations converging, empowering the leading sword guard, who, though initially at the peak of the upper immortal realm, now found his prowess momentarily elevated to the late immortal stage through the infusion of countless swords. Elder Su stroked his beard, a faint smile gracing his lips. He believed himself above such matters. Su Ci was hardly worth his personal intervention. Amidst the overwhelming sword intent, Chu Wanli's gaze darkened, her form instinctively seeking refuge. She sensed that even a mere strand of sword light could lead to her utter demise. Are you afraid of death? Su Cianquired, casting a glance at Chu Wanli. Yes. She bit her lip, looking up bravely and declaring, but I am not afraid to die alongside you. Su Ci fell silent, gently tousling Chu Wanli's hair before speaking. With me here, no one can harm you. Just then, a sword guard launched an attack from afar, a blade slicing through the air as if to cleave reality itself, its edge sharp and unstoppable, the sword intent surging like a tidal wave. The Tai sword sect had honed its swordsmanship for countless years, mastering an unfathomable array of techniques and formations. Yet this sword was the sect's most treasured weapon, a singular force among thousands, capable of cleaving through even a falling star without impediment. In that instant, the world was reduced to this overwhelming beam of sword light. Chu Wanli shut her eyes, awaiting her fate, while Xie's eyes mirrored despair. This single strike would penetrate any defense, regardless of how formidable. The might of a great power was palpable. Even if an elder were to intervene, the force would still loom large. Bringing Su Ci into the Tai sword sect was a grave mistake. Xie was engulfed in self-reproach and regret. In the distance, Lu Ru's eyes ignited with vengeful delight. Su Qi der, recording her likeness while Chu Wanli denounced her as a harlot. Did she not wish to live better? Was there any fault in that? She now longed to see Su Ci and Chu Wanli, both so obstinate, perish before her very eyes. Buzz, the sword intent sliced through dozens of miles, reaching Su Ci in the blink of an eye. Even Xiao Hui's eyes widened in shock, barking in alarm. Just as the blade was a hair's breadth from Su Ci's brow, he moved. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand, fingers poised, and with a sharp click, caught the incoming sword. The scene froze in a moment of stillness. How is this possible? The sword guard's eyes widened in disbelief. You are far too weak, Su Ci replied, shaking his head before delivering a powerful kick. The sword guard's physical form was no match for Su Ci, who had ascended to the realm of the immortal. Enhanced by the 7 books of martial classics, his body was a formidable weapon. Unbeknownst to him, his strength was unfathomable. The kick intended to send the sword guard hurtling back, only to obliterate him from the waist down instead. Clang! Su Ci was taken aback, inadvertently applying more force and snapping the celestial sword in two with his bare hands. You, what kind of demon are you? The sword guard's scalp prickled, confronting an ancient beast of unimaginable might. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the broken sword shot into the sword guard's forehead, blood splattering in a grotesque spectacle of red and white. The sword guard was vanquished. Did you have something to say? Su Ci dusted off his hands and turned to Elder Su, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. Chapter 77. Who says you're the only celestial being? Elder Su's expression shifted, a flicker of fear crossing his features. What terrifying physical strength! What is your constitution? Su Ci remained silent, gradually advancing toward Elder Su. With a wave of his sleeve, the remaining 9 sword guards exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their swords. Buzz, this time, 9 celestial swords stood behind them, radiating a brilliant glow. A clear light intertwined among the 9, resembling interconnected veins, as they shared their power. In the next moment, they distanced themselves from Su Ci. The celestial swords resonated in unison, swelling with the wind, as the 9 massive swords surged towards Su Ci. Yet, Su Ci swiftly grasped the air with his hand. Suddenly, 5 distinct energies manifested in the atmosphere: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 colors: white, azure, black, crimson, and yellow, entwined and mingled, transforming into 9 pale, colossal dragons that roared and surged, instantly traversing the bodies of the 9 sword guards. Buzzing silently, the dragons swept past, and the 9 sword guards vanished without a sound, their celestial swords dissolving into nothingness. The power of obliteration, extremely domineering, it consumed all, yet felt as light as a feather. Death, without a trace of pain. What kind of power is this? Elder Su retreated 2 steps, his face pale with astonishment. The path of the 5 elements is exceedingly rare, just the singular paths of gold, or what could rank in the middle tier among the 3,000 paths. The unification of the 5 elements. Even after countless years, Elder Su had never witnessed such a phenomenon, let alone comprehend the birth of obliterative power. Such strength is seldom understood throughout the ages, and there are no records of it in the Shaoyan celestial domain. Elder Su was unaware that it was entirely normal. This young man truly dares to defy my Tai Sword sect? Taking a deep breath, Elder Su pondered for a moment, restoring his previously composed demeanor. After all, he was a late-stage celestial being within the Tai Sword sect, and there was no reason for him to feel fear. You wish to subdue me, do you not? Suchiznird, inking closer to Elder Su. He exhibited no signs of cultivation fluctuations, appearing as serene as a gentleman on a leisurely outing. Yet in Elder Su's eyes, Su Si's figure loomed large, subtly controlling the surrounding space, denying him the slightest chance of escape. Though Elder Su possessed an understanding of the path of space, it was glaringly inferior to Su Si's. He had no opportunity for retreat. He could only confront him head-on. How can a celestial being like you intimidate me? A celestial master? Finally, Elder Su bellowed, unable to withstand Su Si's rhythmic advance, his mental barriers loosening as he struck first. Clang, clang, clang. A token appeared in his hand, and with a slight activation, the sound of swords from the entire Tai Sword sect resonated to the utmost. An essence of sword intent radiated from him. Before him materialized a 9-foot-long sword, glowing with a clear light. Though I am not a celestial master of the sword path, the sword has been my lifelong pursuit. Grasping the long sword, Elder Su's entire aura transformed. His gray hair darkened, and his aged visage regained youthful vigor. He seemed like a solitary swordsman, finally presented with an opportunity to prove himself in battle. The Tai token, upon witnessing this, Xiehe trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Was the Tai token? Xiaohui glanced at her. Chu Wanli clutched her chest, worry etched across her face. Is it powerful? Xiehe replied coldly. The Tai token can only be used when the Tai Sword sect faces dire peril. Each elder possesses such a token, and it cannot be activated during ordinary times. With Elder Su's use of the Tai token, all the sword energy of the Tai Sword sect converged upon him. There's a saying, below the celestial king, the sword immortal is invincible. Fortunately, he is still a step away from achieving minor success in the sword path. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how Heir could contend with him. Below the celestial king, the sword immortal is invincible. Xiaohui scoffed at this. Though the sword path is formidable, it is overshadowed by more terrifying, enigmatic, and unfathomable paths. Certainly, this saying holds true in the Shaoyan celestial domain. The sword immortal is indeed fearsome. Meanwhile, Lu Ru observed Elder Su, who appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She was drawn to strength, and at this moment, Elder Su was undeniably powerful. Simultaneously, a sense of satisfaction mixed with nostalgia for the victor filled her heart. No matter how Su Ci struggles, death will ultimately remain unchanged. Throughout history, rogue cultivators have seldom triumphed against formidable forces. For a rogue cultivator from the lower realms to aspire for success or a reversal of fortune is exceedingly difficult. In the arena, Su Ci continued his advance, completely unfazed by Elder Su's seemingly invincible demeanor. Do you not fear death? Elder Su roared, his expression twisted in rage. Why? Why can I not see the expression of Su Jiao Xiao pleading for mercy? Humph. Su Ci smirked, a hint of derision in his voice. You are unworthy. Unworthy? Elder Su appeared to have heard the most absurd joke, stepping forward and leaping towards Su Si. He yearned to slice Su Si into 1,000 pieces, prolonging his demise. Whoosh! A sword cleaved through the air, dividing yin and yang, as the Taiji sword diagram emerged, slowly intertwining in the sky, descending upon Su Si like a grinding millstone. The Tai sword sect's signature celestial technique, high-level celestial art, the Taiji duality sword. Though Elder Su had only mastered 30% of its potential, the enhancement from the Tai token rendered its power far from trivial. This sword possesses quite the intrigue. Suchi no did unleashing a punch. Clang! The celestial forge materialized, colliding with the Taiji millstone in midair. They pressed against each other, neither yielding. The surging waves of energy rolled like a tempestuous ocean, crashing in all directions. With a flicker, Elder Su appeared at Su Si's side, swinging his sword towards Su Si's head. Get lost! Su Si turned his head, evading the strike. He retaliated with a swift slap to Elder Su's face, sending the old man reeling, disoriented and seeing stars. Then, Suchi leaped, his right leg sweeping out like a whip, creating a sudden indentation in the air. Along with it, Elder Su's chest caved in. Puff struck by that kick. Elder Su spat out a mouthful of essence blood, hurtling away at a speed several times faster than before, crashing into countless celestial mountains, collapsing on the ground. His entire celestial essence scattered. How could you be this strong? Elder Su clutched his chest, retreating repeatedly. Terror etched on his face as he gazed at the sky. The Taiji millstone continued to siphon his power, even drawing energy from within the Tai sword sect. Yet it could not breach Su Si's celestial forge and was gradually succumbing. This implies that if a battle were to erupt in the outside world, Elder Su would not survive a moment, facing certain death at Su Si's hands. The disparity between them was too vast. How can a celestial being like you contend with a celestial master? Elder Su's eyes trembled. He was not one of those rogue cultivators, but a legitimate elder of a major force. His worth far surpassed that of ordinary celestial masters out there. Su Si is a genius. Does that mean Elder Su is not? Yet in this instant of confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was simply unfathomable. Su Si stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Elder Su, his garments billowing, an expression of tranquility upon his face. He chuckled lightly. Who says you're the only celestial being? What did you say? Elder Su was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, an overwhelming power erupted from Su Si. A thin layer of chaotic energy enveloped his exterior. In the sky, the ethereal images of the sun and moon manifested, infusing endless essence into Su Si, making him appear as majestic as a deity of the sun and moon. The art of sun and moon breathing. Whoosh! A long sword materialized in Su Chi's hand. It was none other than the Nine Heavens' imperial sword. He smiled gently and turned to old Su, saying, Do you understand now? Chapter 78, Slaughter at the Tai Chi Sword Sect, a merciless bloodbath. Su Jiushao is a celestial immortal. At the front peak, a group of individuals sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the rear peak, their attention fixed upon the projection mirror before them. No wonder Su Jiushao could refine the Water-Moon Cave and confidently participate in the celestial realm's fierce battles. He was indeed a revered celestial immortal. Concealed and hidden within our Tai Chi sword sect, who knows what his intentions may be? TCH, if he is a celestial immortal, refining the Water-Moon Cave would take him half a day. His potential is merely average and not deserving of our concern. Let's hand him over to the Starry Sky sect. Several elders engaged in a fervent discussion. Suddenly, one elder spoke up. Do you think Su Jiushao might have just recently broken through to Celestial Immortal? Was he still a higher immortal when he refined the Water-Moon Cave? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Lin Song admonished, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you understand what it means to refine the Water-Moon Cave as a higher immortal? What does it mean? The original elder whispered. It means, today, we are facing a great calamity. Someone added. Immediately, the entire front peak was enveloped in silence. All eyes turned to the rear peak, gazing at Su Si. In truth, Su Si's effortless and fierce defeat of Elder Su had instilled a sense of dread among them. The reason they disparaged him was to use rationality to fend off their fear. After a long pause, someone trembled and said, "Perhaps we should summon the sect master from seclusion?" Lin Song's eyes widened in shock. Rear peak. Lu Ru collapsed onto the ground, her complexion ashen, hands and feet icy. Su Si was too powerful. Elder Su had used the Tai Chi order and the Taiji sword technique, yet he was still no match for him. If it weren't for the terrifying fluctuations generated by the convergence of the celestial grinding disc and the cauldron, which made her blood boil, she would have doubted this was a dream. A cultivator from the heavenly Xian realm had only appeared in the Shaoyan celestial domain 4 months ago. How could he have directly broken through to celestial immortal? Remembering her previous fervent insistence to Chu Wanli about seeking a patron and learning to depend on others, she felt like a complete fool. Su Si was far from the higher immortal who could be manipulated. He was clearly an extraordinary celestial immortal, transcending realms as if a god had descended upon the mortals. At that moment, Lu Ru desperately wished to confront Tianlu from the heavenly Xian realm. Why did you betray me? Why didn't you warn me about Su Si's strength? Why didn't you tell me your disciple was a celestial immortal? Lu Ru's mental turmoil was unnoticed by anyone. In the calm gaze of Xiao Hui, in Chu Wanli's surprised expression, nearly on the verge of leaping with joy, and in Xie He's bewildered, speechless demeanor, Su Si held his sword, resembling an unparalleled swordsman, gradually approaching Elder Su. With each deliberate step, the sun and moon in the sky trembled. The cauldron of heaven and earth transitioned from red to gray, then to the colors of the 5 elements, ultimately transforming into a force of annihilation. Boom! At the moment the cauldron of heaven and earth turned transparent, the Taiji grinding disc was swallowed whole. Countless energies were refined and returned to Su Si's body, enhancing the richness of his chaotic energy. The cauldron of heaven and earth refines all, devouring everything, growing stronger with each battle. As the Taiji grinding disc vanished, Elder Su could no longer contain himself, collapsing to the ground, trembling as he watched Su Si approach step by step. Su Jiu Xiao, you cannot kill me. I'm a senior elder of the Tai Chi sword sect. If you spare me, there's still room for negotiation. He retreated on all fours. Su Si remained unmoved, seemingly deaf to his pleas, his footsteps echoing like the whispers of the king of hell, incessantly haunting Elder Su's ears. Torture. Death is not frightening. Waiting for death is what truly terrifies. In that instant, Elder Su's psychological defenses began to shatter under Su Si's relentless advance. Save me, Lin Song. Ah! Elder Su screamed in a frenzy. Lu Ru, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief, as if a colossal hammer had fallen from the sky, leaving her dazed. The one she had embraced was such a foolish old man. It turned out that even celestial immortals were not much better than ordinary people in the face of death. Perhaps Tianlu might fare better in such a moment. Watching Su Si, layers of regret surged within her. Having spent her days hunting geese, she was now pecked in the eye by them. Why couldn't she have waited a little longer to ascertain Su Si's true nature before making her plans? At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from afar. Do not harm my master. A series of Taiji formations rose from the ground, led by those with nearly celestial immortal strength. Elder Su was indeed a senior elder of real power. This was not mere boasting. He had cultivated countless juniors, investing in them generously, earning their loyalty in return. He recognized Chu Wanli's potential not solely out of self-interest, but genuinely admired her talent. Thus, his disciples were exceedingly loyal to him. Even if a deity stood before them, they would fight. At this moment, 12 Taiji grand formations positioned themselves in 12 directions, exuding immense power, intertwining mightily. The 12 capital Heavenly Gate formation. Xie trembled. Another terrifying formation of the Tai Chi sword sect. The alliance of 12 celestial immortals was more than sufficient to obliterate a second-rate force. Unfortunately, they were up against Su Si, a figure that defied all conventional reasoning. Su Si stepped forward, plunging into the battle formation, his right hand wielding the imperial sword with grace. Boom, boom, boom. Countless great stars appeared, the sword light akin to a vast ocean, with the stars as vessels. After stepping into celestial immortal, the Star River Sword technique finally unleashed its true might. Each sword strike bore the power of several great stars, crashing into the throngs, resulting in either death or injury. Su Xiai moved like a wolf among sheep. With a flurry of 99 sword strikes, one formation crumbled, and thousands of disciples lost their heads, their decapitated bodies raining down like raindrops upon ground. Then, Su Xiai turned, a giant hand formed from chaotic energy, gripping tightly. Countless spatial corridors emerged, slicing through the entirety of space, leaving numerous disciples in a daze, their souls stripped away, their bodies ground to dust. Not even a drop of blood was shed. The hand of the heavens. After entering Celestial Immortal, this high-level celestial technique became even more unfathomable. The might of a single grasp erased their existence from the world, as if an eraser had wiped the canvas clean, with 7,000 disciples vanishing without a trace. Finally, Su Xiai opened his mouth and exhaled, the power he had drawn from the Taiji grinding disc transforming into a celestial sword, aimed at the distant formation. Swoosh, the might of the sword, accompanied by the force of annihilation, cleaved the upper halves of thousands of disciples, leaving only their legs wandering aimlessly, the scene both horrific and absurd. Collapse, 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 run. At last, a disciple could no longer bear it, screaming in terror. This is not a battle. This is a death sentence. Life is precious. Who can remain unafraid? Chapter 79. The Demise of Elder Su, Lin Song, and the Surrender of the Sword Sect's core. In but a fleeting moment, the remaining few formations had already collapsed, their wills shattered by Su Xiai, who watched as they fled in disarray. He had no desire to pursue. In his eyes, those disciples bereft of fighting spirit were, as sheep, destined to live in his shadow for eternity. Su Xiai turned and approached Elder Su. No, please, Su Jiuxiao. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you. Elder Su's face was a mask of panic, as if the heavens themselves had fallen. I can mediate, offer you a spot in the Celestial Realm competition. Here, in the Tai Sword Sect, with the Sect Master and the Elders absent, if you slay me, you cannot escape. Lin Song and the others will surely summon their ancestors. You cannot evade your fate. As Su Xiai drew closer, Elder Su's resolve finally crumbled, and he fell to his knees, screaming in despair. Su Xiai stood beside him, raised his hand, and seized Elder Su's 9-foot-long sword. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into Su's throat. Blood sprayed forth as Su's wide eyes stared, his soul shattered. A single strike sealed his fate, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Nearby, witnessing this scene, Lu Ru's legs buckled, and she fainted, her limbs rigid. Su Qi waved his sleeve, imprisoning Lu Ru within the Panlong immortal vessel, then strode towards the front hall. He felt it was more fitting for Tianlu to decide Lu Ru's fate. In the distance, the great hall on the front peak had erupted into chaos. The 9 elders and the imposing Vice General Pang exchanged anxious glances. I just remembered. I have matters to attend to at home. Vice General Pang, feeling uneasy, glanced at Lin Song and made to leave. Do not be hasty, General Pang. Lin Song's voice was grave. Do not underestimate the Tai Sword Sect's foundation. Elder Su was right before his demise. We still have our Sect Master and the High Elders. Do you truly believe a mere Xian can breach the gates of Tai Mountain? That would be a grave miscalculation. Vice General Pang swallowed hard, wishing to speak further, when suddenly the great doors were smashed open. A young man in white strode in, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping the room, none daring to meet his eyes. Su Jiuxiao, you are far too audacious. Lin Song's expression turned icy as he admonished. Do you truly wish to bring ruin upon the Tai Sword Sect? What are you? Su Xiai replied, casting a glance at him before pointing. With a thunderous crash, 2 waves of energy pierced Lin Song's body, pinning him against the wall, unable to free himself. Lin Song's strength was little greater than Elder Su's, and without the Tai Order support, he could not withstand a single blow from Su Xiai. his celestial essence dissipated, life force waning, barely clinging to existence. In that moment, the elders in the main hall finally comprehended the immense power Su Ci wielded. Witnessing it firsthand was a wholly different experience than viewing it through the projection mirror. At this juncture, Su Ci turned his gaze toward General Pang and remarked, "Is this the best the Starry Sky immortal sect could send?" General Pang's expression shifted, but he swallowed his words, attempting to placate. "Su Jiuxiao, you misunderstand. I came to the Tai Sword sect merely to socialize with a few friends. My business with you is entirely coincidental." With a dismissive wave, Su Ci struck, and General Pang was reduced to a bloody pulp, splattering the hall with gore. "What do you intend to accomplish, Su Jiuxiao? This is your master Tianlu's sect, and thus your own as well. Do you wish to betray your own?" One elder, summoning courage, shouted. Su Ci paused, then swiftly kicked out. His leg struck the elder's temple with the force of a whip, severing the old man's head, which crashed against the wall, splattering blood and flesh in a grotesque display. I have never allowed anyone to bind me with moral constraints. When Elder Su sought my life, did anyone care for the bonds of the sect? Su Ci sneered. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? The room fell into stunned silence. The remaining 8 elders, including Lin Song, exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word, all bowing their heads in submission. This signified that the core leadership of the Tai Sword sect had capitulated to Su Ci. Xie, who had followed in, observed in disbelief as the once arrogant elders, who had previously spoken down to her, now resembled lost dogs. This transformation stemmed from the young man before her. Reflecting on her initial encounter with Su Ci, she had warned him against rash actions and urged caution. Now, she felt her own vision was painfully limited, akin to a turtle at the river's bottom, unable to recognize a divine dragon soaring through the skies. If Xie felt this way, one could only imagine how much more profound was Chu Wanli's infatuation. The girl stood beside, her cheeks flushed, gazing adoringly at Su Ci's back, akin to a high school girl infatuated with a celebrity. In this moment, Su Ci could have commanded her to die, and she would not hesitate. Love had become her faith. At that moment, Xiao Hui suddenly barked. Su Chi's expression shifted, and he took a step back as the space before him shattered, revealing a middle-aged man. The man, with silver-streaked hair, yet strikingly handsome, exuded an air of maturity. Upon his entrance, the 8 elders felt as if they had found their anchor, joyfully exclaiming, "Sect Master." The sect master of the Tai Sword sect, Xie Danqing. As he appeared, Xie involuntarily knelt, trembling with fear. Su Ci furrowed his brow. This man was formidable. As a fellow Xianxian, he had comprehended at least 3 paths and ranked among the top in the myriad of paths. Compared to Elder Su, Vice General Pang, and Lin Song, he was exponentially stronger. Within the Tai Sword sect, Su Ci realized that to contend with him, he would need to muster all his strength, perhaps even rely on Xiao Hui. Xie Danqing surveyed the main hall, his gaze gliding over the bloodstains of Lin Song and Vice General Pang, showing no sign of lingering. Instead, his expression was one of calm detachment. Su Ci noted this man's strong will. Then, Xie Danqing turned to Su Ci, offering a gentle smile. "You must be Su Jiuxiao, disciple of Tianlu?" Su Ci nodded without a word, sensing no murderous intent from Xie Danqing. After all, they were of the same lineage. Why rush to conflict? With a slight sigh, Xie Danqing continued, "This matter is my fault. My prolonged seclusion allowed such chaos to unfold within the sect." "Master," Lin Song attempted to speak, but a glance from Xie Danqing silenced him, his words caught in his throat. "Do you seek vengeance for them?" Su Ci inquired of Xie Danqing. "There exists no enmity among us," Xie Danqing replied. "I even cradled Tianlu in his infancy as his disciple. I am more inclined to protect you than to blame you." Xie Danqing chuckled heartily, waving his hand to conjure a table. Upon it appeared a wine jug and cups, the jug pouring itself, filling the cups without a breeze. He gazed at Su Ci and asked, "How about we toast to resolve our grievances?" Chapter 80. Steward Xie, Elder Xie. Su Ci was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce struggle, yet he was utterly unprepared for Xie Danqing's demeanor. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. He had already educated those like Lao Tzu and Lin Song who harbored intentions against him. The other elders held merely differing ideologies, lacking any deep-seated enmity. Su Si hesitated, realizing he would not remain in the Tai sword sect nor fight for its glory. He would depart. Xie Danqing nodded, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. My intentions are not to have you fight for the honor of our sect. You underestimate my capacity for generosity. If you choose to come to the Tai sword sect, you are welcome. If you decide to leave, I shall bid you farewell. Su Si turned to the side. Addressing Xie He softly, Mistress, will you accompany me? Xie He shook her head. I was born in Tai, raised in Tai. My family is here. If they were to leave, they would not adapt. This would be a migration of the entire clan. Su Si nodded, understanding that some individuals, even unto death, long to return to their homeland. Xie He was evidently one who yearned for her roots. Reflecting on this, Su Si turned back to Xie Danqing. If anything were to happen to Steward Xie within the Tai sword sect, I would assuredly return. At that time, I shall demand blood for blood. At this, he glanced at the other elders, a warning clear in his gaze. Does young Su doubt my Xie Danqing? Xie Danqing chuckled lightly. In the Tai sword sect, my words carry weight. He paused, looking at Xie He. Would you not agree, Elder Xie? Xie He looked around in confusion, glancing left and right. Where is Elder Xie? Master? She stared blankly at Xie Danqing. Xie Danqing laughed heartily. Here, there is no Steward Xie, only Elder Xie, a powerful elder. He emphasized, looking at Su Si. Xie He was ecstatic. Her lifelong goal had been to secure the position of elder. Being a powerful elder in the Tai sword sect truly placed one above others. The overwhelming power was exhilarating. The joy came so suddenly that she felt her mind brimming with excitement, nearly overwhelmed with happiness. She leapt up and embraced Su Si, tears streaming down her face in sheer joy. Su Si, feeling awkward, had nowhere to place his hands. After a long moment, Xie He blushed and released him. Xiaoyi, watching from the side, turned to ask Chu Wanli, what is this embrace? Is it human love? Chu Wanli chuckled. Perhaps it is familial affection. Who can say for certain? Familial affection? Perhaps. Xiao Hui was utterly perplexed. It felt as though Chu Wanli had answered, yet had not truly answered. Humans were so complicated. The demon clan was much simpler. If one fancied another, they simply mated. At that moment, Xie Danqing spoke again. I shall appoint Tianlu as a steward. He is always welcome to return to the sect. Xie He was momentarily stunned, then burst into joy. She was well aware of Tianlu's situation, who would willingly leave their home unless absolutely necessary. Now that Su Si had cleared the obstacles and the master held him in such high regard, upon Tianlu's return, he would directly enjoy the treatment of a superior. This disciple was indeed a worthy investment. Young Su, Xie Danqing raised his cup, smiling. Join me? Su Si also smiled, for he was not one to be oblivious to the nuances of respect. If one treats me with a foot, I shall treat them with a yard. He raised his cup, jesting. There is no poison in this wine, is there? Xie Danqing laughed heartily. I, Xie Danqing, am known for my integrity. Do not fret. My young friend. As he spoke, he reached to exchange cups with Su Si. Su Si waved his hand, downing the drink in one gulp. After all, he possessed the body of a warrior. What poison could harm him? It was merely a jest. At that moment, Lin Song suddenly erupted with rage, tears of blood filling his eyes. Master, I cannot accept this. Without turning his head, Xie Danqing snapped his fingers. A phantom brush appeared in the air, instantly inscribing the character for kill. In an instant, Lin Song's form shattered into countless pieces, dead beyond resurrection. Suchie se art sank. The man before him was far from the affable scholar he appeared to be. Indeed, how could one lead a grand force without decisiveness in matters of life and death? Younger Su, will you dine with us before your departure? Xie Danqing appeared unfazed, gazing at Su Si. The slots for the Battle of the Celestial Realms are limited. Should you not remain in the Tai sword sect, I can recommend you to another place to earn your position through combat. Oh, Su Si had intended to refuse, but nodded upon hearing this. walking alongside Xie Danqing towards the back hall. "You few come along." Xie Danqing spoke sternly, looking at the several elders who appeared dazed. "Yes." The elders bowed their heads. At the dining table, the elders treated Su Ci with the utmost reverence, constantly raising their cups in his honor. Su Ci barely sipped, while the elders drank deeply, their faces flushed. This celestial wine was potent, imbued with the essence of the Tao, too strong even for celestial kings to endure. This single meal cost a staggering 100,000 pounds of celestial gold. The Tai Sword sect was indeed bleeding profusely. I have long wished to visit upon hearing of your arrival, but alas, time was short. I shall self-punish with 5 cups. Seeking your forgiveness, young Su, I too shall take 5 cups. At the time of voting, I was utterly befuddled and mistakenly aligned with the wrong side. Please do not hold it against me, young Su. I shall drink 10 cups. Xiao Hui licked a bowl on the floor, savoring the strong liquor. Hearing this, it glanced at the elders. Its understanding of humans was superficial, yet it sensed these fellows might be concocting excuses to drink. Its heart tightened, and it licked even more fervently. The stock of celestial wine was limited, and if it could indulge, it would take full advantage. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xie Danqing and Su Ci spoke privately. "Do you know where one might secure a slot for the battle of the celestial realms?" Xie Danqing raised his cup, his eyes slightly glazed. "Scholars enjoy their wine. I have had my fair share. Please enlighten me, Master Xie." Su Ci smiled. "Beyond the domain of the starry sky immortal gate, there lies a waterfall known as the Galaxy Waterfall. This waterfall flows with the heavy water of the sun and moon, forming the 7 wonders of the Shaoyan immortal domain. Before the waterfall stands a stone tablet named the Galaxy Dao Tablet. Whoever can withstand the pressure beneath the heavy water and place in the top 3 will be appointed by the Central Star Domain to enter the battle of the celestial realms as a loose cultivator." Upon finishing, Xie Danqing observed Su Ci's furrowed brow. Xie Danqing was directing him to the starry sky immortal gate. Was this a calculated risk? Xie Danqing gazed at Su Ci with a knowing smile. "If young Su participates in my Tai Sword sect, I would welcome that as well. It is a choice between the two. A transparent strategy." Su Ci swirled his wine cup. "Very well. I shall venture into the starry sky immortal gate. Let us see what they can do to me." With that, he downed the rest of his drink and kicked Xiao Hui. "Let us go, Wang." Xiao Hui bared its teeth, awoken from slumber by the kick. Chu Wanli followed closely behind Su Ci, anxious not to lag behind. After Su Ci departed, Xie Danqing emerged from his slightly inebriated state, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. An elder whispered, "Master, are we to simply endure this loss? Su Jiuxiao has entered our gates, slaughtering tens of thousands of our disciples and 2 powerful elders. This is an unprecedented humiliation." "Fool!" Xie Danqing cast a glance at him. "Let me ask you, who bears a greater grudge against Su Jiuxiao, the starry sky immortal gate, or us?" The elder pondered for a moment. "We have been wronged. The starry sky immortal gate has been pursuing him. From Su Jiuxiao's perspective, they are indeed the more detestable party." "Precisely," Xie Danqing smiled. "Even if I could capture him, what would be the ultimate cost? Who would bear the burden? After subduing him, how shall we confront the Celestial Star sect? Do you wish for our Tai Sword sect to descend into the fate of Tai Cave Heaven, akin to that of the Misty Cave Heaven? Before taking action, one must consider the long-term consequences." The elder, enlightened, was filled with profound admiration for Xie Danqing, exclaiming, "Our esteemed leader possesses great wisdom. Thanks to your guidance, our Tai Sword sect has been spared from decline." A smirk crossed Xie Danqing's lips as he planned to embellish the events here, ensuring that everyone in the Shaoyan celestial domain would learn of the rising star known as Su Jiuxiao, who possessed the potential to claim victory in the celestial domain's competition. Indeed, the elder bowed deeply before turning to depart. Chapter 81. The name of Su Jiuxiao shakes the Shaoyan immortal domain. Su Jiuxiao wreaked havoc at the Tai Sword sect. This incident swept through the Shaoyan immortal domain like a tempest. The name Tianxian Su Jiuxiao now resonates profoundly in the minds of the various powers within the Shaoyan immortal domain. In the taverns of the main cities, discussions erupted. It is said that Tianxian Su Jiuxiao has slain tens of thousands from the Tai sword sect and has emerged unscathed. Rumor has it that even the leader of the Tai sect has bowed to him, and he is now heading towards the starry waterfall to attain enlightenment. Is this true? Even the Tai sect leader bowed down? That seems overly exaggerated. The last time I heard this name, it was in a corner where the starry immortal sect had issued a bounty on him. With such formidable strength, the upcoming immortal domain competition will certainly be intriguing. Our Xiaoyan immortal domain has only 3 spots available. The leader of the 7 stars, General Jido, Qiu Zifeng from the Tai sword sect, and the flower demon from the celestial demon kingdom. But I wonder, who does Tianxian Su Jiuxiao intend to challenge for position? He should first secure his qualification for the competition. The starry waterfall is right in front of the starry immortal sect, a powerful force. Would they be willing to grant Su Jiuxiao an opportunity? Isn't the starry waterfall governed by the central immortal domain? Governance is one thing, but one must have the means to reach the waterfall. Such discussions echoed throughout the Xiaoyan immortal domain. Su Qi, who had just arrived in the immortal domain for a mere 2 days, became the focal point of conversation. After indulging in food and drink, the most debated topic was Su Xi's combat prowess. Some claimed he could dominate the immortal domain, with a chance of seizing the great Dao flower. Others argued he was merely a fleeting phenomenon, destined to meet the same fate as countless challengers before him, falling under the bounty of the starry immortal sect. At the starry waterfall, beneath the 7 tiers of the waterfall, Tai Shitting made a breakthrough, ascending directly to the 5th tier. He laughed toward the heavens. Today, I have reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. In this immortal domain competition, the spots for the Xiaoyan immortal domain will all belong to the 7 stars. Nearby, several armored figures appeared. Congratulations, General, on reaching the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. The pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Tai Shitting was exceedingly pleased and turned to one of the armored figures. That insolent little minion. What was his name again? Tianxian Su something. What is his current status? Upon hearing this, the armored figure broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "It's Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. He is indeed formidable. He has killed Vice General Pang Yin." Before he could finish, Tai Shitting erupted in fury, slamming his hand down, causing the waterfall to boil, and shouted, "What audacity! How dare he slay my right-hand man? He is truly courting death." The armored figure hastily wiped his sweat, trembling. "General, I haven't finished. Speak." While Su Jiuxiao killed General Pang, he also broke through the 12 heavens formation of the Tai sword sect. He severed the 2 influential elders, Lin Song and Su Wei. Ultimately, even the leader of the Tai sect could do nothing against him. They reconciled over a cup of wine and let him go. Now Su Jiuxiao is heading towards the starry immortal sect. The smile on Tai Shitting's face abruptly vanished. Where did this information originate? From the Tai sword sect. Can be verified? First-hand intelligence. The authenticity is uncertain. Tai Shitting relaxed slightly. The distance between the Tai sword sect and the starry immortal sect is vast. If the information has even a shred of truth, it is already remarkable. Su Jiuxiao, a mere celestial, could repel the Tai sect leader in just a few days? That is utterly preposterous. Moreover, Tai Shitting had just made a breakthrough and was feeling quite invincible. He coldly declared, "Su Jiuxiao is on his way to the starry waterfall? Perfect, I shall await him here. Open all space stations. Do not hinder Su Jiuxiao. I intend to confront him one-on-one beneath the starry waterfall and sever his head. Let everyone know the consequences of offending the 4th army of the stars." The armored figure's expression was exhilarated. Their general showed no fear of Su Jiuxiao. "Yes, General." After 2 hours, Tai Shitting was still practicing combat techniques when 2 figures clad in generaless attire appeared before him. Tai Shitting was startled and hurriedly smiled. 3rd brother, 5th brother, the 3rd son of the 7 stars, Zhong Rui, and the 5th son, Zui Yu. Their ascension to the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm occurred much earlier than his. Typically, they remained in seclusion, preparing for the immortal domain competition. Unexpectedly, They had emerged today and come to his secluded location. Are my brothers here to celebrate my achievement in reaching the profound immortal realm? A smile lingered on Tai Shitting's face, yet it had not fully blossomed when two sharp rebukes rang in his ears. Fool! Idiot! Tai Shitting was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the two. He watched as the third son, Zhong Rue, solemnly stated, "The reports of Su Jiuxiao's rampage at the Tai Sword Sect are entirely true. He indeed reconciled with the Tai sect leader over a cup of wine. However, according to our intelligence, it was the leader who proactively sought this reconciliation." Proactively sought? Tai Shitting felt puzzled. To drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Zui Yu sneered. Everyone knows the treachery of Xie Danqing. The leader has already seen through it. He would never intervene personally. He intends to use Su Jiuxiao as the sharpest sword to pierce our starry, immortal sect. Tai Shitting's eyes widened. What merit does Su Jiuxiao possess to pose a threat to our starry immortal sect? Threat? Zui Yu scoffed. With his strength, he could sever you in 3 moves in a one-on-one confrontation. The leader's intention is for you to focus on your cultivation. Leave the matter of Su Jiuxiao to us. Zhongrei nodded in agreement, severing the spatial transmission array. We cannot allow him to reach the starry waterfall, lest the rules dictate a one-on-one confrontation, stripping us of our advantage as a powerful faction. At that point, only our elder brother may emerge from seclusion to subdue him, leaving us to become the laughingstock of the world. Tai Shitting was alarmed upon hearing this. The foremost general of the stars, their elder brother, Jido. He is a contender for the Great Dao Flower, ranking among the top 10 in history on the Star River Steel. To require Jido to take action against Su Jiuxiao indicates the profound regard the leader has for him. So what do you propose? Tai Shitting hesitated for a moment. Surround and attack. Zui Yu chuckled. Let us bring the starry immortal guards and set up the 7 stars formation to eliminate him. Zhong Rue licked his lips with bloodthirsty anticipation. We cannot allow this prodigy to continue his cultivation. His progress is far too rapid. However, the thought of slaying an unparalleled genius is exhilarating. Tai Shitting instinctively nodded. May I participate? He quickly closed his mouth upon seeing the expressions on Zhong Rue and Zui Yu's faces, realizing he had no chance. The two had already regarded Su Jiuxiao as fish on the chopping block, fearing he might steal their glory. Chapter 82. The Girl by the Starry River, Hucking's Confession. On the island of Jiuzhou, Su Si was somewhat perplexed. With a single punch, he obliterated the spatial city before him. Within the city, countless cultivators of the starry immortal sect perished, yet the teleportation array was also destroyed. It was strange. The starry immortal sect had initially shown kindness, even waving the teleportation crystals for them. Why had they suddenly turned against him? Chu Wanli was filled with confusion. Suchifarud Isbro. It appeared that internal discord had arisen among them. Chu Wanli was slightly startled as she gazed at the map of the immortal realm in her hands. What should we do? Many of the teleportation cities are controlled by the starry immortal sect. If they obstruct us with their lives, we will have to take a longer route. It will take at least a month and a half to reach the great starry waterfall. Suchi fell silent. He feared not the act of killing, but rather the complications that accompanied it. Once they arrived at the starry immortal sect, a great battle awaited him. If time slipped away, he might miss the opportunity to engage in the competition, and that would spell disaster. At that moment, his storage ring stirred unexpectedly, and a celestial sword emerged. In the ether, the sword communicated with a distant node, transforming into a spectral figure. Su Si was taken aback. He recognized the figure. It was none other than the esteemed Hucking from the Tianxian realm. When he had annihilated the Mingchu sacred land, this old fellow had sought to recruit him, aiming to appoint him as a celestial general, only to be dispatched with a single strike. To think he would now come seeking him. Su Xiao. Hucking's face was plastered with a fawning smile, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Long time no see." Su Si sneered. "You dare to come see me?" After Xie Danqing's embellishments, Su Si's reputation had grown considerably. Whispers about him circulated in every spatial city. Hucking was well aware of his deeds, which was hardly surprising. "Please do not take offense. I come to offer assistance," Hucking said awkwardly. "I believe you are in need of a quota for the competition in the immortal realm? The Tai Sword sect and the Starry Immortal sect have denied you, and the Heavenly Demon Kingdom is even less likely to grant it. Competing for a name is quite troublesome, isn't it? Su Si cast him a sidelong glance. Speak plainly, no need for circumlocution. Hucking took a deep breath and said solemnly, You must know that my Yinxia cave heaven has recently declined. It was once known as Yinxia Immortal Mountain, part of the Great Powers. This time marks our last opportunity to qualify for the competition. However, our strength within the cave is severely lacking. If you do not mind, we at Yinxia Cave Heaven are willing to assist you wholeheartedly. Submit? Su Si was taken aback. Hucking was not seeking to bestow him a title of Celestial General, but was instead offering to be his subordinate. This was a shift in allegiance brought on by strength. Is Yinxia Cave Heaven located on this Jiuzhou island? Suqi inquired. Indeed, it is quite close. I'm already en route, Hucking chuckled, pointing to a coordinate on the Immortal Realm map in Chu Wanli's hand. Very well. Su Si nodded and flew toward the indicated coordinate. At the Great Starry Waterfall, a maiden emerged. She wore a phoenix crown and draped a scarlet robe around her. The luxurious silk flowed like clouds with each of her steps. The colors were vibrant yet elegant, reminiscent of the evening glow at the horizon. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her gaze akin to autumn waters. Exquisite. In her hand, she wielded a flaming spear, its shaft enveloped in fierce flames, causing the spatial realm to subtly distort. Perched upon her shoulder was a small red bird, curiously gazing about. Both the girl and the bird exuded an innocent naivety. To obtain a quota for the qualifying battle, one must pass the certification of the Starry Stone Tablet. The maiden giggled and then turned to her companion, Xiao Luo. Shall we go grab something to eat first? Quack, quack. Xiao Luo quacked, seemingly still in the midst of its vocal transition. Ugh, that sounds dreadful, the maiden complained, swatting at the little bird before soaring toward the stars. Half an hour later, the maiden burst forth, fuming as she flew toward the Great Starry Waterfall. She shot straight to the 5th level and directed her voice toward a particular spot, exclaiming, Starry Immortal Sect, you there, Tai Shi, come out at once. Her words fell, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The fluctuations of energy absorbing the immortal essence ceased entirely. All gazes turned toward her. Upon seeing such a stunning maiden, expressions of astonishment spread across the crowd. Yet, upon noticing the phoenix crown upon her head, apprehension flickered in their eyes. How regal! She must be from an esteemed family, adorned with artifacts of the highest order. Suddenly, a black-armored warrior appeared, his expression sour as he glared at the maiden. Who is this yellow-haired girl? This is the territory of the Starry Immortal Sect. Where is your master? I, the maiden exclaimed, I am older than your mother. How dare you call me a yellow-haired girl? Having spent several millennia within the temporal secret realm, her mentality remained unchanged. Yet her true age was indeed considerable. Impudence, the black-armored warrior reprimanded. Should you continue to act unruly, do not blame us for resorting to violence. Depart at once. Bring that Tai Shi out. The maiden insisted, undeterred. Bold, the black-armored warrior summoned his immortal essence, unleashing his profound cultivation as he thundered. Do you think you can simply call upon the name of the 4th general? I shall grant you one last chance. Leave now or else. Whoosh, the spear sliced through the air, spinning at an incredible speed, the tip resembling a spiraling vortex, and with a single thrust, it pierced the black-armored warrior's throat. Blood gushed forth, and the black-armored warrior's eyes widened in shock. In one strike, a profound warrior fell. Enemy attack. The horns sounded, and in an instant, numerous soldiers burst forth from the waterfall, rushing toward the maiden. Those who trained at the Great Starry Waterfall were all elites of the Starry Immortal Sect. Not only the 4th Army of the Starry River, but almost all the elite forces had their training points here. They surged forth with the momentum of an entire sect, rising to action. The maiden held her head high, her neck as white as jade, devoid of any fear. And she continued to sweetly demand, Where is that annoying Tai Shi? Meanwhile, Suqi encountered Uking. The elder, tall in stature, bent almost to 180 degrees upon seeing Su Si, resembling a humble servant rather than the imposing figure he once was. Uking, suchigrite duita smile. Slap. Without a word, Hucking immediately gave himself a resounding slap. Susi was taken aback. This first slap is for my inability to recognize your greatness. Mistaking a shallow creature for one of celestial stature, and for offending you multiple times, this is truly deserving. Hucking knelt, tears streaming down his face, and slapped himself again. This second slap is for my failure to manage my subordinates, allowing the Mingchu sacred land to repeatedly besiege and suppress the Jiuxiao sacred land, causing you much trouble on your path of cultivation. This is also warranted. Slap. This third slap. Hucking continued to kneel before Su Si, alternating slaps that echoed through the air. Even Su Si was astonished at the number of grievances he had against him. As the last words rang out, Su Si's Jiuxiao imperial sword nearly leapt from its sheath. Hucking hurriedly ceased, covering his face, and awkwardly said, "Some of this is artistic embellishment. I truly did not offend you to such an extent. Please do not hold it against me." Su Si restrained the sword and helped Hucking to his feet, chuckling, "If you continue, I might truly be unable to refrain from striking you down." Hucking smiled sheepishly, sensing that Su Si had no murderous intent and felt a great relief in his heart. He raised his hand and said, "Then, esteemed one, shall we return to Yinsha Cave Heaven? I shall lead the way." Chapter 83. The Fallen Xinsha Cave. Is someone blocking the way? A group of individuals made their way towards the center of Jiuzhou Island. Su Si expressed mild astonishment. "It appears that your Xinsha Cave has thrived quite well, considering its prime location at the heart of Jiuzhou Island. After all, even in decline, a major power is still far superior to these second-rate factions." Hua Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, blushed, and awkwardly chuckled. "Xinsha Cave no longer has its original stronghold. We currently reside within the Shaoyan royal city." "You've lost your territory?" Su Si was taken aback. "How many Xianxian do you have left in Xinsha Cave?" "One," Hua Qing replied, rubbing his nose, "and he is currently in seclusion, preparing for a fierce battle in the immortal domain." "What are your chances?" Su Qi gaze sharpened. "Infinitely close to zero," Hua Qing candidly admitted. Su Si, slightly taken aback, pressed on, "So, how many individuals do you have in Xinsha Cave?" Hua Qing rubbed his hands together, including the sect master. Three. Su Qi was profoundly shocked. "At this rate, your entire sect is on the verge of extinction. Supporting you? What's the point?" At that moment, a woman in azure robes approached leisurely from a distance. She possessed an attractive appearance and appeared quite young, her strength hovering around the upper immortal level. Upon spotting Hua Qing, she hurriedly flew over. "Master Hua Qing." Hua Qing smiled. "This is our sect master, Tan Shuangyu." Tan Shuangyu appeared warm and welcoming, urging, "Let's return to Xinsha Cave first." Su Si nodded and followed the woman towards the royal city. Shaoyan Royal City, located in the heart of Jiuzhou Island, boasted towering walls and a multitude of soldiers. As the highest ruling power in the Shaoyan immortal domain, its grandeur was unmatched by any other cave. On the city walls patrolled a general, who possessed the strength of a Xianxian. Within Shaoyan Royal City, one must maintain a low profile. Extreme caution was essential. "Tan Xuanyu continually advised. We must not provoke the Shaoyan Prince's guards. Otherwise, we will be expelled. If we are expelled, we, with our meager numbers, would soon perish in the immortal domain." Chu Wanli frequently nodded, her eyes darting around curiously. The royal city indeed exuded magnificence, an experience starkly different from the Tianxian realm. Even Xiao Hui was nodding. "I want to eat something nice upon entering the city." Before long, the group arrived at the city gates. "Stop!" a soldier commanded sternly. "Have you registered as outsiders?" Tan Shuangyu was momentarily taken aback. "We are from Xinsha Cave, bringing guests into the city. No registration is necessary. We have permission from the Shaoyan immortal government." "Oomph." The soldier scoffed. "The Shaoyan prince has just arrived in the royal city, and the city's defense level has been raised 3 notches. Everyone must be interrogated by our guards." "Interrogate?" Su Si narrowed his eyes. Hua Qing, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Esteemed one, please remain calm. The Shaoyan immortal government is not the Xiuxing immortal gate. They have the power to govern the Shaoyan immortal domain, with connections in the central immortal domain as well. We must not provoke them, or the consequences could be dire. The central immortal domain, a realm where immortals congregated, was the very heart of the entire immortal domain. For Huaqing, offending the Shaoyan immortal government meant a death sentence for anyone within the Shaoyan immortal domain. Su Si smiled at him. You have misunderstood me. I'm not the type to wreak havoc wherever I go. Misunderstanding. Huaqing was taken aback. In the Tianxian realm, the name Jiuxiao Emperor was synonymous with slaughter and sin. Where did his authority stem from? It was forged through bloodshed. As long as he was not in seclusion, no one dared to provoke Jiuxiao's sacred land. He was indeed a violent figure. Meanwhile, Tan Xuanyu furrowed her brows and stepped forward. Sir Soldier, might I request a favor? She discreetly offered a storage ring to the soldier. Outrageous. The soldier's smile vanished as he accepted the ring. His voice boomed. Bribing guards in broad daylight tarnishes the integrity of our Shaoyan immortal army. Xinxia Cave should have no reason to continue existing on Jiuzhou Island. The soldier was taken aback, immediately kneeling. General Wang Yu. Huaqing was drenched in cold sweat. Anyone referred to as a general had to be at least a Xinxian. He anticipated that Wang Yu had been monitoring the city gates, focusing his attention on Tan Xuanyu. The moment she attempted to bribe, he sprang into action, catching her red-handed. General, I didn't take it. I was merely curious about what was inside. The soldier trembled, prostrating himself, holding the ring above his head. I will address your issues later, Wang Yu said dismissively, turning his attention to Su Si and the others. He found them somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen them. As a general in the royal city, he encountered countless faces daily, so forgetting one was perfectly normal. He then gazed at Tan Xuanyu, smiling. Young lady Yu, it seems you've been caught in the act. Do you have anything to say? Tan Xuanyu's face turned pale. General, Wang Yu interrupted her. You are aware of the royal city's regulations. Bribing the guards is a serious offense, especially on a critical day like today with the Shaoyan prince's visit to Jiuzhou Island. If I report this, Xinxia Cave may very well be erased from this world. Do you honor your ancestors? Tan Xuanyu trembled uncontrollably. General Wang. Wang Yu was pleased with her reaction, stepping closer and whispering, If I can see Miss Xuanyu at the general's residence tonight, then we can discuss everything amicably. After all, we are on the same side. Laughing heartily, he gazed at Tan Xuanyu's delicate hands and fair legs, his desire burning within him. He had long coveted her, and this time he had finally caught her, seemingly seeking to assist Tan Xuanyu in making a decision. Wang Yu turned to Su Si and the others. Huaqing, take your people and leave. I do not wish to see you in the royal city again. Otherwise, I shall cleave you in two. As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a large axe, exuding an imposing aura as he swung it with vigor. Huaqing inhaled deeply, casting an apologetic glance at Su Si. Esteemed one, we should depart for now and devise a plan later. Su Si remained non-committal. He and Tan Xuanyu were mere acquaintances, and he had no inclination to assist her. Moreover, considering the dire straits of Xinxia Cave, whether they could retain their spot for the immortal domain competition was still an open question. Seeing the group turn to leave, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with triumph. At that moment, a soldier approached him, whispering something in his ear. Wang Yu's eyes brightened, and he leaped forward, blocking Su Si's path with several soldiers, exclaiming, Hold on. Chapter 84. One person, one sword, facing the Shaoyan royal city. Hold on. Su Si squinted his eyes. In truth, he was not one to invite trouble. Yet, some individuals, oblivious to their surroundings, insisted on seeking their demise by confronting him directly. Is there something you need? Suchi inquired, with indiferencia. To his surprise, Wang Yu did not even glance at him, but instead addressed Chu Wanli. Miss, accompany me for a moment. I suspect you bear a striking resemblance to a wanted criminal and must take you in for verification. Verification? Su Si was taken aback. Wang Yu was truly an incorrigible lecher. Having already coerced Tan Xuanyu, he now set his sights on Chu Wanli. Huaqing's face turned pale. He was well aware of Su Si's temperament. If this situation escalated, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the Shaoyan immortal manor, offending the Starry Sky sect. kicking the Tai sword sect, and now aiming to provoke the Shaoyan immortal manner? Among the four great powers of the immortal domain, only the demon clan had not clashed with Su Ci. Was he intent on making enemies of the world? With this thought, Hua Qing frantically urged, "Your Excellency, endure for the moment. Retreating may lead to a broader vista." Retreat? Su Ci turned a glance at Hua Qing. At that moment, Tan Xuanyu also approached. Trembling as she spoke, "Wang Yu, I will comply with whatever you desire. Just let these individuals go. They hold no enmity towards you, do not enter Shaoyan Royal City, and have committed no wrongs. There is no need to make things difficult for them. Enmity? Wrongdoing?" Wang Yu burst into raucous laughter, reveling in his mirth. "Who says only the wicked shall be punished in this world? Let me tell you, in this realm, weakness itself is the original sin, deserving of oppression by the strong. Seize them." With a command, two armored soldiers charged forward with sinister grins, their expressions and demeanor betraying their familiarity with such acts. Clearly, they had engaged in this sort of behavior numerous times before. Yet, as they stepped within 10 meters of Su Ci, their figures abruptly vanished, leaving only a battle knife behind. Even the specially crafted armor dissipated into nothingness. "What?" Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Hua Qing. "Hua Qing, do you dare lay a hand on the soldiers of the royal city? Do I possess such strength?" Hua Qing forced a smile. Indeed, Wang Yu scrutinized Su Ci and his companions, but found no one had made move. Was there someone hidden? Alarmed, he turned to one of the soldiers beside him. "You go?" "Yes." The soldier, though unwilling, could only steel himself for the task. To refuse would mean death. Yet to offend Wang Yu would result in a fate worse than death. Even their ancestors' graves would be disturbed. The soldier charged ahead. This time, as he took a mere step, Su Ci pointed with his finger, unleashing a surge of energy that traversed Tianzhong and struck the soldier's head. With a splatter, the head exploded, blood showering Wang Yu. Phew! Wang Yu staggered back 3 steps, terror etched across his face as he looked at Su Ci. "You are actually a mystic immortal." His rise to the rank of general was primarily due to his cousin being the city lord. Otherwise, with his debauched nature, he could never have achieved such a position among the mystic immortals. The great axe he wielded was merely for show. Quick, quick, quick! Enemy attack, enemy attack. Wang Yu retreated in panic, producing a token and shattering it. The entire royal city erupted in chaos, countless pillars of spiritual energy shooting into the sky. Wang Yu had directly shattered the life and death order, a command that could only be broken in moments of dire peril, signaling that the entire city was now mobilized. This man's cowardice was unparalleled in Su Ci's experience. With a sigh of relief after shattering the life and death order, Wang Yu grinned maliciously at Su Ci. "You are doomed." Su Ci stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a bemused smile gracing his lips. "Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are." Wang Yu spat. "Even if you were the heavenly king, you would die here today. My brother is the city lord. Dare to provoke me, Wang Yu, and you are as good as dead." Su Ci shook his head in amusement, about to raise a finger to end this farce. Just then, a young general clad in battle attire leapt forth from the side. With a swift motion, Su Ci struck, creating a colossal imprint in space, akin to a celestial millstone descending upon the young general. Before he could utter a word, he was crushed, body and soul extinguished. Crack! Another section of space shattered, and a military formation of hundreds emerged, banners fluttering as they charged towards Su Ci. The Shaoyan Immortal Army. Without a glance, Su Ci sidestepped and unleashed a punch. Clang! A furnace descended, enveloping the once unstoppable military formation, instantly reducing it to ashes. Then, from above, another general wielding a great sword descended, his voice booming like thunder. Swift as lightning, aiming directly for Su Ci's head. Su Ci tilted his head, the great sword slashing across his shoulder. Sparks flew, yet he remained unscathed. Su Ci merely smiled softly at him. High-grade immortal armor? The sword-wielding general nearly fainted. Such an item was rare, even among immortal kings. One needed substantial backing to even don it. In the realm of mystic immortals, unless one practiced top-tier offensive paths, who could breach its defenses? Quite discerning, Su Si noted with surprise at the sword-wielding general, but he did not slow his pace, striking down with a claw upon the general's head. Crack! The head exploded, blood spraying as Su Si twisted, showering the advancing military formation. Swish, swish, swish. The blood of the mystic immortal was potent, now unleashed by Su Si. It rained down like arrows, piercing the formation and claiming countless lives. The formation of hundreds crumbled in the blink of an eye. In the distance, more powerful foes and formations were converging. Woof! Shall we leap onto Suicide's shoulder? Very well, today shall be a day of slaughter. Let us see what capabilities this foremost power possesses. Should the city not kneel, I shall raise it. Undaunted, Suchi stepped forward, soaring into the air as the Nine Heavens Emperor sword materialized in his right hand, facing the Shaoyan immortal manor. The most powerful force in the Shaoyan immortal domain. Boom! The sky to the right split open as a flaming arrow, crackling with lightning, tore through the void, heading straight for Su Si's head. The arrow was the pinnacle of long-range attacks, entwined with the pathways of thunder. A dual-pronged assault. A formidable foe had arrived. Su Si sidestepped, cleaving towards the arrow with his sword. Boom! An enormous crater formed where they collided. Had it not been for Xiao Hui's timely leap to shield Chu Wanli, Hua Qing, and Tan Xuanyu, the trio would have certainly sustained grievous injuries. Fury knitted Weeding Suchi. In the next moment, he sank into the fabric of space, re-emerging beside an old man concealed among the clouds. The space pathway. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. To be found so swiftly could only mean one thing. This individual's mastery of the space pathway approached that of a mystic immortal. Flee. Archers feared close quarters, as it rendered them helpless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, no matter how fast he could not outpace Su Si's space pathway, nor could he evade the stellar river sword technique. A streak of sword intent, spanning the heavens, descended upon the old man. Swoosh! The old man could not evade in time. Even transforming into lightning proved futile. He was pierced through the heart by a single strike, meeting an instant demise. Silence enveloped the scene. The approaching powerful foes and formations halted in their tracks. Wang Yu, witnessing this, was struck with terror, collapsing to the ground. Uncle Chun is dead. Quickly, quickly, inform my brother. Inform the Shaoyan Crown Prince. Someone seeks to annihilate the city. Chapter 85. Bloodstained White Robes. Arrival of the 8 Xian Immortals. In the Lord's mansion of the city, within the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor bowed before a rotund figure seated on the main throne. Adorned in a python robe, the rotund man appeared disinterested, yet a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, causing the middle-aged man to bend even lower. Lord of the Wang City, the rotund man addressed the middle-aged figure. Is there something the Crown Prince wishes to convey? The Lord inquired in a deep voice. Shaking his head, the rotund man produced a scroll. Do not be alarmed. I'm not here for an inspection. I am merely staying for a few days until I locate my dearest brother. Your dearest brother? The Lord raised an eyebrow in surprise. Come, take a look. The rotund man beckoned. The Lord stepped forward and gazed at the scroll, revealing a young man with a smile, standing amidst the heavens, exuding an air of invincibility. Perched upon his shoulder was a small gray dog, its eyes reflecting the cycles of the cosmos. Not an ordinary creature by any means. Who is this person? The Lord was taken aback. Among the contemporary youth, he had never encountered anyone with such brilliance. Not even Ji-Do, the foremost among the 7 stars. Surely, he must be the most outstanding of the younger generation. This is a portrait I painted. What do you think? Is he not handsome? The rotund man beamed. His name is Su Jiuxiao. The Lord was astounded. But is he not the one who single-handedly stormed Tai and provoked the pursuit of the Starfall army? The renowned Tianxian Su Jiuxiao? Does he truly have a crown prince's backing? Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have ensured his warm welcome during the Stargate's visit to Jiuzhou Island. The rotund man chuckled. I only just learned of Brother Su's arrival in the Shaoyan immortal domain. Su Si had only been in Shaoyan for a few days. If not for the significant commotion he had caused, the Crown Prince would not have been so easily informed. After all, his life revolved around enjoying flowers, teasing birds, and composing poetry. The Lord nodded in understanding. So the crown prince wishes for me to locate Su Jiuxiao and bring him here? Ah, no. You shall ascertain his whereabouts. I will personally seek him out. The rotund man hesitated briefly before responding with a smile. The Lord's heart raced with astonishment. The crown prince of Shaoyan possessed an impressive lineage, being the biological son of the Shaoyan immortal sovereign, the direct descendant of the Shaoyan immortal mansion, tracing back to a significant force in the central immortal domain. Otherwise, how could he command such respect with his celestial cultivation? Yet, such a figure was willing to personally seek out the Tianxian Su Jiuxiao and adopt a humble approach. This indicated that Su Jiuxiao's background was undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps he was a descendant of a great force in the immortal domains, discreetly visiting in plain attire. I will exert every effort to locate Master Su, for your highness. The Lord vowed silently, determined to establish a connection with Su Jiuxiao, thereby elevating his own standing. It is important to note that his strength among the Xian immortals was not particularly formidable. Many Xian immortals served him, allowing him to attain the position of lord over such a significant territory as Jiuzhou Island. His success was attributed to his intellect, or as he would phrase it, his political acumen. The Lord accepted the scroll and carefully tucked it away. At that moment, alarms echoed throughout Shaoyan City. The immortal array trembled, and countless beams of Xian light ascended into the sky. The crown prince tumbled from his seat in a state of panic. By the heavens, the life and death order. Enemy attack. Protect the crown prince. Do not panic, your highness. A black-clad elder appeared beside him, bowing respectfully. Wenshu, you must protect me. The rotund man's face was pale with fear. He could not afford to lose his good fortune. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Wenshu consoled him. Taking a deep breath, the crown prince gazed at Wenshu, feeling a sense of security. Previously, his honorable uncle had met his demise at the hands of Jibo. Shaoyan immortal sovereign had sent him a more formidable protector. This elder was the sovereign's personal guard, possessing mastery over 3 pathways, making him exceptionally powerful among the Xian immortals. Meanwhile, the Lord received a message, his expression shifting as he bowed. Your Highness, I shall go investigate the matter and excuse myself for the moment. The crown prince nodded. Go forth and see who dares to stir up trouble. If necessary, let Wenshu handle it. Wenshu, standing with arms crossed, cast a defiant glance at the Lord. There is no one I cannot handle. Even if the leader of the Tai sword sect were to attack, I would ensure he returns empty-handed. With his heart steadied, the Lord turned and exited. Before the city gates, Su Ci, clad in blood-stained white robes, wielded his sword with devastating precision, causing the city's defenders to fall like ripe wheat. Hu Qing, Chu Wanli, and Tan Shuangyu gaped in shock. Particularly, Tan Shuangyu, the young lord, was filled with dread. The more Su Ci slaughtered, the more her panic grew. In the realm of the Wang City, no one had ever left alive after attacking the Shaoyan immortal mansion. It was practically a death sentence. Even the transcendent forces such as the Seven Stars sect, Tai sword sect, and the Kingdom of 10,000 monsters would show utmost respect upon encountering the Shaoyan immortal mansion. How dare this person act so recklessly? Originally, she had only lost her body, but now, it seemed she had lost her very life. Realizing this, she began to resent Su Ci, and her ire extended to Hu Qing as well. The calamity of annihilation had arrived today. Hu Qing, you fool. This man is recklessly bold, daring to clash with the Shaoyan immortal mansion. What he brings is not hope, but disaster. You should have seen this coming. Her expression was filled with despair. The worst outcome she had anticipated was merely becoming a general's wife. Now, she faced the prospect of a violent death, or worse, being tormented by the Lord's mansion. How can you speak so? Chu Wanli glared at her, angered. Were it not for you, would we have come to Shaoyan City and clashed with the Shaoyan immortal army? It is you who have brought us to this fate. Tan Shuangyu did not retort, but murmured bitterly to herself. We are all on the verge of death. Why speak of trivial matters? When our souls are scorched and we are ridden like beasts, I hope you can still speak so boldly. You. Chu Wanli was enraged, taken aback by Tan Shuangyu's venomous words. Caught in the middle, Hu Qing was at a loss for words, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The unfolding events were far beyond his expectations. Tan Xuanyu had already attracted the attention of Wang Yu. That was unfortunate enough. Yet, even more unfortunate was Su Jiuxiao's slaughter of the Shaoyan Immortal Army. This was tantamount to rebellion in the Shaoyan Immortal Domain. No great power would be of any help now. They were doomed. Su Jiuxiao was utterly oblivious to the gravity of his actions, believing he was still in the Tianxian realm. As Hu Qing panicked, he seemed to confirm his fears. Suddenly, the space ahead tore open, and an imposing middle-aged man emerged. Behind him stood 7 Xian immortals, each radiating the essence of at least 2 pathways, rivaling the previous archers in strength. This was the foundation of the greatest power in the Shaoyan Immortal Domain. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the skies, obscuring the sun and moon. The air crackled with the intertwining of pathways and the tumult of thunder. The 7 Xian immortals possessed enough power to plow the Jiuzhou Island from east to west, and the support from the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion was boundless. After obliterating the Shaoyan Immortal Domain, they could summon reinforcements from the Dine Immortal Domain or even the Central Immortal Domain. Chapter 86. Is he Su Jiuxiao? The great figures are weak at the knees. Seeing this, Wang Yu let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Kid, you're doomed. My brother is here. The more people you kill, the more tragic your death will be. It's too late to repent now, ha ha." At this point, he glanced at Chu Wanli behind Su Ci, thinking that if the young lady were willing, she could be spared from death. Perhaps she could even enjoy wealth and nobility. Tan Xuanyu's eyes sparkled with life. "General, what about me?" "You." Wang Yu scoffed. Compared to Chu Wanli, Tan Xuanyu was leagues below. The difference was akin to that between flowers and dung. "For someone like you, I usually indulge first and then kill." "Ugh. Never mind, the more I look at you, the uglier you seem. I might as well just slaughter you like a pig, slicing your throat clean." Tan Xuanyu took 2 steps back, trembling uncontrollably. Her beauty was insufficient for her to survive. It was over. Wang Yu roared with laughter, exhilarated by Chu Wanli's fear and Tan Xuanyu's despair. He felt a rush of satisfaction, soaring to celestial heights. Bullying others was truly delightful. After reveling in this joy, he raised his head, arching like a swan. Gazing skyward, "Brother, make your move." In the distance, Su Ci severed a 1,000-man army formation with a single stroke of his sword and turned to look at the 8 profound immortals in the far sky. 8 immortals wielding 2 paths of the great Dao. To confront them all at once would surely be a bitter struggle. He sheathed his sword and walked back, standing before Chu Wanli and the others, facing the lord of the city. "You are the highest leader of Wang City?" "I am. My name is—" "Wait." The lord of the city had originally looked askance at him, but upon a proper glance, his legs instantly felt paralyzed, plummeting down from the heavens. Had it not been for the swift reflexes of the 2 profound immortals beside him, he would have fallen flat on his face. Gasping for breath, the lord of the city, supported by others, adjusted his crooked crown while struggling to regain his composure. "Huh?" Wang Yu stared in disbelief, bewildered. "Brother, what's wrong? Are you having an episode?" He had never heard of his brother suffering from any ailment. Was it possible that his foundation had been compromised while comprehending the great Dao? Ignoring him, the lord of the city, with fingers trembling like a chicken's claw, reached into his robes and extracted a scroll from the position of his heart. The scroll still carried the warmth of his physical form. As it slowly unfurled, the lord of the city began to tremble, continually comparing the figure in the distance. Su Ci, with the one on the scroll. Su Ci frowned slightly. Is this fellow truly unwell? After several comparisons, the lord of the city went limp once more, this time his entire body losing strength, akin to a slippery eel. The profound immortals beside him were caught off guard and failed to support him, causing him to fall straight down, landing in an undignified manner. "Huh?" Wang Yu was stunned. It seemed his brother was genuinely in trouble. Did this mean his own aspirations for the position of city lord were within reach? His heart began to race. The young prince of Shaoyan was within Wang City. As long as he played his cards right, the position of city lord could very well be his. "Lord, what is happening?" Several profound immortals descended, crouching beside the incapacitated lord of the city. "Quick, hurry to notify the young prince of Shaoyan. Be swift. The lord of the city struggled to breathe, his mind racing with thoughts on how to handle the aftermath. He never imagined that the one wreaking havoc at the city gate was none other than the young prince's closest ally, the heavenly Su Jiuxiao. And the one he was clashing with was his own wayward younger brother. Wang Yu's true nature was clear to him. If there was a conflict, it meant their side was decidedly in the wrong. The profound immortals at his side, loyal to the lord of the city, sensed the gravity of the situation upon seeing his expression. They understood that they had provoked a formidable figure and promptly declared, "Yes, I shall seek out the young prince immediately." As he vanished into the shadows, Wang Yu stood by, feeling rather perplexed. Even he, with his limited wit, could tell something was amiss. What kind of person was his brother, the lord of the city, the top figure of Jiuzhou Island? Even the likes of Xie Danqing from the Tai Sword sect had to toast him before departing. Yet now, facing Su Ci, he dared not make a move and instead sent someone to find the young prince. This could only mean Su Ci was not to be trifled with. Brother, is this kid really that strong? Wang Yu darted to the lord's side, his words flowing smoothly. But what if he is strong? We are from the Shaoyan immortal manor. Let us send someone to deal with him. There is no need to fear him. The young prince is still in the city, and his personal guard is said to be a figure on the profound immortal ranking. Who can contend with him? To create trouble in my Shaoyan Wang city is to court death. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as the lord of the city swiftly removed his shoe and struck Wang Yu's face with it. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for his utter lack of desire to deal with Wang Yu at that moment, he would have loved to pound him like machi on a stone mill. Using a giant hammer, Su Ci paused, observing the lord of the city's antics from a distance, feeling equally bewildered. Just then, the sky split open once more as a middle-aged man clad in black emerged. The moment he appeared, the great Dao surged like boiling water, erupting in tumultuous waves. The vastness of the Dao resembled an endless sea, now bubbling with fervor. The sheer strength of this middle-aged man was undeniable, a true master, even more formidable than Xie Danqing. Su Ci turned to face him, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Ever since ascending to the realm of profound immortals, he had encountered nothing but mediocre opponents. He had yet to engage in a truly exhilarating battle. He longed for a clash from which he could break through. The path of space and the Tao of the profound immortals were separated by but a thin layer of paper. Who dares provoke the Shaoyan immortal manor? Do they know the meaning of death? When Shu stepped out of the rift in space, casting a sideways glance at Su Ci. What the? When Shu froze in midair, as if struck by lightning. Then, his legs buckled beneath him, rendering him 10 times more disheveled than the lord of the city as he plummeted from the sky, his face displaying extreme terror. He retreated as if fleeing from a ghost, overwhelmed with dread. He had witnessed the young prince of Shaoyan meet the timeless immortal. He had been present, albeit hidden, guarding the outside world without revealing himself. He had seen clearly how Xian Shu met his demise, one slap, and he was crushed like a fly. No matter how powerful he became, he could never provoke such an ancestor. Panic surged through him, the signal of death ringing in his mind. Without a second thought, when Shu produced a communication token, shouting, "Prince, come quickly. Su Jiuxiao is outside the city gate. He has clashed with our Shaoyan immortal army." What? The voice from the token grew louder. "My best brother is here. What are you all doing? How could you let such a distinguished guest wait at the city gate? Damn it, whoever offended my best brother, I will annihilate their entire clan. No, their ancestors for 18 generations." A cacophony of outrage erupted. Click. The communication was severed. The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Chapter 87. The Crown Prince's Salutation, Total Annihilation. The air at the gates of the royal city was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Fear was palpable in the gazes of all present. The furious voice of the Crown Prince, Shao Yin, seemed to linger in their ears. The prospect of exterminating 9 clans or obliterating ancestral lines was far beyond what these individuals could bear. The lord of the royal city appeared ashen, his eyes devoid of light, trembling uncontrollably. He understood the gravity of the Crown Prince's words. A A promise made in front of such a multitude was one that would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Their Wang family was doomed. Wang Yu stood in a daze, clutching the shoes of the lord of the royal city. He looked at Su Ci in disbelief. Could it be Tian Xian, Su Jiushao? Such a formidable figure. He had certainly heard whispers of him. Yet, the rumors suggested that Su Jiushao was en route to the astral immortal gate to battle the formidable Tai Shiting. How could he suddenly appear in the Shaoyin royal city? And how could he possibly be the crown prince's closest ally? If such a connection existed, how could the astral gate dare to lay a hand on Su Jiushao? Confusion, incomprehension. The world had transformed too swiftly. Wang Yu's mind was in disarray, unable to keep pace. Meanwhile, Tin Xuanyu trembled like a leaf, gazing at Hua Qing, her lips quivering incessantly. Hua Qing, he is Su Jiushao? Hua Qing offered a bitter smile and nodded, explaining that his visit to Su Ci had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, with no prior notice given to Tan Xuanyu. He merely intended to hint at a significant ally arriving in the royal city, hoping to surprise her. Little did he know that it would backfire. Tan Xuanyu's desperate remarks earlier had irreparably offended Chu Wanli. Now that Su Jiushao had risen to prominence, Chu Wanli's leniency could be considered a rare stroke of luck. The Yanhua Cave was finished. Not only would they not reclaim the name of Yanhua Immortal Mountain, but they would likely struggle to maintain their status as a second-rate force. Is it still too late for me to apologize? Tan Xuanyu gazed at Hua Qing with bitterness, then glanced at Chu Wanli. Young as she was, facing death had unmasked her true nature. In a city filled with Xianxian, where energy fluctuations were rampant, who could have anticipated that a seemingly scattered cultivator would defy the odds and ascend to become a celestial dragon? No amount of contemplation could lead her to foresee such an outcome. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. No matter how profound her anguish, the result remained unchanged. Hua Qing regarded her, and even though resentment lingered in his heart, he found no words left to express it. He lamented his failure after a millennium of scheming, unable to seize the heart of the Tianxian realm, nor to restore the Yanhua Cave to its former glory. In the distance, when Shu approached with a fawning demeanor, Su Ci sheathed his sword. Given the current circumstances, conflict seemed unlikely. Yet, a perplexity lingered in his heart. He had only met the Crown Prince, Xiao Yin, once, and the Crown Prince's background was no trifling matter. Even if he feared the time immortal sovereign, it seemed illogical for him to treat Su Ci with such deference, especially after Su Ci had come to his doorstep with bloodshed. Could it be that Ji Bo's status in the central immortal domain was indeed so elevated? Yet, if he truly wielded such power, why would he need to conceal himself in the Tianxian realm? Furthermore, it was inconceivable that Fu Yuing had been reduced to a mere soul. Su Ci furrowed his brow, sensing that the depths of this situation were far more intricate than he could currently discern. Just then, the gates of the royal city swung open, revealing two ceremonial processions adorned with dragon banners. The Crown Prince Xiao Yin, his rotund figure in motion, approached with a radiant smile, as if greeting an old friend. As he neared, the Crown Prince bowed deeply. Crown Prince Zhao Chonglin pays his respects to Brother Su. This gesture sent Wang Yu tumbling to the ground in shock. Drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The Crown Prince was paying homage? What was the true identity of this Su Jiushao? In that instant, Wang Yu comprehended the magnitude of the powerful figure he had inadvertently provoked. He was likely a descendant of the celestial officials from the Central Immortal Court. The lord of the royal city scurried over, crawling on all fours, fervently bowing to Su Ci. Lord Su, get lost. Zhao Chonglin kicked him away with disdain. What status do you have to stand alongside me? The lord of the royal city was sent sprawling several paces away. Though he was a Xianxian, the disparity in their statuses rendered him incapable of utilizing any protective energy. That kick nearly made him spit blood. Zhao Chonglin paid no mind to him, turning instead to Su Ci. Brother Su, I informed you 4 months ago that when you arrive in the Shaoyin realm, you must seek me out. I shall host you well. Are you disregarding your little brother? Su Ci chuckled softly. Your Highness, you exaggerate. I have only just arrived in the Shaoyin realm and have yet to pay my respects. He was one to reciprocate goodwill with kindness. Thus, he smiled back at Zhao Chonglin. Come, let's go drink. I know you desire a spot in the immortal domain competition. Zhao Chonglin eagerly tugged at Su Si's sleeve, leading him into the royal city. I have plenty of slots available. Few can even compete. Just tell me how many you need, and I shall prepare them for you. Su Si's heart stirred. Given Zhao Chonglin's background, securing a place in the competition would indeed be a trivial matter. In that case, I shall take you up on your offer, Your Highness. Su Si nodded in agreement. Zhao Chonglin beamed with delight, producing a spatial ring and presenting it to Su Si. Some of my subordinates have offended you. This is a token of apology. Please do not refuse. A token of apology? Su Si was taken aback as he accepted the ring, discovering it contained a staggering 100,000 immortal gold. He had only acquired that amount when refining the Shuiwei cave, and much of it had been spent during his breakthrough to Xianxian. He had been troubled by insufficient resources, needing time to accumulate again. Yet here, Zhao Chonglin had delivered such riches. Fortune favors the prepared. Seeing Su Si accept the spatial ring, Zhao Chonglin's smile widened. But then he turned to the lord of the royal city, his expression shifting to one of stern authority. Zhao Chonglin began. Your Highness. Shu bowed respectfully. Wang Li, nepotism at its finest. A useless younger brother has been appointed as the general guarding the city gates. What utter absurdity! Wang Li, the lord of the royal city, was instantly struck with terror at these words. Wang Yu's body weakened, his breath heavier than his brother's, his face a mask of despair. The implications were dire. This was a death sentence. As expected, Zhao Chonglin's next words sealed their fate. Issue an edict. Strip Wang Li of his position and sentence him to death. Wang Yu, for defying the crown prince, shall be subjected to 1,000 days of slow execution. His soul imprisoned in the heavenly prison, tortured for eternity. Their families shall suffer the same fate, exterminated to the 18th generation. Chapter 88. The Mechanism of Contest. You shall not bully him. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of celestial beings collapsed to their knees. All the soldiers guarding the city bowed down, fervently proclaiming the prince's wisdom. Only the brothers Wang Li and Wang Yu remained dazed, as if their souls had shattered, stunned in place. Zhao Chonglin paid them no mind. In the realm of immortals, a single act of fury could lead to the destruction of cities and annihilation of domains. Executing an entire lineage was hardly considered a severe punishment. In fact, Zhao Chonglin felt the sentence was lenient, as he had spared the city guards and several celestial beings. Brother Su, is this outcome feasible? Zhao Chonglin inquired cautiously. Indeed. Su Si turned to glance at Chu Wanli and Xiao Hui before proceeding deeper into the royal city. Your Excellency, my Yanhua cave, Hua Qing hesitated before speaking, but Su Si did not pause, continuing on his way. He owed Hua Qing nothing. It was Hua Qing who had previously indebted him during the Mingqiao sacred land. Their current relationship was one of cooperation. Now that he had secured a better partner, he naturally had no desire to engage with Hua Qing any further. Chu Wanli shot him a disapproving glance before directing her gaze toward Tan Shuangyu, letting out a soft huff. Zhao Chonglin raised an eyebrow. Uncle Wan, and that, Yanhua Cave. He looked at Hua Qing and Tan Shuangyu. Your Highness. Uncle Wan bowed. Hua Qing and Tan Shuangyu were on edge. And also eliminate them. Zhao Chonglin waved his hand dismissively, as if crushing an ant beneath his foot. Even at its zenith, Yanhua Cave could merely attract his fleeting attention. Now, it held no more significance to him than dust. Yes, Uncle Wen grinned wickedly, approaching Hua Qing and Tan Shuangyu. Inside the inner city, in the grand hall, celestial liquid and exquisite nectar adorned the tables. Su Si and the Prince of Shaoyin sat at the head, with Chu Wanli seated not far from Su Si, surrounded by a multitude of celestial beings. In the midst of the gathering, dozens of stunning beauties danced gracefully. While individually they could not rival the likes of Chu Wanli, their organization, discipline, and training created a visual impact far greater than any single beauty could achieve. Su Si sipped his drink, marveling at the lavishness of the celestial realm. In the Tianxian realm, where could one find so many uniquely gifted women to provide emotional value? The mortal dancers paled in comparison. Come, Brother Su, I raise a toast to you. Zhao Chonglin downed his cup, and then inquired with curiosity, Brother Su, your insistence on the celestial contest. Are you aware that the path to be contended for is the sword path? In his view, given Su Si's background with Jibo, there is no need for him to compete for opportunities in the Shao Yin celestial realm. Only a path as formidable and rare as the sword path would attract someone of Su Si's stature. Indeed, Su Si swirled his cup. The grandeur of the path was one aspect. On another note, he needed to find Fu Yueying in the celestial realm. He could not allow this woman to perish. If she did, the system might very well faint. After all, it was a marriage system. Moreover, he had to journey to the central celestial realm to confront Jibo, who had imprisoned him in the realm of myriad forms, exposing his true nature for thousands of years. This debt needed to be settled properly. Of course, he could not divulge these thoughts to Zhao Chonglin. They would remain locked within him. At that moment, Zhao Chonglin smiled slightly. Then let Brother Su represent my Shao Yin celestial house in battle. It also helps me resolve a dilemma. Oh, Su Si looked at him with surprise. What dilemma? Zhao Chonglin sighed softly. Are you aware of the mechanism of the celestial contest? Not all. Su Si shook his head decisively. Zhao Chonglin explained. The celestial contest consists of 2 rounds of battles. The first round is a contest within the Shao Yin celestial realm, where the top 3 winners can represent us in the battle for the path against other celestial realms. Of course, we cannot demand the path. Simply securing a top 3 finish in Shao Yin will allow us to be transported to the central celestial realm, where we may choose a faction to join along with incredible rewards. 2 rounds? Su Si nodded. Are there many factions vying for the path? Like carp crossing a river. Countless in number. Zhao Chonglin's demeanor grew serious. This year, it is the sword path. Not only the Shao Yin celestial realm, but even the Yin celestial realm will have factions participating. I have heard that even the central celestial realm has its eyes on the path, though their status prevents them from personally entering the fray. Su Si stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before smiling. So, Your Highness means for me to assist the Shao Yin celestial house in securing the top position? Precisely. Zhao Chonglin laughed heartily. Talking with an intelligent person is always a pleasure. You know me. My background and origins are unparalleled, yet my strength is lacking. The younger generation of the celestial house pales in comparison to other factions. Many eagerly await my downfall. My friends dominate their respective celestial realms, while I am merely a mere upper immortal. Zhao Chonglin lamented. Su Si's heart stirred. Could it be that in their Shao Yin celestial realm, there were formidable contenders that even the prince could not handle? Indeed, Zhao Chonglin vented his frustrations. I cannot contend with that Jido from the Chuanxing celestial gate. I do not know what fortune he has acquired, but his combat prowess is astonishing. Moreover, the Chuanxing celestial gate has some backing in the central celestial realm, treating me with scant respect. I am counting on you, Brother Su. Guangxing celestial gate, Yido, Suchinojid. The Chuanxing gate has already placed a bounty on my head. They have sought death. In a few months, I will slay this Jido and obliterate the Chuanxing gate. Wonderful. Zhao Chonglin grew increasingly excited, downing 3 cups in quick succession and handing Su Si 2 storage rings. Later, we will head to the Shaoyin Imperial City. All opportunities within the city are yours to seize. Time's secret realms, gravity's secret realms, celestial techniques, and spells. Do not hesitate to take advantage. Time's secret realms? Celestial technique? Su Si nodded, glancing at Chu Wanli, who revealed a glimmer of longing in her eyes. This girl seemed particularly invested in the time secret realms. Meanwhile, at the Star River waterfall, a breathtaking maiden felled a celestial armored cultivator with a single strike, excitement gleaming in her beautiful eyes. She was extraordinarily powerful. If that rogue Su Si were to discover her strength, would he still dare to tease her? Would he still force her into a chamber? Would he still bind her with ropes? After 1,000 years of arduous training, today, Luo Xiao would reclaim all the grievances she had endured. Just then, as Luo Xiao dispatched another celestial armored warrior, the Star River erupted. The 5 layers of the waterfall parted, revealing a young man clad in general's attire. His expression one of displeasure. It was none other than the fourth son of the Chuanxing family, Tai Shi-ting. Where did this yellow-haired girl come from? Has your family not taught you not to cause a ruckus outside? You, Luo Ziao, gritted her teeth. Who are you calling a yellow-haired girl? Previously, a black-armored soldier had referred to her as such, and now Tai Shi-ting echoed the sentiment. She was merely a bit fairer and younger. Was she not mature enough? Leave at once, or your family will bear the consequences. Tai Shi-ting assessed Luo Ziao as equipment, naturally categorizing her among the reckless children. Luo Ziao was incensed. What are you so proud of? Tell me, are you planning to kill someone named Tianxian Su Jiuxiao and summon him to the Star River waterfall for a duel? And if I am? Tai Shi-ting raised an eyebrow. You shall not bully him. He can only be bullied by me. Do you understand? Luo Ziao scolded defiantly. Tai Shi-ting was taken aback. Could it be that the young lady harbored a conflict with the nefarious Su Jiuxiao? The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend comes to mind. Why not discuss this matter at our Chuanxing sect? Who considers you a friend? Luo Ziao bared her tiger-like teeth, fiercely declaring, if you dare to bully him, I shall slay you. I will dismember you. You insolent brat, speak carelessly, and I shall capture you. Wait until your family comes to redeem you. With that, he released his long spear, which flew forth with the swiftness of starlight and the sharpness of a mountain peak. Yet he was swift. Luo Ziao was even swifter. Chapter 89. The Might of the Celestial King, Flames Consuming the Stars. As Tai Shi-ting's spear light barely escaped, Luo Ziao had already leapt into the air. At the same time, a soft admonition escaped her lips, reminiscent of a phoenix's song, yet echoing the roar of an ancient divine beast. This sound reverberated through the surroundings, causing time itself to slow momentarily. Tai Shi-ting's spear seemed as though it had been thrust into a quagmire, rendering it bogged down and indecipherable. Time manipulation. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, increasingly convinced of Luo Ziao's extraordinary origins. For within this lesser yin celestial domain, no such time-related celestial arts existed. Such mastery could only belong to a profound celestial adept who wielded the essence of time. Where in this lesser yin realm could one find such a being? Even the lesser yin celestial mansion lacked a figure capable of such temporal control. Tai Shi-ting's eyes brimmed with horror as he realized that Luo Ziao had already vaulted above him, spear in hand. Her speed was unmatched, her crimson armor radiating a platinum blaze, illuminating the entire night sky like a valiant Valkyrie. Flame Phoenix, scorching the prairie. With a fierce cry, she thrust her spear forward, conjuring the ethereal silhouette of a celestial phoenix that soared towards the heavens, illuminating the starry expanse. Simultaneously, the galactic waterfall, composed of the heaviest of celestial waters, began to simmer under the intense heat. One must understand, this waterfall was formed from the essence of the lunar waters. Ordinary flames could not disturb its nature. It could be said that Luo Ziao's strike had nearly reached the pinnacle of celestial mastery. Crack! Crack! The solid fabric of the celestial realm shattered under her might. With a downward thrust, her spear penetrated Tai Shi-ting's skull, unleashing flames tenfold more ferocious than before. Just as Tai Shi-ting's eyes widened in disbelief, the all-consuming fire obliterated his body, leaving no trace behind. In a single stroke, he was vanquished. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into a daze. This seemingly innocent girl from next door possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Tai Shi-ting had achieved the pinnacle of the profound celestial realm. Even among the celestial star sect, he was a formidable warrior, yet he was slain in an instant, right at the doorstep of the celestial star sect. This was a blatant act of aggression against the celestial star sect. What was this girl's name? Did she introduce herself earlier? No. All they heard was that she came for Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. For Tianxian Su Jiuxiao. Indeed, from her tone, it seemed she believed herself entitled to bully him while others could not. Could it be that she was defending a lover? Unlikely. For if Su Jiuxiao had such a background, he wouldn't need to traverse the Tai E-sword sect, nor would he have had a falling out with them. Ah, this celestial competition was indeed drenched in bloodshed. This girl must be from a higher realm, possibly the central celestial domain. A grand spectacle was unfolding. Slaughtering the four sons of the celestial star sect had undoubtedly crossed a line. One could hardly expect the celestial star sect to let this go lightly. Indeed, the celestial star sect had a formidable background as well. Their sect master was a disciple of a prominent figure in the central celestial domain. And General Jido's standing was so lofty that even the lesser Yin celestial mansion was beneath his notice. Just as the murmurs subsided, the entire galaxy erupted into chaos. Countless celestial bodies began to tremble, resonating with one another. Celestial formations surged forth, with heavenly and profound celestial cultivators descending like locusts, darkening the skies. The celestial star sect's strength far surpassed that of the Tai E-Sword sect. In an instant, 10 profound celestial beings soared down, leading the celestial formations, imposing upon Luo Xiao. The foremost among them, enveloped by 3 paths of celestial might, possessed eyes that twinkled with the movement of countless stars. This was a figure who had delved deeply into the path of stars, close to the celestial king. Elder Yin Zheng of the celestial star sect addressed her, "Young lady, what enmity do you harbor against our celestial star sect that compels you to seek its destruction? Destruction of our sect, to traverse the galaxy and slay Tai Shi." This was how the celestial star sect perceived her actions. "I harbor no enmity against you," Luo Xiao replied, crossing her arms. "However, your unjust treatment of Su Jiushao is intolerable." "What is your relationship with Su Jiushao?" Yin Zheng inquired solemnly. "I am his." Luo Xiao paused, her voice turning indignant. "What does it matter to you? You will rescind the bounty on him and compensate him 1,000 million celestial gold coins, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences."